The protagonist sat there with his comrades, staring at the table like it was a battlefield, question after question roaring in his head. Could he truly team up with this curse lurking in his bones, and could he craft something cursed today with only what they had on hand? Right then, the blonde guy shouted his name. Gale snapped his head up, and the man told him they were tearing up the contract. He claimed they were kicking him out of the wolf pack, and the main character just froze. Those words hit him like a punch as he couldn't make sense of what was happening. Gale scratched his head, desperate for answers, and Cash, the boss, kept slamming the truth down. "You're fired! You're fired! You're fired!" The rest of the team started roasting him, and Melissa asked if she should comfort him one last time. Then Luke snapped, "Stop!" Norris chimed in that it looked like someone still didn't think they could get fired. He shot up to his feet, told them to hold on, and demanded to know why they made that sudden call. So Cash kept pressing him, asking again why it hit so fast, and whether he truly couldn't see the reason. Gale stared back to 3 years ago when they'd forged their team. Back then, because his rank was so low, he only brought results by cooking up the right curses. And right there, he muttered out loud that he still didn't get it, while Cash snapped that it took him forever to understand. He just snapped that his class is straight-up trash. He can only cripple a mob with some consumable curse. That's it, and on top of all that, he's the absolute lowest level on the team. He told everyone, "Yeah, I know my class has zero potential, but watch me crush it with curses and quests, because even if the curses barely hit, priests can still wipe them away and I'll keep the mission rolling." Gale grinned and told us he wasn't relying on just consumables. Then he tugged a little decoration from under his collar, swore it quietly wrecked mobs on its own, and my whole team snapped. "That's a bad idea. Are you even allowed to wear something like that?" Right after that, Cash blurted out that they'd already found someone to take his place, Mage Mora, who can buff allies and crush enemies with debuffs, all in one breath. The girl lit up and said she was thrilled to finally meet him. Gale strutted in, convinced she was beautiful, and the rest of the team welcomed her like it was finally a pleasure to meet her. Then Cash spun to him and snapped, asking if he finally got it, because they were done with him now. The protagonist told them to hold up, give him one more shot, because he's sitting on a brutal curse he hasn't unleashed yet, plus plenty of other surprises waiting in his back pocket. He didn't even get to finish his speech. His words tripped when he locked eyes with his boss, and suddenly Gale leaned in and asked if they'd regret it. He snapped back, "No," and then it hit him. He'd always been in their corner from the moment the team was formed. Cash kept slashing into his resolve, urging him to quit fighting and test his luck in the curse shop. Melissa nodded like, "Yeah, it's true. You can sell them to whoever's acting shady." Norris grinned and said he'd post an ad for his store. Luke shot back that at least Norris didn't hate him. Mora just stood there in silence, and then the main character snapped, like, "I've got it all now," thanked everyone and walked off, but not a single person even bothered to glance his way. Gale couldn't stop asking himself what was eating them. How could everything be so messed up after they'd been together for ages? And then it hit him. Cash had warned him about the rent, and Gale had even counted the price of his own curse just so he wouldn't get paid. He stared at the symbol in his palm, wishing he could say it all straight to their faces. Then he turned the tables, enchanting their gear to supercharge their abilities. Gale figured it wasn't his problem anymore, so he canceled the spell. Then a shimmering seal snapped into place above him, stung him for a split second, and vanished. The protagonist sucked in air, trying to steady himself, and then realized the truth. Not every cursed thing just haunts you. Some actually boost your stats, even if it's cursed on the label. After that, Gale finally felt it. His body was healing, the curse was gone, and for the first time in forever, he stopped caring about the past. Then he decided, "I'm jumping to a new team." Then he popped open the stats window. Cash was sitting at about 50, his personal level had jumped to 48, and he'd officially been promoted into the Curse Master class. Every other stat and personal point shot up too. The protagonist said Cash S got about 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, and he'd leveled up like a beast. Then the innkeeper pressed, asking how long he planned to stay since he'd already checked out and had to go, and he quickly apologized to her. After a while, he slipped out of the hotel, mind racing over his next move. No money left, just a pocket full of curses, until he heard the seller shouting, hawking fresh apples to anyone who'd listen. Gale S even pictured opening a shop, but he can't stand the idea of people telling him that owning his own place was always his dream, because what he really wants is a tool shop out in the middle of nowhere. After everything, the protagonist thinks he's finally free. No more rules. He can sleep and eat whenever he wants, and he masks the curse while throwing himself into research he genuinely loves. He tells himself this is it. He can do anything he wants now. A grin snapped onto Gale's face, and he threw his hands up, roaring with pure excitement. Then he decided he'd start pulling in cash from sales right away. In the Silver Wolf Pavilion at the hotel, Melissa perched on Cash's lap and started chatting, telling him the food felt amazing, and how thrilled she was that the main character had finally left. Norris snapped his gaze to Mora and told her he was only spoiling her because he was new, and Luke shot back that they should have kicked him out forever ago. Mora didn't say a word, while the guys stared at her body and immediately blushed, gulping hard. Cash said he and Gale had been buddies since the team was born, and Melissa swore it felt like he was reshaping himself around every one of them like a living spell. Then boom, magical seals slammed down across the whole team. Cash shot up and demanded to know what was happening, and the second they started bragging about their gear lighting up, Mora leaned in and asked if it was a dispelling spell. Then the seals began to vanish. The boys started rambling about not knowing what this was, but every single one of them felt their magic draining away, and like gravity just got heavier on their bones. Mora went wide-eyed in shock. She grilled the boys about what they'd said, then dropped the bomb. She believed it was an advanced dispel spell, and right away, they demanded to hear every detail again. Cash snapped, asking if it was really Gale. Melissa said it was probably him. He'd messed with them somehow. Norris insisted they knew it. Gale wasn't just acting out, he was probably getting revenge. Luke then threw out the brutal truth, should have killed him. Mora couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She didn't know if he'd slammed a curse on them, but normally, breaking a curse wouldn't leave someone feeling this horrible. Cash said he didn't know what they were doing, but he had no clue what Gale could pull off right now. Melissa nodded and told him straight. If he so much as tried, they'd stop him and beat him to it. Mora swore it wasn't an attack. It was a spell, but nobody heard her. Cash then snapped that he's the leader, and if the moment he decides someone's an enemy and they don't talk to him, that person's an enemy to the whole group. Then he hit them with the quote, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." What? Norris warned, "If I see you again, I'll torch you to death with my magic." Luke fired back that he'd told him he was turning into a devil, and it was somehow way worse. Norris then shrugged it off like, "That's just your imagination." Luke swore that if he were in Gale's shoes, he'd cut off his own fingers, so there was zero chance he'd ever cast another spell, and he's pushing hard for Gale to be left broke and living on the streets. Norman just nodded and said Luke is clearly capable of doing exactly that. Moore didn't buy it as wishful thinking. She felt it in her bones, and after she cast the spell, a shaky premonition brushed her mind like a warning. She's terrified that their status has been dragged down, because back when the main character was around, they were always somehow standing on top. Mora snapped her head toward Melissa, and Melissa immediately asked what was wrong, then shoved a mug of drink into her hands. Mora thanked her, thinking, if this curse really does something this useful, that's got to be weird. Mora couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in this world, a cursor exists, one that could pull off something like this. But could the S-rank wolf pack really do it? She told herself it was impossible until the memory hit. The member who had already left. She didn't realize yet that he'd been kicked out of the team, shoved aside as the wolf pack's main force, while Gale stormed through the forest, snapping at an owl to give his curse back. After a while, the protagonist finally slammed into the Merchants Guild, spun toward a man, and asked straight up if he truly wanted to open a kiosk. When the man nodded yes, he jumped right in and started laying out where it could go. Once they picked that bench, the man snapped that it'll cost 4 gold coins a day because this spot was packed and pricey. And right then, Gale started digging through his pockets like his life depended on it. He pulled out the coins and figured those 3 silver pieces were all he had. Then the man said the street stalls heading to the square were way cheaper, so the guy just clammed up and said nothing. After a while, he finally reached the place. Man, the main character's day felt golden as he stood right in front of his stall, wrecked and shabby like it had seen better days. Gale grinned that it was a little rough, but for him it hit the spot. Then he flashed back to the chat with the merchant who'd handed over the starter kiosk, and he was still grateful, thinking, what a kind guy. At this point, the protagonist figured he could cash in on some magic tools and interior gear, so he hustled and finished sorting his whole stash. Then Gale started asking himself, what's the right price? Because if he could sell it for more than the materials cost, he'd be raking in real profit. Staring at his goods, the main character muttered that they looked absolutely lifeless. Then the merchant suddenly came barreling up and blurted, I forgot to explain, as he slammed his counter's appearance as the real problem. The man shot over to help him right away, swore he'd fix everything, and after a few tense moments, the whole mess started looking way better. The protagonist thanked him, and the merchant fired back. Sure, the shop can have its own individuality, But if it can't show people what it sells, it can't sell a thing, and when sales die, the store's in trouble. The man said that with training finally done, he'd come back, and Gail honestly couldn't help it. So many awful memories of that team still burned in her mind. But the gesture hit her right in the heart. And yeah, the way he said it was genuinely kind. Then the main character yanked his curse out of the gate and clutched it like it was the best thing ever, only to realize he couldn't wear the talisman around his neck, so he just left it hanging on the counter like some ordinary product. Then Gale grinned and decided the moment had come to sell. Though he'd never run a business before, his nerves were screaming, and he couldn't stop wondering if the townspeople would accept the curses, or if they'd even be happy about it. The main character burst into loud shouting, claiming the adventurer was ready to serve, plus every curse on the menu, all for a steal. One guy stepped up and grilled him, asking if it was a curse, like something way too weird to ignore. And then another girl chimed in, saying, if magic can be weakened, shouldn't that be more dangerous than a curse? Gale swears the curse is just a consumable item anyone can use. No magic powers needed, so seekers snapped them up like crazy. One of the men bragged that 5 coins for the poison general was a steal, and the protagonist snapped back that he should definitely buy it, because in his gut, it felt like a freebie. Gale also told him there are curses for every bad situation, curses that hit you with nasty debuffs to slash your stats. And if that wasn't enough, the good stuff is cheap, so he can grab it and start stacking wins. Then the man's eyes snapped to the blade, and he blurted, what is that? Gale leaned in and said it was a cursed dagger. When it's used, it claws a debuff into the monster, slashing its defense, and as a side effect, the status spikes by 1. 1 times, the man gripped the dagger in his hands, and when he stared at its blade, a curse crawled into his vision. Then he shrieked like it was burning him alive, leaving Gale stunned. The man demanded, what does that mean? And the protagonist snapped back that it meant a drop in protection. Then the would-be buyer threw his hands up and said he was done because that dagger was cursed. Then the man snapped his gaze to Gale and said, fine, this all sounds great, but be real. Who the hell is actually going to buy these damned goods? Then the main character cut in from a different angle, showing him that this dagger could pass as fancy interior decor. And he grinned, asking if he really thought the handle was cool. The buyer said using it indoors isn't a problem at all. He even likes the design. And then he went on to pick up other stuff too, saying he'd buy this one as well, since it looks great while also warding off evil and protecting the house. Then the main character handed him a dispel bonus spell. Free, 3 pieces to boot. And the man lit up, calling it incredibly thoughtful before thanking him because that's exactly how Gale pitched it, spelling out the consequences as he went. So if you use this cursed item, every indicator gets boosted by 1/5. But the curse snaps onto people too. He knows the design looks fancy and beautiful, but he still hands you a spell to break it. She's got cursed shoes too. She can crank her agility up by 2. 5x, but to do it, the curse has to land on them, force the servant to wear them, or she has to break the curse another way. And yeah, it's a straight-up yes. And get this, he's got a cursed crossbow that boosts every stat to 1 3 times the rest, plus it never misses. Yet it's still cursed, sold for anyone to use at the annual hunting party. Right as the protagonist let his thoughts out on a shaky breath, another man jumped in and asked about the curse. Then that guy grinned and admitted he'd heard it before, because the story instantly lit up his memory. People swore that the legendary hero had a berserker riding alongside him, and that he usually fought in cursed armor, sparking rumors that cursed gear was pure, terrifying power. A curse sounds gross, right? That's why the spell set comes with a curse remover, and he even spells out exactly what the curse does, how it can be undone, and what strange side effects and mood boosts come with the whole thing. Once he finished telling his story, a huge crowd surged in front of the stall, jabbering non-stop about how wild it all sounded, and whether his wares truly came with dispelling spells. After what felt like forever, the main character finally found himself in front of an empty stall, no goods left at all. He muttered that today's customers were totally different. Then one guy bragged that his cursed metal death was great, and the main character just stared, thinking, yeah, this guy's got way too much energy. Then Gale's eyes caught people sprinting toward him, and they bombarded him with one question. Did he really know the only place that sold cursed items? They leaned in for more, and Gale told them the truth. Everything was already wiped out. The men dropped to their knees in front of him, begging him to lift that curse right here, right now. But he shook his head and told them the store would open tomorrow. Then he spun away, whispered a quick goodbye, begged forgiveness for whatever happened today, and sprinted off like the devil was chasing him. One of today's shoppers leaned into his buddy and swore he'd slip on the cursed ring they'd snagged from the kiosk and see what happens. Then his friend snapped back, "Don't you dare pass out from the curse." And the shopper shot back, "I'm not planning to faint." Then they realized, side by side, that his power had jumped by a full 1.5 times. One single ring did that. They stared at it in disbelief, then started bombarding each other with the question, how could it be this good? After that, the buyer pressed him, asking how much the Bogolubov Dispel spell would cost. He basically bragged that you could rake in a fortune flipping it, and the other guy snapped back that he better not say stuff like that. The blonde snapped that a spellmaster was here, and the brunette shot back that no guild would want to miss him. Then the blonde leaned in and said, "I mean this guy," because he was the strangest spellcaster they'd ever laid eyes on. While the adventurers whispered and traded rumors, they had no idea a still-lurking cursor, wearing the curse of 4 people, was dragging himself through it and somehow still pushing the team forward. And even crazier, there's a cursor capable of stitching a curse so devastating it rockets straight into the S rank, and nobody will ever see the twist coming. He was kicked out of the team and was out there selling cursed items on the streets. While Cash and his crew battled the monster, their leader got flung straight into a tree and clutched his back, wincing hard as the others stared in stunned silence, completely baffled by why everything was happening so fast. Org burst into loud shouting at those words, and Cash, still gripping his sword, demanded why this monster wouldn't even lose. Not long ago, the team froze and asked, "Are we really good to take an S-rank quest with Anubai?" And the leader didn't hesitate. He said he'd checked everything, knew they were all set, and even heard they were some of the top players in the whole guild. Then the guy whipped around to Mora and said, "Perfect, this is exactly what we need." Right after that, they spotted the giant org, locked onto the plan, and went for it, ready to take him on. After a while, Melissa snapped at Luke, screaming that what he was doing was stupid, and Luke fired back that he wasn't failing. Then Melissa turned ugly, calling him a bad person, right as a punch slammed into her and blew her clean away. Right then, Nora stepped aside and started reading his spells, while Cash leaned in and asked how long he'd keep singing. Norris just smirked and said he'd wait a bit, and then a magic seal blinked into existence right in front of him. When the seal vanished, a tiny flame popped up right where it was, so cool it felt unreal. Cash demanded to know what kind of magic that was, but he just shook his head and said it wouldn't help him beat the org. Right then, the monster lunged and swung for him, yet he slipped the hit with a sharp dodge. Mora swore she'd strike back for everyone, slamming one buff after another, while in her gut she knew the mana in her veins was running out fast. She yanked her staff up and slammed it into the ground. Bam! And glowing magical seals snapped into place under every single member. Then she shouted that their stats were now doubled and ordered them straight to the monster. Cash lit up at her words, then sprinted straight at the monster and swung his sword, until Org stopped him dead with one hand, demanded in his own language if he really wanted to fight, all while casually picking his nose. The team leader couldn't believe his strike got shut down that fast. Then right in that instant, Org yanked the guy off the ground with his sword and launched him flying. Cash got smashed to the point he could barely stand, and when that monster went for the kill, he bolted while Mora threw up a tiny barrier. Then he snapped at her, calling her a terrible support mage, and demanded she double her stats like she was worthless. Then she leaned in and told him she'd use the cursed item the last owner left behind. The girl snapped that it would wreck the very organ Cash had latched onto as he yanked her by the clothes and demanded if she was really planning to use Gale's curse. Then she said the curse wouldn't even work. She remembered the letter where Gale promised that, as part of what he was handing her, he'd lay out the support methods he'd used before, and even include a few curses. Mora told him she'd heard that before she even arrived, they were cursed from the start, before they faced a single enemy, and the second Cash heard it, he snapped his grip and dropped her to the floor. He swore he could tell this wasn't some spell at all, it was a curse, and the rest of the team nodded like, yeah, he's right. They all felt it in their bones, they were cursed. The boys kept firing insults at Gale, then packed up and pushed on, because the mountains where the hippos live were still way ahead. Somewhere along the way, they completely forgot about Mora. And right then, Org demanded, so the game's really over. Cash couldn't stop thinking about it. This road was stacked with A-class monsters, and one wrong step could get you crushed. His comrades kept pushing back, asking why he was disappointed, since the curse stripped them of their full power and left them scrambling to get in top shape. They started yelling that they weren't retreating at all, they were just backing up with purpose, and right then their opponent was caught off guard. Kosh snapped, good. If the curse had done its job, then none of this mattered to him. Mora fired the question, asking if they were ready to quit already. Was it just too soon? Cash grinned and said they were shocked because she hadn't even gone all in yet, and the girl froze at those words, staring like she couldn't believe it. They all backed him up, saying she was brand new and barely fought at all. Then everyone chose to bail. Mora blew up at their comments because she's a support mage, and she has nothing to fight with. She yelled after them, screaming that if it was real, they had no right to do that. Then they spun back with a grin, told her she could handle the rest, and bolted, leaving her alone with the monster, right then and there. Org told her he felt sorry too, and Morris just stood there trembling with rage. She yelled that this had to be a joke, then hurled a curse into the air. After that, she stormed forward to catch up with the guys, and when she finally spoke, she didn't hold back. She flat out said they were wrong. After a while, Cash and the crew finally crashed into a rest break, and the feelings hit hard. One by one they spilled, and the whole room turned grim. "I feel disgusting," someone muttered. "I lost my favorite lawn," and Melissa straight up said she thought she was going to die. Nora said multi-spell work never bothered him. Luke insisted a quick run couldn't possibly drain them, and Melissa snapped that it was all Nora's fault, right down to her great virtues. Nora snapped that this wasn't the only answer. Yet even before the supporting magic kicked in, everyone's moves looked awkward and offbeat. Luke asked why the spell didn't take him twice as long. Man, that sucked. Then the guy just smirked and said he'd gotten carried away, and if he'd been in a good mood, he'd have burned the whole place to the ground. Cash snapped that the protagonist's fault was the only thing that made sense. Then he wondered how he'd even pull off revenge next, until Mora burst into the clearing, grinning as she said she'd finally caught up with them. The leader snapped that she was late, like she'd finished the job already. Meanwhile, Mora's rage was blazing, and a tiny monster was clinging to her cape. Cash fired off, "What is that?" But she just stayed silent. Right now, the main character was strutting down the city streets with a grin so wide he couldn't hide it, singing one song after another, and yelling to anyone who'd listen that street vending is pure fun. Some folks peek into the shop, but they don't buy a thing. They just stare like they're frozen in awe, even when curses spill on the adventurers, because deep down, they're only hunting for spells. The merchant's eyes lit up as he spotted Gale, and he blurted, "Long time, how have you been?" Gale exhaled that he'd been thinking of moving his shop, and the man shot back, "So where are you planning to go?" Gale shot straight to the aristocratic quarter, and dropped his stall just 10 meters off the main street. These rich nobles craved clothes that screamed fashion, not stuff a commoner would wear. They wanted to be right in the center of what everyone was talking about. Mora didn't come for praise. She snapped that to the other team, and right behind her the monster crumbled back into its true shape as the cursed item died, sending everyone scrambling in terror. The girl snapped that she'd handle it herself, then shoved the baton into their hands and bolted, while Cash shot back, "I don't care what you do next." Then the entire team stared that monster down, and Melissa blurted out orders like a commander, but Luke stepped forward and taunted the thing, claiming the meat is softer and tastier on women. After that, they all bolted to get away from him, and he watched them go, then smirked and said he was a kind of vegetarian. 4 days tore by, and the team finally barreled back to the pavilion, plopping at the table with their faces shoved into it like they couldn't take another second. Cash kept begging for water, Melissa kept demanding a bath, and the two of them kept staring at the fact that they'd gotten so desperate they ran right back into another forest, still somehow worse off, and absolutely reeking. Right then, the hostess leaned in and asked Mora if they were with the same group, and the girl snapped back that they'd get exactly what they wanted. Then a voice cut in from the table, blaming it all on Gale, and they immediately called for the hostess. Cash leaned in and asked the woman for water, maybe a towel too, while Luke jumped in and demanded where her service was, and right then a glass of water got shoved right in front of them. She snapped that she'd give them just one glass of water because it wasn't free, and right then everyone bristled at how she talked to them, like they were nobodies, until the woman insisted they wouldn't be allowed to refuse the lodging charges. Then the landlady snapped that they were low-class clients, and Cash's fury ignited. He immediately demanded, "What did you just say?" The woman told them she'd already been paid for the day before, so if they drank the water today, they'd be able to leave the hotel. Then she reached out and asked, straight up, if they wanted to pay extra and stay one more day. Rage flared in Cash's chest as he reached for the money. Then his stomach dropped, because there was none. His comrades snapped that he should pay now, insisting the hostess wouldn't dare underestimate them. But when they finally looked up, the guy's face had turned bone pale. He tried to play it off, but then he locked eyes with Melissa, and there it was. A brand new dagger because she's the type who always has to have the newest thing. Luke got his whole kit fixed, gloves, battle scars, and all. Yet every last piece still got shredded, like Norris's brand new spellbook and wand, and they were all gone. Cash's custom sword finally got repaired, but the very same monster battle is what made it crumble apart again. At that first glimpse of daylight, it hit all of them at once. None of them had a single coin. The hostess snapped awake and demanded to know what had happened right then. She demanded 5 silver coins for each night, 1 fee for 5 people with extra op, and 6 silver if they brought food, then shot them a question. "Can you pay?" And the guys erupted in furious rage. Melissa shot a look at the glass of water and realized her throat was begging for it. She blurted out an apology, then gulped the water down greedily while everyone scrambled to stop her. Mora didn't even spare them a glance. She spun to the hostess, ordered ale and something to eat, and while the crew just stared, Melissa guzzled every drop of water with that deadpan, uncaring face. Then Mora noticed the whole team staring at her, too intently, and they started blurting out that they were in trouble. The common treasury was there, empty and ominous, and Mora realized she hadn't paid a single coin, and panic crawled up her spine. She snapped, "This is my own money," and reminded them the group's treasury was stocked from quest rewards. Mora suddenly remembered that old talk. Cash had told her not to stress about money, because they'd get paid well, and they'd figure the rest out on their own since they were S-Ranka. The leader snapped that she'd better stop spouting nonsense, because it was tied to the quest. Melissa nodded, then grabbed the girl and declared that everything was hers now, and anything shared would be for everyone. Mora lunged to stop them, but their eyes were already hungry for violence. Nari snapped that if Mora had a grudge, she should be mad at Gale. Then they snatched the bag of money and declared she'd work for everyone, even her own money included. They cracked open the money bag, confirmed it was loaded, and told her she was rich for a support mage. Then Mora snapped back that she'd beat them all. Cash burst out laughing, claiming a support mage couldn't possibly attack, more like a mosquito bite at most. Right then, he got smashed by a brutal blow. The guy shot to the side and snowed right along with him, crashing a chair and a barrel down on the scene. Then Melissa snapped into action, yelling for him, swinging the chair straight at Mora. "Don't let your gray virtues take over," she warned, like she meant to cut through every doubt. Melissa swung, only to slam into empty air because the girl vanished into a robe. Right then, Mara burst out behind her and struck back. Luke and Norris shouted her name, begging her to calm down, because that kind of behavior simply isn't right for a girl. With fury boiling, an angry Mora snapped at them to shut up since they were nothing but small fry. Then Luke and Norris told her to stop messing around before she ended up getting them hurt. They collided, and through all the chaos, the girl straightened everything out with everyone, then flashed a satisfied smile. She even apologized to the owner for the damage and promised to pay, but the owner cut her off and insisted she shouldn't have to. Mora lit up at those words, then marched over to the guys sprawled on the floor and announced she was quitting the group, right then and there. Right then, the main character was hawking his wares when a blonde woman with a fan slid up and told him he'd got some seriously strange antiques here. She kept pointing at the lizards like they were the star of the show, wild, live, and weirdly fascinating, and when Gale saw them, he swore they looked like basilisks. He blurted out that she had an insane eye for detail, but it was his damned Cantara, and she just stared back, totally shocked. Panic hit the woman right away. She demanded answers about the cursed one again, admitting it terrified her. Then a mustached man shot up from his spot at the stall and insisted she hand the whole thing to him, and the main character froze in shock. The stranger leaned in and dared Gale to sell that cursed thing to a nobleman, but Gale snapped back, "Nah, it's just Dacre for the inside." And the man immediately demanded, "Then tell me everything, what's the real story?" Once he spilled everything, they hauled off and left. Meanwhile, the protagonist plopped onto the box, staring at the truth like. She really was a noblewoman. Even with the price he set, they'd still have paid more than she was worth. Even if they sell, it's still his baby, his creation, and he's not going to waste expendable spells on fights. Gale figured everything was flying off the shelves, so he went for the clothes. Then today's chaos hit him again. The second anyone laid eyes on his damned goods, they start jittering like they're ready to flee. Sure, every noble swore that the design was weird and fascinating, but not a single one said they actually liked it. So he read the room, felt the truth in his gut, and realized he had no time to overthink. The protagonist spotted a young girl sliding up to his stall, and for a second he figured she was just another noblewoman, until he noticed she looked way too plain. He told himself she was lurking, but then he spotted the real danger, someone hiding around the corner, spying on them. The stranger leaned in and asked if he was working. Then she glanced at a single item and studied it closely, calling the design strange with a grin that lit up her face. Gale blinked, stunned, and said she actually liked it. Because she was right there, ring cupped in her hands, and he realized he didn't know her at all, even though she was on business. Meanwhile, the protagonist cut in that he was shutting it down so he could pass it along for less. She was grinning, but then she sighed and told him all the cash was locked up in the castle, so Gale pushed again and asked for details. She admitted she'd left her wallet at home, so she was basically broke. Then Gale burst out laughing. The main character told her the price was sky-high, but she could still swing it, and when she protested, he smirked, reminded her she was the first to hype up his design, then flashed a wink and bragged that regular customers got a discount. Then the girl thrust a huge gold coin into his hands, and Gale stared in stunned disbelief. Was that tiny thing really meant for her? He tried to shout after her, but she was already gone, running off while she grinned and waved like she knew exactly what she was doing. Then it hit him he'd totally botched explaining what the curse does and how it fades. He whipped his eyes around, but the stranger was already gone, like he never existed. Panic seized him as he clutched his head and started scrambling to figure out his next move. The boost is tiny, sure, but her defense power gets tripled. And even if she's only got instant death resistance, once she slips the thing on, the curse locks it in place, so she can't just rip it off. Gale figured that since she lived in luxury, she could smash the temple spell. Then he planned to apologize next time, hand her the cursed spell, and boom, he suddenly remembered the castle and started wondering what she even meant. Right then, the stranger got yanked straight into the gateway, and she shot up with a terrified scream, begging to be let go while panicking about being touched. The night girl just kept talking like it was finally happening. "You've been taken at last." After a while, they finally reached the castle, and there the 4 guards were sprawled on the floor, while the knight leaned in and told the stranger, with zero fear, that she wasn't worried about them at all, because everyone should call her Princess Kara. Right then, the main character was strolling down the street when someone grabbed his shoulder and snapped that a guy was hunting for a young black-haired kid in a blue jacket selling at a stall. Then the attacker pointed out he looked just like him, and the main character, without hesitation, asked to meet the man. Gale spun around with a brand-new smile and said he still looked young. The man then blurted that he must have made a mistake and begged for his forgiveness. Turns out the hero had been using a cursed item to disguise his face, and now he couldn't stop thinking. Why was the royal guard hunting him? He had to move fast, pack up, and get out of the city. In the castle right then, the princess was hit with a warning. What she'd bought was blasphemous in the eyes of the church, and she snapped right back, saying there was nothing wrong with it. The girl stormed a look around the room and admitted she still couldn't crack its design. Then the princess fired back that Vivian was still way too far off and said, "That's you, Vivian." The person said they'd meet the neighboring country's ambassadors first thing in the morning, so everyone should get ready. Right then, Kara slid the ring onto her finger. Vivian snapped, demanding if she was really about to show up to a meeting wearing that ring. Then the girl shrugged and said she was just trying it on. Right then, Gale was posted up in the Adventurers Guild, stuffing his face with mouth-watering food while his mind drifted back to everything he used to obsess over when he was alone. Because now he can do anything, and yeah, he's got real talent. And he's gotta grab those materials, like right now. The quarry's teetering on the edge, and patching up what's about to be tossed is basically no sweat. Cash and his crew demanded to know why they couldn't borrow money just because they were an S-rank team, then pushed for 10 or 20 gold coins, only to hit a wall when the female administrator hesitated. She snapped that since they got promoted, they hadn't made a lick of progress, no funding either, and then grilled them. "Did you even meet the client? People are complaining that you're never around." Cash snapped back that this monster was totally out of nowhere, and then the administrator cut in. "You're an A rank, they're S rank." The guy just bristled, insisting he was a mutant, something seriously weird and not like the rest. The girl grinned at them and said she knew they and the others were drilling an org near the city, and that they'd been doing something else too. So yeah, did they really just underestimate the guild? Rage surged in Cash as he snapped at her. She told Gale that Mora had ditched the group days ago, then hit them with a problem. A complaint and an innkeeper's bill from the pavilion, and they had to cough up the money to make her guilt go away. Gale watched it all unfold, and her stomach dropped. This was the kind of trouble that could swallow them whole. Rage flashed across the administrator's face as she snapped, asking if they really wanted to borrow money right now. So fear hit them, and when Cash finally said it was all Gale's doing, Gale couldn't even believe it. Melissa snapped that the protagonist's curse had crushed their stats, and that buffs were dead on arrival. Luke chimed in that Mora was useless too, and the administrator let out a weary breath. Then she leaned in and said, "Mora is a top-tier support mage. one of the 5 best in the entire capital. She'd already run into trouble with the old crew, so she threw out a fresh, solid group as the replacement. And when Cash and the team heard it, they were completely stunned. She was convinced she was unstoppable, and somehow they still managed to slip right past her. The girl then shrugged and said she doesn't know whether Gale is truly bad, but she's certain few curse casters are as skilled as him. She shot straight to antidote spells and asked, all spark and curiosity, what they cost. Then Gale kicked his memory back to the days when he used to craft spells for the guild. Cash snapped that it was done, gathered the whole team, and ordered them to move. Melissa demanded where Gale was, Norris insisted they lock in a quest right now, Luke backed him up, and the leader cut in with a furious, "Shut up." They started grilling them, "So you're really Ezrunga now?" And Cash said he thought so, but it looked like he was dead wrong. Gale then snapped, worried, asking if they were even okay and what they meant by this curse, especially since he'd already lifted it a long time ago. The hero cut it off, time to leave, because he refused to bump into them again, so he thanked the cook for the meal and dashed outside, only to spot 2 guards barreling down the street. One guy demanded, "Where are you rushing off to? Are enemies actually attacking?" And the second snapped back, "Nah, I heard the princess and Vivian are at it again, and this time it's way harsher than before." They were tossing around the idea that it would take a whole bunch of grown-ups to stop them, when Gale's mind snapped to the next part. No matter what, the kingdom's army would get thrown in. He started down the street, and boom, it hit him. The palace guards lunged in to block Vivian, insisting she was inside and needed to calm down, but she stormed on, clutching a blanket around herself, while the princess glared and snapped, and Vivian roared that the ring was cursed, whipping terror through everyone at once. The knight replayed the princess's words. She'd just try it on, and then slip the ring onto her finger. Then dark shadows snapped into the area at once, and the girls panicked because they had no idea what was happening. An older man slid down in front of Kara and demanded she yank the ring off right now, but Kara shook her head. She couldn't take it off. Then Vivian snapped that there was no other way. She had to sever her own finger. She snatched the sword and swung with everything she had, and the second she did, shouts erupted from the room as someone yelled that they needed to protect the princess. After a little delay, the princess finally burst into the hall, threw an apology to the guests for keeping them waiting, and called them, "Dear guests." They praised Kara's beauty, and she flashed a grateful thanks right back. Then they stared at her finger, and she admitted she'd only bumped herself a little. And right then the guards hurried in to say guests from a neighboring country had just arrived. The princess said they'd probably been worn out by the long trip and urged them to grab some tea. But they waved it off and pointed to a huge box, claiming it was packed with top-notch tea and downright delicious sweets. Kara said it looked like there were tons of them, then agreed to try, only to be told, yep, they'd actually hauled in a whole mountain of them. 2 bandits burst out of the box, weapons in hand, bragging that their empire would be tasted by force. Vivian screamed, "Enemies are here, we have to get ready." The guests who stormed in yanked out their weapons too, claiming the crossbow shot arrows laced with fast-acting poison, meant to drop a victim quick and end it without pain. Then the guards erupted, yelling that the princess had to be protected right now. A storm of arrows came screaming for Kara, but she shut her eyes tight, clamped her hands over her ears, and not one of them ever landed on her. Vivian's shock was just as real as her enemies, and when they rushed back in to strike again, their arrows slammed into nothing but a silent, invisible wall, then shattered and shattered into pieces. Princess Kara snapped her eyes open and demanded how she'd even thrown up that barrier. Then she figured it was all because of the protagonist. Vivian slid into the seat in front of her and snapped, "Are you hurt?" The girl shook it off, said she was fine, and thanked Vivian. Then the knight's mind raced over why the guests were cosplaying an empire, but for now they had to reach safety. Then 2 men marched up to the princess. Vivian fired questions at Mr. Uriel and Arizal, while Kara pressed for answers. Was this curse really that awful? Uriel told him the spell could be stripped away easily, but this one's way too advanced. Whoever crafted it must have mastered the making of cursed things. This ring is forged with top-tier complexity to squeeze out every possible benefit, and yeah, the owner's status has to be sky-high for it to work. But there's a catch. A couple curses are locked into the metal because the whole thing is meant to vanish. The man added that Arizal would handle it next, and the other guy shot back, "I'm sorry, princess." Then he snatched her hand, and Vivian instantly shouted his name. He glanced at the ring and said it was a cursed relic-class ring. He never imagined, not in his 10+ years, he'd witnessed something so damn wonderful. Then Vivian immediately clocked him on the head and demanded to know how long he planned to keep holding Kara's hand. She also said the church relic, the angel shield, gave off the same kind of effect, and Arizal jumped in, saying that if he wasn't mistaken, he had that skill too. The priest snapped that he'd never heard anything that huge could fend off death in an instant. Then the princess cut in, saying there is one. The Empire's treasure, the heart of the Demon King. It's an insane item that boosts your instant death resistance and slashes your casting time. Yeah, but once you use it, it drains your life force, and it can kill you. Viven said, want top results? Then you've got to fork over a big price. This is the real truth of everything. There's no price to pay, no relic hiding in the shadows. It's something far bigger than that. The princess yanked Viven's attention by calling her name, asked if she remembered that boy, and Viven nodded. Then it hit her. Kara had bought the ring from him. The knight grinned and challenged her to catch him and kill him for real. Then the princess smiled back and said she didn't want blood. She wanted to thank him, so he had to be taken straight to the castle. Even though it's cursed, that ring still saved her life. So yeah, that's the only reason it matters, and now she's desperate to see him again. The protagonist rushed out and stocked up. An awesome coat with hidden inner pockets, gloves, boots packed with built-in shin guards, and tough clothes woven with steel wire. And he couldn't stop grinning because he looked incredible. His bag was stuffed with spells and a homemade dagger, and now all he had to do was get them to his destination. So he stared at the city and finally decided to move. After a while, he couldn't help but wonder what the royal capital would feel like now, so he let out a heavy breath. Gale was strolling down the street with a grin, then something caught his eye in an alley, so he stopped dead and stared. Turns out they were all from his old team, ice cold but still jogging in place like they could thaw out, and Melissa snapped, "Don't grope me." To which Norris shrugged back, "There's nothing to grope." The girl's indignation flared when they called her a board, and the guys shot back, "We never said that." The main character couldn't shake it. Something about these people felt weirdly familiar. Gale hauled himself into the market, grabbed an apple, and started nibbling. Then, out of nowhere, he heard guards on horseback barreling past, shouting they needed more men. But with castle gates already stuffed with guards, he figured everything would be just fine. The protagonist stared at them, clocking the royal knight's sudden arrival and wondering what brought them here. Then he spotted the royal guard, too. He spun around and locked eyes on a wanted poster. Some kid with dark hair selling dull, lifeless jewelry. And now the castle wants witnesses to come forward. Right then, the knights grilled the guards about the square. "Did you check it?" And the guards shot back, "Yeah, we did," bragging that the royal capital army is patrolling there right now, and not a single thing will slip past them. These men were scratching their heads, trying to pin down whether the young man was holed up in the inn or inside the guild, and Gale secretly got a kick out of being stopped. Until now, because this time he didn't match the description at all. Suddenly, one of the knights leaned in and said Gale was a lot like him. He never had a taste for jewelry, and it didn't look like Gale was trying to sell the stuff. So Gale snapped back that it was outright rude. The knight went on, and people kept whispering that the guy wasn't dressed right, while his filthy jewelry, packed with destructive power, only made everything look even worse. The man told Gale she could go, and she snapped with anger, while he spiraled, thinking he'd just made himself look like an idiot for following his own feelings, and that he had to get out of this city fast. The protagonist scanned the street and went, "Whoa, so many horse-drawn carriages." Like he had his pick of the ride, but if he wanted work, he knew he had to head for a big city. He stared at the map and spotted two traps on the horizon, the nearby trading city of Imbalance and the military city of Grossius Ford. And if he wanted a wild card, the ancient city of Gronstadt was right there too. Then he realized only 2 months remained, so they scrambled to offer a discount before they left, and the merchant lured him with a grin, promising that for just 1 silver coin they'd take him straight to the agricultural city of Farmage. Gale's mind lit up with a farm and a heap of vegetables. He shot his hand up and yelled that he'd go, and before he even finished, another hand popped up right beside his. He stared at her like he knew her, then his mind flashed. Where had he seen her before? So he leaned in and tried to ask. It was Mora. She yanked off her hood, flashed a smile, and teased, "So you're really a Gale?" Then he shot back, "Nope, I'm in Cash's group." They climbed into the carriage together, and he couldn't forget it. He'd said something nasty, and she'd slapped him across the face for it. Gale promised they wouldn't be long, and she even said, "I hope so, too." The main character let out a quiet chuckle, right when the girl snapped that he was too close. They both scrambled to back off, but he just sighed and said there was nothing they could do. It was too cramped. Then she turned away, cold as stone. He scanned the place and saw imported goods from neighboring countries stacked for sale, iron products ready to move, a guard squad packed with mercenaries, and a handful of normal civilians, too. Then his mind snapped back to that fearless girl and her sudden early exit from the team. The protagonist craved rest, but his body refused. So he blurted to Mora that everyone had their own opinion, and they wouldn't butt in too hard. Then the girl dropped a thought that even she hadn't realized was there. Gale insisted it wasn't the girl's fault he got mutilated. More like Kasha was drawn in by her beauty. The way he was acting screamed that he'd been setting this up with her for ages, so yeah, maybe it was fate all along, and then the protagonist pressed her, asking why she walked away. Mora finally blurted out what she needed to tell him, and she still couldn't figure out how he'd managed to stick with them for that long. The girl snapped that Cash was a useless leader who couldn't fight at all, and she tore into the other three for being hopeless with a sword, and she never even brings up archery, not once. The protagonist pressed her, "Is it really Cash?" And she nodded hard, then shot back, "Who else could it be?" Next thing he knew, the guild grabbed her and she stuck away from the capital for a while. Mora says every time they hit a problem, they point fingers at each other, then act like it never happened, and she's convinced he already knows. She rushed to apologize for what she said, and he instantly waved it off. It's all good. Still, he took the blame too, apologizing for putting her through all that trouble, until she grabbed his words and snapped, "Don't apologize, I'm the one who said it." The protagonist stared at her and figured she'd slipped out of the group and vanished from the city with barely a trace. He yanked food from his backpack, slapped together a sandwich, and shoved it into her hands. Then he told her they were both trapped by the same group, that he wanted to know her for real, and she grinned like his words were the perfect answer. She stared at the food, and her mouth practically started watering before she could even stop it. Then she shot him a grateful look, and Gale stepped in, handing sandwiches out to the other passengers. Mara raved that it was delicious, and she couldn't believe he whipped it up so fast. Then he just smiled and said he nailed it with top-notch ingredients and the right wine. The girl blurted, "So what do you want to do with me?" and shoved wine into his hands. Then her eyes went wide when she saw it was pricey, asking if he was really sure. He smirked and said he'd earned that money by working at his stall. Mora said the streets were buzzing with noise about the artifacts they'd found at that stall, and he shot back right away. Who could possibly be behind it? The girl took a sip of wine and smiled, saying it felt like the princess herself was searching for this man. Then that sweet girl materialized right before his eyes. Then he shook his head like, "No way, couldn't be." Mora admitted she hadn't heard he was making money at the stall, and he just grinned, sweet as sugar, asking if she thought he looked like the kind of guy who sells artifacts. The girl burst into laughter and said he was right. Then he snapped that it was terrible. He'd give anything for her to admit it, even if she had to lie to herself to make it sound true. Mara told Gale that if she ever wanted to do something truly great, she'd need a place even more sacred than this city. So Gale shrugged and said, "Then be a hermit," and Mara burst out laughing, and off they went. She told him he'd made her laugh and she actually liked him, and the main character shot back, "Good, because I don't find you disgusting either." Then they slapped their palms together. If any one of them was the vanguard, they could lock in together, Mora backing them up and him charging forward with those damn spells. Then the carriage screeched to a sudden stop. The org crashed right in front of them, looks like they hit the column hard. Outside, the fighting sounded rough, tense as it gets. One of the men snapped that the mercenaries were wiped out, then begged for help. When they peeked outside, they spotted a bunch of orgs waiting there, and Mora snapped that things were going terribly, like they'd already seen their carriage coming. She figured she and Gale could hang back in the rearguard, but this fight felt brutal, because there was literally no one else left to throw down against. She grilled the protagonist about whether he had a weapon, then declared they had no choice at all, because all she had was a magic staff and a tiny knife. Gale replied that he'd only got one-time debuff curses and a tiny dagger, and she told him to go smash the enemies right away. Mora snapped that dying without ever making a difference is way worse than getting cut down in battle. Then she grinned, leaned into her support magic, and told him to trust her. Gale told him she finally understood he'd be thrown straight into the front lines, so she needed to look out for him and stop anything from sneaking up behind them. She snapped back, apologized fast, and he waved it off, saying he was totally fine. The protagonist flashed a grin and promised to show the enemies the S-rank power they used to fear. Then they bolted out of there the second the words hit. Gale realized they were still massively underestimating them, so he pushed for an immediate strike, even if it meant dropping at least one right then, and that's when he noticed something. The protagonist swore that the protective wall could take hit after hit. Then Mora shoved him to go, no fear, no stress, because she'd power him up, and he nodded like, "Got it." Suddenly, she spotted something dark and twisted creeping out from his side, so she blurted out, "What is that?" Gale answered with a dagger clenched in his hands. Mora warned that the buffs won't kick in instantly, So the timing has to be perfect. Hit the org right, one strike ends it, then a curse locks the next enemy down, and while that moment's still theirs, they wipe out another. Gale said exactly what he understood. Because if they let it drag, a patrol would roll up and check, so there was no way they could slip out, and the girl snapped with fury, replaying every word he just said. Mora snapped, asking what he was holding, and he said it was a plain dagger, until its curse kicked in. She pressed for answers again, but he only told her, "Stay behind me," and the moment she tried to stop him, he barreled forward. She dropped to one knee, slapped her hands into place, and started carving a magic seal, messy at best, but they'd have to brute force their way through it anyway. Then she used increase maximum power asterisk and pushed the strength higher. Right then the main character surged with new power. He lunged forward, swung his weapon straight toward the org, and snapped, "This is the perfect spot, perfect range." Then he shouted his cue, "Now we act." The object was covered in strange writing, and the words burst out, creeping into the monsters and twisting their minds. Mora went wide-eyed, totally stunned. She couldn't shake the feeling these were Gale's curses, because every time they hit, only the monsters seemed to suffer, and the damage kept climbing, worse and worse, with no end in sight. The protagonist exploded into a death threat, shouting that he'd chop them into tiny pieces, and Mora lunged in to stop him, because it was way too early for all that chaos. She realized Gale wasn't fully stuck in the air. Then he snapped into motion, swung at the org, and lopped off its head in a single brutal strike, leaving the girl reeling. Mora couldn't get a word out. Then the main character swung again and cut another enemy's head clean off. He sprinted forward, smashing through every monster that dared block his path, because every single one of them was terrified. He stared at his dagger, then burst into laughter. Then he spun to Mora and said her buffs were awesome, and she snapped back that it wasn't the buffs doing all the work. She figured that debuff was an area curse, because surviving in a place like that felt damn near impossible. He shoved aside the defense, snapped off recognition, and even if that's true, it's still just one step away from never-ending emotions. After that, he still dares to call the legendary item ordinary, and she's left totally baffled. She snaps her hand to her forehead and yells that he's an idiot. Right then, Gale's body gets swallowed by magic. He spotted the seal under his feet, and Mora's buff surged through his status like a lightning strike, so he credited her support until she snapped back that he had it wrong. The protagonist insisted he could keep fighting, and the girl just stared like, "You're still swinging with no buffs at all." She spotted that his status had been crushed, but the guy didn't even clock it. She shot him an apology and promised she'd fix everything right now because the buff's effect had already faded. The protagonist bragged, "As long as our combo holds, I'm untouchable." And Nora snapped back, "Did you really lose your mind?" Gale sprinted back to strike the orgs again, dropped another one fast, then spun around. And there were more of them, all piling in with that awful sound, like the fight just doubled. Then he hurled an artifact at them. Right as it slammed into their bodies, tiny wounds flared, and their flesh started to dissolve on the spot. The protagonist lunged at them with a dagger right away. Then he grinned and said Mora's buff wrecked the orgs, slowed them down hard, and trapped them in a deadly freeze. The girl stared in disbelief, thinking he was actually calling it slowing down. But it wasn't, because the next second he bolted forward to smash one of the biggest monsters. He moved on him fast, so fast he swung down and cut off his head, and right then, skeleton spirits surged up behind him like the universe just whispered, "This is what it feels like to die." It's insanely rare, like the kind of thing you can't just whip up by hand, and she still just doesn't get it. At that moment, the protagonist declared, "I won," and she snapped back, "No, you beat us." Gale just grinned like, "That's sick," especially with Mora's support behind them. The other passengers in the carriage leaned out from behind it, staring. Gale and Mora waved, and they all broke into a happy sprint right toward them. After a bit, they finally stopped dead in their tracks, and the main character admitted it was his first time fighting monsters, fear fluttering in his chest. Mora snapped the question again, and he just nodded, like it all clicked. The girl pressed him on why he'd been on that team with Cash for so long, and he shrugged, saying he was just one of the earliest recruits, nothing special, just a master who'd spend his life perfecting cursed objects. Mara snapped that Cash had no right to get rid of him, and Gale fired back that he'd said the same thing, because kicking him out was the only move he could make, and deep down he just didn't think he was worth anything. The girl took a sip of that dandelion coffee and lit up, saying it was delicious. Then he jumped in, claiming it could do a ton of things, and she shot back that it sounded like he was basically all-powerful, while the guy finally muttered that she was just exaggerating. She stood up, announced she was heading to bed, and thanked him for the coffee, so he smiled back and sent her off with a sweet good night. Gale suddenly stared at the fact that he was basically omnipotent, and it shocked him because he'd never even questioned it before. Today everything still ran perfectly, all thanks to Mora's support. He remembered that night with his crew. While everyone clashed, he hovered like a shadow at their backs. Today, when he faced the monsters, guilt didn't even show up. Then Gale giggled softly and called the girl sweet, his smile shining as the girl tried to fall asleep. A fresh day broke open and they surged forward again. Then Mora suddenly declared, "We're here," and Gale froze in disbelief. Next thing they knew, they were sprinting toward a rural town where the farms rule the land. They had no choice but to trudge along. By the time they reached the houses, exhaustion hit hard. The main character snapped that they only had about an hour until the border, so he'd better stay put and not climb off the cart. She agreed like it was totally expected, calling it a non-stop grind the whole way. Mora leaned in and asked what he planned to do. He shot back that he'd hit the guild, drop off the org materials, and then hunt down quests. She said they had to hunt down whether anyone was recruiting for their squad, but until that answer showed up, they'd stay together, no question. He nodded and told her he wanted to stay close to ordinary people because this mission wouldn't be some walk in the park. After a bit, they stumbled up to the Adventurers Guild sitting right at the edge of the farm, and they dove straight into the quest board. Then Mora asked if one person could pull it off, and he smiled back, saying it'd be fine. Gale then leaned in and asked, "Can I go with you to wipe out the undead?" Because this was an A-class mission and the stakes were sky-high. She snapped back that they were both rearguards, so their chances were grim, and he could tell she meant to help him anyway. Then he blurted it out. This kind of mission was the only thing that could save him. Right then, a girl popped up beside them and claimed she didn't recognize them. She even asked if they were new here. Gale answered that they were from the royal capital, and the stranger lit up like, "That's awesome." She grabbed the protagonist's hand and beamed at him sweet as can be, while Mora seethed behind them. Then the girl leaned in and asked the mage, "So, are we friends?" And he shot back that they were companions. Then the stranger grinned and claimed she was a support link. And before Gale could even react, she fired back with, "This role's insanely popular, so what's your position?" He shot back, "I'm the rearguard 2 Master of Curses," and she lit up. Then he added, "My job is support, but if I have to, I can swing." The girl cut in with a quick apology, then shrugged and said it wasn't like you saw a true Master of Curses every day. Then she chose her opening, gave him a knowing wink, and let him take it from there. She told them she had a couple missions lined up to get them acclimated, then dove into the quest details and lit up. "You picked a great one." And yeah, there were more just like it. Not many priests are even around here, and the evil spirits lurking nearby would tear them apart, especially now, when hardly anyone's willing to take on this mission. Then she tossed out, "Maybe we'll get lucky." The stranger leaned in and asked if they wanted to take it on, like wrestling death itself. He nodded, ready to go. The girl leaned in and promised she'd share advice, because if you refuse the mission, you don't just stop it. You'll also lock yourself out of any rescue team she could send. The protagonist asked if she had a map of the area, and she grinned, said yes, and even offered more help besides. He cut her off, insisting he only needed the map, and then she slapped the guild seal onto the mission. The stranger leaned in and dropped the real bombshell. Freshly unearthed human skull, belonging to one of the adventurers who tried to tackle this mission solo. She marched up to Gale and warned him to watch his step, since they'd already been through too many of those rough Advent brists, and the city's situation was getting grim fast. Then she turned to Mora, laughing, and said they really were friends. Then the girl snapped back to her memory. She led them into Farm Edge, greeted them warmly, and said, "I'm Gimli." After that, Gale declared, "Everything's fine now, we start the mission tomorrow," and before anyone could breathe, Mora snapped, "Why are we rushing? We should rest after the journey." The second they stormed out of the guild, the girl fumed. Gimli's non-stop persistence made her feel sick to her stomach. The protagonist shot back, "What are you talking about?" But she snapped, "I'm doing nothing like that." Mora bowed her head and admitted she was now forced to join him on the mission, only for Gale to shrug, say he didn't mind, and press her on why she'd suddenly changed her mind. The girl burst into screaming, yelling she didn't care, only to have her whole face turn red as she admitted she was scared for him. Then the main character grinned and told her it's better she stays. No point lifting her hopes up just to crush them, because it'll be way easier for him to go alone. Morris warned her that anyone who dares to challenge the undead is walking straight into disaster. So yeah, her worry is screaming loud. So when the main character said, "Don't worry, these curses are going to help me," he didn't hold back a smile because tomorrow was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Right then, Gimli sat there, heart pounding as she replayed Gale's words. She couldn't believe he was a curse master, yet whatever curse he carried wasn't like anything ordinary. A fresh day dawned and the protagonist sat down for breakfast with Mora, only for her to yank his attention like, "You sleep non-stop, it's already lunchtime." And he just groaned, "I can't help it." They clocked it instantly. People were staring at them like hawks. This city barely has any armed folks or adventurers around. They're almost mythical, so of course everyone keeps such a tight watch. After a while, they finally reached the spot where the mission was waiting, and the main character snapped, "We have to finish this job, only then do we get paid." Gale leaned in and asked what she'd brought. Her bag spilled a silver knife, a glowing incense amulet, and holy water, and yet he dismissed it as barely anything. Then the main character snapped, "Everything's fine, undead are my specialty." The girl shot back, "Yeah, but I'm way more worried about this area." They pushed deeper and Mora warned, "If something scary hits, I'm bolting." Gale nodded, admitting this dungeon wasn't simple, so being near her mattered. Then she told him to run with her. They sprinted down the hall toward the bright light at the end, then burst out and froze at the sight of skeletons scattered across the floor. Mora gasped that it was disgusting, and Gale snapped, "So the undead did this." Then he tore into the pile, digging hard until he uncovered fresh tracks. The girl said this place used to be a dungeon, but now it's a cemetery, pure misery, bones piled everywhere, and somehow not a single soul paying for it. Gale leaned in and asked if they could go even deeper. So Mora, at that exact moment, prayed the bones could finally rest in peace, and the guys just laughed, saying she was seriously religious. Right then, the main character grabbed the skull and shoved it into the girl's hands. She didn't even flinch. But he started to move his jaw, and the moment he did, she slammed the skull into him and screamed at him to die. Gale threw out an apology for trying not to scare her, and she snapped back, "We're the monsters, don't you do that again." Then Gale just figured if she was that terrified, she could have waited for him outside. The protagonist said he wants more rewards, so he'll push even deeper, while she, if she's scared, can stay outside and wait. Gale snapped that holy water was wasted, then shoved the lantern into her hands and hurried away, apologizing as he went. Mora nearly choked on disbelief when he just vanished out of nowhere, leaving her stranded, so she spun around and stared straight into a dark corridor. She snapped her head no, then bolted straight after the main character, shouting for him to wait, until they stumbled right into a mountain of coffins. The girl pressed right up against him and whispered that she'd heard something. Then he brushed it off like it might have been in her head, and she immediately apologized, voice shaking, saying she was terrified. Then Gale waved it off and called it just a bat, but Mora's eyes widened. She'd admit she was surprised, because yeah, there were undead all over the place. Right then the girl snapped her head around, and there was a skeleton lurking behind her, clattering and rattling like it was ready to attack. She screamed, bolted straight into the main character's arms, shut her eyes tight, and said they were moving, while the guy told her to breathe to calm down. She stumbled to the ground, tears pouring down her face. Mora insisted it couldn't be possible, begged her to keep her voice down, and then she looked up and saw the undead standing right in front of her, and her panic attack instantly detonated. The girl yanked the main character by the collar and shoved him right into the fight, using his body to crush the skeletons, while the guy was left completely stunned. Once every last undead was wiped out, he finally checked on her and asked if she could calm down just a bit. She nodded, said she was okay, and apologized for blowing up like that. The protagonist admitted he was thrown off. If she was that terrified, why was she still tailing him? Mora shot back, "I don't have a choice, because running missions solo is pure danger." She said she was worried, and Gale just grinned. "Everything's fine," he said, because he actually liked fighting the undead, and he thanked her with a warm smile for caring about him. He told her he'd dig all the way to the deepest depths, then leaned in and asked, "You ready to come with me?" He said, "Close your eyes," and if fear hit, he promised, "Just grab my hand, then follow me." Mora actually listened. She shut her eyes, snatched his hand, and the two of them immediately burst into a blush. Gale figured he was playing around, but nope, she really meant it. Right before the protagonist slipped out of the city, chaos erupted in a forge here in the capital. Cash and his crew asked the guy straight up if it was really a forge, and even offered to buy the equipment. But the man snapped, "No way," said it was too dirty, and told them to get out. After a while, they huddled by the wall, wrapped in rags, Cash whining that he was starving, Melissa shivering that she was freezing, and everyone else fretting that they had to get money, meaning they'd be stuck out here all night again in the field, and Luke had just dragged in several missions. Cash stared them down and said, "You're S-rank and every mission's a joke for you." Nora snapped, "All right, calm down." The man said everyone was wiped out today, so they wouldn't finish that brutal task, and they had to do it because getting back on their feet was the only way forward. Cash stared at the jobs again and muttered that they were all basically scraps. One big payout at best. 60 coins to kill an org, and that name instantly lit up an old enemy in their mind. Then Melissa pushed for the C-rank job. D and E were too stingy for what they needed, while the others chimed in about taking the org route instead. Cash promised they'd go no higher than level C. The girl shrugged and said skeletons were a joke, and Luke realized too late that he'd be stuck out in the field all night, hungry as anything. Norris spun toward him and declared they'd do it, because they were doing it, plain and simple. Then he laughed off the skeletons as nothing but tiny fish. Norris checked whether Melissa and Cash would be okay, and Cash grinned, saying they'd wipe them out fast and chow down steaks on the bone. The man said these two are the ones who end up badly hurt, and Luke shot back that the only thing that matters is your health. After a while, they finally stumbled on an abandoned church out in the suburbs, and Luke's eyes scanned the place. Then he snapped, "There are tons of them." He sketched a diagram and told them, 20 are lurking in the cemetery darkness, and Cash just grinned. "That's easy," while Melissa nodded right beside him. She turned to everyone and demanded their thoughts, and just as the leader burst in like a storm, he snapped back that he'd prove what one night can do. After some time, they finally pulled off their plan. Cash blasted the holy light, Melissa slashed through the enemies with a dagger, and she snapped at Norris to start moving. He yanked out his book and started reading the spell. Right then, Luke cut down a few enemies too, and both of them burst with joy at their victory. Cash practically exploded with joy. Turns out this was his master plan all along. He declared, "These are the knight's abilities. Melissa's attack will torch Norris and Luke will mop up the rest." And honestly, it was perfect. Norris said it would work. Luke swore they'd stay hidden behind the wall and back them up the moment their turn hit, and the leader nodded in agreement. Then he and Melissa marched up to the gate and Cash shot her a look. "You ready?" And she nodded without hesitation, right as the cleric barrier clicked open for a brief moment. They sprinted straight at the skeletons. Cash swore he'd grab every last one, and Melissa snapped back that all that sunbathing had been for nothing. At the same time, they leapt into the air and went for the attack, only for the skeletons to slam back instantly, crushing their move. Cash and Melissa shot back in the blink of an eye, while Luke and Norris just stared, unbothered, like they'd already seen this coming. Skeletons closed in on the couple and started pummeling them, and they shrieked in agony. Luke screamed for Norris that it was getting deadly, that they could die, and Norris snapped his book open. He snapped a flame into existence right away, but it was tiny, Luke scoffed, and the man just smirked, claiming he'd packed the heat into that little spark. Sure, it was small, but it hit like a truck. When it hit the skeleton, it did 0 damage, just sparked pure fury in the undead, and the creatures snarled at their own, then bolted back into the dark. Mission over, total failure. The very next day, they grabbed a mission with the org Melissa said she'd handle him, and then she lunged onto his back and slammed him to the ground. But then he jerked up, snatched her hands, and hoisted her into the air. She begged for help as he held her there. When he finally checked her over, the org yanked his grip, let her drop, and strolled off, and the guy just declared she wasn't his type. Tears poured down her face as she demanded, "What's so funny about this?" Right then, Cash snapped that the org had turned away for nothing. Then he swung his sword, only for the blade to fly off his back and clatter off to the side. Org snapped, spun around, and the leader admitted everything was going wrong. Then the monster swung its club and tossed them aside like trash, and that mission was officially a bust. A few days later, the whole crew trudged into the Capital Guild, faces slumped, spirits crushed, like hope had been kicked out of the building. They dropped into their seats and blamed the main character for every failure, then admitted their pockets were bone dry, and they'd sold off all their cool gear. Norris told them they had to make some serious cash and catch up with Gale, so Luke pitched opening a shop. Cash said sure, that could work. Then he cut in, "But today we've got a quest, goblins." After a while, they snapped back to the guild beaten up, bruised from head to toe. The administrator snapped, "So you failed again." Cash insisted it was a full-blown fraud, and he couldn't forget how those strangers rolled into the village, only to hear that Ezrings don't usually show up here. The head promised them, "Ever since you arrived, you don't have to worry anymore," and the residents immediately swore, "We'll help you in every single way." The man said this was their very first brush with goblins, and Cash immediately shot back, "Don't worry, just let us take the reins, you won't have to lift a finger." Then when goblins finally attacked, the villagers stepped in and handled them, while Kosh's group got smashed hard by those monsters. Cash snapped into the administrator's face that the villagers were calling them worthless, promising they wouldn't get a single coin, and then the girl pushed harder. "Drop their rank again, but keep their skins on." The leader snatched her by the clothes on the spot and demanded a simpler quest. Then the administrator yanked his hand off and slapped him back hard. This was his fourth loss straight. Right then he realized something chilling. The deeper he went, the more packed the place became with lost souls. And down in this underground cemetery, you don't just wait, you get trapped. Mora sat beside him with her eyes still shut, and they stood on that brutal high staircase while Gale screamed into the void, "Is anyone alive?" But the silence hit like a wall. They shoved down into the rubble, and he blurted that there was nothing to grab. Then Mora sensed it, and a massive skeletal hand burst up out of the heap. The girl shot up into terrified screams, swearing she just knew something was there, then begged, "Can I open my eyes?" because she was freaking out with them shut. He figured the open gate would make it 10 times worse, muttered that nobody was here, then started casting spells on that massive skeleton. The undead started vanishing right away, and Gale whipped her gaze to the girl. Maybe, just maybe, they could finally open her eyes. Mora demanded, "Did you really just erase the undead with Dispel?" And he shot back, "Did you truly see it?" Yeah, it was simple, but the moment wasn't done yet, and he never got the chance to finish. She fired a question at him. Did he even know what that word meant? Dispel was a spell meant to wipe out curses, but she'd never once heard it could work on the undead. He told her that priests and other folks used it for their rituals, and she snapped back that it was an exorcism. Because priests' whole job was to purify people with divine magic. The main character shot back that he knew it wasn't exactly good, and the girl instantly demanded, "What are you talking about?" He grinned, "Just wait, I'll explain." They kick things off with the premise, and for him it's not some wild rant. He's tuned in, listening to the undead, skull in hand, staring at it like it's the kindest thing in the world. Then the main character spun toward the girl, and her face went pale. She blurted out what he meant by listening to the undead and how that connects to the work of priests. He told her not to jump ahead, because he was going to explain it all. Gale leaned in and asked what was turning the dead undead. She said it was magic and pure malice, and he nodded like he'd just cracked the code. Then, right then, another undead lunged out from behind them. The protagonist kept talking, handling him as he went, and said he noticed this kind of thing runs deep in cemeteries. Then he demanded to know if the undead truly despise exorcism and purification, and Mora just shrugged and said it's completely natural. Gale said that, in their eyes, an exorcism is when a total stranger suddenly bursts in and yells at him like he's already guilty. Like this world hasn't kept him alive just to settle a grudge. Mora leaned in and asked what he was up to, and he shot back that he was out collecting ghoul fluid. Then he turned it on her, asking if being scolded as a kid ever still made her snap with anger. She instantly got pulled back to childhood when her dad told her she wouldn't be able to handle it. So she snapped back, swearing there were tons of female adventurers out there, and he shut her down quick, telling her she was talking way too much. Right then the protagonist shouted her name, and she snapped out of her thoughts, then hurriedly apologized for getting lost in her head. Gale said, "If someone's got a grievance, I listen, no matter what. If anyone died hungry, I'll make sure they get fed properly. If someone died all alone, I'll burn with grief, because that means they were slandered and crushed under cruel torture." The protagonist said it straight. Everyone carries a grudge, that's just how life works. So he lets them feel understood, and then the undead finally settle down, like peace is right around the corner for everyone. Right then, another skeleton tore out of a nearby coffin like it had been waiting for this moment. Mora's skin crawled, because this one was huge and radiating pure rage. The girl shot back onto the main character in panic, staring at the undead, and whispering that this skeleton was the Dark Knight. She clung to Gale and panicked, thinking the support could never hold against something that huge, because if he got any closer, he'd turn far worse than the liches. Then the guy begged, "Let me go," saying he couldn't breathe. The protagonist hauled himself upright with Mora still in his grip, and she snapped, "Why are you trying to hug me?" Only for him to shoot back, "You're the one refusing to let go." Then the girl spotted the skeleton winding up to attack, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Right then, Gale stalked up to the skeleton, jabbed his finger into its skull, and boom, a magic seal flared to life there, and he spelled it out again. The skeleton snapped to a halt. Then the protagonist told Mora, "Go on down, it's done," and she whipped around to face the undead. The skeleton vanished, and in its place hovered the outline of a young man, drifting in the air above the remains. Gale grinned at him while the girl stared in total shock. With words of thanks, the sky's spirit crumbled away, and all that remained was a cold skeleton sprawled on the ground. Mora stared with her jaw hanging open as Gale said, "This is how it happens." Mora shot back that she understood nothing, only for a B-level monster to spit out a young man who then vanished into thin air. The main character snapped back that the guy never once managed to say goodbye to his bride, and it haunts him for good. Mora pressed him, "How do you know?" And Gale shot back that somehow, when he crafted cursed objects, he'd end up learning how to read the souls of the dead. Then he finally heard the whole story, got what the other guy meant, and the anger drained out of him. Mora leaned in and asked if he truly believed the undead just wanted pity, and he shot back that they'd once been people. The protagonist declared this was his one-of-a-kind exorcism, and he made it sound way better than the priest's clumsy purifications, because it was how he could pull out the top-tier materials he needed to forge cursed items. The young man snapped that once the magic curse was shattered, there was nothing left to salvage, no pieces, no leftovers, and that the undead were an immortal nightmare. The girl listened, frowning hard, then exploded in anger. He'd totally wrecked everything she thought she knew about the undead. A guy and a girl strode down the street, both wrapped in short cloaks. She gripped a staff like it was her lifeline, while he only carried a bag. She stared at him so openly that he couldn't help blurting out why she was watching him like that. The girl figured he probably saw the undead as easy work, something he could handle with no sweat. So he tried to keep his nerves steady, soothed her with calm words, and told himself the truth. To him, the undead were nothing but tools to get the job done. She snapped with rage, spun on her heel toward him, and spit out his words again. Then demanded he apologize to every priest about the working material, because in her mind it was the only right thing to do, but he just didn't get it, asking why she reacted like that. The girl and the boy skidded to a stop by a giant staircase that dropped downward, and the boy, still nervous, insisted that casting Dispel on the undead was a win-win for everyone, though nothing about it felt easy. Then the girl snapped upright and howled that his whole way of thinking was awful, and the boy begged her, "Don't scream." The couple descended the stairs together, the young man gripping the girl's hand like it mattered, shoulders nearly touching as they stayed on edge. Then he grinned and said, "We're here." He told them they were stuck on the very bottom floor, the place where the undead all gather. So the girl whipped around, ducked behind a column, and still insisted that, yeah, it was the basement, but it was way brighter than any floor above. He leaned in and started explaining the people living on this floor just to shock the girl. Ghoul throwers, skeleton knights, even dark phantoms and the whites, and he insisted every single one of them is tied to this world. They crouched behind the column again, and the girl trembled, eyes locked on the dead. "Look, there are around 50 of them," she whispered. "That's why it's so bright here." A light blue spiritual glow pulsed from them, and she sounded terrified. The guy knew she was scared of the situation, so he asked her to shut her eyes, but the moment he did, her fear snapped into anger. "I'm used to this," she snapped, and as she acted tough, he couldn't shake the feeling she was lying. The guy wrestled with the thought, his companion clocked it right away, that awkward silence barely lasted a second. Then the guy snapped, "Don't worry, there's no lick." She was bursting with joy, clinging to hope that they could escape this place right away, because without him they were doomed. Then she snapped, "We have to turn back." But her voice wobbled with zero confidence, and suddenly the staff slipped from her hands, bam, so loud it felt like it tore through the air. Across the city, a young, stunning girl sat rock-still in a fortune-costing dress, a crown blazing on her head, while a uniformed girl stood beside her. On the crowned girl's table lay a photo of the guy who fought the undead, and the moment she looked over, she demanded to know, did the other girl recognize him? The guys realized the monsters weren't attacking, and when they heard the sounds outside, the girl shoved the guy in the back, yelling at him to hide. A shadowy undead beast lifted off from the doorway, its cane floating over the ground like it owned the night. The girl peered around the corner as the undead slid into the passage, and then she realized it wasn't like the others. This one owned the place. The doomed sorcerer was the deadliest of all undead sorcerers, and once he finally rose into the open air, he could summon an entire army by himself. People whispered that he wasn't just coming. He was humanity's messenger of disaster and death. The girl couldn't figure out why he showed up there at all. Then the guy burst in and told her the undead were right on time, because he'd been hunting for him, and the girl spun around to her friend, utterly stunned and confused. The girl snapped in a whisper, furious that the guy even dared to say that, because a sorcerer like this would demand a top-tier priest, while the undead, mid-talk behind those columns, suddenly clocked the unexpected guests. A spell slammed through the air toward the couple, smashing a building's column as it passed, and the guy didn't freeze. He dodged it, scooped the girl up, and used that move to save her just in time, answering her question as the danger hit. The guy barked at his companion to keep close, then they sprinted together, right out of the magician's deadly blasts. The sorcerers kept raining attacks, and the whole time they grinned as they sidestepped every enemy strike. The girl snapped that they should sprint around them and bolt out of the room. One more attack and they'd be corpses. The guy shot back that there was still one last thing left in the magic arsenal, and the girl stared at him, totally confused. He slammed the skull-shaped magical object into the dirt and stopped dead, like he'd just sealed the fate of everything. The shard erupted in roaring flames and whirled through the air like it had a mind of its own. A magic circle snapped into place with a dispelling blessing, and the magician plummeted straight into the trap's heart. The girl stared in awe at priestly magic, the kind used to save people cursed beyond hope, and she couldn't stop wondering where he even got an artifact that valuable. The girl stared, stunned, as the guy wiped out the herd in one ruthless move. Then a spirit of an undead man drifted into the air, and the monsters crumbled away one after another until calm washed over everything. The couple hauled themselves out of the dungeon and into the bright sky, and as the main character dragged himself up, he breathed in that sweet fresh air, while the girl stayed hunched, fuming, swearing she'd never step foot in the cemetery again. Mora stared in horror, stunned that they had crushed the undead army in a single day, and she couldn't wrap her head around it. The guy tried to calm her, insisting she was wrong because sorcerers were everywhere, and Mora shot back that the church usually raises temple knights and wipes threats out with strike forces. So if sorcerers truly flooded the world, it would have been over ages ago. Still, Mora couldn't stop shaking at the fact they defeated the undead army in one day. Gale snapped to his feet, stunned by the girl's answer, and told her they usually ended up in those ancient, sprawling graveyards, since the sorcerer used to be a nobleman who owned the place. The girl just smiled and said, "That's why he haunts cemeteries all over the whole city." That guy grinned and squeezed his bag, practically vibrating with excitement. So many materials, and now he'd forge even wilder new spells, while the girl nodded along, admitting her friend was totally obsessed with cursed objects. He dumped the stuff from the bag and said, grinning, that making them was pure fun. Then he decked himself out with his favorite cursed beads, grabbed the knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, and asked, satisfied as ever, "So, am I cool right now?" The girl shot back that she just couldn't agree with his idea of beauty, and Gale snapped that she was missing out big time for not seeing it. So the guy spun away, offended, muttering that there were no understanding souls left. Then Laura suddenly recalled him saying he had a little shop. Gale said a girl loved his design, and everyone kept chiming in that it felt fresh and awesome. Because cursed objects are all the rage. People use them to decorate their space and treat them like talismans too. Or at least that's what he was thinking. The guy joked that the world would eventually catch up to his sense of style, but the girl shot back that it wouldn't. Then she threw him an annoyed question like, "You really think so?" The guy beamed and promised he'd go for it, and Mora smiled right away, because it dragged her back to the moment she first met Gale. Mora was talking to the girl when she suddenly heard another conversation drifting in from the side. The guy barked at Gale for being so slow, and the girl with them begged him to cut the hero some slack, while Morris shot back with pure sarcasm, remarking on what a wonderfully kind team they were. The girl at the reception leaned in and said it wasn't just any pack. It was a wolf pack, full of members with wildly complex personalities, and they were a C-rank team with skills that already proved themselves. Mora clocked the guy trailing her, Gale. She walked up to the employee and told her she'd take the job. Gale got kicked off the team, and somehow that girl ended up right with him. Mora remembered the first time, right after his comrade's betrayal, when Gale was terrified, eyes glued to the ground, but now with her beside him, he'd totally blossomed, and his eyes blazed with hope for what's coming. The girl even said she felt amazing now, and the guy just shot her a confused look. Mora said she'd had a blast with him, and the guy went red with embarrassment, turning away as he asked how she could talk like that with tears in her eyes. Then the girl snapped back, yelling that she wasn't crying at all. He gave her an apology with a grin, then decided to thank her right away. Gale admitted he'd been kicked out of the team and ended up in the village, and he confessed he'd hate to be left all alone. With hands clasped tight, he admitted, "Sure, there's money and the city ain't terrible, but being alone still feels brutally hard." Gale didn't even look up, just smiled and said, "It feels good to laugh with someone, and I owe it all to Mora." The moment Mora's name landed, the girl rushed in, stunned, and stared at him. The girl's cheeks flared red, and embarrassment hit her like a wave. She backed away from him and demanded to know why he was so blunt, mortified by Gale's sweet words. Then she pulled her robe hood tight and thanked him under her breath, only for him to ask again, not catching a word, and that's when she decided he was really insensitive. Mora leaned in and asked the boy what they should do with the reward. Then he blurted that they should split it right down the middle. The girl froze when she heard Gale say it. Mora snapped back that she'd done nothing. She'd just walked beside him this whole journey. That was it. The boy shot back that every single person had a role on the team. Then Mora grabbed one bag and declared that all she could offer was carrying a little pile of stuff. Gale snatched every other bag tied to the reward, and Mora gasped in shock, because even a top-tier porter couldn't yank that much stuff around all at once. He jabbed a finger at the skull bracelet and declared that the artifact boosts your carrying capacity, punches up your physical strength, and even stretches your endurance. Like that alone could flip the whole war. The girl stared, mouth gaping at such a wild ornament, and then she realized it could change everything, and the guy just shrugged, saying he'd made it himself. Only for the girl to throw a hand over her face and sighed, and he stared back, confused, like, what? What? Mora grilled the guy about whether he'd ever spotted cursed items in stores, and the tat snapped back that the girl was downright rude. Then he bragged that he was a full-on master of cursed items, scoured what was trending, and claimed none of it was truly worth it. The girl shot back that she wasn't judging him by looks. She cared about the abilities. The girl blurted, "Look, each item is supposed to give just one curse effect, or the vessel won't survive it. And wouldn't it be amazing if we could boost that effect by at least 10%? Mora said that if something hits you with 2 or more effects and cranks your power up in a big way, it's an artifact." Gale cracked up and said that back then it was treated like a national treasure, while he dismissed his own inventions as mere trinkets. But the girl believed the magic items got stronger the more the master's mind sharpened. And still, she fumed because that guy never once bothered to listen to anyone. The guy shot back that the effect didn't even matter. What mattered was pure ingenuity, and they could mash it together any way they wanted, just like sorcerers mixing spells, and the girl couldn't help but chew on what he said. Mora shot back that if you bought the guy's logic, cursed objects were basically just toys. But he snapped that it all came down to how powerful the thing was. While the girl, like everyone else, already knew cursed objects could ruin you and stayed quiet. The danger of getting cursed is massive. Once someone puts on a cursed item, they can't just take it off by themselves. They'll need a special skill to break free. Using the item cost a lot. Sure, you'd get way more striking power, but the sun would beat you down on the battlefield until you collapsed, helpless, unable to fight back. And worse, you might slip into a bad state and start attacking your own allies like they were enemies. Maybe a true master of cursed objects could actually bend reality, controlling things with nothing but their hands. And if the curse gets lifted, the whole curse effect vanishes with it. So the real question hits hard. Could the creator actually control the created thing so the curse never comes off, leaving only the good results from using it? Once it all hit her, the girl snapped to a stop. Mora leaned in and asked the boy if he really wanted to shake the very foundation of their world by calling him a terrifying master. And the boy grinned and agreed on the spot. Because that's exactly why he needed perfect item design, and the girl only smiled wider at his words. The girl shot back that Gale's era couldn't make it, and the guy snapped, "Don't let go of my hands." Mora nodded along, because as long as cursed objects still had a limit, the world wouldn't even realize Gale was coming. Mora slammed on the brakes on the road, and the boy strode forward like he'd been sent for this. He claimed he'd seen turf and offered to take the cart, while Gale bolted up to the villager with it. She couldn't stop thinking about the master of cursed objects. Laughing, Mora couldn't help but think the guy was hilarious. Then she caught herself wondering if she could somehow end up with him on that team, at least sometimes. Gamel, a dark-skinned elf, stepped up to the guests with a chilling smile and declared that the adventurers' guild was ready to welcome them. The girl snapped that the guy was Gale, insisting he'd shown up too soon and asking if he could quit. But Gale bristled, said she had it all backwards, and flipped the bag contents at her. He swore it wasn't a fake and told her to check herself. Then the elf started digging through the skeletons. The guy hurled the sorcerer's skull straight at Miss Fortuner's feet. Then the elf froze in shock. Her eyes lit up and she promised to buy everything for 10% more, but Mora cut in, demanding 30% extra instead. Then Mora spilled the truth. The letter said to clear the area, yet they'd pushed deeper into the dungeon, and that's when the lick burst out. Lucky they didn't die right there. The hero's companion snapped that the letter was nothing but bad news, and she'd only take 10%, which the guild absolutely refused to accept, so Gamely stared at the girl, utterly lost. Gamely threw out an apology to the heroes, insisting they were just a tiny guild and the info might be shaky, then even tried to squeeze them for a 20% cut. Yet Mora groaned and accepted it anyway. He couldn't figure out why his partner was still furious, so Mora snapped back that she has to tell the truth straight to their faces, because finishing the quest means thinking ahead too, like how she could assign a job to wipe out fire monsters, only for ice monsters to show up instead. The guy, grinning, said Mora was kind anyway, and the girl blushed and admitted she wasn't. Then Gamli suddenly barged in mid-moment, begging forgiveness ahead of time for ruining the sweet vibe, while she hurriedly apologized to the guy about her inexperience, and he quickly reassured her that everything was totally fine. The girl dropped her head in guilt and admitted she'd blindly bought the gravedigger's words, and she'd been dead wrong. Gale's cheeks burned because she couldn't stop thinking how ridiculously cute that elf was. The boy tried to smother his excitement, and swearing the graveyard was his destiny and that he'd go there on his own every now and then, and Gimli practically melted into his arms, laughing out how much his words calmed her down. The guys couldn't believe it. This girl seriously looked like a real guildmaster, and for the first time his presence was getting praised like crazy. But just as the hug hit, Mora snapped, yelling at them to stop. The elf sprinted to the second floor, yelling that it was time to start judging the goods, and swore she'd be back in a flash. Mora then leaned in and asked Gale if he liked that girl. So Gale, totally baffled, blinked and asked what in the world she meant. He demanded to know why she'd suddenly gotten so interested, but he flat-out denied it, saying he didn't feel anything like that. Then she smiled and said he was so nice to her, posing for him, and Gale froze in embarrassment, insisting that nothing like that had ever happened. Mora swallowed her feelings and stormed out, leaving Gale utterly baffled by what just happened. The girl went red, snapped her face into a frown, and Mora cut loose with a shout. "I'm not mad. I'm just trying to tell you the elf is over 100 years old." A spear ripped through the air, zipping past the couple and slammed into the floor like a warning. Gimli shot an apology right back, saying her hand had jerked all on its own, yet the boys knew she'd still nailed the target. Then the girl smiled and declared it was time for them to collect their reward. Coins clinked in front of the couple, and Gale said, "We split them down the middle." Mora opened her mouth to protest, but that guy soothed her, and calm finally took over. Then Gamli waved the guys away, yelling for them to swing back later for the rest of the reward. Gamli stared at the new product, and those words the girl said about returning it lit a fire of rage in him. Gamli got spoken to from the shadows, and she demanded to know what had happened, since her guest almost never showed up here. The voice only answered that it'd take a minute, because it was going to tell the elf exactly what she wanted to hear. He bravely called for the info to go out, and right then the girl kicked off her story. The elf stared at the chaos in the capital, convinced they were calling it an assassination attempt. He swallowed his fear and asked if Princess Carla was still alive, then got a sharp, hopeful yes, because she'd used a cursed item that stops instant death. The girl pushed further, insisting that only that shield could do something like that. Then the voice lurking in the dark snapped back. It didn't know anything about church relics. The elf flashed a brave smile at the horrifying artifact and asked, "So who's the killer?" The girl shook her head. She didn't know a thing, only that someone tied to the military was involved. Gamli grinned at the mess of a case, and instantly figured the culprit came straight from the Imperial Division's Special Forces. The girl promised the juicy details would hit later, and the elf grilled the informant, asking if there was anything else worth hearing, only to get shut down with a flat refusal. She bravely pushed for one last step to uncover the truth behind the assassination attempt, got the go-ahead, and the girl vanished into thin air. Gamli realized the Empire had quietly made its move, aiming to secretly assassinate the heir to the throne, betting they'd be too busy tearing each other apart inside. The moment she thought of it, the cursed object flashed back in her mind, and then, boom, Gale and their unlikely companion showed up in her thoughts too. Under his cloak, she spotted a horrifying stash of cursed objects, and yet he didn't even flinch. And yeah, he and his partner actually tore the lick down together, but the girl still stared at him like, "Nope, you're messing with cursed junk." Gamli stepped into the shower and got lost in his thoughts. Dark elves, cursed objects that ruined lives, and that old hunger he still carried for his family. Gamli remembered that moment. She dropped into a deep bow with her whole people, right there before everything changed. She needed the Demon King's heart, because without it, the curse crushing her family wouldn't break, and her old rights wouldn't come back. And while she took a part-time job as a guildmaster, she hunted clues nonstop, pushing toward her dream of joining the Imperial Guard. She couldn't stop wondering, if the capital and the Empire started throwing punches at each other, would a golden opening finally land in her lap? Just lately, she'd also bumped into a strange master who dealt in cursed objects. And once the pieces clicked together, she realized the artifact itself was made by Gale. After swapping into new clothes, the girl leaned in and told her, "Gale is seriously the most interesting young man I've ever met. In the capital's church, A man leaned in and demanded to know one terrifying thing. Were the visitors cursed? Gale's old crew stared at the church minister like they'd just seen the impossible. The man insisted the curse didn't touch them and that they were perfectly clean. Then someone shot that claim down. The team leader snapped at Gale, accusing him of cursing them out of revenge, and demanding they kick him out and take their old powers back. Gale shot back that the curse still clung to their bodies, and only a miracle kept them alive, but once he was gone, every strange thing finally snapped back to normal. A crowd of people crowded the corridor, packed tight and waiting like something big was about to explode. The guys finally realized, this right here, right now, was the exact measure of how strong they truly were. The commander's rage flared as he snapped that the priest was incompetent, and the guys braced for a repeat of the same. The hooded man stared at his own hand, stunned beyond words that he was such a below-average mage. The commander snapped that they should listen to him and track Gale down, and the guy claimed their old comrade was huddled and begging in the alleyways. Then he yelled for Cash to come. The man told him to shut it down, because they'd be broke and teetering on the edge of poverty soon enough. They sold every scrap of gear just to break the curse. Then money ran out for living, and even a normal hotel was impossible. No clothes, no shelter, just torn rags and the harsh reality of being homeless. He snatched his comrade by the collar and demanded what kind of despair he was throwing off. Then he yelled at him to let go. The boy finally quit squirming in the commander's grip and demanded they look. So Cash tore his eyes away from the notice board. Cash leaned in and demanded, "So, what's there?" Spotted the ad, the guy bolted over and snatched the piece of paper right out of the spot. Luke's comrades grilled him on what the announcement meant, and he told them, since the commander said it themselves, they weren't here by accident. Cash burst into laughter, smugly insisting he was right, and that they were straight-up lucky. Then the guy pointed at the ad and told them to look. The paper showed Gale's face, wrapped in a royal decree, ordering a hunt for a missing person with one brutal promise: bring them in alive or dead for a fat reward. Those clues screamed, "That's him!" And the shock hit hard because they still couldn't wrap their heads around how this guy ended up on the wanted list. The boys were jeering loud, while strangers stared at their whole crew like they'd lost their minds. Because those kids were fully hyped on the idea of snatching Gale and delivering him to the kingdom, all while fantasizing about the reward they'd get. The princess and her knight strode along, grilling the informant as they swore they'd never get fooled by lies and pay for misinformation again. Then the knight snapped back that the guy was tied to the guild, a solid C-class adventurer, and the girl added with sharp urgency that he'd just recently been hunting down someone in a manhunt. The wolf pack huddled at a table, looking savage and out of place, while knights ringed them like a wall. The boys were blown away talking about how pricey the furniture was, how unreal the food tasted, and then they dove in and gobbled up the candies. Cash kicked his feet up on the table and grumbled that the informants like them were stuck waiting, claiming they had to squeeze out extra money just to move things along. Meanwhile, the princess and her knight slid into their seats, tucked behind the knight like a shield, and hissed that their guests had zero manners. He spotted the two ladies and bragged that they were the finest adventurers in the city. Only the royal family was allowed to speak to them. Then the princess snapped, stopping her unnecessary moves and telling him, "I'm busy, so that's why I'm late." The princess stepped forward and introduced herself as Carla de Glukin, and this guy suddenly had the full weight of dealing with his country's princess on his shoulders. The girl snapped him back to his words so she could apologize for being late. Then her anger flared as she demanded forgiveness. The girl dropped into the chair as the adventurers bowed low to the floor in front of her. Cash swallowed his pride and begged for forgiveness after his own audacity, and the girl cut straight to it, telling him to get down to business. She straight up asked them if they knew the guy from that ad. The boys scanned the room, grinning like villains, and snapped back that they already knew. The knight urged them to begin by listing the traits of the wanted person. Cash said the man was just average-sized with dark eyes, and the girl snapped back that those details told them nothing at all. The girl from Cash's team swore he was rocking this crude little blue cape, so the princess begged her to carry on, and the guy's own memories came back. He'd been a maker of dull trinkets with a taste so nasty it made you cringe. The princess snapped that he was totally wrong. The whole team froze in shock, because the princess couldn't wrap her head around how anyone could call something like that a trinket, and the guy only mumbled, begging them to wait. The hooded man dropped his hood and swore his name was Gale, an expert in cursed gear and a former comrade of theirs. Then he thrust out 3 amulets and offered to take a look. The girl shot back that there was no way it could be a mistake. Then the princess pressed, "What are you talking about?" and she admitted she became certain the moment she was searching for that boy. He told the princess's knight everything, and if you believe him, they're hunting the guy behind the cursed item store and the amulet he slipped out as a bonus. The princess snapped that she'd never seen anything like that, and the girl shot back that maybe it was because they hadn't made it before closing, or because she'd been rushing like crazy. The girl whipped her head toward Luke and asked if he wanted anything else from the stall, especially anything from Gale. Luke's reply came fast. He'd picked that up from another guy, but he had one more thing too. He carried 3 wild treasures: an animal fang ring, a palette knife slick with slime, and a chain rattling with witch's powder. The boys stood there, stunned, and demanded to know why the guy dragged that thing around with them all the time. Like that's exactly why their luck was so terrible. Meanwhile, the princess clapped a hand over her mouth, fighting tears, because she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She snatched up every single item with a huge grin and couldn't stop smiling. The adventurers froze in disbelief at what the girl did, and once her storm of emotions finally died down, the princess took a seat and trusted the informants. The princess commanded a reward, and the adventurers' eyes practically sparkled. The girl leaned in, asking if those little trinkets ever caught her attention, only for the princess to dodge the truth and shut her down. The princess snapped around, handed it over as cold cash, and told him the money was the upfront payment for the job. Carla closed in on him, blurted that she had to thank Gale, and demanded to know if he got what she meant. He dropped to one knee and begged, "Trust me." The boys lit up at the reward, practically buzzing as they geared up to hunt down Gale. The commander split the boys up on the spot. Melissa had to hit the street stall and the merchant guild. Morris was sent to the adventurers guild and the inn, and Luke was ordered to hunt through the carts. Cash couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would the princess even need to thank Gale? The guys insisted they'd better thank him properly, because a reward like that from the princess didn't come out of nowhere. Team Wolfang totally misread Princess Carla's request. Meanwhile, she and her knight stood at the window, watching the adventurers like it was their next move. The girl marched right up to Her Majesty and demanded, "Do you really think you can earn my trust from this?" Clara snapped back that she had no choice, and the knight stared at the ad where the princess described the guy, then started drawing him. The princess cooked up a test to find out exactly what C-Rink adventurers could pull off. The princess spun toward the table, snatched the paper, and started talking about Gale. Clutching the ad that showed that guy right beside her, the girl said, "I've got to know more about him. A whole city of farmers. Yeah, they even call it Farmer's Corner, like that's the only name it's ever needed." Gale sat down and forged a brand new artifact, while the guy snorted, sneezed, and then explained. There were connoisseurs out there who obsessed over his cursed objects and argued about them like their lives depended on it. The young man caught on fast, nodded to himself, and barreled forward without wasting another second. Gale burst into laughter and swore that if you buff up the Lick's rib, it'll crank up resistance to magical power, and supercharge its dark attribute power too. So if he pays that price, he'll take a hit. Light properties will drop, and his physical defense will fall too. But once he mixes in powder from the dark skeleton's ground bones, that weak point gets completely covered. He tossed in a grain of thunderfire, and suddenly his creation clung to life, boosting its resistance to light magic. So Gale grinned as he finished it, forged from the ashes of the Lick Claymore, his very first truly unforgettable masterpiece at the Farmer's Corner. The young man forged a sage's sword, christened it Split, and made sure it carried good in every swing. He was ready to swing back, then she slammed him on the head and snapped, "Shut up!" Gale demanded why she was even in his room, and the girl grumbled about the noise. He just couldn't figure out what the real problem was, and before she could forgive him for his rough living conditions, she suddenly changed her mind. The girl leaned in and asked the guy straight up, was he really opening his shop today? Mora told him she'd go with him because the skies were perfect for a solid haul, and the guy nodded right along. Gale, just like every other seller, reeled people in by calling them over to his counter. Yet the girl stayed frozen, confused, and wordless. On the street, strangers surged toward everyone, except Gale, like the crowd instinctively dodged him. The guy leaned in and tried to snag the 2 meat buyers who just walked in. Gale slid over chopsticks carved from a skeleton, and those boys got locked into a trap the second they took the bait. The guy shoved a custom-made sword at him, and the buyer bolted in a storm of terror. Then the girl snapped, furious, "What did you say?" as the guy echoed her question. The guy thrust the sword at the girl, swearing he'd give it to her for a special price, just for the sake of friendship. Then she yanked it away and tossed it aside. The guy lunged and caught it with both arms, roaring that it was priceless and he couldn't stand for it to be treated like trash. Mora snapped at the guy that he was sick for selling stuff like that in the city, especially right in the middle of the food stalls. He said trade was only good from morning to evening, and the girl snapped back. This wasn't about the hours at all. She asked if he even knew the words supply and demand. The young man nodded, saying he did, and explained they were the link between the buyer and the seller. Then Laura leaned in and told him to drill those words into his head. He started racking his brain for what could belong there. And then, out of nowhere, he made a judgment as he cursed those damned headbands. The girl yanked the guy along, shouting that they had to turn back, but Gale stopped her and begged her to wait, because the shop was still open and every last thing would get stolen. So the girl snapped back that nobody was dying for his junk for free. The boys marched up to Gimli, and the girl spilled everything that happened at the market, then snapped that she couldn't handle him anymore. From the distance, the boy seethed, offended, and declared that Mora was no longer his partner. Gale clutched his sword and raged that Mora just didn't get the beauty of his work, not after he'd poured 3 whole days into it. Then Gimli told the kid to actually listen to other people's opinions, and the boy immediately snapped back at the elf. Gimli leaned in and demanded he picture exactly what kind of person he was and what Bitus was really going to use him for in this city. The guy started thinking. The boy said it had to be for the inside, so Gimli clocked just how serious this was, and the elf snapped. Why in the world would you open a shop in a place like this? The girl warned that a stall packed with cursed goods sitting right beside food could wreck other deals and draw the guards, and when the guy snapped at his partner for whining, she shot back. I'm just talking to a wall. The elf cackled at the couple, saying they were made for each other. Then the two snapped back in protest. The guy insisted he'd forked over 1 whole gold coin to the trading guild for a spot to trade. And the girls just froze there, stunned out of their minds. Mora balked at that price tag in a city like this, and Gimli shot back that they were just cashing in, so the boy couldn't even stomach his loss. The elf told the guy, big crowds on the street don't automatically mean the cursed stuff will fly. People here barely touch it. The guy sank into complete despair, but Gimli snapped him out of it. That doesn't mean you've got 0 buyers here. Adventurers who belong to the guild are still shopping. And just like that, Gale lit up with joy. But nope. That still didn't fix it because they had to change locations first. Gimli demanded whether they'd scoped out that profitable trading spot, and the youth shot back that it was already taken. The girl pressed, "Are you sure you've seen that place, and are there traders around?" And he nodded, saying the square had plenty of room plus empty spots to spare. The elf understood it all in one flash, then told them about big capital guilds that split into branches and open little shops in tiny towns. So yeah, these guys had to go, and the couple demanded, where exactly? The girl shot back that she was headed straight to the blacksmith's guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith hammered fresh weapons into existence, sparks flying with every brutal strike. The blacksmith's guild rolled in, all geared up, hunting for the perfect spot to set up their stall. Gale demanded to know why the smith's guild, not the merchant's guild, and Gimli shot back that Farmer's Corner struck a one-of-a-kind balance of power. The girl cut through the truth. There was barely any power there, so they were getting crushed by the blacksmith's guild in both money and manpower, and the glassbreaker boys were about to make an official visit, while Mora said the trade guild was gunning to become the city's one, and the elf nodded at the girl like, nice thinking. In the countryside, the blacksmith's guild was the talk of the land, hammering out metal goods, fixing up inventory, and raising brand new buildings, day after day, and the tools they sold for the local people were top-notch for farming, which somehow didn't even feel surprising given how packed the place always was. The boy asked, will you say hello to those important folks? And they promised to help him open his shop. The girl nodded and leaned in, asking, so what should we get them? Then the boy pulled out a cursed necklace and a sword. Gale named it the Split and told him straight. If he handed it over, they'd be thrilled for sure. Mora grabbed for calm, but Gimli's face twisted with horror as he blurted, what kind of sword is that? And in the same breath, Mora remembered the elf's order to make a circle while they shopped. His companion told him to just bow, promising she'd hand him the gift, but he didn't buy it. He swore the blacksmiths would love what he brought. Then the girl snapped, turn around, because he'd already drawn their eyes. The boys burst into the room, and the work was already in full roar. Mora said she was sizzling right off the stove, and Gimli shot back, no reception, this is a workshop, even though the sign still calls it a guild. The man snapped at the guests for being rude, and Gale shot back an apology. Then the boy asked if they could finally move on, but Gimli jumped in, insisting they had to shout for them first. Mora and the other adventurer locked eyes, and Mora snapped into an apology, yelling at the workers as if she had to be heard. Gimli waved it off and said it wasn't loud. then told them she'd call them herself. The elf screamed Shallan's name so loud that the hero froze, stunned and motionless. At the girl's call, a hammer came crashing down, and the boys scattered instantly in every direction. Gimli kept grumbling at the greeting, and the girl snapped at him to shut up because he was messing with her work. The girl with twin ponytails and glasses said, "If I call you once, you'll come," and the guys stared like, "Wait, she's a dwarf." Gimli perched right on the hammer of her so-called friend, busted up laughing, and fired back that she'd been called. So why didn't she show? That snapped the tension. Insults flew between the girls, and the heroes realized something was seriously off. Then Gimli shrugged and told the guys it was all nonsense. Gimli introduced the dwarf, and the girl, Shallan, stepped up as the master of the Smith's Guild. He lifted his glasses with a grin and declared he couldn't wait to meet his new friend. He took her hand and felt it hit him. Her hands were bigger than his, rough with scratches, like she'd been through every battle already. Mora snapped her head to her partner, utterly baffled, while Gale and Shailene traded words in perfect sync. The boys suddenly realized they hit pro level in their craft. Gimli, grinning, cut right through the master's handshake and blurted, "So why are you staring at each other like that?" The master shuts down the girl and Mora snaps, "Enough talk, let's get down to business." Gimli told her she had to stick close today because an important guest wanted to open his own shop. Then Shelley snapped, "What's the point?" and demanded he stop wasting her time. Shalina figured that letting them open a shop would stir trouble for the Merchant Guild, but the girl didn't argue with her idea. She just had one big problem. She swore they weren't trying to take over the city at all. Sure, people built new things, but they repaired what was broken. And she told me it would be easy. All she had to do was one job right up until she blinked, and boom, she was suddenly a guildmaster. The girl pressed him again for his name, then snapped, "Don't trust Gimli. Half his words are straight-up lies." The guy kept his mouth shut, and the girl snapped back, furious that Shalina had treated her so cruelly. Then she declared she'd sign the document right now. Meanwhile, Gale and Mora lit up, happy they'd finally nailed the job. Shalina spun to face the guy and snapped, "It's not that simple. This world doesn't reward naivety. You trade, you give, you take. If they want my permission, don't come calling that good nature nonsense." The boys had zero clue what she meant, until it hit them, and they finally remembered the gifts the girl had handed them, including that keg. Mora bowed low and demanded a strong drink, and Gale couldn't resist. He went for his sword too, right away getting a nasty glare from Mora. The girl snapped out, begging him not to draw it, but he shrugged and insisted the master would want it. Shalina gasped, "Wait, what are those boys knocking on just now?" He shoved a sword into her hands, wrapped tight in cloth. Then she tore it open, gasped, and screamed, yelling, "What is this?" Mora and Gimli just stood there, staring as the boy and the dwarf faced off, while Shalina's eyes lit up at that weapon, and she nodded with a grave, "I get it" kind of seriousness. She warned him it wasn't only a sword, it was something far bigger. The guy lit up and said she got it, and the two of them repeated the word together. Then he hurriedly thanked the master as the girl grabbed the young man by the shoulder. The girl pleaded, "Stop being so formal, just treat me like we're close," and the guy snapped back that she was a total pro. Then he broke down in tears with joy, finally thrilled he'd met someone who truly got him. He roared at the top of his lungs, then wiped away tears of pure joy. Mora stared at Shallan, and Shallan cleared her throat. Then the guy snapped, asking if she was sick. Gimli grinned, playing along, and asked what the problem was, but Shallan cut him off fast and told him to shut up. Shalina urged the girl to step outside for some fresh air because the workshop dust was choking the room, but the girl flat-out refused, claiming the two masters were close enough for her. Shalina pushed up to the guy and demanded to know if that's who the girl meant. The guy snapped his stance on the spot, grinning like he'd been proven right, saying Shalina was a master blacksmith, still sharp, still brilliant, and exactly the kind of master who understood him. The girl couldn't stop staring at the sword, swearing this kind of blade doesn't just drop out of monsters. And the moment he gripped it, he felt its power surge through him. She even insisted the sword carried vampirism in its bones, all thanks to the dark attribute that supercharged every slash. Gale told him the girl's eye was a diamond and that she wanted to show him its other tricks, until Shaylee snapped to a stop and cut in, saying the gem's cut was oddly light. Mora clocked the girl swinging her sword, and Gale said the master was testing it for practice, while Shalina beamed and insisted it'd be amazing to arm herself with something like that. When he swung his sword at the enemy, it triggered vampirism, siphoning power mid-fight so he could keep charging forward and never run out of strength. Shalina said the sword was massive, yet somehow feather-light, so light you could swing it with one hand, and that made it the perfect weapon for the team's frontline fighters. Then she caught herself and added that it'd be just as deadly for a lone adventurer too. The guy grinned and bragged that the sword wasn't just sharp. It resisted magic, shielded against dust, and people called it cursed, all because he couldn't hide his timid little mindset. The girl clung to his sweet words like they were gospel, but the moment she heard the last one, she leaned in and asked again. Shaylin's nerves shot straight through her as she demanded, "So what did you polish it with?" The moment the sword woke up, it started spewing a terrible curse and snatched the girl's hand. Shaylina didn't even know what hit her, until she realized it was the skull's doing. The girl begged him to take his hand off her, but the guy kept talking like she couldn't possibly know about that power. So Shaylina snapped and screamed for him to draw his sword, and Morris immediately stepped in, urging the guy to break the curse fast. Gimli burst out laughing at the chaos they'd created, but then she realized, beyond the curse, that the boy's sword was famous for its unique traits, proving the Gale Master wasn't just tossing cursed junk around. He'd crafted the strangest cursed gear, and the boy used the amulet to finally wipe the curse away. Gimli flicked her hand up and glanced at the boys from the side. The girl clutched her hurt hand to her face, stunned at what she'd gotten herself into. While Mora groaned out an apology, saying they'd only tried to be careful, but the girl just stared, treating the wound like it was already too late to say sorry. Shaylina snapped that everyone had to say the thing was cursed right away, and the guy just didn't get it, because he could have broken the curse instantly. So she fired back that if he was used to that, it didn't mean everyone else had to be, and called him selfish. Shaylina demanded of her colleague whether they'd come to hurt her, and the elf snapped back that she was being foolish, because Gale had zero evil in his heart. Charlene was crushed, and suddenly realized she'd fallen for the tasteless sword routine, and swore that after this, they'd never seek permission again. Gale shot back that she was arrogant since they came to her bearing gifts and she still acted like this, so Charlene changed the subject and demanded to know why he didn't hand a blade like that to some guard. He pouted and said he'd poured his entire soul into that sword, but the girl snapped back that he didn't understand what customers needed at all. Then she wrote him off as hopeless. No way was she letting him open a shop, because if his stuff started selling, the world would end. Shallan thought a person like that could be a weapon in safe hands. Then the girl snapped back that she wasn't heartless like that. The girl fired off, "So how much do you want to open a shop?" And the guy shot back with a smug, arrogant, "I want to." Then Mora pinched him hard for it. The guy clutched his side, baffled, and immediately started begging her to open the shop for him. So Mora shot back with an apology, saying he'd sometimes lose his mind, but he was never a bad person. Meanwhile, Shaylina stared at him and smirked like it was hilarious. They were still arguing about it. The girl agreed to open the shop, then insisted she'd have to sign a form somewhere, swearing she'd take full responsibility. She leaned in close, snapped that he still hadn't paid her, and demanded, right to his face, that he show who he really was. Mora shot back, "Do I really need to hand you the money?" And the girl snapped, "Are you kidding? You seriously think I'd take a dime from the newcomer? I'm not here to steal, I just need a favor." The guy leaned in and asked what the request was. Then the girl smirked and told him that if you ask the adventurers, they'll point you straight to the one place. This was the only mine in Farmer's Corner, and the moment the girl tried to send someone in to wipe out the monsters, anyone who stepped onto that cursed ground simply vanished. She had no idea what kind of monsters were waiting inside. The quest hit hard, an Unaki mine's safety mission, and the girl immediately demanded, "So, are you guys ready to take it on?" In the palace, the princess's knight demanded answers. She knew this had to be the handiwork of the people hiding under the emperor's name. The princess refused to admit she'd messed up, and the girl snapped back that assassins had clearly been sent for them without a doubt. So the princess swore the servant's attack wasn't random at all, but a message. The girl snapped that they were caught in an assassination plot against Princess Carla, and that an ugly imperial battle for the throne had erupted. Then the girl knight added that the empire's first prince had hired an assassin to wipe the princess out. The servant blurted that the emperor had suddenly fallen sick, and now a brutal fight for the throne was exploding, between the first prince, the concubine's son, and the second prince, the legitimate heir. The princess snapped, "Wait, what does any of this have to do with me?" The girl knight said, "None right now, but the princess may need a marriage of convenience with the second prince someday." And she asked if the princess had forgotten it. The princess snapped back, "I forgot," then looked genuinely lost. The princess snapped that this didn't mean she'd swallow her fate, and the butler shot back that no words could sway Princess Carla, because this kind of deal was international grade. The girl said the princess's marriage would boost the empire's name and fortify the kingdom, winning over the second prince. Yet his cold, calculating behavior made it clear that his feelings for her were pure politics. Even if the plan crashes, the first prince won't lose a thing. Maybe he set it up that way on purpose. The girl said that this fragile empire now stands at a fork in the road. Either way, you've got to treat it seriously and pay a friendly visit to smooth things over and rebuild relations. The knight kept insisting, we have to lure out the killer the first prince sent. And the girl's scream tore through the air. The knight snapped back. Even if we drag him in and make him talk, that doesn't magically give us proof. If the empire stays tight-lipped, the kingdom gets nothing but trouble, and the only thing we can do is show concern for what's happening, unless we're done fighting. Carla shot up and demanded they cancel the engagement and shatter the deal, because as a princess, she'd refused to marry the second prince. The girl stared straight into her personal knight's eyes, fearless and sure of herself. She tossed the crown aside and collapsed onto the bed, and the knight shot back that they couldn't shatter the treaty between the countries. Lying on the bed, the princess snapped that she hated it, then stared at her hand and the ring and blurted that they'd already picked out their ring. Meanwhile, out on the city's edge in Anaki mine, Shaolin set out to mean one thing, rolls. Gale bragged that he was a cursed item master, Oria shot back that he was just support, and Gimli declared she was the guild master, then demanded, don't count me in. The guy asked if they needed more participants since he and Mora were stuck at the back and the elf wasn't joining in at all. So Shalina's face fell. She nodded yes, and they decided to leave everything just like it was. The girl admitted that at first she'd meant to hand them a low-level CB quest, but after thinking it through, she went with a high-level one, because the heroes had already taken so much punishment. The guy grinned and said they'd just rolled into the city of Gimli, reminding her that the others hadn't told Shalina the truth. If she grabbed the mission and failed, the difficulty would skyrocket. Shalina almost lunged on the spot, and her colleagues said she only made that choice after talking it over with her. Moore mulled it over and realized, if she kept skipping the quest for too long, it wouldn't get easier, it would stay tough. The guy asked, if we fail, won't it climb in rank? And Gimli nodded, warning them that the quest would crank all the way up to S rank. The girl snapped back that so many adventurers had vanished there lately, and Mora swore, 9 out of 10 times, they didn't make it back. The boys stared at the rock shaped like a monster's mouth, and at the tunnel that swallowed them straight into the mine. The boys caught a strange noise in the dark, praying it was just the wind, until the truth hit. Something monstrous lived there, and Shalina cut right through their panic, asking why they'd frozen up. The girl shot back, if we're adventurers, why don't we just find the problem and fix it? Then she remembered they'd mined there before. The guy snapped, yeah, but most people never came back from that place, no matter how good the application looks. The girl frowned and said, then for a job like that, we should charge at least 10 gold coins. Shalina told the guys that this quest used to be easy and the reward was tiny. So Mora shot back that nobody would have bothered accepting it. Then Gale asked to try it himself as the attacker, and Mora totally looked stunned. Shalina reminded Gale that he'd once single-handedly wiped out an army led by the Lick. But Gale shot back that the undead weren't the same, and they still didn't know what monsters were lurking in there when Shalina abruptly cut in. The girl with the hammer slammed her grip down and swore she'd seize control with her own hands. Shalienva made the call for everyone, and the guys were stunned at her bold proposal. So she just shrugged and demanded she take over, asking what was with their shocked faces. The guys were stunned. Turns out the client was stepping into the fight as an attacker, right while still getting his own order done, and Gimli just shrugged, saying it wasn't an issue for the girl. Shalina bragged she was tough and flexed her biceps, and the guy blinked like, yeah, can Lita even handle that? But she just snapped back, trust me, I've got you. It's wild. Her guild master team, the cursed item expert, and their support all stared at what was happening like it was pure nonsense. Yet that girl refused to give herself any reason to lose. The girl was convinced that whatever monsters leapt out at them, they could count on Gale's powers to pull them through. The boys pushed forward, praying this all would work out, and Gimli gave them her best, waved her hand as they split off. The team rushed inside and lit up every dark passage. The guy snapped his gaze toward the spot where the sound dropped down into the abyss. The boys started to bicker, and Shalina stepped in fast, calming them down for good. She shoved the boys back behind her and swore it was only the wind, pointing out the holes where a howl like a dog slipped through. So that's how the mine earned its name. Shalina hurled a stone at the girl and snapped, look. Mora caught it, then stared at the iron ore beside Gale. Plina said there was a lead deposit here, and every now and then they'd even snag a myth roll. Then she shrugged and claimed the mine wasn't half bad. The guys whipped their heads around and stared straight at the shaft. The boys were crammed in right at the very bottom of the minibus. The heroes froze, stunned by her beauty. Shalina then told them she chose this spot for a reason because this place mattered to her, and she refused to let fear win. Mora told herself they were finally out of that cemetery full of undead, so there was nothing to fear. Then she suddenly flinched, hit herself, and yelled, "What was that?" The girls spotted a petrified statue of a man, and horror hit them like a wave. One of them staggered back, screaming that something undead was here, while the guy just grinned, and Shalina snapped back that nothing like that could ever happen in this place. The girl ducked behind the guildmaster as she grilled Gale about what had him grinning, and the guy just shrugged, saying the undead living in a place like this are insanely special. They figured it out fast. These weren't statues at all. They were full-on pieces of jewelry dressed to look like stone. He said it felt like the thing was right there, breathing and alive in front of him. Shalina shot the guy a question like, "Isn't this cool?" And he shrugged, saying the craftsmanship was solid. Then the girl behind him snapped, calling them stupid. Mora spun around and jabbed a finger at the passage, urging the boys to take a look as she broke down the statue's inner workings in detail. Mora yanked the boys away, snapped that it wasn't the moment to talk about that, and pointed them off like, "Look over there." Charlene jumped to her feet and stared, shocked by what she saw, while Gale was hit with the exact same surprise. The room roared to life as statues of people filled every corner, and the girl who was cursing finally realized she didn't have a clue what was happening. Shalina demanded to know why this place was packed with statues, and the guy shrugged that every single one was different. So Mora's instincts screamed that something was off, and she immediately turned to her comrades for their take. Shalinga leaned in and stared at the statue, then froze because it looked exactly like her friend, and the guys gawked in shock at what they'd found. The girls spotted even more statues, each one a real adventurer pulled straight from the farmer's corner. Shalina's eyes went wide, because right then they finally found the missing people, and the girl's face snapped into pure tension. The boys suddenly realized, right in front of them were petrified people, frozen solid and staring back. Gale finally got what he'd been missing. He thought those statues were jewelry, but he admitted he was totally wrong. And Shalina, panicking hard, blurted that it was like turning into stone. He clocked the monster's handiwork and yanked the guild master up by the shoulder. The boys braced themselves for a fight, backing each other up as they stood their ground, Mora shouting that she was right by the entrance. The girl demanded the boys keep their eyes on the last one, and the side too. Gil snapped around to Mora, grim-faced, saying things were terrifying because barely any monster could pull off something like that. And Mora nodded, saying monsters like the basilisk or the gorgon were on a whole other level above class. The guys instantly clocked the cave reeked like chicken, saw feathers littering the ground, and worst of all, realized that creature could turn people to stone. A sharp chicken call rang out and Gale blasted, "Our enemy is a cockatrice." The walls started to crumble, stone by stone, like it couldn't hold back the incoming chaos. Cockatrice is a disaster-born monster, half chicken, half snake, packed with nasty defense that lets it laugh off even hits from a throwing gun, while sharp claws and poisonous breath turn anything too close into stone. It doesn't just strike fast, it moves with deadly agility and even thinks through every attack. On the Mora side, the walls started to crumble and fall apart. The girl had no clue what was happening. S.H. Kalinas snapped that they had to swap positions right now. He shot back a shout at the girl and then swapped places with her. Gale barreled toward the cockatrice, and the beast sprinted straight at the heroes like it meant to end them fast. The monster lunged at the boys, and the hero snapped into action. He gripped 3 darts and readied his counterattack. A snake slithered out from the back of this huge chicken and flashed its fangs. Then the guy hurled darts, nailed one straight into the snake's neck, and drove the other into the bird's body. The monster got electrocuted, and the boy erupted in joy, because it had tried to corrupt them and even swung its beak open, only for it to end up as the one getting targeted instead. Shally leaned in and asked the hero how he managed to cut through a monster with defenses that tough, then warned him that while this would be normal for a dungeon grunt, the ones up front were bosses. He shot back that it didn't matter what it was called. He had to hit it fast because they weren't real threats at all, just disposable darts packed with a paralysis spell that shrugged off defense. Gale warned that the monster's suffering wouldn't last, so Chalice slammed her hammer down and launched straight back in. She didn't care, not for a second, and the ground cracked and crumbled beneath her feet from the brutal power of every hit. Shelley sucked in her strength, drew her focus, and glared at the enemy like she was about to explode. Shally snapped the monster apart with a string of razor-precise strikes, tearing its body clean off its head. The monster's head rocketed through the air, and Mora realized she could fire it up just by striking it 5 times. Then the guy smirked that it was a clean, head-on smash, while Shaylee puffed with pride, claiming it was her heroic form. But the guys quickly warned her there was way more coming. Shali lunged into the snake's mouth, and the scream ripped out of her. Then the girl shouted for Mora, who threw a spell to crank up her power and told her to trust her strength. Shelley stared at her own arm. Those muscles had bulked up fast, and it genuinely shocked her, while Mora barked a warning to her comrade. In enhancement magic, you have to land the spell fast because the boost only lasts a blink. Shelley launched midair and shoved her hammer straight into the snake's mouth, then shot back that she'd take care of it. The girl lunged to rip the snake's mouth open. Right then, Shelley grinned and said a top-tier blacksmith was about to prove his power, and the boys stared in shock at every second. Shelina ripped the monster's mouth wide open, crushing it with raw power. The monster raged along the mouth. Then the girl slammed down nearby, steam pouring off her like she'd just been through a storm. Shelley couldn't hold her balance. She toppled to the ground, bursting into laughter, and declared it a total win. Shelley stayed on the ground as the boys sprinted toward her, and Mora screamed for her to stay safe, saying Coratrix's sluggish pace had bought them time, because the dart's poison effect was still clinging on. The girls grilled him about the dart artifact, and he finally admitted he'd stumbled across it from a ghost that just brushed off the protection in the capital. He couldn't even recall it clearly, but he swore it was like a skeleton draped in a black cape, and when the story ended, the girls demanded answers in unison, staring at each other. The girls leaned in and asked if the skeleton really had a sickle and that creepy tin lamp in his hands. Then the guy snapped his fingers like it all clicked and told them, "Yeah, he does." Gale, looking like a tiny skeleton, slips straight through the walls, and the girls' screams of terror tear the air as they realize it's the god of death. The messenger of disasters, the god of death, never showed up in the human world, and the girls rushed to warn the guy, but Gale grinned and shrugged that it wasn't a big deal, saying you could spot a skeleton like that in the underground catacombs, until he saw the guy and the skeleton fled in pure shock, and Laura stared at him, stunned by what she'd just heard. The partner yanked the guy by his coat collar and shook him hard, yelling that there's no way he could have seen the deity, only for the guy to snap back that he'd seen it twice, and Nora exploded in a furious scream at him for what he'd done. Gale snapped back that he'd used a skeleton to craft the cursed item, and that was all he could do, leaving Mora frozen in pure shock. With her eyes shut, she replayed his words and finally got why that dart hit the boss monster so hard. Shali stared at him with clear disapproval, then demanded to know what kind of person the main character really was. Mora, thinking of her comrade, snapped back at Shali that she should have been more careful, because one single moment like that could have wiped her whole life out. Shelley snapped back that she couldn't just huddle in a corner, terrified of death, because anyone in real danger would throw their guard up to survive. Mora still glared until Shelley promised she'd be smarter next time. Mora replayed it in her head, desperate to speak up, until that guy cut her off mid-sentence. The guys huddled together, grinning hard, and announced that the quest, **Inanaki Mine Safety of difficulty **, was finally officially done. 3 of them erupted in cheers the second the job was finally done. Gale kept scooping up monster feathers while the girls stayed behind the guy, holding their breath and waiting. Mora told them they had to warn Gimli about helping the adventurers, then turned to ask whether they could even use the mine they were standing in, and the answer came back with a clear yes. Shelley snapped back that plenty of monsters had shown up there before, but the creepiest, most unknown one was the cockatrice. Then she added, "It'd be tragic if you trapped them." The girl nodded, remembering her debut as an adventurer, and the guy finally thought it through and spun around to face Mora. Gale blurted out, "Can we eat that monster?" And the girl shrugged, thinking out loud that maybe you could take a bite of certain parts, but Shali recoiled in disgust and snapped that you couldn't eat it because its body was poisonous. Gale pushed for answers again, then spun excuses that the monster looked like the chicken they already knew. Mora marched up to the guy, demanded why he was cowering there, and said more pieces still had to be ripped off, only for the guy to warn her, "Be careful." The boy replayed Mora's words in his head and snapped back that, with a monster that big, this mine felt way too cramped, like it could have been used as some weird chicken coop instead. Then he just stared at the mystery, wondering what on earth was going through that monster's mind. Gale snapped his head up and said it literally reeked like a chicken coop, chicken droppings, and rotten eggs to boot. Then came a crunch, and the guy demanded what Mora had stepped on. The girl stared down at her feet and watched something give way, crumbling under her. The guy stared at the object, and sure enough, it was an eggshell. The girl blinked and asked if it was too big, and he nodded like, "Yeah, it's huge." Gale blurted out to Mora, "Why do chickens build co-ops?" Shelley glanced around and it clicked instantly. Then Mora grinned and said, "So they've got a place to lay eggs." Shelley muttered a curse, and everyone shot her suspicious looks. Then she casually added that there were chicks there too. You could hear the boss monster's chicks chirping from right behind those smaller statues. The monster's kids chewed on the miners' hardened remains. Then the little chicks locked onto those children too, and a whole crowd stared in terror as the horror unfolded. The boys were totally baffled, until they looked around and realized they were trapped in a nest, and the chicks came swarming to attack. The girls screamed, "Run!" But the guy couldn't get it, because the monsters had just hatched, and those nasty new chicks clearly thought the heroes were their parents. Then the snake-tailed chicks sprinted straight at them, eyes on one thing: a snack. A split second later, the boy got yanked away, and all three of them sprinted for their lives as a swarm of monster cubs surged behind them. Moore snapped that the things wanted to eat them. Shelina nodded, and then she hit the real fear. If they got swallowed, the blame would land on her. The boys sprinted through the mine corridor, until the world dropped out from under them and they hit a dead end. Shelley shot back that the entrance was jammed, and Gale immediately asked, "So what do we do now?" Shelley snapped back that the best defense is a killer offense. Then she launched the attack first, demanding the guys back her up. The girl slapped one of the chicks right in the face. The monster blasted into pieces, and Shelley grinned like a kid, saying this hammer could smash even a rock to dust. Staring down the horde of monsters, she snapped back that it didn't faze them one bit. Mora begged her to hold out a little longer, and she nodded without hesitation. Mora knew this fight would be way worse than the one with the cockatrice. Baby cockatrices are just a bit smaller than full-grown cockatrices. So yeah, their numbers could blow past 100 fast, and those chicken-like, super-prolific birds let these monsters inherit the snake's deadly trait. These monsters were feral from birth, their rage sharpened by hunger. So if you cut down a few adult monsters, the kids don't fight back. They bolt in terror. But the cockatrices' little ones charge in like maniacs, staring only at their next meal prey. At that very moment, Shali was counting the monsters she'd already slain. The girl was loving every second of the fight, but the monsters just kept pouring in. So Mora finally slammed down the last stroke on the rune and hurriedly apologized for the delay. A glowing magic circle snapped into place under Shali's feet, and with Mora's magic powering it, Shali's abilities surged, speed included, while wild hieroglyphs blazed across her skin. Shelina beamed and shouted that she felt packed with energy, and Mora just stared. This was nothing like the last enhancement. If she could actually channel her magic into that deposit, then the power would keep multiplying, even if it still didn't build fast enough. Mora figured out that to smash the baby cockatrice, Shailene only needed one savage strike. So she sharpened her agility and cranked up her powers, then leaped onto the monster, screaming with pure joy. Their punches hit like a tornado, shredding the tiny cockatrices, and the magic that kept Shali powered up surged her combat strength even higher. In this moment, Shali was basically unbeatable, but there was one catch. Shelley tore the monsters off, hauled them away, and shrieked at the top of her lungs about exactly how many cubs were there. The exhausted girl gasped that her strength was slipping away, and Mora shot back that his limit was right around the corner. Then she turned to Gale, begging him to pull out some cursed tool to wipe these creatures out, like the one he used when he fought the orcs. He gave a grim sigh and admitted he hadn't had one in ages, and the orc situation was totally different, because that whole enhancing evil spirits and cursed instruments thing won't work worth a damn on monsters with fragile egos like those little cockatrices. Shaylee shot Gale a question about what he was even talking, and he said the spell worked like a conditioned reflex, like when an adult flashes a lemon and your mouth starts watering on instinct. Then he added that the chicks had no idea what lemon even tasted like, so spells that scramble fear and confusion in an enemy's mind wouldn't do a thing to monsters with enough intelligence. Curses just wouldn't cut it this time. That tiny cockatrice didn't back down. It kept clawing at the boys, and while Shelley was bone-tired, she was still bracing to slam back the next wave of attacks. Mora couldn't swallow the disbelief, so she pushed him again about Gale's personal stuff that might help, only to get the same answer. Those things won't do a thing against this. He decided to peek inside the bag, and when he said it was full of personal items up for sale, he dug in and uncovered the cursed bandage. Inside the bag, there was also a dark mask, and a chilling decoration stitched from weeping horns. Gale shot back that making cursed stuff was something to brag about, and that they were meant to dress up the inside of a place. Then Shaylee pointed out the guy's bag was stuffed to the brim, and the guy just shrugged, saying the effects weren't all that strong. Gale's voice dropped as he admitted the defense was 3 times stronger, The agility doubled, fatigue didn't even matter, and the poison resistance had been cranked up. Yet the girls stared in disbelief at how puny his cursed item somehow still felt. Shelley snapped back that this was exactly what they needed. Then Mora hissed a warning that she'd raise a protective barrier, and before anyone could blink, the monsters were already closing in at a solid distance. Right then, Shelina slammed the gas with the enthusiast at her side, desperate to test fresh gear made for strength faster, only for the guy to agree, while warning that those items weren't built for fighting. The girl snatched the bandage, then her eyes caught the tiny pores, and she flung it skyward before anyone could blink. The guy went cold with horror at Shali's wild move. The girl snapped upright and tried to hype herself up, like this meant her powers were growing, while the guy nodded along, praising how the item could triple her protection and shut off fatigue. And then Gale fastened it onto her forehead as she stood there, tense and braced. Suddenly, her aura flared bright, and Shali shot back that the exhaustion was gone for real, completely vanished from her body. Monsters crouched outside the barrier, and Gale kept piling item after item onto the girl, talking fast as he revealed what each one could do. The girl's whole vibe shifted as she said she could see in the dark, though under that mask, nothing was visible at all. Mora saw the chicks were seconds from cracking the barrier and snapped at the guy to shove on the rest of the gear right now. He snapped back that the last one was the crying horns. Those things boosted your agility and strength like crazy, and the girls just stared in shock at how real it sounded. Shelina was totally decked out in Gale's cursed armor. She turned to ask, "What's wrong?" And when he hit 100, the guy couldn't help but say how cool she looked, so Mora just slapped a hand to her forehead. Shaylee stared at her own power and thought, this five-fold boost is unreal, and the moment she looked at her hand, that insane strength surged through every fingertip. The shield shattered, and Mora snapped their focus to it, warning the guys right away. Monsters surged in and started smashing into Shali, and Mora snapped a warning to the girl about the deadly danger looming right in front of her. Shelina snapped around and slammed her hammer down with full force. With a single strike, she ripped the monster to shreds. Mora and Gale just stood there, staring in awe as their comrade unleashed brand new abilities. Then the ground rocked under their feet, even with Galena still running without Mora's enhancement. Shelina gasped in disbelief, then burst out laughing, shouting that she was finally invincible. A fresh move snapped into the girl's head, and she whipped around in a blur, then slammed her hammer down as Shelly yelled, "That's the endless spin attack." The moment she unlocked her new powers, the girl snapped into pure chaos, then burst into wild laughter. They studied how the girls were acting, and more jumped in, asking straight up if any of the artifact parts were dangerous. One of the guys stammered that nothing was outright deadly, but warned that when the pieces hit together, they absolutely do something. He explained that cursed items stack like a bigger reaction, different effects layering on each other. So the mask and the horns don't just add power, they explode into something stronger than using either one alone. The girl clocked it instantly. Shaylin wasn't even scared of exhaustion. He moved like a born runner. Meanwhile, Shaylee tightened up, going to finish the fight by driving straight into the final monster. The girl skidded to a halt beside the fallen last monster. Shelly ripped the leaf off her mask, and the curse instantly crumbled away, like the armor finally let her breathe. Shaggy caught it and snapped that after praising everyone so recently, she just walked around in that getup in public, and it made her feel downright ashamed. He pushed back, and Shelley fired back that they only earned all that praise because their strength had actually grown. Gale huffed in frustration and snapped that all of it was worn out now. Then Shaylina fired back that what she'd worn could still sell for more, and the boys stared at her like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Right then, Galena crumpled to the ground, trembling and crying out that her whole body was killing her. Then she demanded to know why. The guy shot back, "You really think all that fatigue you've built up was just going to vanish? The curse doesn't erase it. It only tricks you with the illusion that you're not tired." He kept talking, saying she'd supercharged her power with a 5-fold strength boost and doubled her agility just to go wild and tear through a crowd of monsters, and that the moment the curse's effects kicked in, her body instantly hardened against poison too. But the second the curse gets wiped away, everything falls apart and the whole curse dissolves. So if poison is still inside her, it doesn't stop, it keeps working. Not many people in this world chase cursed stuff just to experiment with it, and most folks treat the poor soul who sells cursed objects like they're pointless. Until this one lets you wipe out a whole pack of cockatrice cubs in one go, and suddenly the price becomes unreal. Gale told her it'd only take a little time, the pain would fade, and he urged the girl to rest for a bit. Shelina sprawled in a star pose on the ground, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh after the fight, and then Mora. Grinning, sidled up and teased that she'd acted way too indecently, before snapping that she didn't have the strength to even get up. Mora crouched low, bowed her head, and admitted she'd burned through every last drop of mana, then said it slowly came back after a while. The guy plopped down too, dug through his bag, and grumbled that he'd drained a ton of cursed items as well. The guys cheered because somehow they'd finally cleared the AA difficulty quest, in Anaki Mind's safety. The boys beamed with joy, grinning wide, as their victory hit them like a wave. Mora admitted that if she'd known it was a cockatrice nest from the start, she never would have gone on that quest. Then Gale nodded and said he'd rather be stuck behind the counter in the shopping district, and Shali chimed in with the same regret. He hesitated for a second, then straight up asked. Gale's gut screamed that something was terribly wrong. Then his anxiety spiked the moment he laid eyes on that egg. Behind the boys loomed a giant cockatrice. The monster lunged and swung its paw, desperate to smash the boys into the ground. The guy blurted that the first bird they saw was a chicken. Then, boom. The next one turned into a rooster, and the moment it came for them, the guys bolted sideways, scrambling to dodge the strike. Gale Ube swore there were 2 cockatrice eggs in that nest, and that's why most adventurers got wiped out before they even blinked. Charlie fumed, still baffled at why the male looked so ridiculously massive. The snake latched onto the rooster's tail, grabbed the petrified cow in its jaws, and swung it like a weapon. That rooster monster hurled a boulder straight at the heroes, and the guys bolted, screaming, "Is this really a waste of a round?" Shelina snatched her hammer and baited the monster straight toward her. The girl snapped out a curse and swore she'd make the rooster crispy, because he'd robbed her of sleep. Again. And she knew exactly what was coming. They'd crashed into his nest, wrecked the whole place, and now that monster was livid. The monster shrieked, and Shaylee kept talking straight to him, telling him he'd seized this mine and still didn't understand why he was so furious. The girl shrieked at the monster, saying this territory was her blacksmith guild's, period, but the rooster didn't belong to them. Shelina screaming. The girl braced to strike, still seething at the monster, and Gale lunged in front of her, yelling to be careful. Gale seized the girl and hurled them both to the very edge, right before the fog could creep in. The dead chick's carcass stiffened into stone right in front of Shelley and the boy. Shelley gasped and demanded answers, and the boy admitted he'd never cared about it before, only heard the story. That monster's chick suddenly froze the guy solid to stone, and when it was over, the cockatrice's stone breath was the thing that did it. That monster rooster kept breathing out mist, and the boy snapped that without him, the girl would have turned to stone in seconds, while the hero kept insisting those adventurers got attacked ages ago. The cockatrice puffed up his cheeks, and the boys bolted as the fresh wave of fog surged toward them. Mora figured the only real silver lining was that the breath didn't travel far, burned out in a tight radius, and spread at a crawl. Yet the worst part was they were trapped right inside its reach. The girl planted herself in the middle of the corridor, and the moment she looked ahead, she realized they'd walked straight into a dead end. The boys kept the rooster busy, and Mora frantically tried to cook up a rescue plan before it all fell apart. Gale and Shelina couldn't keep the line standing for long, so they bolted for the sea, while Cockatrice hunted the boys down. The girl froze in shock, totally unable to wrap her head around what he just did. Mora demanded why the boys were still trapped in that corner, and Gale snapped back with confidence. Then she and Shally bolted straight at the girl as the monster hurtled toward them. The cockatrice struck first from its tail, while a snake lunged in with its mouth gaping wide, and the boys immediately froze in terror. The snake burst out of the crushed tunnel, and the boys were yanked forward into a wild fall. The boys sprawled on the ground while Gale and Mora stared the monster down, holding their breath and waiting for it to strike. Mora snapped that they had nothing left to defend themselves with, so they needed a shield, right now. Then the guy shot back, "What?" and instantly answered, "Shelina's hammer got thrown back and the mine cart is wrecked." Shelina stepped right in front of them and said their shield was already sitting there, straight in front of their faces. Gale and Mora stared, totally confused by what she was saying, while Monstro tracked the boys' every move, and in the flicker of his eyes you could see the girl fling her arms wide, like she was about to make her point. Shelley rushed in front of the heroes and threw herself in the way, telling them they'd make it and then barking, "Get behind me, take cover." Gale snapped at the girl, totally missing her point, and the girl shot back that she'd already said earlier she'd be leading the team from the very front. Shalinga dove straight into the thick fog, smiling as she declared she was just doing her duty. Then the guy lunged to yank the petrified girl out in sheer panic, while Mora shoved her mouth closed, horrified by what they were witnessing. Shelina told her that Gale's got this strange, deep kind of vibe that unsettled her, yet she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. And for some reason, she believed that if she used her body as a shield, they could make it through. Then Amora, crying hard, begged them to stay side by side. Shelina was almost frozen with fear, but she pushed through and went to ask the guys for a favor. She remembered her guild crew and told everyone, straight up, that she was doing it for them. Shelina remembered Gamli and proudly said he was truly a good elf. Then she dropped the truth like a bomb. No more teasing the boys, because she knew she might never get another chance. Gale shot his hand toward the girl and blasted the spell with magic, and Shelina's eyes snapped open again. The girl dropped her hand, and Shelina froze, staring at him, then at her hand, completely stunned like she couldn't make sense of what just happened. Burdened by the tension, the girls pressed him for answers, and the guy admitted that after touching the petrified Shelina, he realized he might actually break through the spell. So with a nervous scratch of his head and a grin, Gale said he'd go for dispersion instead, leaving the girls totally stunned. The boy started to explain that the cockatrice's magic was basically poison, built on the same deadly idea as a Gorgon's curse. Then it hit him like a shock. Monsters weren't just scary, they could weaponize curses like poison too, and suddenly calling petrification poison didn't feel strange anymore. It felt like a brand new discovery. Shelina burst in and snapped, pointing at the monster like, "Look, your comb's swinging." The girl told everyone those attacks drained the monster dry, and if Gale grasped how the spell worked, then it wouldn't be terrifying anymore. Mora snapped back that this changes everything, and they should have slammed into the monster until it got its strength back, because she could give them one boost. Clenching her fist, the girl swore she'd crank up Shali's physical strength. Then Shali answered by leaning on her own powers. The girl cooked up a savage plan. Shali would handle the snake riding on the cockatrice's tail, while Gale stepped in to deliver the final gift to the rooster. Gale and Shallan sprinted straight at the monster as it lunged, snapping out a snake. The girl rockets straight at the snake's mouth, yanking her hands forward to strike. She dropped her hands, snapped forward midair, and slammed the monster in the head. Then she landed hard on the ground, riding through the impact. Shelley started to realize their two-flank ambush was downright clever, and that she'd never truly grasped how lethal that poison really was until now. Meanwhile, Gale kept racing along the snake's body toward the rooster. He sprinted straight at the monster, refusing to look back at the scream he had no right to ignore. Gale had already hit the deck on his back when the rooster suddenly snapped awake. He blasted the monster with his cursed artifacts, slinging one weakening spell after another, praying one curse would finally stick on the boss, because he had no clue which one would actually work, and maybe just one would be enough. That young guy grinned and told everyone, "Today's monster curses are a steal," then slammed the tool that unleashes back-to-back attacks with 0 gaps, while the rooster monster got stuck deep in a curse. The girls stumbled down the mountain, their path painted with skulls, while the guy kept trading blows. Then Gale plummeted straight off the cock. The young man thrust his hand forward mid-flight and called out to the monster, daring it to charge straight at him. The rooster sank lower and lower into the turtles, shrieking in agony, hurling spells and bitter curses. Gale tore down the mountain and met the girls right where they were rushing to him. Mora blurted, "Did you use your whole arsenal?" And the guy nodded along. Staring at that brutal mountain of skulls, he muttered that he couldn't tell which curse would actually hit the boss, so he unleashed every single one. The girl gaped at his back, stunned, as dark rays tore out of the pile like a nightmare breaking loose. The girl screamed at the boy that if he ever turned on every one of his magic items, the whole world would collapse. Then he burst into laughter, insisting she was totally overreacting. A monstrous caw ripped from the fallen mountain as dark rays surged from it, and Shelley's eyes widened. She'd told him to go easy, but of course he always took it too far. The boys cowered away from the curses, blinding light. A second later, boom, an explosion ripped the air apart. The blast wave yanked the guys backward, and red rain started pouring down over the wreckage. Shelina snapped awake, gagging because she stunk, then shoved herself up and shouted for the girl. Mora answered, barely holding herself together, while the girl brushed off the dirt and grimaced like it made her sick. Mora fumed that she'd have to grab a whole new cape now, because that much blood wouldn't come out. Then she tore off her cloak. Shailene demanded where Gale was, and her comrade snapped back that he was right there, sprawled on the ground, upside down with his back stuck against a pile of stones. The girls shuddered as Mora stepped forward. She couldn't process what was unfolding right in front of her. He jolted awake, shot up on his feet, and demanded what the hell was shaking him. Shock hit the boy, and he blurted out that the mind was breaking apart. The girls snapped in unison that Gale was to blame, and the guys sprinted straight for the exit. The mine buckled inch by inch, and massive boulders started crashing down from the ceiling like the whole place was falling apart. The mine had fully caved in, leaving nothing but rubble behind. The boys finally busted out and crumpled to the ground, yelling they were saved, while Shelina stood behind them and hid the adventurers right on top of their heads. Shelina screamed at the guy, cursing him as he wrecked the mine, like she hadn't made it crystal clear the job was just to clean it up. Gale shot to his feet, brushed off the dust, and told them they'd finished the quest anyway, while Shelina just stared at him, totally baffled. Morris backed up Gale and bragged that they'd wiped out every monster, so now they deserved a fat reward. Chaylene snapped in anger, surged toward the guys, and demanded they wouldn't get paid because they still owed her. Gale snapped back that it was plain cruel, after she'd promised she'd speak up to the Merchant Guild for a stall, while Mora fumed, screaming that they'd gambled their lives and deserved a reward. Shelina shot back even harder, saying she'd taken the biggest risk of all, remembering the days she'd stood in the vanguard as a human shield. Shelina jabbed her finger at the guys and snapped that they were criminals, cheap imitators of the mines. Then the girl clutched her head and blurted her whole nightmare. She'd used the cursed gear on herself, lost her hammer, and in the end the mine blew sky-high. At the mine entrance, Shalna burst out in a scream, still reeling from whatever kind of day this had turned into. Meanwhile, the guys were taunting the poor girl with rude faces, until the whole thing finally shut them up. Right near the shaft where the main passage runs from under that pit, behind its pillar-lined fence, a hand suddenly broke into view. Lavushka coughed hard and tried to burst out of there, convinced death was waiting right for her. Because first Jinli planned to keep watch from a safe spot, then everything went up in smoke and the blast tore through his protection, leaving her with no escape at all. The girl sprinted along the bark and stared from above the heroes, locking eyes on the boy's true power, way beyond anything she'd expected. And then Gimli couldn't help wondering if he could actually be useful to her. She stared at that guy, sure he was just churning out cursed junk, until she realized his items were packing the same power as real artifacts. Not long after, the boys marched back to the mine with the girl, closing in on the petrified statue of the boy. Gale snapped the spell, and the stone finally dropped off the guy. Then he froze, not even knowing where he was until a ponytailed girl with tears streaming down her face ran straight into his arms. He demanded to know what Penelope was doing there, and she just sobbed that he'd vanished and she'd been terrified, so the adventurers rushed her to him. Shelley choked back tears as she heard the couple laugh, swearing it was way hotter here than in the forge. Mora grinned and promised they'd jump back in, restore the mine, and help save the other adventurers, and the two lovers turned to thank the guys for saving their man, then sealed it with a vow. If they made it out of this quest alive, they'd get married. Gale plunged his hand into his pocket and held out his cursed instrument as a gift. He kicked off by shouting promos for his shop, but the girls shot him down and warned him not to sneak cursed junk in as gifts, and Mora leaned in, whispering to Molly that she didn't need a free one either. The couple leaned in as the adventurer spilled his plan, and joy burst through them. Gimli swung the door open without even glancing at the visitor, shot back a greeting, and when she saw Shali, she immediately asked, sadly, what she needed, while Shelina snapped back in a sharp, angry tone, demanding what kind of trouble that girl had brought. The blacksmith dropped into a seat at the bar where Gimli was already waiting, and the girl clocked just how dead the tavern was, quiet enough to hear every breath. Gimli leaned in, spread out the goods, and flashed a fake grin, asking if the newcomer wanted to sell something or get punched right in the face. Shelley beamed back and said she'd sell something, sure, if she could actually afford what was on the tag. Shelina set the dart from the mine onto the table, the one they used to fend off that cockatrice, and when Gimli asked what was wrong with it, she snapped back a warning to take a closer look at the artifact. The girl peered through the monocle, gasped at what she saw, and Shelina shot back a sharp question about what she'd spotted in the dart. The girl insisted it was the real deal, and Shelina snapped that Gale was dumping artifacts for next to nothing. So did the other person know anything about it? The girl couldn't stop gushing, calling the guy absolutely unbelievable, then turned it back on Shelina and asked what she knew about us asterisk. Gimli grinned like she was savoring a secret, then feigned a let-me-think moment, only telling her that the guy was from the capital and that he'd already been on a C-rank team before. Shelina stared at her smiling conversation partner, and suspicion clawed up in her chest. The girl swallowed her doubts and demanded to know why someone like Gale would even wander into the forgotten outback. And Shelina rested her head on her palm as she explained that Gale had tracked down adventurers turned to stone by cockatrice inside the mine, and saved every single one. Shelley snapped that the boy somehow dragged the church into his healing with a curse. Jimmy Lee narrowed his eyes, repeated the word under his breath, and demanded to know what curse Shelina meant. Shelina shot back that she'd almost frozen into stone herself, and then she spilled the truth. Day after day, petrified adventurers turned up deep in that mine, but Gale didn't miss a single one. He cured them all. The girl blurted that in the whole city, the church alone ran the only sanatorium, and she couldn't believe it just happened out of nowhere. Shelina clenched her jaw, certain she'd been tricked somewhere along the way. Gimli couldn't shake the girl's warning about the boy's brutal dispersion, and Shelina leaned in, hanging on every word he said. With a smug little smile, Shelina checked whether he was into the guy, and got a loose, "Yeah, sure," in return. She said this wasn't some normal spread at all, and then she reminded him what cockatrice petrification does, because once it hit, everything fizzled out instantly. The girl said the guy didn't swallow a single potion, and he never even went crying to the church. Shelina pondered it for half a second, then cursed like it burned her tongue. Shelley couldn't wrap her head around why he was a wandering adventurer with powers like that, and Gimli just shrugged. Anubai is Anubai. Then pointed out that with the salt taint handled and the adventurers saved in one go, the girl should ask if she wants to apply for a rank up on her own. Shelina snapped back, "I don't change," and then grilled him, "So why would I ever do that?" Gimli leaned in and asked Shelina what she planned to do, and she shot him a deep, thoughtful look, then spun around. Shelina said she'd hook the kid into her blacksmith's guild just to test his real talent and see if he truly had the touch for the craft, and Gimli shot back, "I'm 100% sure about him. There's no law saying you can't belong to two guilds at the same time." What? The girls exchanged bright smiles, then the mood snapped cold. They went silent, turned away, and split in different directions. Right there in the mine, Gale and Mora leaned in close, talking. Then the guy suddenly let out a loud, unstoppable sneeze. She marched off, snapped back that he'd better turn away when he sneezes, even though things were a mess. And the guy shot back an apology, blaming it on dust that was trapped underground. He clocked that Shelina was downright rude to her own people. And when the girl fired back that if she could forgive them, maybe they'd actually gain something from it, he couldn't help feeling she was looking at things way too optimistically. The girl hurled accusations at the guy, saying he'd brought it all on himself when he triggered every curse at once. And then the truth hit hard. He wasn't just a hero who could save the adventurers, he was also a villain for tearing apart the mine, and through it all, Gale stayed silent. Mora leaned in and asked the boy if he'd joined the blacksmith's guild, and he finally gave a shaky nod. He pulled a bandage from his neck, plaque pinned on it confirming he'd been a member of both the Adventurers Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild. Gale then said he and Shally had already agreed that she'd help him run the shop. She clutched the memory of the blacksmiths and blurted, "That's wild. This guild only recruits true professionals, not random adventurers, not even for ore mining." Mora leaned in and demanded to know what the boy thought he was doing there, and he mumbled that it wasn't a big deal. He was just handing the guild a few cursed items he'd made. So she pressed again, asking if his work had actually been approved, and he finally caved in with a shaky yes, remembering how his creations got shipped off immediately for rework. The girl snapped that the moment the guy handed Shelina the cursed sword, her rage exploded. But the guy shrugged and said he figured her request was an interior element, so he went and did something just like it. The guy shoved Mora a vase shaped like a skull turned upside down, with flowers packed inside. Then the girl snapped in horror, screaming how he dared flip it and turn it into ikebana. Mora told him not to lug something like that around, but the guy steamed, saying he'd spent the entire day on it, and the girl shot back. All day flipping it upside down. He insisted he was chasing that dazzling shade, polishing for hours, and she exploded that he shouldn't polish anyone else's skull and declared his craft completely ridiculous. Gale clutched the vase to his face and asked if it was beautiful, because he was zeroing in on the design, and the other guy boasted that if you decorate a room with it, you'd get that constant mending vibe. And if you drink from it, you de-heal fast enough to turn disaster into victory. Then the girl snapped back that this was every magician's dream, because for them, recovery speed is literally life or death. And he just turned the artifact into living proof, yet he still couldn't see what was so strange about his own creation, and the girl threw her head back and declared, "Yeah, it's not that simple." Like she'd just pulled the curtain off reality. Fixing mana works just like rebuilding your strength. What you eat and how well you sleep decide how fast it comes back. But alcohol, sweets, and other tasty traps can slow the recovery big time. And when illness or some other body problem hits, mana won't bounce back easily, so mages stay locked in on their health. The girl clenched her fists and remembered it. No matter what, she had to gulp those nasty potions to get her mana back, then sit in a dark, gloomy room and meditate, even though she could have just tossed it in a vase. She covered her face, dropped to her knees, and whispered, This can't be real, it's impossible. What? Moore said Shelina would hate a vase like that, and before she could even finish, Shelina slipped in from behind with a bag in hand and demanded to know what the boys were up to. Shelina saw the shaft's fastenings come apart as the boys' screams tore through the room. The guy snapped back that he'd shown Mora his new experimental product, and she'd felt sick from it. So Mora, slumped against the wall, decided to go lie down and rest. Shelina stared at the vase the boy was clutching, and the girl snapped that if he tried to sell it in the city, they'd kick him out. So the boy fired back that he'd made exactly what she asked for and thrust his creation into her hands. Shelina screamed at him that she never wanted a useless trinket. She wanted something that could actually help her, and she hurled the bag straight at him. Gale crumpled on the ground with the bag between his legs, then demanded what was inside, and the girl answered without mercy. It held the head of the cockatrice he'd killed. Shally shot back that he could have sold Gimli's head, then warned that the monster's body never got buried. So Gale snapped back at Shally again, since she'd killed him by herself. Shalina then confessed she'd slaughtered the monster's tiny cubs and even a chicken, and dared him not to stare like she was some kind of marvel. He reminded her, "You still haven't given me that award," and her face froze in stunned silence. Shalina yanked the guy by his collar and growled that, "Thank you," just wasn't cutting it anymore, and the guy snapped back that he took the quest because she'd promised to help the shop. So the girls erupted, screaming that they'd messed up and now the mine had to be fixed. After the mine got restored, she promised to help him run the shop, and that lit him up with hope. Then he started dreaming about how things would be, but before he could say more, he got cut off and told to look ahead. Shelina spun toward the trailer, where the monster sat under a canvas cover. The girl leaned in and teased him. Could he figure out what was hiding there? He reached for the canvas edge, realized what she meant, and froze in shock. She told him the secret. Inside was an organ that let the cockatrice unleash the breath of petrification. Shelina snapped that it wasn't just stone breath, it was the organ that brewed it, and she reminded the boy that he'd already called it a curse. Gale went quiet and started thinking. That stone-cold breath hit him just like a Gorgon's petrifying beam, so he snapped the curse off in time, saved Shalyn and the other adventurers, and that's how they finally had proof this wasn't some harmless trick. The girl dropped a verdict and asked him straight, "Will this work for you?" Then she pushed harder, "Can you really turn this into a magic tool?" And the guy fired back, "Are you sure you want something like that?" Shelina shot back that you could rake in a massive fortune by selling that tool, and it sounded perfect for her. Then the guy lunged for it, only for the girl to cut him off mid-reach. Shelina cooked up a plan to thank the guy for all his hard work, but the moment she shared it, he shot it down. No way was he buying it. The girl swore she'd teach him what supply and demand really mean, and the guy shot back with a sour, displeased look. Stunned by the cursed stuff Gale churned out, people scattered out of Farmer's Corner and spilled across the empire, because the real prize sits right in the Imperial Palace's center, underground. The first prince didn't even hesitate. He was sure that artifact killed the assassination attempt, so he grabbed the girl on the ground and yanked her up by the chin. The prince snapped at her that excuses wouldn't cut it, then demanded to know why lies about him were spreading, declaring himself the Empire's first prince, and he hit her with fury, blasting the girl who led the Assassin's Guild and asking who she thought he was. The girl begged for forgiveness, but the guy yanked her by the hair and hauled her hard across the tiled floor. He said she bragged like she was unstoppable, then still face-planted, and called them worthless killers, because every time they tried, they only dragged him into more trouble. He hauled the girl to the chest, and fear hit her like a brick. She froze, unable to move. The prince snapped that this was the Empire's most cursed instrument, the devil's own heartbeat, and once people trembled just because anyone had it in their hands, because the artifact brewed a thick, ominous miasma that filled the world with dread. The prince blared a warning that the heart was draining human life, then grilled the boy if he was happy with the new food. So the boy leaned in and said his favorite dish was girls like her, and the girl went silent, terrified. He yanked the girl up by the head and slammed her to the devil's heart, demanding she tell him why he'd brought her there, only for her to shake her head in terror and beg forgiveness. The girl begged, "Please stop," but the miasma kept crawling in, draining her life force bite by bite. "One touch to the heart can drop any warrior," the prince warned, and the girl, tears streaming, begged him to stop, sobbing as if her world was breaking. The prince finally let go, declared he'd stop right there, and the chest snapped shut. The guy demanded answers about how it all went down, and the girl kept insisting the operation was a flawless win, right up until she slipped in spies to the elites. The girl told him the princess was hunting that exact artifact, because she'd heard it could shield her from any technique, and then the prince barked the order to repeat it. The guy fired back, asking whether she'd really said the princess could personally shove off wave after wave of his attacks, and she told him, that couldn't be true. Then she explained that the artifact didn't just survive danger. It fought off instant death and stacked on other nasty effects, leaving him stunned. The girl admitted it was straight-up hard to believe. The prince couldn't wrap his head around it. If assassins had killed the princess, it wouldn't have changed a thing. The real nightmare was simple. They didn't even know which artifacts the Empire was hiding. The prince sensed something was terribly wrong and demanded to know what that artifact was doing to everyone. Rage boiled in him because the kingdom snatched control of such a priceless artifact. The prince didn't care a single bit about Carla, because if his brother married her, it could all blow up in his face, and that's why Carla wanted to spill even more details and begged for permission to talk. The girl shot back that the artifact wasn't found at all. It was bought from a young merchant. One night, in a tucked-away corner of a tavern where capital adventurers crowd together, a squad of S-rank fighters stared at each other like, why in the world did Gale have to trek that far? Melissa realized they were talking way too loud and hissed for them to keep it down. Then the black magician lifted his mug and warned, what if someone hears us? They'll strip the reward from my capture. Luke called the team back into the conversation. He'd got something, and said there were wild rumors floating around the cabbies. Cash shot forward, demanding, what rumors? Did Gale stiff them? The paladin slammed his mug onto the table with a brutal clang and barked for the waitress to come over, then just sat there scowling until she hurried in and dashed off to the cash. He barked a menacing order, slammed his palm on the table for more ale, and roasted the employee for moving at a snail's pace. Then the girl apologized, but he wouldn't back down, pushing for a full barrel even as Luke tried to say something. He kept going. One cart was rolling straight toward the village, and the moment it hit the road, orcs swarmed in and attacked it. They're whispering that every last one of them got wiped out, and the killer, they claim, came from the rearguard. The paladin shot up from his chair, furious, because that couldn't possibly be true. He figured that if the folks in the rearguard were good enough to hunt monsters, then splitting everyone into vanguard and rearguard was pointless. That robber cut Cash Bilboa off with pure rage, insisting on being heard to the finish, because he'd picked up a whole new secret. That guy was shrouded in filthy, primitive rags, and people swear he was swinging a dagger like he didn't know what he was doing, tearing everything apart while he clutched some cursed artifact. After he wrapped up his tale, he leaned in and demanded the team captain, did that sound like Gale? But after he finished every bite, he snapped that he could never pull off tricks like that, because even they could barely keep up with orcs. Then he swore he'd start hunting them, insisting it was impossible for anyone else to do it. Luke shot down Cash's take and said they'd hear what everyone else had picked up instead. Then Melissa jumped in, claiming she'd even spotted a man who looked just like Gale. Cash shot up from the spot, slammed his hands on the table, and demanded the full story. While the warrior told him that, just like everyone expected, the man at first started hawking goods in the shop. He probably dumped his cursed items for cheap, then hit the shopping district and hawked his bland little trinkets as fancy interior decor. Melissa let out a defeated sigh and told me the guards wasted no time. Once it was over, they slammed the shop shut fast. The paladin broke into a laugh, admitting it was totally him and his disgusting cursed gear. Sure enough, those items were packed with monstrous debuffs, and everyone couldn't stop complaining. But one thought kept nagging at him. Gale had made a killing off him. Norris even backed it up, saying people were craving his goods, and there was another guy like him somewhere in the hotel. Luke also clocked that the guy was sporting fresh clothes, and right then Luke figured he must have had enough cash to pay for a ride in the cart. So they figured it out. No matter how ruthlessly the royal troops hunted him or how hard they tried to snare him, their efforts still wouldn't leave them even a single trace of him. Melissa's info said he pulled in a solid chunk of money, so you just know he couldn't sit on it. He had to put it to use. Cash had zero clue how any of this could even fit together, until the black magician smirked and basically said he'd already seen the pieces coming, then urged him to line up every last fact. Norris clocked it fast. Gale wasn't just hanging around the capital anymore. The whole team couldn't shake the feeling that he had something hidden up his sleeve. Guile always pulled weird stunts. This guy was clearly trying to hawk something, and when the dust settled, everybody was like, yeah, he's not really around town. Then the warrior swore there was some link between him and a merchant guild member, and that he'd likely begged for permission just to sell in the shop. When the girl shoved the document in front of him, an order from Princess Carla, the trade guild man fought his reluctance and grudgingly slipped her a single grain of info, then hissed that it was strictly confidential. He even asked, "Are you really my friend?" Then followed it up fast. So, how are you doing? What are you feeling? Luke basically laid it all out. He's got real experience in the trade game, and yeah, it even sounds like he's juggling deals in different cities at the same time. Cash stared into his empty mug, shrugged, and snapped that none of it even mattered. If he had a single damn cent, he'd open a store and sell his trinkets. The guy clutched his mug with both hands and shouted for everyone to drink up. The paladin barked that he'd had enough of waiting for his ale, and the moment the waitress's footsteps hit the floor, every single eye snapped onto her. As Cash was insisting these were Princess Carla's expenses no matter what, Melissa and Luke behind him just froze, shock hitting them instantly. A girl hovered behind him, hauling 2 massive barrels of ale as he roared, "No stopping, drink it all the way down." The waitress slammed those enormous barrels down right in front of Cash's face. Bang! So every dish and mug jerked upward, spilling with a wild clatter. The paladin seethed and barked at the girl, demanding what the hell she'd brought to the client. Too late, she'd already bolted. Then all she managed to throw back was, "This is your order." Luke stared at her in total shock, because the girl was built different, carrying a huge barrel like it weighed nothing, even when she had to do it alone. She rounded the corner and finally let out that sigh of relief, because someone stopped her and said the team was already trading info on where Gale was. The girl's tired eyes snapped up at the young man who'd spoken to her, and right in front of her stood 3 waiters who were thanking her for her work. Liznette ripped off her wig and demanded answers. Why in the suburbs of the capital did she have to grind part-time just to gather intel and run surveillance? One of the guys challenged, asking if these were really the ones they needed. Then Liznette shot back, confident as ever, yes. She slid onto one of the barrels and kept going, insisting their actions lined up exactly with what she'd been told. One of the boys leaned in and asked, "Did Princess Carla hire you?" And the reply talked about a farming town and a man named Gale. Wolf fangs are closing in on Gale Hamilton, and Princess Carla is frantically trying to reach him. The girl finally blurts that he's the mastermind behind that artifact, and the truth hits hard. The very same creator the S-rank team has been hunting for is standing right there, yet nobody can even figure out who he really is. But Liznette clocked it instantly. This guy was monstrously cunning, and even while he moved with the team, he vanished without a single trace. She was convinced this whole thing was a fake cover-up, anything to mask who the real creator of that artifact was, because this guy felt like a ghost, and nobody had a clue what he'd even been doing before. At minimum, they could lock their sights on those wolf fangs as long as they pleased, but they also managed to pin down Gale's rough location, so it wasn't a total loss. The girl barked orders at the men with bowed heads, make sure the adventurers get out fast, and then she'd stay behind and grab Gale by force. The manager suddenly burst in and yelled that they better not slack off. Those orders weren't going to ignore them, and the dishes still weren't washed. So Liznette muttered under her breath, tossed the wig back on, and got moving. Meanwhile, Gale was working inside the blacksmith's guild when a girl shoved open one of those huge, heavy doors and stepped in. While the guy tinkered with a brand new device, Mora Glaris stood right at the entrance, zeroing in on Gale's every move in total silence. Right in that crushing silence, the guy snapped it. He stepped in and told Mora he needed to say something, and the girl immediately perked up, dying to know what Gale was really about to reveal. He whipped around to the girl and thanked her for helping him with the quest to secure the mine, and deep down, he knew he'd dragged her into all of this. Gale reached for the girl's hand and told her, straight from the heart, that he was insanely grateful because somehow inside that mine, she made him feel calm enough to breathe. Hearing that confession, the girl's cheeks flared, and she gawked at the cursed object's master, completely stunned and lost. Mora pumped his hand and told him, "This time I'm helping you open a shop in a location that actually makes money." Because she's one of the strongest support mages around, and there's not a single situation she can't handle. The boy lit up with pure joy. Thanks to Mora, his dream was about to finally come true. Still mortified by everything he'd said, the girl blurted that if he really wanted her help, she'd keep going. Then the guy suddenly sneezed hard right in front of her. Mora told the young man to sneeze while she turned away, and he blurted out an apology, shocked at how hard he'd been sneezing, wondering if people really remembered him that often. Shelina slid in beside Mora and blurted that the entire disaster was coming straight from the mine's dust. Gale pointed out that the rented workplace was keeping him on track, and then Shelina spotted that he'd somehow pulled something off and leaned in to inspect it. He admitted he followed orders, but he felt the whole thing came out bland. Then the blacksmith snapped back, "If you think that, trust me, society's going to judge it totally differently." Shelina snatched the device with a grin and asked how it worked. But then Gale shot his hands out, and demanded they give it back to him. The moment he snatched up his device, he slammed it on, spun the handle, and it roared to life, bright light blasting out as it started making noise. It was a petrifying provocation shooter, forged from a cockatrice's organs. And the second Shelina saw that beam coming, she dove for cover, begging, "Don't you dare use it on people." The blacksmith yanked himself back and demanded, "Gale, are you really going to take that stone curse again?" And Gale shot back that no matter what, he could break it, even if he wasn't sure anyone would actually want to buy that cure. Then Shelina leaned in and said it was a working design. She'd already laid out supply and demand. And when I looked around, it was nothing but meadows, mountains, and forests, barely any stones to build with. The girl slid on her glasses and broke it down fast. By stones, she meant whatever building materials fit the area, and those could be wildly valuable. Say the kids wanted to build a building in the desert. Would they smash and pack the sand and turn it into bricks, haul it out straight from the ground, or race around to bring the materials they need? Most people try it this way, but digging it all up is brutal work. You need water just to compact the soil. Bringing it in from elsewhere isn't even worth it. And worst of all, the bricks might not be strong enough. Turns out with this invention you can shape sand, fire it through a stone beam, and no extra steps needed. Then the inspired guy finally saw the angle, how they could snag building materials. Shelina smirked and pointed out that Gale had golden hands. He just never realized how to put them to work. The boy let out a satisfied chuckle as Shelina kept spinning her lesson. Sure, hauling stuff from the mines works, but farmers always find themselves running short on materials. She clutched him in a tight hug and told him, "With this invention, we'll grab building materials in a flash." Then she grinned, because it finally fixed their mess, and promised she'd reward whoever made it. He couldn't stop spiraling over whether she really liked his invention, but she cut the tension with a sharp grin, telling him he was totally clueless about style. Shelina tried to make it clear she wasn't interested in cursed objects at all. Then Gale snapped her eyes wide open. He grinned, giggled again, and the girl just huffed and pointed out how clueless he was, because she didn't even sing his praises, not when those damn objects were still there. Shelina paused mid-thought and asked the craftsman if he could whip up another one with what was left, but he shook his head and said it would likely be impossible. The stone breath organ wasn't grown right in the little ones, and sure, the snake's tail is poisonous, but that poison doesn't count for the curse. Still, the girl couldn't help thinking, wouldn't it be awesome to have a machine that churns out poison? Gale never saw that coming. Could a machine that spits poison actually help? Then Shelina broke it down. The place is crawling with pests and insects, and they're suffering every day. The blacksmith grinned and baited him with a sly question about whether he truly didn't know what was inside the poison. Then the guy snapped right into the trap and asked if she wanted him to do it. It looked easy to the young man. After all, he'd been crafting amulets packed with deadly poison. So the girl burst up to him, breathless, and demanded to know exactly what materials she'd need. If it was all about undead, you could have used a ghoul's poison glands or even a mummy's own stomach bile. But the talisman would have been a snap to fasten onto the mummy's bandages. And yeah, none of that stuff is sold. Shelina blurted that inspiration had hit her like a storm, and she promised she'd tell Gemly to start gathering the materials right away. The girl's ready to snatch up anything worth the fair price and use whatever he hands her. Then the guy thrusts out a bottle of rotten, ghoul-brewed aromatic oil. Mora figured this thing was packed with terrifying power, but she kept her questions locked down. Then Shelina snapped at Gale to obey her without thinking and shoved some papers into his hands. Caught up in the moment, he bolted forward and blurted that he was going to do something, right now. The blacksmith promised she'd take the instrument to test if it fits, and the guy nodded along without even glancing back. So Mora stepped in, grabbed the girl's hand, and escorted her straight to where she needed to go. As they walked, Shelina grilled him about why he was there, and he gave her a stiff, awkward answer. He'd come by to check on things. Turns out their temporary team worked wonders because the number of abandoned orders dropped fast. Gimli breathed easier, because if Mora and Gale felt at home here, then Shelina was over the moon with them. A little later, Cash's crew huddled beside a cart that was rolling straight for an agricultural town. They hopped into their seats and cracked up while settling the bill from the royal family. It hit the store on time. Then Cash wasted no time buying himself a mithril sword worth up to 500 gold. The warrior snatched a sword forged from wyvern bone, the mage grabbed a fresh grimoire and staff, and the rogue strapped on armor stitched from a magical beast skin. So they all figured Gale, with her curses, stood no chance against them. But their captain found it downright weird. Here they were, recruiting this awesome group, yet not one single application had shown up from a support class. Doubts died fast, because there were barely any adventurers who matched their level. Yet the guy sitting on the floor just muttered that nobody wanted to team up with them. At Cash's request, the girl yanked off her hood and said their job was simple. Swap out the support for the Wolf Things group and haul their gear too. This was Liznette with her people in tow. Cash told them they should be grateful for granting their pathetic little wish, because it was the easiest way to watch, but Liznette could barely hold back from how rude that was. The captain jabbed a finger at the bag and barked for it to be brought to him, then kept his crew fed and watered while they pushed onward to their destination. The boys were stuffing themselves and knocking back drinks at Carla's expense while Liznette stared out at the stunning scenery, then shot them a warning. Don't get too drunk, because they'd taken on a mission to protect this caravan. Cash didn't like any of it. He snapped at the girl to shut up, then shoved a cloth at her to cover herself and her clothes, not even wanting to look at their gloomy faces because the wine tasted dead coming from that crowd. Liznette's crew bled gold nonstop, expenses piled up, and money was always running thin. Yet Cash and the gang never even thought about splitting their food because that part-time gig at the tavern was way better. And then, suddenly, a whistle ripped through the air. Liznette and her squad shot into action the second it happened. As soon as the monster surfaced, mercenaries and adventurers burst out, ready to guard every carriage. But nobody could spot it, only eerie noises rippling from the forest thicket. A tidal wave of evil spirits barreled toward the column, and one of the guards snapped that after the orcs' recent attack, the defenses had been beefed up, so there was nothing to fear. Monsters tore through the town, scattering horses, adventurers, guards, and even carts in every direction. Then that man sprinted straight up to a guard and shouted that they'd identified the monster who deleted the pack. A giant hippopotamus loomed right there, massive and unstoppable. The security chief snapped to it, an S-rank monster, right on the Empire Kingdom border, so Liznette's crew huddled fast and admitted the truth. Monsters aren't their lane, they're specialists and their people. No one could deny it. When they faced off head-on, the team's chances were basically zero, because the pack came armed with killer wolves, massive snakes, and roaring red grizzly bears. One of the guys urged his boss to bolt for safety, sure. In any other situation, they'd have run. But right now they can't, because they've got an important job, and the only key to finishing it is the Kasha team. Liznette snapped, "Enough," and ordered her team to brace for an offensive while they took defensive positions, only to shock them because the Empire had just handed down an extermination mission. Somebody should have thrown a quest like this into Kingdom 2, but the moment the S-rank team grabbed it, they suddenly quit. The girl instantly saw it. These might be their companions, and right then the group huddled up, arguing fast, before deciding they'd fight the hippopotamus with Cash and crew and force them through. Liznette burst out in this loud, showy scream. Someone's attacking. It's a hippopotamus. And the S-rank adventurer squad snapped their focus to her cry. They stared at each other, mouths open, demanding to know what happened to their companions. Then Cash only muttered that Liznette had a truly nasty voice, while her whole team clamped onto the raging girl to keep her from snapping. Just as the boys realized the cart had stopped dead, the streets were roaring, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. The robber peeked out, only to lock eyes with the open mouth of a massive monster. The boys shrieked in terror. Liznette snapped into analysis. Because those orcs weren't random attackers. The hippopotamus had driven them out of their homes, and now they'd spilled onto the road like a disaster looking for victims. This behemoth's power is pure cruelty. Brutal, god-level strong, and only a handful of people can even survive it. Cash stared at the street, baffled by what he saw. Then a monster roared and smashed the cart to pieces, leaving the S-rank team no time to react. Liznette's team moved like lightning, slick, careful, and perfectly timed as they leapt away just before the monster's strike, then shot straight over the terrifying beast like they owned the sky. The girls' team touched down on the ground with careful precision, and then, behind them, the Cash team crashed down like a pile of stones. But the hippopotamus spun around and roared so loudly it felt like it had no plan to retreat at all. The air tore apart in an instant. Everyone went stone still, terror gripping their hearts, because they couldn't even figure out what creature this was that hit with monstrous power, and then somehow blasted ahead with impossible speed. Liznette snapped that it was 100% a hippo, and a straight-up target for Cash and his crew, while the others just stared at each other, scared out of their minds. The warriors surged to their feet, stunned at how she'd sniff out the exact monster. But they didn't even dwell on it. They just squared up with pride, ready to prove that even he stood no chance against them. Those other tavern riders clocked the S-rank team Wolf Fangs in their group, and they couldn't just back down. Fans screamed the team's name like it was thunder, and right away, Lisnette and her assistants jumped in to help too. But Kasha and the crew charged in as one, planting their flag with a proud cry. They were the strongest adventurers. Even Lisnette felt it in her bones. Seeing the real power of the S-rank team lit a spark in her. But with one furious tail swing, the hippo obliterated the entire cash team in a single sweep. Right when the adventurers split up and bolted in every direction, the crowd gaped in disbelief, and the girl's whole voice cracked as she howled. "No way! I never thought an S-rank team would look like this." Panic exploded as people bolted in every direction, while monsters crawled out from all sides like they owned the place. Lisnette knew she couldn't stay, but her team was ready for anything, and they weren't about to just flee. After bombing her mission, she didn't just duck out. She snapped at herself for how pointless it all felt, then whipped out a gun from behind her back and screamed that they were the #1 killing organization. She marched her assistants straight into battle, and the whole crew charged the monsters, smashing the troublemakers, covering each other in the chaos, and staying hidden so no one else could spot their faces. The team fought like their lives depended on it, and Lisnette snapped at the guy to get ready. Then she stepped up. She'd handle the hippopotamus herself, while the assistant practically begged her to stay safe and take care of herself. The girl melted into the forest shadows, then sprang from branch to branch, creeping up from cover for the stealth attack on the hippo. But no matter what he tried, nothing worked. Then he finally clocked her because animals with sharp senses and night vision don't get caught off guard. So there's only one move left: hit her head-on with fast-acting poison. The hippo smashed aside the dagger with a brutal lash of its tail, and just when the next strike was meant to slice its throat, that second dagger clattered and couldn't get through. Lisnette clocked the mistake. This was going to make his own plan worse. The girl snapped the dagger into her eye, and then she grinned, proud of the damage, mocking the monster like it was already defeated. He snapped her with his tail and spat a poisonous mist from his mouth. Then the hippo shrugged it off as if poison couldn't touch him, leaving the girl in a seriously desperate spot. Then it hit her. This was the moment to unleash what Prince Belian left in her hands, the fragment of the devil's heart, even knowing that the instant she used it, she'd be swallowed into his blood and flesh. Meanwhile, inside the royal capital, Princess Carla sat down for a tea ceremony crash course, with Duchess Melinda drilling every etiquette rule into her. The Duchess told Carla to stop lifting her chin, keep it level with the floor, not skyward. Dropping it too far was false modesty, and raising it meant pure contempt, and honestly it left Carla exhausted. And when you sit, cross your ankles, left over right for friendship, right over left for enmity, Carla insists nobody will even notice it. Melinda also warned them. When tea hits the table, you don't get to grab 2 pieces. Pick just one, or go all the way with 3, even if it looks like it should be 2. Numbers divisible by an integer means separate, and when you hold a cup, you lift your pinky with style. Then the princess clapped her hands over her ears and let out a desperate scream, worn out and crushed by it all. She tipped her tiara to a crisp 45 degrees and told Carla, straight up, that she had to become a lady who never faltered, not once, not anywhere. And just like that, Carla's mind soured. She couldn't stop thinking about her duty. She claimed she was married to a second prince she'd never even known about, and then the first prince tried to kill her. So how could she possibly speak about all that without a single drop of malice? Melina realized the princess's every move doesn't just change her. It shakes the entire world and decides how the kingdom grows. And since she was born to lead, she has to own that crown and act like it matters. Princess Carla de Glucken let out a heavy breath, and the words about to spill from her mouth, about being the chosen one, felt like they were on the verge of breaking free. She said she'd rather choose how she lives, because sure, she's been handed more than most, but that more turns into a cage, and the weight of all those privileges feels like chains tightening around her. From the moment she was born, a curse clung to her like a shadow, so when she watched the birds soar, she wondered if Gale could rip that curse off her. Then the butler yanked the princess away from her thoughts. He realized that if the neighboring empire never clashes with them, their people won't end up spilling blood. And sure, it's worth digging into that empire, but all that girl cared about was the devil's heart. She asked if a real monster was actually out there, scaring the people, but Vivian leaned in and said the ones who'd been hunted by the devil never told it as a fairy tale. They passed it on like truth, even when everyone else called it fiction. Then Carl pressed for the truth, and Vivian shot him down. No one can say for sure. Still, out of all those tales, the devil's heart is the sickest, darkest, cursed artifact in this whole world. Meanwhile, outside the capital, the fighting raged nonstop. Lisnette clamped the girl in his tail and was already winding up to toss her straight into his mouth. Her assistants clocked it instantly. One of them yelled to his mistress and lobbed a brightly glowing ball straight at her. A blazing beam lit up everything so hard it burned the monsters and people out of their tracks, leaving them all staring in pure, blinding shock. Liznette snapped back into full strength. She sank her nails into the monster's tail, yanked hard, and tore it clean off, ripping through flesh with terrifying ease. Exhausted, the girl gasped. Turns out the flash grenade actually stunned the monster, just long enough for her to snatch on the bracelet, packed with 1/46 of the devil's heart. The girl snapped sideways just in time, but the hippo only got angrier. Then it charged at full speed straight at her. The boys panicked over their mistress. This giant moves like lightning, and those horns can shred through anything. But the girl snapped her hands forward. Liznette slammed both bare hands into the roaring monster as it tore straight toward her at full speed. And even the boys, who'd known her for ages, still couldn't believe what they were seeing. That bracelet with the devil's heart flooded her with an insane power words can't even touch, and then her eyes snapped to a terrifying black. The monster kept pushing forward, growling like it meant to tear the world apart, and it was obvious he was running out of breath and strength, fast. With swagger in her eyes, she clamped onto the monster's horns and hauled his massive bulk down. Then she wrenched with everything she had and hurled him to the dirt, ripping one of his horns clean off. The hippopotamus lay bleeding, the other monsters stared in terror, and even Liznette's help stumbled to a stop, because the lady who burst in started roaring with ringing laughter that froze everyone in horror. The hippopotamus's monster minions bolted in pure terror, and in that chaos, nobody could even tell who the real monster was anymore. The devil's heart's power was brutally, terrifyingly real. The girl realized the monster had only paid for underestimating her, and the second she felt that unstoppable god and its minions close in, she crumpled to the ground while they sprinted to strip the curse away. Those girls' hands bulged with veins, and you could feel the curse tightening. So the supporters moved fast, emptied their pockets, and grabbed a church ritual to wipe it out before it could strike. The God King's tears flared into a glowing ring around the team, and the girl groaned through the pain, right as that bracelet, now fused to her arm, shattered loose and hit the ground. He screamed like he'd lost his mind, and she clung to those words, becoming flesh and blood, and swore she'd never let it happen to her. She trapped the monster in a jar. Sure, nobody can take it out for good, not by any trick. But Liznette feels the truth sink in. A piece of the devil's heart has already crawled into her. Now she finally understood why the prince never handed her a talisman to break the curse, and she couldn't believe she had even dared use something that awful. Now she finally felt better. She and the others pushed back the attack, even stopping that rampaging attack hippopotamus. So we could breathe for a second, but the convoy still took a brutal hit. Among the survivors, you've got adventurers and mercenaries mixed together. But nearly every cart is wrecked beyond repair, and they can't move an inch now, so all they can do is wait for the next patrol. The lady snapped to her assistants, asking how badly they'd been hurt, but they didn't even dwell on themselves. They only had eyes for the girl, and the truth was, Cash and his whole crew were hanging by a thread. By the time the sky finally darkened, the artifact was locked away tight, sealed like it could never breathe again. And the guys were stunned, because this kind of power could crush even the strongest artifact creators. Only Liznette knew the truth. Everything came at the price of her life. She clenched her fist, and the more she understood, the more her hatred for Gail Hamilton burned. Meanwhile, in the Blacksmith's Guild, Gail couldn't stop sneezing. Every blast was louder than the last. Mora burst into laughter because Gail sneezed so much that bits of undead clung to his face. Then the guy proudly showed the girls what he'd built. He followed Shaylena's drawings and instructions to the letter, but it came out anything but colorful, a lantern made of bones. The boy snatched up the lantern and asked, "So this skull-shaped ghost fire generator actually works?" Because the power comes from souls drifting in the air, even souls of insects and plants. Shaylena tells him how normal streetlights burn firewood or pricey magic stones, but this ghostly flame just keeps going, never wasted and completely safe. Mora leaned in and hissed, asking if it was a shame they had to be just skulls. But Shaylena snapped that she'd handle practicality. Still, the girls said nothing to the guy and only demanded he swap out every single light. The blacksmith leaned in and asked if the boy had ever crafted anything else, then pulled out a second cockatrice. This one a stone beam emitter, and the kid even rolled out fresh farming tools to match. He started rattling off his creations: dam thresher, weeping grinder, the saw of sorrow, and that trembling sieve of souls. And Shaylena just stared, shocked that the guy actually pulled it all off. The blacksmith shot a question. "So, Gail, Mora, you two are going to check the trading stalls." And the instant the couple heard it, they spun around, stunned, staring right at the girl. He finally nodded, hesitant at first, and Chelina told me in AM that this was exactly the perfect move for him, setting up shop on a quiet side street just a little off the main road. Gale grinned and asked if the shop would be there. Then he got his answer right away. Yes. The building used to belong to an alchemist, and that fit perfectly with the vibe of Gale's shop, so they'd pay the deposit by selling off his cursed items. Mora and the guy both nodded. This was the perfect space. Then Shelina chimed in, saying that once they finished cleaning, rearranging the merchandise, and swapping the sign, the store would go absolutely wild. The guys cackled with joy, and the blacksmith grinned. Since you're here, take the guild furnace anytime, make yourself at home. Because everyone already knew the deal. And a little later, that battered line of carts rolled on, still crawling forward a full 10 days after the behemoth's attack. But nearly half the carts bound for the agricultural town came smashed and wrecked. Yet a patrol squad swooped in, rescued the travelers, and sent them rolling back toward their destination. But the wildest part? Kasha and his whole crew had finally turned into heroes, because they'd slaughtered that hippopotamus and the other monsters, and in the process, they saved everyone from dying. The whole team cracked up, soaking in the praise like it was victory itself, while the mage and rogue grinned and confidently swore they'd be the perfect support for the paladin and the warrior. Because right then, mountains of money were already calling their names. Melissa swore they couldn't have pulled it off without their help, yet she couldn't remember a single thing about it herself. Meanwhile, the guys were furious, and even Cash and Melissa couldn't explain how they won, but one thing was crystal clear. Luke and Norris were the real reason they made it happen. Cash bragged that they'd finally pulled off it all, plucking the hippo's eye, ripping off its tail, and even smashing away those brutally strong horns. And every last piece of that loot was clattering along with them in one of the carts headed for the farming town. The team figured the wyvern's dagger, Melissa's, had carved out that eye, but the tail and horns? Those were hacked off by someone else who still remembered every brutal strike. Almost nobody could say what really happened to that behemoth, because the adventurers and mercenaries got absolutely smashed. Lisnit stared at the sword and found no trace of blood, and her stomach dropped. How on earth could that be? When the girl finally wiped out the monsters, Cash and the rest snapped back into reality, bursting up and screaming their heads off in sheer terror. They spun around, stunned that every monster was suddenly gone. Then Melissa grabbed her dagger, the one she swore she drove straight into the hippopotamus's eye, and Luke spotted a cracked horn. Cash also stumbled on a severed tail, and that's when the pieces started to click. He figured they'd battled while their heads were taken, leaving their minds smudged and hazy. Then, after they swapped in new memories, they finally realized what they'd done and erupted in joy over their victory. Lisnit's crew decided not to tell the heroes that their mistress was behind all of this, because that wasn't the point, and they knew the killer would only dig their own grave by drawing too much attention. When Cash's crew finally rolled into the farmer's corner, the whole place erupted in happy cheers. Honor doesn't even cover it. These guys had hauled in, saved the cargo, saved the people, and Cash even joked that hippos were basically like nuts to them. Lisnit's wiped-out crew stepped back, hearts sinking, watching all the loud talkers soak up the glory while they stayed in the shadows, barely noticed no matter how hard they pushed. While Cash's team debated their next move, Melissa pushed for an inn, but the mage and the rogue were itching to hit the tavern. Then Lisnack snapped with anger, coughed in an awkward burst, and demanded they check the guild first. Cash gritted his teeth and agreed to go swap the reward, just so the desperate folks he'd roped into this, Liznette included, wouldn't bolt and vanish with the loot. Liz's patience was dwindling fast, but she clung to it with iron will. Team Cash spun around in pure awe, totally baffled. Like, what kind of city is this? Instead of warm lanterns lighting the streets, terrifying skulls were scattered everywhere, staring back like a warning. The boys couldn't believe it. These residents were totally happy with everything, like nothing was missing at all. Norris leaned in and asked if the boys had ever seen anything like that before, and every single one of them nodded back at him like, "Yeah, we get it." They clocked it instantly. This was Gale's cursed creation, and it looked like pure trash, all wrong and ugly, like he only knew how to crank out instruments with eyesores for designs. But what truly blew the guys' minds was this. The entire street was blanketed with them. The dark mage asked if it was just him feeling out of place, like he could practically taste the dusty air of a little provincial town, and then Cash jumped in. Maybe that was a good thing, because Gale's shop was probably right around here. Cash and his crew cackled with evil glee, convinced the guy was a complete fool for dumping all that evidence behind. But Lisnette wasn't laughing alone. She joined in too. Meanwhile, the guys kicked off their search at the guild, just like they were told. The hooded girl locked in and said they were on the right track. Then her assistant chimed in that Gale really was in the city, but Cash couldn't shake the feeling his read was off. Still, the assassins figured Gale didn't trust his own crew and kept his real power buried. Inside the guild, a tiny girl beamed at them with a huge smile, but Cash didn't match that energy. His team clocked the place fast. This wasn't a real guild, it was basically a barn. They marched past tables and chatter and kept trading the same grim thought. Based on everything they were seeing, there weren't any good quests here either. Cash leaned his elbow on the guild counter like he owned the place, then stared past everything at the girl who flashed him a smile. The guy bragged they were an S-rank team and demanded she call the guildmaster right now. Then she snapped back, "I'm the guildmaster," and asked what they needed. Cash threw a call to Liznit, and her team rolled out a massive cart like a mission was about to explode. The cloth yanked free from her in the same instant and slapped onto the floor. Then the guy tossed the prize right in front of Gimli, grinning like he'd just won, and bragged, "So how do you like it?" While she didn't even twitch. She didn't even blink. She just asked what it meant, and that lit Casher up with pure fury. The girl traced the tale and demanded to know if it was really part of a hippopotamus. And when the team finally said it was an S-rank monster, they promised the kingdom would pay them handsomely. But Gimli snarled that they should have hauled his entire head back, or at least his heart, so it could count as a real kill, and the capital would have said the same thing. The whole crew immediately looked the other way when he snapped, asking if they'd fled before the behemoth was truly finished. Cash snorted like he'd just recalled her, clicked his tongue, and the guys headed for the exit, while Gimli grinned and joked that next time they'd definitely take down the hippopotamus. Then Liznit's team started packing up everything and rolling out. But right then, the master snapped his head toward Liznit and demanded to know what group the girl belonged to, and it sent panic shooting through her. The girl went rigid where she stood, and Gimli snapped, "So why are you pretending you did it all yourself when it was you?" If Liznit truly meant to deceive, she shouldn't have left that jewelry cut behind. But now the damage was done, and there was no time to overthink it. Liznit yanked her people away from the girl they'd been working with in the same field. Gimli grinned and figured these guys had to be tied to the same capital as Gale, because if they weren't, then something big was about to explode anyway. Gale and Shailena were already racing toward the new little shop, ready and waiting, just like it said. Gale slammed the sign down and asked the girl how the job got done. She grimly admitted it was tasteless, yet somehow still managed to fit the Master of Curses perfectly. He thanked her like she was a real pro, and you could tell she hated it, because they were standing right there in front of Gale's cursed item shop, skulls and horns plastered all over the place. Shailena told him that the best way to repay her was to keep following her orders, and he instantly nodded, because she was his regular client and she'd been helping him. Then he promised he'd swing by the Kuznetsov Guild. Gale told everyone the store would open tomorrow, then pushed for a celebration today. So the guy promised he'd call Mora, and the girl burst in running after them, asking if the guys were finally done. Kuznets pointed out that Mora showed up just in time. The shop was finally ready to open, and you could actually watch the work start. Though the girl wanted to help too, she still arrived late. The shop used to belong to an alchemist, so the renovation felt way easier than it had any right to be. Then he asked if Mora was finally ready to rally a crew for quests again. She lit up and said yes, but also pointed out he was stuck drowning in solo quests. The kid pouted and insisted he needed materials somewhere, but nobody would tag along with him, like, who in their right mind would ride out with a guy who's basically a master of cursed objects? Gale was thrilled when the store finally opened, but that win wasn't the end of his dream. He had no intention of quitting adventuring anytime soon. Long-term, he wants to hire a salesman, gather materials, and forge brand new items. But right now it hasn't happened yet. Still, Morris has an idea, and he's itching to explain it. She stepped up and offered to help out as a salesperson and jumped back into the team, and the girl pointed out, "Yeah, we're both rear guards, but we crushed those quests like pros." Mora's cheeks flared red with embarrassment, and when she looked away, she blurted that if they were together, they could definitely do anything. Then the girl just stood there, waiting in silence, while the guy turned around and started to move straight toward her. Gale bolted to the display case with his invention the second he spotted the mummy's bandages peeling loose, while Mora sank her face into her hands, mortified, because of course he still wasn't listening to her again. The magician promised they'd meet again that same evening once the sun vanished. The blacksmith immediately started brewing up some serious strong drinks, and the young man threw together a feast to load the table. The girls drifted out, chatting as they went, and Mora pushed, asking if Shelina really came up with the name. Shelina nodded, and the blacksmith chimed in that if someone doesn't have a special goal in mind, they probably won't end up here. Then Gale beamed, thrilled that the store was finally opened, with real friends by his side. Now he finally had a place where he could be himself, and honestly, trying to put in words how happy he felt would just fail. A bell swung from the shop's door, Kwami's bell, and people swear it belongs to the guardian who soothes kids' souls by the cemetery and ushers them into another world. Once it rings, the sound carries for miles, and right where it chimes, the shelves light up with rare cursed artifacts no one else dares to touch. As night settled in and the stars lit up the sky, Gale's ears caught a strange noise outside. He heard footsteps pull up and greeted them on the spot, telling them the store wasn't open yet. But then he realized these weren't normal visitors, they were paladins. Cash strutted in like he owned the place, scanned the room, then marched up to the master of cursed items and greeted him with a savage insult. Gale backed away, baffled by what the team was up to, while Cash raged that he'd ruined countless lives and was somehow living the good life. Then the door blasted off its hinges from a brutal kick. The whole Cash team and 4 more total strangers kicked the door in and stormed the room. Gale fired off a question about what they needed, since his shop wasn't even open, but the black magician just told them to head straight out to Lisnet Street. The 4 of them marched out, and Gale's mind kept spiraling. Why did they need a whole swarm of newcomers? Before he could crack the mystery, Norris cut in. "We can talk now." The master froze in shock as they kicked him out, telling him he could open his own store now, and the guy could barely breathe, his voice trembling, his legs refusing to move. Cash said they showed up so Gale could break the curse off them, and that totally blew the guy's mind even more. Outside, one of the assistants demanded, "Are you sure that's Gale Hamilton?" And then pushed, "Why did you hand him over with the Cash team?" The girl said this route would finally show everyone what that guy could really do. But even then, doubt gnawed at her, because she still refused to believe he was the one who created those artifacts. Gale figured Cash was talking about the curse on the gear, and he refused to let that bad magic touch the team. So he used his power to seal the curse onto the equipment, forcing the backlash to hit only him. But he did it because he was determined to save his team, especially after he'd already broken this curse long ago. Gale still had no clue what kind of curse this was, but Cash was certain that that guy hexed them in pure rage. Then he snatched one of the goods and backed it up with a threat. He hurled the damn mummy onto the floor, stomped it to dust with his foot, while Gale screamed that it was his prized product. Melissa insisted the ruined goods were somehow for the best, and Luke snapped his knife out, swearing he'd do anything to make sure nothing could ever be sold. Knives whipped through the air and cut into the shop goods, and then the dark mage snapped into attack magic, no fear of a fire in sight. The guy lunged to stop them, but Cash yanked him by the collar and snapped that he'd better wipe the curse off them right now, because Cash was done talking. The master warned, even if they got every stat reset back to the start, they still wouldn't outgrow what Cash asked for. So tell me, does that mean they're actually weak? He slammed the boy into the wall and dropped him to the floor, then drew his sword piece by piece, because now the princess's mission didn't matter to him anymore. He warned that if Gale refused to lift the curse, then he'd just slaughter the caster instead, and every single member of his team backed him up. Cash figured he was doomed to rot in a wilderness of losers, and he couldn't wait to escape. Then the master demanded again what the paladin had said. Then he swung his fist with everything he had, wham, and the guy got launched backward like gravity just gave up. Gale didn't even catch the whole plan, he just reacted on instinct. In that tiny space where you can't swing big weapons, fists turn the tide fast, and the moment he stood over the Cash, he swore the store's money wasn't getting smashed on his watch. He demanded the adventurer crew stop, and Gale could stomach insults aimed at him, but not the ones thrown at his friends from the farm corner. Towering over the Wolf Fang's captain, the master snarled that the end was here, then clamped his fist shut, rage roaring through him. Everyone spilled outside, and Lisnet's grin promised one thing. After this fight, she'd either kill Gale or drag them into captivity, no in-betweens. And yeah, her plan hit perfectly. She just played it cool, then called those Wolf Fangs her grinning dogs to finish their final mission. Cash swore he'd never fold, and Nora snapped that if anyone tried that kind of disrespect, they'd have no choice but to hit back. The captain pulled a bottle out like he'd seen this coming, and since the team was rolling, he treated himself to an expensive buff in the capital. The whole crew chugged it, and Melissa snapped back with a haughty, "What a waste to spill something this expensive." Then, bam, the 4 lit up with a blazing light, and Gale threw his hands up to shield his face. He squinted, clocking every detail of what was in front of him, an item that could supercharge every ability. But the moment he got a whiff, the guy got way more thrown off by its familiar smell than the power it promised. Cash bragged that this was a top-tier treasure from the Adventurers Guild, ridiculously expensive, the kind that boosts your abilities, and then he laughed like, "Gale, you've never even laid eyes on something this high class." The whole team erupted in cheers, because this potion yanked them back to who they were before the curse. And even after the young man swore he hadn't fed them any treat, they still slammed straight into the battlefield before anyone could blink. They boxed him in from every direction, like he wasn't a person at all, like he was another monster in the pack. Norris told him, "You're always stuck in the back, so you never joined our team tactics. But now you'll finally see what we're really about, our main move, the wolf discharge strategy." Gale, a former team member, knew one thing for sure. While you stared in one direction, something would hit you from the other, and the second you tried to focus on a single target, you'd get boxed in and surrounded. The young man figured Cash was the real danger and the heart of the team, so he couldn't take his eyes off him. Then the moment he fixed his focus on Cash, Melissa lunged in from behind and snapped, "Where are you even looking?" He stared in shock as her stats surged and her strikes hit quicker than he ever expected. Yet the first punch still got dodged, because he recognized that fighting style, and then the second blow crashed in. Gale spun out of the way at the last second, barely escaping the robber's razor-sharp knives, the ones he swore would end him. He could stomach the Cash and Melissa combo, but Luke's assaults were a whole different nightmare. He hurled knives, each one tipped with an unknown poison, and even a nick could kill. While that went down, the team captain was already closing in from behind. And to Cash's shock, the young man dodged again. So smooth, so precise, like he'd already seen every move coming. The only thing Gale cared about was keeping his eyes on Norris's fire as he cast spells. Because he didn't just need to dodge it, he had to stop it from ever reaching the city. Cash hated how boldly Gale slipped away. So he slammed in with the summer rain slash and barked for the others to close in, trapping him before he could bolt, while Melissa and Luke sprinted straight for the speeding Gale. Then he pulled off exactly what he planned. He got the whole team in range and unfurled the cursed scrolls right in front of them. That young fighter dodged every strike, baited the enemies into a trap, and when they realized it, rage and fear froze them in place. So if Cash and the others start using enhancement items, they can blunt the impact of their moves even a little. He turned their hatred into terror, unleashing the cursed item's power on them, slamming debuffs to drain their buffs. Gale snapped the amulet onto an innocent prisoner, and the air tore open. A massive grate slammed down over the team's heads as shadowy hands snatched them up, stealing their breath while horror dawned too late. This amulet is a one-shot deal. Pick your target, and once it fires off, its power snaps into a short-range hit a few meters away, blasting your target with a nasty weakening effect. This wild artifact is forged from the ashes of a prisoner who rotted behind bars his whole life, cruelly locked up when he was just a kid, and never allowed to live. Even if the zone is small, the prisoner's bitterness, grief, pain, and crushing weight all slam straight onto whoever steps inside. In a monster-riddled abandoned building, Gale stumbled on an undead creature sealed inside the wall, and the curiosity hit him so hard he couldn't look away. A brutal curse was pouring from her, yet she couldn't move an inch. Then Gale's mind started racing, hunting the reason behind this bizarre phenomenon. He shot his hand toward the skull, begged it to come over and spill its heartbreaking tale to the undead. Then he fired off Dispel, and the corpse started to melt away into nothing. An old man finally spoke up, honestly, and admitted this young guy was the first one to ever come talk to him. Tears streamed down the elderly man's cheeks as his eyes stayed shut, and then he poured out his own tale. Because when he turned undead, he straight up fused with the wall, since he always pressed himself against it, cold or not. This amulet may not boost Cash and the whole team like maxing every skill does, but it still hits hard, cranking down all their abilities to 1/3. As Cash and the others yelled that all this, along with the curses, was pure nonsense, Gale was already bolting the other way, sprinting for his life. He snapped for them to follow him and press the fight onward. Simple plan, really. The people couldn't be left to suffer, so he took the battle somewhere else. Even though he'd been here only a short while, he already knew this place way better than Cash and his crew. So he started plotting their next move: catacombs, a busted old church, or an abandoned hospital. He shot a look over his shoulder, and there were 4 silhouettes trailing behind. Sure enough, the wolf's fangs were chasing him, so he barked at them to keep up the great work and not get left behind. But at that very moment, someone nearby was talking right there by his shop. It was Cash's team, and they couldn't even stagger forward, their bodies turning brutally heavy despite the pricey boosters that boosted their stats. because something was still seriously wrong. Rage simmering, the captain demanded answers. Why Gale's curse wasn't doing what it should, then snapped toward Listenet for an antidote or anything that could save them, only to find her and the others were gone without a trace. While Cash fumed at how their help had vanished, they kept sprinting through the night forest, right on Gale's heels, refusing to let him disappear. Right before Gale's escape kicked off, Listenet spotted the amulet on an innocent prisoner and snapped to one conclusion. This was the one they needed, Gale Hamilton, the girl with a mountain of artifacts. The assistant asked what they were planning next, and Listenet snapped back. We can't cause a scene. Sure, it's just a village, but the guards could show up any second. They had to move fast, no time to let anyone bunch up, because it already felt too late and those guards' footsteps were booming in the distance. Listenet barked orders to her assistants to handle the crowd. Then she tried to step forward, and suddenly she just froze, like fear turned her to stone. It felt like some invisible snake had wrapped around her entire body, trapping her so hard she couldn't take a single step. She clutched her own shoulders like she needed to hold herself together. When she sensed the devil's heart, her stomach dropped, but she refused to believe any of it. She snapped an order for everyone to fall back right away. Consequences for the people didn't matter. All she cared about was getting herself and her crew out alive. It looked like the devil heart seal had finally snapped loose, and the girl crumpled to the ground, coughing hard as she gulped desperate breaths, while the assistants who'd circled her stared, panicked at what was happening to her. Even with the seal she left for her subordinates locked away tight, almost impossible to break through, she still couldn't shake the crawling, wrong feeling in her gut. The girl spun toward the Kasha team and saw it. Devil's Heart and Gale's artifact were roaring in perfect sync, so strong they might as well have been equal. That dark magical stuff snapped back toward the girl again, so she barked at her assistants, "Run now!" because it had started reaching for them too. Listenet tore free, lurched upright in pure terror, and instantly raced through her mind. What on earth was her next move? The guys caught it instantly. This was a debuff, an area attack. Then bam, their stats got slammed down like someone yanked the power plug, even from just a barely there hit. That's what Gale Hamilton's artifacts can do. 1 second the girl felt the trembling and sweat flooding her whole body, and it didn't let up. It wasn't just a simple debuff either. Her stats started warping in a bunch of terrifying ways. Listenet clocked the signs one by one, things like her opponent slowing down, their defense slipping, fatigue piling up, fear creeping in, and their senses getting all scrambled. Even among seasoned assassins, one's trained to read every stat shift. Almost nobody understands debuffs like this, and yet Listenet has never even heard of something this complicated. One brush against that black light left her drained, and she couldn't shake the fear that a direct hit would have taken out whoever was still hiding nearby. So she snapped at the boys to scatter and absolutely not touch it. Still, he kept closing the gap, clinging with brutal determination to their mistress, Listenet, as she thrashed and fought tooth and nail to break free. Then she realized the target was gone. Hamilton cracked the artifact to hit Cash with a weakening force, so why the hell was he sprinting away? With barely a moment to spare, all 4 of them barreled into the forest after the young man. No arguing, no hesitation. He didn't leave a single one of those powerful artifacts behind for his getaway, same gale that tore through everything. And then he bolted straight toward the city outskirts, meaning his accomplices definitely won't be waiting there. Listenet grinned. 4 of them against Gale meant there was 0 chance to run. And when someone asked what they'd do with Kosh's team, Listenet didn't even hesitate. They didn't care about them at all. Gale was sprinting toward an abandoned hospital on the edge of the village. Back when the epidemic tore people apart, that's where they buried the ones who didn't make it. The girl burst out laughing, and he, right there in front of them, stumbled into the grave and rushed in after her, a total fool. Meanwhile, the guys snapped back with strength, sprinting even harder, eager for a fight that was about to turn out horribly uneven. After a while, they're gasping for air, couldn't catch their breath at all, and even their speed feels way off, but they're pushing hard just to keep him in sight. The killer claimed he was slamming a booster, but it might have been that his base stats were just tuned to pure speed. And yeah, Listenet was right next to him. Even though the blast didn't land clean on her, his artifact's power still crashed over her. She knew she'd been sloppy, letting the fight between Gale and Casham slip past her eyes. Because if that cost her even a second to miss him, it'd haunt her for life, since he's the kind of man who can tip the whole state out of balance. They refused to lose him. At any price, they had to snatch him, dead or alive. And as the gap kept widening, they panicked, pushed harder, and threw everything into finishing the mission. Still, in a rush to stay on their trail, they blinded themselves to the usual precautions, and that kind of carelessness is totally unlike them. They still have no clue what kind of nightmare they just lured out to the edge of the city. Meanwhile, Cash and his crew inched toward Gale, until the captain snapped that they looked more like a slow-moving squad of turtles. Suddenly, a girl stormed in and demanded whether all this chaos, and what happened to Gale's shop, was somehow their fault, and Cash snapped back in rage, asking the lady what her problem even was. The wolf fangs clocked the pose and the look. Then they knew it was Mora standing right in front of them. They gawked at her outfit, then snapped, "How dare you show up here after Gale's expulsion after you ditched us in the first place?" And still, they actually ended up at the farm corner together. The dark magician realized his mistake, slapped his own forehead in disbelief, and then declared, "Now it all makes sense." He figured a place that remote couldn't possibly have Gale, but there she was, and Mora too. So tell me, did the others really think this was just a wild coincidence? Turns out Mora Glaris was Gale's accomplice from the very start, and that's the scorching accusation the magician throws right at the girl. Luke, Melissa, and even Cash went completely still in shock, but Mora just played it off like it was hilarious. She snapped, asking if Norris was kinda dumb, because she'd always suspected he wasn't the brightest, and now he was crossing every line, but explaining it all. Total waste, and the boys just nodded along like they already knew, acting way too smug about it. The magician lifted his chin and snarked that those soul-deep thoughts were way out of a young lady's league, especially when her cleavage ran all the way down. Then smugly claimed he could read her thoughts like an open book. He fired a question at Mora, asking if he'd nailed it. Then the furious girl snapped back that every single thing was dead wrong. Cash opened his mouth to speak, but the sorceress cut him off, saying it was their group that booted Gale out, and she only joined their team because they invited her. She had to know how it all turned her into an accomplice, what she did to them exactly, and why it happened. Cash couldn't spit out a single normal word as the girl kept pushing. She demanded to know if Cash had cursed them, and then pressed him for how she'd ended up Gale's accomplice. When he finally went quiet, she shot up and let him breathe easy, and as soon as she turned, she snapped back to her old leader. He trekked out to a godforsaken spot, smashed up someone else's store, and after all that mess, he still has the nerve to trash a teammate who's already gone. Mora snapped, asking if this kid had ever been taught as a child to stay away from anything that could hurt someone. Then she started chanting and throwing a spell. She snapped into a fighting stance and swore this could never, ever happen. Then Team Cash flipped the script, switched to wolf tactics, and marched straight through an enraged Mora. Cash was certain, sure, their pace had dropped, but right there ahead stood only Mora, and she was completely alone. Yet the young man beside them couldn't even grip his own sword, and the girl blurted out, "Is this some kind of plan to K and pulse me?" Then she grinned and said, "You buffed me by debuffing me." And with her strength and agility spiking, she was ready to unleash the real pulse of May. Mora erupted into a furious blitz, hammering the Cash team with non-stop attacks. Clutching their team captain by the collar, she snarled that she'd make him suffer the exact same fate they handed Gale's brand new store. Maybe then they'll finally get what it feels like to stand in his shoes. Because Melissa shot in from behind and swung her arm at Mora, certain she'd landed the perfect hit, even as she swore the girl was looking the wrong way. And Mora, no fear at all, whipped around with a single sharp move and slammed that rude woman in the face right after she lunged at her from behind, never even bothering to turn toward her. Then the sorceress clocked Gale's nasty debuffs on the whole team, and suddenly this fight stopped being a clean 1-on-4. The girl basically warned, "We're going down 2 against 4. Luke warned Mora to drop the arrogance, because the real goal was keeping her at a distance, since they had long-range weapons ready to rain down. The robbers roared that her pathetic tricks wouldn't move them an inch. Norris and Luke circled in from opposite sides of the girl, while the robber bragged he'd cut her down, then froze when he tried to grab even one knife and realized he'd already blown his whole stash. All he could do was regret it, but before he could even think, Mora was on him, rushing forward and swinging for a brutal hit. She drove a punch into Luke's stomach with everything she had, cracking the air as he doubled over and screamed, then blasted herself back dozens of meters, and the mage immediately lined up a single, final strike meant to end her. A hellish bullet. His magic blazed like a spotlight. Then the girl snapped a thank you at the magician for the light and hucked a bottle of booze straight at his head. The bottle zipped straight in and smashed him in the head, knocking the dark mage down to his knees, and Moore just smirked, saying it was insanely easy to land every shot. The whole Kasha crew crumpled on the dirt like they'd been dumped there, eyes sealed shut, unable to so much as look past their enemy, while the sorceress loomed nearby, terrifying and unshakable. The crowd gathered in front of them watched the girl keep needling the team, begging her to stop while she just smirked, and the people kept laughing because they knew they weren't finished yet. She glanced at the bottle she'd brought as a gift, apologized with a heavy heart for bringing wine to the opening ceremony. But right now, finding Gale mattered more than anything. The girl shoved through the packed crowd, fighting her way straight to her friend's shop. The moment she slipped inside, she froze in awe, wandering past the display cases, until a mummy sprawled on the floor yanked her attention. She picked up the fallen figure off the floor with careful hands, cradling it like it mattered, and remembering exactly how Gale had painstakingly fixed it before. The guy insisted this product was special, as Mora got lost in totally different thoughts. She set the mummy down on the table so carefully, then, crack, something happened behind her and a voice demanded, "What are you hiding here?" It was Shelina the blacksmith, staggering under a heavy barrel on her shoulder, because she'd shown up to celebrate the grand opening. Mora jerked in panic, because she knew she had to sprint off and find her friend, until the blacksmith clamped onto her hand and barked for an explanation of what the heck just happened here. Gale was gone, and Cash's team couldn't stop him for long. So time was running out, and Mora was still freaking out, because she knew he was probably trying to lure the enemy out of the city without making life harder for the residents. Then Gimli burst onto the threshold and snapped. That kid bolted clear to the far end of the city, straight to an abandoned cemetery. The girls were stunned to find the master standing there, and they blurted out, "How did you know where Gale was?" And she admitted she only stumbled on it by accident. Then, glancing away, she awkwardly muttered that the Wolffang people were weirdly strange. The girl showed up in person to hand over the materials she'd gotten, and the moment she opened them, those animal organs reeked so badly it practically knocked you back. Gimli snapped that the Master of Curses was already being hunted by a crew far more experienced than Cash and his team, like they were stepping into a trap with bigger predators on the hunt. Shaking with fear, Mora thanked the girl, and even with that outfit, she bolted to help her friend. No time to swap clothes or grab a weapon, and everyone knew it. The blacksmith asked her to wait, but it looked like she was about to go with Mora. The girls snatched the weapons from Cash and Norris with big smiles, already thinking, "Hey, at least this is something." Then they burst into action, proudly launching a special mission to rescue Gale Hamilton. Gimli volunteered to walk with the girls, then leaned in and snapped, "This is the kind of moment where every second matters, because I'm betting Shelina isn't ready for this." The girl blurted that something felt terribly wrong, and Mora asked if it was because of the ones hunting Gale. But the master shook her head and said she could feel an inhuman presence closing in. She leaned in and told the girls that the tail and horns she brought weren't props at all. They belonged to the hippopotamus itself. Then she snapped that the ones hunting Gale right now rolled in from the royal capital, after they failed to kill the behemoth and watched it slip away. Still, beast-type monsters don't give up, and those S-ranked ones, they're sharp too. That's why they can pull off those slick strategic strikes and command the whole herd. So it's no surprise they've stayed with them this long, sniffing out everything and biding their time until the perfect opening hits. Turns out the girls could have run into a hippopotamus, so yeah, the mission jumped to AA difficulty. But after dealing with a cockatrice, they really didn't want to tangle with any more monsters. Meanwhile, Gale had already hammered his way to the abandoned hospital, turned cemetery, and now he braced himself on a tree, wheezing hard after that sprint. He leaped down, spun on his heels, and dropped into a fighting stance, like, "All right, come out and show yourselves." Killers crawled out of the bushes, demanded he wait just a minute to catch their breath, and he nodded and obeyed them on the spot. No hesitation. Gale suddenly snapped, "Wait, I've seen them before." And the truth hit. These guys were cautious comrades, which made Liznet's mood crash. She exploded in anger the moment she heard she'd been tied to those fake heroes. The girl jabbed a finger at him and snapped, "What's your problem?" And then she couldn't believe he was running that fast. The guy fired back that he was sure Cash and his gang were on his tail. Right then, Liznet lost it, shouting that they'd never catch up to him. The girl's screams dried her throat out, and then Gale nodded like he finally got it, telling her she could breathe and calm down, then offering her a drink. He didn't have water, but he had no chance to explain what he did have, because the lady snatched the liquid from his hands with greedy speed. She chugged it down to the very last drop, and when it clawed at her throat and reeked weirdly, she snapped, "What is this?" The young man shot back that it was a prototype potion made to erase petrification. Then he casually dropped the bombshell that it was cockatrice amniotic fluid, and Liznet froze in pure shock, while she tried to spit out everything she'd swallowed, and the guy just couldn't get why she was freaking out. She snapped at him, demanding why he'd hand her something to drink, but her assistant rushed in to tell her to check what it was before she took a sip, yet she refused to hear a single word. Gale fumed because he couldn't wrap his head around why she kept spitting out the medicine that heals petrification, when it's literally monster bodily fluid. And then he remembered the saying, "Good medicine always tastes bitter, no matter what." Still, she herself had already said she wanted to drink. Liznette snapped her head up, yanked out her weapon, and barked for every assistant to seize Gale right now. Because Gale was already totally lost, not having a clue what was happening. The girl who was told to corner the boy stepped in to take him down, alive or dead, while the young man lifted his hands and begged for forgiveness, asking if the potion really was that awful, but it was already too late. The killers barreled in to tear into the guy who, apparently, hadn't figured out how to fight back yet. The boy juked Liznette's perfectly aimed punch, and she snapped that he shouldn't even try to run. Then he tripped, she came in for another strike, and he slipped it again and slammed a kick into her. Then 3 blades from the girl's assistants snapped toward him, but he smoothly slipped out of every strike with razor-quick, sharp moves. The girl stared in disbelief as he dodged every single attack like it was nothing, and the young man snapped back. This isn't about him at all, it's what's hiding under their feet. Every single fighter bowed their heads, because the ground below was littered with bones of every kind, and right between the wreckage, wooden crosses jutted up like silent graves. That girl recoiled at the sight, and Gale couldn't miss it. More bones were buried under the ground, waiting to be found. Liznette figured he was some kind of adventurer who'd already faced graveyards, but his legs were totally fine. Meanwhile, the boys argued that even with more of them, the obstacles were brutal, and with them split apart, they couldn't possibly regroup. The kid knew this was headed for failure fast. Nothing he unleashed, not even those clever teamwork hits, could break through, and the bone crunch and rubble snap sounds basically screamed that the whole plan was already done. The girl whipped a knife through the air, and it skimmed inches from Gale's face. But what shocked her most wasn't his dodge, it was the calm, unhurried way he moved, like he wasn't rushing at all because he was waiting for the perfect opening. Graves crowded the ground wherever you looked, dumped together ages ago in a total rush, while the rain and wind shredded the old hospital until it crumbled into ruins. And now I couldn't stop wondering what kind of nightmare was waiting for Gale in that awful place. He cut into his own thoughts and told him, "I don't want to come off rude, but you should leave," like the team had learned to shuffle around this place. Yet that wasn't the reason he picked a cemetery. To him, this spot screamed perfect ambush, rich materials everywhere, and he knows the terrain like the back of his hand, so he comes here on purpose, and that's when something kicks off, lighting the young man up with pure excitement. The real master of curses owned this place. Bones scattered everywhere, remains left behind, and lost souls wandering in every direction. So Liznette's team had to bail because the answer was already waiting for them, crawling up straight out of the ground. The guy swore the team was already getting escorted out. Then the undead ripped themselves free and crawled up from every side. Not scared for a second, the guy threw his arms wide and grinned, like he already knew he was about to win. Liznette and her crew braced for an ambush, but the moment they caught the stench, saw the grime, and clocked the look on those bodies, they knew, yeah, these weren't just enemies, they were walking dead. Princess Carla reclined in her chambers, clutching the leaflet about the hunt for Gale, smiling as she pictured that mystery guy getting dragged to her, sooner than he could ever expect. Vivian demanded the high priest check the princess, because she can't stop obsessing over Gale Hamilton. She was totally lost because the mystery man was someone the princess had only glimpsed once, until the high priest finally revealed it. He'd saved her life. The priest and his assistant concluded that the princess had fallen for this young man, so Vivian asked, and that meant the princess wasn't preparing to die in the attack at all. But he brushed the question aside and watched Carla and Gale, both with their strange, special cravings, match each other perfectly, while Vivian spiraled and the men scrambled in vain to calm her down, as if the brain itself had already finished sketching the ideal partner when they couldn't even meet. Meanwhile, over in the farmer's corner, Liznette and her crew kept their eyes sharp in the cemetery, where a hospital used to stand, and fought off the undead that kept coming. Then the girl clocked it. This was the master of cursed objects' whole plan. He'd baited everyone into believing they were being followed, and then he unleashed undead to box the opponents in and spring the trap right there. With their backs pressed together, the boys realized this was the first time they'd ever seen that many undead in one place. Then, as he dodged a flying monster, he shot back that if he had to take on 1 to 4 of them, he'd have basically 0 chance of winning. And the 4 people he kept talking about were supposed to be Cash and the others, so Gale shot back, "What's wrong with them?" But Liznette snapped, "They're not like these fools. Because they're shadow-dwelling killers, the undead stand no chance." So once those words hit, The whole crew surged into battle, and the master was genuinely blown away. The undead weren't about to lose. Lisnet's team got swallowed in sheer numbers, surrounded on all sides as they clung to every opponent like a tide that wouldn't stop. The guys went all in that fight, throwing themselves in front of danger, covering every angle like it was do or die. Because one blind spot could cost them everything. Lisnet snapped into action, ordering a ring of defense to close in and guide Gale right into the trap, because they weren't planning to chase him later. They were going to kill him on the spot. Then out of nowhere, a colossal monster lunged straight at him, and the girl sliced it down before it could even finish its attack. She smiled, clocking this as his trump card. He was so close to sealing the win, but still. Lisnet had a trump card too, a Heart of the Demon King, but it came with brutal restrictions, so she couldn't just mess around and waste time. Then it hit her. Destroying every undead in sight was the perfect opening to unleash this artifact. And while she realized it, Gale's reinforcements tore through the night forest like a thunderstorm. Mora and the girls leaned in, realizing seasoned assassins were reading their gate. And once they counted about 4 of them, Mora insisted they had to reach their target fast or they'd be outmatched. Kuznets didn't even slow down as he said, "Only when someone's gone do you finally understand just how much they mattered to you." She shrieked that Gale was under her protection, because they needed to forge even more cursed items and kickstart an agricultural revolution in that farming town. And yeah, he's her partner. The guildmaster dipped her head, clocking her choice, because without Gale, she'd be drowning in problems. And as that truth settled in, one sharp thought hit her. Next time they meet, she'll remember that even a cursed item's master, stupid as he acts, still gets the job done and somebody needs him. She vowed to tell him every last detail just like that. No lies, no gaps. Shelina, still sprinting at full speed, blurted out what they'd do if a wounded hippopotamus showed up. Mora said assassins, and a hippopotamus sounded like too wild a combo, while Gimli just started thinking it through. She told her that the cursed item master can learn skills no regular job can ever touch. Then Mora leaned in and asked, "What kind?" The master snapped back with the truth. "There's a perfect dodge called asterisk surprise luck asterisk asterisk, and it can flip failure before it even lands." The girls stared in shock and blurted, "What kind of miracle luck is this?" They realized that flipping bad luck around was a terrifyingly powerful skill, and if it could save them from death, then of course everyone would have chased it. But here's the brutal truth. It's so rare it can't even be turned on whenever they want, so all the girls can do is pray they get lucky. Meanwhile, Lisnet and her team had already torn through a mountain of undead, still blazing forward to finish the mission. The girl marveled that they somehow wiped out every undead, but she still couldn't even muster the strength to get near Gale. She shot her hands up and confessed defeat. Too many undead, and Gale kept conjuring them like it was effortless. Lisnet threw in the towel right there. The assassin captain thrust her hand out in a handshake, sealing her approval. So Gale, barely thinking, rushed over to meet it and snapped the outstretched hand back. When the boy came up, Lisnet grinned and said, "Relax, I'm just messing with you," then ordered him to chuck the jar to her, and she snapped it out of the air, sealed tight with that cursed power. Then she lets them in on the secret. This is their trump card, and snaps open the jar, unleashing the creature from within. She wiped out the creature, then planned to tell the guy about it as a gift that could save his life. She thrust the artifact onto her palm and warned that it rockets your physical power to the limit, at the cost of your own life force, calling it the most terrifying, most brutal weapon ever made. And just as she talked, Gale spotted something lurking behind her. She spun around, and there it was, a hippo charging straight at them from the forest thicket, the very one missing a horn and an eye. Lisnet had no clue what this monster was doing here, but there wasn't time to wonder, because it was already swooping toward them, and Gale braced for the best-case outcome and made his move. Save the killer, he lunged and shoved the girl, and when she hesitated, she braced herself to eat the entire hit. The heroine snapped her head around, eyes flying open in shock, and before her breath even steadied, her lips twitched as she gasped Gale's name. The massive creature whips forward and hammers him with its horns, crack, sending him rocketing into the sky while dust erupts from the ground, and Lisnet can only stare, stunned by the sheer power of that hit. The girl tightened her fists and stared at the dust cloud blooming where the impact landed, then hissed, trembling with fury and ruthless clarity. It was that single blow that shredded him into dust, and she knew the enemy was stronger than ever. Mid the rubble of the roof shattered by his brutal fall, Lisnet clenched her fists and stared, because even with all his wild quirks and non-stop chatter, she couldn't deny it anymore. He was the one who saved her life. Her face still clings to that gloomy look, and she can't shake the thought that, no matter what, the man somehow just got hit with bad luck. She stands tall in front of a towering horned monster, chin up, eyes locked, zero fear in her chest. Then she snaps the truth. He wouldn't quit. He followed them anyway and refused to give up, even as these shattered ruins and flying debris scream just how deadly this moment really is. She pulled the artifact out, rolled it over in her hands like it was alive, and then launched into her story, spellbinding and full of secrets. The artifact in her hands shimmered like it was matching her mood, and she didn't waste time with threats. She just gave that cold, icy stare and said she liked it, like that was the whole point. And yeah, her persistence did all the talking for her. Black vortices, raw streams of energy, spill out from the artifact as the heroine flashes a wild grin and thrusts her hand toward it, where the sinister relic sparkles. Then she laughs with triumph and orders it to swallow her and rip straight for the heart of the Demon King. The artifact snaps into action, gulping her up in seconds and wrapping her head to toe in dark magic. Those artifacts' power has totally snapped, filling the air with wild, terrifying energy, and Liznit is right there, biting her lips so hard it looks like she's trying to hold on for dear life. Dark tentacles crashed over the heroine, and right on cue her abilities exploded to life. Instant stun resistance, fatigue resistance, and a surge in raw strength, proving her fighting power was escalating fast. Tentacles kept swallowing her whole as new abilities burst to life. An endless river of magic, pain completely shrugged off, until the artifact's power hit its peak and transformed her into a terrifying, unstoppable threat. The hippo snapped rigid, its huge body coiled like a spring, and those yellow eyes never blinked as they tracked the girl's every move. Because the chance to strike had already slipped, and now every move she made would be one beat too late. The heroine snapped into a fighting stance and declared it was rematch time. This time Behemoth wouldn't slip away, not even once. Her whole look screamed confidence and victory. On the battlefield, two rivals closed in, her artifact blazing to life, and a hulking rhinoceros-like monster looming ahead. Then she surged forward to strike as the beast tore the air apart with a terrifying roar. A massive hole ripped through the roof, screaming that Gale had smashed down there after a brutal impact. A hulking dark shadow tore across the night sky and sliced through the foliage, and someone let out a sharp gasp of shock. Gale flopped onto his bed, stunned out of his mind, and admitted he truly believed this was it. He was going to die, until he realized he'd been unbelievably lucky because he landed on his bed after falling straight through a hole in the roof. Gale sat on one of many beds in a room where the roof above him was blown open, and when he looked around, he couldn't help but think, this is a weirdly happy place, because one bad fall down to the ground would have wrecked him. In the half-light, he stared into the dark and chewed on every second of what just happened, almost certain he never really got a clear look, until it hit him again, the beast-form monster suddenly lunging and pouncing on them out of nowhere. One snap in his expression, and boom, his mind flashes to that zombie animal. A warped dog, twisted and wrong, but the moment after he shakes it off because he realizes it is that at all. He keeps racking his brain, clocking every scar. One horn snapped, one eye gone, and a tail that's shredded and battered like it survived hell. He stares in stunned disbelief because he's never laid eyes on anything like this. Yet somehow, its look still clicks perfectly with the description of a zombie animal. And with that thought in his head, he drops onto the bed and sprawls out, trying to process what he just saw. He keeps replaying everything in his head, reliving Shelina's warning that the villagers panicked when some creature started tearing up the fields, and now he's piecing it together. It probably started as a wild boar, then somehow twisted into an undead thing. He shot up like a spring because every second mattered. Gale had warned him this monster might be a threat to Liznit. With a cocky grin, he declared that as a master of curses, he had to do this, and then he made it clear that dealing with the undead was his job. He peeked out the door into that black room, shouting in panic that he was nowhere near home. The darkness pressed in from every side, and he had absolutely no idea where to go. Liznit kept hammering away at the monster, its evil grin daring her to blink, and she clung to the fight without backing down despite the terrifying pressure. Then Gale came rushing in to save her, but the real question hit hard. Would he reach her in time? From behind, you watch Gale stride forward, and the air around him feels razor-tight, like something out there might step in and slow his rush. That brutal, furious fight with the monster is still raging on. The monster and the girl locked eyes with fierce resolve. Then both surged forward and attacked at the exact same moment. 3 observers stood frozen, watching the fight unfold, their faces tight with anxiety, their eyes bulging with fear and worry. The heroine dropped in from above in a blur, eyes locked and focus razor-sharp, ready to unleash one crushing strike, the kind that screams pure determination in the middle of a decisive fight. Her sword clattered to the ground and shattered on impact. You could tell she'd slammed the monster's stubborn horn. Then her rage flared, and evil burned across his face. With the hit landing, the girl crumpled to the ground. And right then, the monster unleashed a piercing, ferocious roar that shook everything. She gripped the monster's horn and used it like a lifeline, barely keeping herself from going down. The watchers barked at Lisnette, and right then she snapped into action, caught her balance just in time, and instead of hitting the ground, slid into a ready-to-fight stance. She lifted her head with trembling determination, pulling every ounce of strength together for the next strike. She swore she'd gouge out the monster's other eye. But even with the artifact she used in battle to pump up her physical strength for the Demon King's heart, it still proved way too hard to pull off. Onlookers insisted Lisnette needed a replacement weapon, but she snapped back that she didn't need one. She swore she had ripped the monster's tail clean off with her bare strength, an important, brutal piece of its power. The girl swore she'd ripped the monster's head off, exposing his face and his fist. Then, right before she could finish the sentence, she burst into a fit of coughing. Her coughing kept crushing her lungs, and then the girl's strength snapped. She collapsed hard onto the ground. On that dark backdrop, her heart finally flickered into view, beating like it was struggling to breathe. She crumpled on the ground, fighting just to lift her head, gasping out a weak wheeze. Then a dark stain showed in her chest, like something pitch black was creeping through her from the inside. The others leaned in, panicking as they demanded, "What's happening to Mrs. Lisnette?" Staring at the girl sprawled on the ground, unable to even lift herself. She crumpled on the ground, lifted only her head, fists locked tight as she bit down on her lip, fighting tooth and nail to keep the pain from breaking her. One terrified observer blurted, "This can't be real, it's impossible." Darkness began to bloom in the girl's heart, creeping wider and wider until Lisnette's body started to fail her, weakness hitting hard and fast. The heroine flipped onto her back, clutching her chest right over her heart as sharp pain and crushing discomfort surged higher and higher. She couldn't get a breath, so they all rushed in right away, panicked over what was happening to her. Her eyes flew wide, her breath turned ragged and loud, and then she started to choke, crushed by the unbearable pressure inside her. Those artifact tentacles snapped around the girl's body, and every busted-up effect drained away. Her death resistance, her boosted strength, her fatigue immunity, and even her infinite magic power, until her body finally crumpled without a shred of support. She still sprawled there with her eyes bulging wide, gasping for breath she can't find, trembling under crushing weakness as her mind reels. She has no idea what's happening to her. The man rushed in, scooped her up, and snapped that the curse had spiraled out of control again, because the Demon King's heart was finally starting to lose its grip. He figured the artifact wouldn't quit until it had fully drained Ms. Lisnette, every last bit of her. A monster started charging from the opposite side, and one of the observers barked the order, "Two of you, stop the hippopotamus." They sprinted straight at the monster, snapped into fighting stances, and braced for the battle that was about to explode. Lisnette barreled in to stop them cold, warning, "You can't handle this monster." That monster's crushing punch blasted them both apart, sailing in opposite directions, while stones erupted up and clattered around them. She sat half up, slouched against the arms of one observer, and they both stared at what just happened with sheer alarm. Her eyes were stretched wide, sweat pouring down her forehead, and the terror she felt hit her like a wave the moment she saw it. Two of them tore away, and as they flew, blood streaks spewed from their mouths. Those red trails made it crystal clear. They were badly injured. The monster let out a terrifying roar, and Lisnette snapped, "That's enough." She snapped at one of them, demanding they clear his head right now. He snapped out tensely that it didn't work. He cried out in raw despair, screaming that the Divine King's tears just wouldn't work, and he couldn't believe it, because that artifact was supposed to be a top-tier church treasure. He snapped cursed through his teeth and dropped the artifact on Lisnette. That drop vanished on the spot, never even kissing her skin, as if something deep inside Lisnette pushed it back. She glared at him, spitting out the question, did this curse really get so vicious that even magic can't break it anymore? Lisnette's eyes rolled back and blood blasted from her mouth, and the man gripping her snapped into terrified horror, shouting her name with raw panic and desperation. Lisnette, sharpened by brutal training and packed with an insane tolerance for pain, kept pushing through it, clenching her teeth so hard she refused to black out even for a second. Her body convulses and her limbs jerk as death cries claw up from deep within, while the Demon King's cursed heart hammers with unnatural fury, like it wants to burst out of him. All over the place, fallen undead sprawled in heaps, lifeless, twisted in impossible poses, their faces contorted, and the last scraps of darkness still clinging to them. The fight kept escalating into full-blown chaos, pulling in more than just the hippopotamus. It even baited another dangerous threat into the royal brawl. A shadowy creature clawed its way into view, its shape warped into something straight-up evil. So close to the underworld it broke nature's rules just by existing, and the air around it turned heavy with suffocating darkness. From atop a cruel mound of undead corpses, a shadowy figure started to claw its way up, bursting out of tangled bones and rotting flesh, reeking of death itself, like doom had finally taken a shape. The skull-faced silhouette flashed a grin and declared it was magnificent. Then you could almost feel that stylish aura of death creeping in, unfolding right before his eyes. Liznette caught a dry, old man voice on the air, whipped her head around, and spotted exactly where the sound was coming from. She spotted a figure so dark, it swallowed the shadows hanging over the dead bodies. The heroine spotted a glowing lantern cutting through the darkness, throwing off a dim yet unmistakable light. The dark figure swung a gigantic scythe with a long, curved blade that loomed in the dim lantern light like a promise of doom. Lizette's eyes went wide with doubt, and she just couldn't shake the feeling that it was impossible. At first it was just some shadowy blur, but then, slowly, unmistakably, the shape started to sharpen into view. Slowly, the dark figure's shape clawed out of the shadows, pressing down like a nightmare you can't escape. Then her long, sinister braid surfaced behind it, and it looked even more terrifying. Out of nowhere, the Shinigami, the god of death, materialized, summoned the moment the air reeked of death, ready to snatch the souls of the living and march them straight to the world of the dead. Liznette said the hippo was a total shock, but then this creature showed up, and its look was an even bigger punch to the face. A terrifying Shinigami figure suddenly materialized, an eerie, unsettling monster with mysterious power that instantly shocked the crowd and froze everyone in fear. This creature is the kind of god or demigod that almost never graces the surface world. People whisper that this entity is the ruler of death, but you almost never see it, and when it finally shows up in the hero's world, terror hits hard and you just know the end is coming. The creature crept its arms open, like it was about to hug the whole room or crush it, using nothing but its eerie, sinister power. With his arms spread wide, he started speaking in a slow, heavy voice, addressing everyone there and calling them the children of men who chase life alongside their accomplices. Liznette's eyes snapped wide the moment she heard that voice. The guy carrying Liznette managed to squeeze out, "I can't move at all." His voice cracked with tension, and his body felt locked solid under the heavy pressure from that mysterious creature. Liznette and her crew went stone still, like an invisible giant pinned them to the ground, because death's terrifying voice ripped open their primal terror and crushed every last shred of will to move. The creature let out a creepy little chuckle, sharp and chilling, but the real shock didn't stop with Liznette and her crew. Even that monster, still roaring like it wanted to tear the world apart, suddenly went quiet. Nobody could move. No matter how terrifying Behemoth was, even he got stuck solid, frozen in place like the ground had chained him down. The creature cocked its head to the side, like it was hunting the silence for answers. After a beat of silence, the creature eased its gaze downward, its hollow eye sockets, swallowed by the skull's shadow, locking onto Liznette. Half-sitting, Liznette's body shook and her breath came in scraps as she lifted her head, locking eyes with the creature's empty stare, pain and pure tension pouring out of her. The creature narrowed its eyes on Liznette, measuring her grit like a test, and with a sharp, cold edge to its voice. Almost amused by the words it chose, it made it sound like it was curious about exactly what was going on here. The creature rumbled out a chilling laugh, locked eyes on Liznette's chest, and imagined the Demon King's heart there, like it was teasing the deadly power hiding in its glow. The Demon King's heart flatlined, like it clenched up, holding its breath in pure terror. The Shinigami snapped his gaze back and forth between Liznette and the hippopotamus again and again, sizing them up like it was life or death. The Shinigami lifted his gaze to the sky, threw his arms wide, and blurted out that he couldn't believe the jaw-dropping spiritual offering, calling it absolutely wonderful. Liznette clutched her chest, sure that that scythe would rip her soul apart. Yet even after she barely slipped the swing, the Demon King's heart still went hunting for her. She believed that once the Demon King's curse vanished, the hippopotamus would go berserk and rip her apart, still staring at the monster like it was the real target. She stared down and knew it. Breaking the Demon King's curse would unleash the behemoth, and it would obliterate her. She finally started to realize exactly what was going on, and it hit her like a punch. Shinigami hovered over the battlefield, a hippopotamus lumbered nearby, and Liznette sat on the ground with zero power, feeling death inching close. Then, out of nowhere, a mirror blinked into existence behind the demigod. He told me that mirror doesn't just show faces. It rips open your mind and mirrors your real thoughts. He swung back to Lysette and told her, "All right, I'm about to show you two things that matter more than anything." Then he leaned in and told her, in plain words, that it would be a memory from her own life. Liznit couldn't stop thinking. She wanted to binge through every last memory before death finally took her. She started remembering everything. Being born into a poor family, then getting shipped off to slave away as a servant just to keep another family of hungry mouths from growing. She remembered how they treated her like an animal, cruelly and without mercy, all while she was forced to serve a noble family. She believed that in that house lived a girl around her age, because every time she went to the well to draw water, she spotted her there, right where she shouldn't be. Lysette couldn't shake the feeling that a girl her age was staring at her with ice-cold eyes, and fear crawled up her spine. Every time someone mentioned her birthplace, that stunning girl in fancy clothes flashed back into her mind, again and again, like fate was screaming that where you're born decides everything. Lysette's mind snaps back to the moment she lost her patience, stepped toward freedom, and reached for a life she could finally choose herself. Her footsteps slap into the ground, soaked in dark liquid. In the end, she remembered it all. Freedom didn't come easy, because it started with her getting pulled into a murder case. Her terrified face flashed into view in her mind. The moment snapped, memories gone, and the world slammed back into the present. Liznette stood there, frozen, eyes cast down. The heroine still remembered that mountain of corpses she'd stood on, crushed by pain, drowning in loneliness. So she made herself a promise. Wherever and however she died, she'd leave with zero regrets. Lysette, eyes glued to the floor, muttered with a heavy, defeated sigh that her whole life felt pointless. She couldn't stop thinking, so this is karma. She never once pictured her final moment, after spending her life as an assassin built to steal lives, only to have the Shinigami himself come hunting her. The Shinigami stared at her and declared, "All right, this is where part 2 kicks off," then shut it down. The Shinigami kept going, painting the kind of life that might lie ahead for her, and right then Liznit, full of stolen strength, pushed herself up and struck a fighting stance. She just stared, totally stunned that her life here was getting yanked away, and she refused to buy what the Shinigami said about the future. Liznit stared at the demigod, trying to wrap her head around everything he was saying. After the murder case got shut, those noble families still kept hauling her back into it, teasing her, hurting her, humiliating her, like the scene in the background where that man yanks her hair and doesn't let up. She insists she was sent to bury the Empire's first prince, and says things haven't changed a bit from that day to now. Liznette couldn't forget the moment she bolted from captivity, chasing freedom in her dreams while fury burned at every single restriction. She leapt the fences, replaying every moment in her head, and realized, somehow, she'd been caged by restrictions all over again. She couldn't stop herself from thinking, what if the spot she landed in was the key to everything? She tilted her head up, eyes wide, as confusion hit hard, and she tried to piece together what just happened. The heroine recalled exactly how she'd made it to this farm, then stood beside a tree, staring out at the village from a distance like it was daring her to move. Liznit realized the farm might not look rich on paper, but its nature was bursting with life way beyond anything the city could offer. She realized something powerful. People can find real happiness even in a plain, humble life like this. Liznette stared at the door, hope flickering in her chest while doubt kept tugging at her. She stepped up to the door, heart pounding, wondering if anyone out there would ever look past her flaws and still accept her for who she truly was. From that moment on, she craved a peaceful life on this farm, hand outstretched toward the door as she fully meant to open it. Even with fear clawing at her chest, she yanked the door open anyway. Her dream of living in peace on the farm gets violently ripped away, shattered before it even has a chance to become real. Right as her memory hits a wall, Shinigami explodes, screaming at her to forget it, no matter what. Shinigami snapped that staring at the future, and the past right on the edge of death is useless, and Liznette stared straight through the shattered mirror. At that exact moment, the demigod likened a soul to a perfectly seasoned dish and tightened his grip on the scythe like he was about to crush fate itself. He lifted his scythe, spat out his final words, and stared down at Liznit's small body right in front of him. Tears streamed down Lysette's face as rage shook her. She snapped that she was done with all of this and refused to tolerate it any longer. She stared at the raised scythe, and her companion's instinct screamed danger, so he rushed in close, trying to shield her from it. The moment she lifted her hands to protect herself, a total stranger suddenly materialized right beside her. Gale stepped in between the Shinigami and Liznit and thrust both hands up, gripping the scythe like it was his last line of defense. Scythe still gripped in his hands, He snapped his gaze back to her. The Shinigami stared at him in stunned confusion, while the heroine couldn't believe her eyes, because he was still alive. Listenit stared at him, stunned beyond belief, because he moved like nothing under all that crushing pressure. Gale's eyes widened as she blurted, "What pressure are you talking about?" And right then, the cursed bracelet snapped to life. He grinned and told him the cursed objects were somehow crazy convenient. The Shinigami's jaw dropped in shock, then irritation flared like a wildfire. The demigod leaned in and demanded to know why the hero had shown up. Irritation flared in the hero's face as he snapped back, "It's me again, huh?" His rifle practically growled in frustration every time Gale showed up, right in the middle of the undead. Shinigami shot up his scythe and launched a brutal attack on Gale. He locked eyes with the demigod and shot his hand up, like he was about to make a move. The hero blasted Shinigami with dispersal magic, and boom, a huge splash of light erupted. Right then, the demigod started to fade away, like reality was erasing him. All three stared, watching the blast scatter across the air. Liznit stared at it all, completely stunned. The three of them kept their eyes on the Shinigami as he faded away, and the heroine blurted that he wiped out the demigod in a single second. Gale flashed a grin at his enemy like it was all over, and right then the blazing light in the sky started fading away, bit by bit. The enemy crumpled to the ground, and the scythe crashed right beside him. The three of them stared, frozen at the spot where he'd crashed. None of them moved. Liznit stared down the undead corpse with pure disdain, and then blurted out in shock that it was, in fact, still a dead body. She stared at the Shinigami's corpse, snapped to Gale, and demanded to know if a demigod could even be killed, then pointed out how he'd still wiped the Shinigami out. Gale snapped his head toward them and said he didn't do anything fancy. He just lifted the spell. He told him that if he took down a demigod, he'd lose access to the good materials, and he wouldn't have the strength to keep holding his opponent's scythe up. He grabbed the Shinigami's scythe with his bare hands, and Liznit's jaw dropped in shock. With a fierce lift of the scythe, the hero summoned a spinning skull with spine around him, and a chilling aura snapped into place. Staring at one of the skulls, he blurted that it always showed up out of nowhere. Lysette's head snapped with confusion, wondering why he was so shocked. She realized the Demon King's heart wasn't beating at all. It sat dead quiet, like something inside him had gone still. Right then, the heroine started coughing, and the guy beside her snapped out a worried shout as he rushed over. Gale stared at them, stunned. She insisted she was fine, then blurted that she had to take down the hippopotamus, and right there it hit her. Ever since Shinigami vanished, the artifact inside her started to stir and move. Gale studies Liznat with raw worry, clearly seeing something's wrong with her, and that gut feeling won't let him ignore it. He senses something is lurking inside her, pure darkness pressing in, and Liznat is right there in the foreground, kneeling with both hands clutched to her chest. She forced herself upright, gasping through the words, and barely managed to ask how he knew. The hero perched on the railing, stared at her, and admitted he'd never once been able to spot her curse. Liznit let out a bitter little smile and admitted it. This curse really was one of a kind, the only one like it anywhere in the whole world. When Gale dropped the words, "the heart of the Demon King," shock hit him like lightning. He even stared at his own mouth, then repeated the name to himself, still unable to wrap his head around what he'd just learned. He's buzzing about the curse like it's a living beast, alive, ruthless, unstoppable, and Liznat can't believe how obsessed he is. A church potion lay sprawled on the ground, and it couldn't break the curse no matter what, yet she insisted Gale could try. With a grim stare, the heroine snapped at Gale. Touch that creature and it could take him over. The hero answered with ice-cold confidence, ready to risk everything, and made one thing crystal clear. He was taking that artifact for himself. Right then, Liznet's body betrayed her. Violent coughing seized her out of nowhere, and she could barely keep her feet. She slammed into him, knocking them both down. He realized the clock was ticking, so Gale stopped messing around. He focused hard and started ripping that artifact off Liznet's chest. A dark, smoky shadow started spilling out of Liznet's chest. Gale didn't slow down for a second, pushing the dispersal all the way until it finally reached the very end. Liznet stared at her chest in shock, like she couldn't process what she was seeing, as a dark, swirling curse energy slowly crawled out. Her eyes went wide, because part of her still couldn't believe this was real. The curse snapped free, ripped away from their bodies, and surged high above them. The dark curse spilled from Liznet's chest, squished into a tight, glowing sphere, and slid clean into Gale's hands like fate. Gale's hand curse kicked into high gear, raging like it had a mind of its own, and he grinned, shocked by how fast and slick it moved. This dark gift finally unleashed its full power. Gale leaned in with excitement, itching to shatter the curse into tiny pieces, then forge objects from them so he could study every last bit of it. Lisnette sat on the ground, staring in awe as the curse finally crumbled and vanished fast. Staring at him, the heroine realized just how fiercely he refused to let the Demon King's heart take over. He gripped a vessel of liquid, thrust it into the heroine's hands, and ordered her to drink it, while his other hand clung to the curse. She snapped, saying she'd swallowed the stuff way too dumbly, and he fired back that this liquid boosts the body's power. Then its real job kicks in. It shatters petrification. He grinned and told him plainly, living things are packed with nutrients, and that's a truth you can't just brush off. Right then, something yanked his attention away. At that exact moment, the hippo monster stared them down, and Lisnette Drenke Gale launched into action. Right then. She lifted herself up, smiling as she thanked him for the help he gave. She shot up and warned Gale, "Run right now while you're still alive." As she charged toward the monster, she prayed it hadn't shaken off the Shinigami's crushing blow yet. She stared the monster down with burning resolve, and snapped that in the end he'd chosen the wrong target. He sneered while a vicious monster loomed in the background, admitting the animal had seized her body, and insisting it was nothing short of a miracle she'd survived. Gale grinned and blurted that the monster was a zombie animal, and Lisette just stared back, utterly bored and completely lost. She shot him a glare over her shoulder and demanded why he thought that, annoyed. Then Gale lit up and blurted that those were the key traits of an animal he'd never been able to finish, because he was a zombie. She couldn't help but wonder, was he completely out of his mind? When he jerked himself upright, she blared a warning, "Gale, get out of there, run." Watching him slowly push himself up, she realized the hippopotamus was already clawing its way back from the Shinigami's crushing pressure. Clutching the Shinigami scythe, Gale swore he'd take care of it himself, because the villagers were already panicking about the beasts, and he refused to let a single one get hurt. He snapped into a battle stance, hoisted his scythe high, and swore he'd crush him right here, right now. He launched his assault as the monster hauled itself upright, bracing for a brutal battle. Lisnut tried to stop him, whispering that he shouldn't touch that thing with bare hands or it might curse her. But Gale just stayed calm, brushed her warning aside, and started talking because after all, With a smug grin, he bragged that he was the master of the damned clients, and Lisnette stared at him with wide, stunned eyes. A towering behemoth surged toward them as Gale snapped into a fighting stance, ready to throw down. They locked eyes and the air started crackling with tension. Right then, the battle was about to explode. The hero bragged that the Shinigami's scythe was so razor-sharp it could slice straight through flames, storms, and even crashing waves. Nothing could stop it, and then he swung it into action. With one brutal swing, he severed the hippopotamus's head, and Lisnette froze, staring in stunned silence as it thudded onto the ground. Staring at the ground where the hippo's body lay, Lisnut couldn't believe it. Gale really was the curse item master, the kind who could take down even the Shinigami god. She even dared to imagine ripping out the Demon King's heart and banishing it forever. She stared at the hippo's head and thought, Gale beat him too. Staring at Gale, she realized, again, she'd already saved him 3 times, and she blurted his name at the top of her lungs. He flashed her a smile and snapped his gaze toward her as soon as she spoke. She dropped to her knees in a sudden, trembling crash. As she stared at him, admiration hit her hard. He was nothing short of amazing. He closed the distance to her, worry written all over his face. A monster's severed head sat cold on the ground, staring into the chaos. At that exact moment, the head snapped its eyes wide open. He marched right up to her and shouted her name. As soon as he called her name, she snapped her gaze onto him, sharp and unmissable. He grabbed her to lift her up, and right away she blurted an apology, then insisted, "I'm okay." She breathed out in awe, praising him for slaying the monster, then stared at him with wide-open eyes, like she'd just spotted something no one else could. Right behind Gale, the headless hippo's body started to rise up again. Lisnette let out a blood-curdling scream, yelling at him to whip around and look behind her. With a blood-curdling scream, Gale swung the scythe again and slammed the hippopotamus body to pieces. The body tore right down the middle, splitting into 2 terrifying halves. Standing over the fallen body, he shot Lisnette a fierce thank you and admitted the monster had nearly caught him napping. She stared at him, completely shocked. Lisnette stared at the monster's body and couldn't believe it. Decapitated, bleeding out, yet still charging, fighting on with nothing but its torso, pure willpower and motion, and trusting only its sense of smell. Staring down at him, she realized, an enemy or not, he was still worthy of her awe. Remembering that monster brawl, she realized their first run ended in a draw. Then the second time, Gale swooped in and saved her. She figured that if they clashed 10 times, He'd still walked through 9 of those battles and lived to tell the tale. Staring into his lifeless eyes, Liznit swallowed her grief and bade the fallen beast goodbye, praising him as a fierce fighter who lived for battle, then blessing him with peace. The heroine seethed to herself. If just one thing went wrong, she'd be dead. Clutching Lysette's hand, Gale waltzed her through the confusion of what now, while he calmly passed out cockatrice liquid and the rest of the potions. Seeing him laugh with the others, Lysette's shoulders finally dropped. Relief hit her hard because it meant he was truly alive. Staring at him, she snapped. Right then she realized she'd completely dropped her mission because she was supposed to kill him. The 3 who just hauled each other to their feet now stood shoulder to shoulder, and right beside them, Gale watched with total calm. Suddenly, Lysette fixed her gaze on his smile like it held a secret. The heroine stared them down and told them point-blank that Prince Burial's mission had crashed and burned. Gale's eyes went wide when he stared at her and she slammed the words down. They were giving up. Right after he said that, 3 people dropped to their knees and bowed to the hero. Right then, surprise hit him like a punch as a bow suddenly came out, and a voice shouted from right behind him. Gale blurted out Sharina's name in shock, and then he heard the warning. She wasn't alone, because a girl stared at them just as surprised as he was. She snapped her gaze from Gale to the other girl, eyes bulging in disbelief like her brain couldn't process what she was seeing. With tears streaking down her face, she thought, "He's safe, thank God," and she couldn't wait to run straight into his arms. Gale stared at the girl in stunned disbelief, and when she locked eyes with him, it hit her that the seconds until they'd see each other again felt like an eternity. She didn't hold back a single feeling. She tore across the space and charged straight at him to slam the distance shut. She shot up to him, grabbed him tight for a hug, and blurted in sheer joy that she'd never let him go again. Because he was right there, alive, and that was all she could think about anymore. She spun around and found the aftermath. An enormous corpse sprawled out, a heap of half-dead undead mercenaries, and a blood-soaked reaper's scythe. Signs of the brutal fight she'd just barely made it through. Mora, choked up with emotion, reached for a hug from Gale. But right at the last second, she slammed the brakes and froze, because the air around them felt downright cursed. 2 girls traded quick impressions, shocked by how wild and high-stakes everything around them felt. Gale swung the scythe to show Sharina, then told her this blade was razor-sharp, perfect for forging killer farming tools. The sword girl stared at the monster's mangled body and realized, nothing stays razor-sharp forever, not even her blade. Gale kept talking to Sharina, stacking fresh details onto his story until it practically felt alive. He started going on about Sharina's store, and she leaned in, hanging on his every word. Gale finally spilled the truth. His old teammates smashed the girl's shop, and even though he stopped the damage from spreading, he couldn't stop the fallout from hitting anyway. He blurted out, "I'm sorry," and the girl grinned like, "Don't worry, I'll grab a thing from my workshop." The hero finally steadied himself after the girl's answer, and when she smiled back, her words hit like a promise. Sharina and the sword girl fired up Gale with praise, telling him they'd brought back that creepy style. And honestly, they couldn't believe how fast he handled that terrifying look. Then they backed it up with big, hard pats on his shoulders. The craftswoman stared at Gale, and he couldn't even figure out if they were roasting him or praising him, until the 2 girls leaned in and told him the truth. It was both at the same time. She whipped around to Lysette and realized, hey, it was her again. Then she teased her with a bold Miss Killer. She shot back that her journey was finished for good. She kicked off the story about how, just recently, one event had shattered her old perspective on life. And right then, her 3 comrades instinctively bowed their heads like the moment was heavy enough to crush them. Liznette admitted her view of life had shifted, but with her head down, she insisted it didn't come with any fresh ideas or any plans for what came next. The crosswoman leaned in and listened to her closely, her face lighting up with real interest and clear understanding. The girl straight up told the guild master they wouldn't be staying long. She and her crew were too badly hurt and desperately needed rest. The craft woman snapped back that she'd get them clothes, food, and a place to stay until everyone fully recovered. Gale handed her and the whole crew a spot at his store, temporary work, so they could heal up without feeling like a burden. The girl shot him a worried look and asked if he was really sure. Then the hero grinned and admitted the shop was in a mess right now, because until it started running normally again, he couldn't pay much at all. Gale grinned and told Liznette, "Don't worry, your wounds will fade as time passes and selling things won't make them worse." She stared at him, stunned, yet hope still flickered in her eyes. She kept praying that if this town had someone who'd love her for who she truly was, she'd spend calm, peaceful days with him. And now she couldn't stop wondering if that dream actually came true. Gazing at the ground, Liznette couldn't stop the feelings from crashing in. Tears flooded her eyes, and she clamped down on her lip, desperate not to burst into a full sob. When he saw her tears, he snapped a step forward and stared at her with panic in his eyes. His hand lifted like he meant to catch her. But he froze mid-motion, unsure what to do. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then paced in tight circles around her, probing gently while firing off questions about what happened, and whether she was hurting anywhere. She wiped the tears off her face, and stared as he fretted and blurted that he was out of cockatrice fluid. She beamed at his kindness, like it lit up her whole world. Even while tears spilled down her face, she broke into a laugh and called him so stupid it was almost unbearable. Sharina watched their exchange unfold, a soft smile curling across her face. She sat there smiling, thinking, I've always known Gale was kind. She remembered it clearly. He didn't just hear her, he hung on every word, even when the tale turned to the undead. But it's a little weird. She started frowning, and I couldn't help noticing. It was clear she'd just been hit where it hurt. Something had definitely gotten under her skin. The girl with the sword burst into laughter as she decided she'd tell him everything later, right there beside her. She flashed a smile, spun toward the craftswoman, and said, All's well that ends well, and the craftswoman nodded right back. Gale strode up to the three of them, tried to show them what he'd found, and the craftswoman's eyes snapped wide with shock. The craftswoman started grilling Gale and Liznette, demanding to know if this was really the Demon King's true heart, and she confirmed it. Liznette leaned in and told him the Demon King's heart was split into 6 pieces, each one tied to a different empire, and the one she had wasn't just any piece, it was hers. The girl said Gale helped her tear away a piece of the Demon King's heart before it could eat up her whole body, and the master leaned in, hanging on every word. The craftswoman stared at the item in Gale's hands and knew this. Pull just 1/6 of that cursed gear, laced with pallid demon essence, and it's deadly. Any regular warrior would drop, and even a priest wouldn't survive the strain. The craftswomen kept their minds locked in, staring at the vast space with sheer, serious focus. She stared at Gale's shocked face as he still gripped the artifact in his hands, convinced he was a real master of curses, so skilled he could strip even a power this deadly. Night had already dropped, and the craftswoman sat there, lost in deep thought, replaying everything that was happening. The moment the first sunlight spilled over the village, an outraged scream tore through the air. Someone barked, almost annoyed that they were an S-ranked team. 4 guilty men cram into a tiny cell, furious and rattled, slamming their outrage into the air. Then one prisoner snaps with burning anger and demands, What kind of unbearable, unacceptable treatment is happening to us right now? Meanwhile, the girls sit at the table and chat in a calm hush, until Mora lets out a deep, exhausted sigh and complains that this place is way too loud today. But she swears it won't stay this way for long. The girl across from her, lounging with elbows on the table, quietly nods in agreement. Then it hits her. She realizes that the wolf fang fueling this fight can't just be let go without consequences, and she knows, deep down, this situation is deadly serious. She knows it all comes down to this, so they set up a huge meeting in the very city where the trial would happen. And then, out of nowhere, an intervention slips in straight from the royal capital, flipping everything on its head. With the debts piling up in the city, she realizes they've been begging to delay Cash and his whole crew's punishment, and she goes along with the call, even though she knows they had no reason to blindly obey it. The girl snapped to the truth. This was an insane, urgent, totally unexpected summons from the royal capital, so even with heavy hearts, they reluctantly did what it demanded. She knows she could have refused the order because the official promise said every damage would be paid for. So she just smiles as she recalls how Sharina, the farm's representative, swallowed her rage and finally calmed down. Gimme leans in and asks the girl if she thinks Gale's in his workshop right now, doing something important. She says yeah. He was just talking about catching a burst of inspiration, and he's rushing to use it before it slips away. She spots that her partner isn't really listening, so she blurts out her name. Then she gently pokes Mora's nose, grinning and asking what's up with that dead-serious face. Is it because she hasn't seen Gale right now? Reddening, she blurts out that her words don't mean anything. Then, mortified, she asks why she's even saying this. At the table, her partner just smiles and tells her, Don't sweat it. I totally get what you mean. But Mora's face burns hotter, so she slams the brakes and changes the topic, insisting the quest was actually kind of interesting, and she'll go kick him out right now. Gimme smiles, clutches the paper to her chest, and suddenly gets it. When things get like this, a girl's feelings aren't as simple as they seem. The other women nod along too, certain there are still people out there who won't bat an eye, even if it's the heart of the Demon King. The girl says it's basically normal. If someone's got real talent and special gifts, they end up stealing hearts and pulling everyone's attention. Then she shrugs and admits she gets it, at least a little, why Mora and Listenette fell in love. Her face brightens with a genuine smile, and just as fast it turns bittersweet. She lifts her chin with fearless confidence and says, plain as day, the woman who truly wants him is her. She spills the truth. Their dark elf clan was cursed by the Demon King himself, and that brutal 1,000-year curse is now crushing them to the edge of extinction. The girl snaps into the moment and decides it's time to stand strong, before their clan vanishes for good, because she remembers the Demon King's heart fragment they'd been chasing, and how, thankfully, it finally landed in their hands. The woman figures there's someone out there who can lift Gale's brutal curse, and Gale just keeps grinding. No sleep, no breaks, while another guy cheers because the finish line is finally in sight. The man bragged that he'd actually healed the Demon King's heart, and then leaned in like it was priceless, a one-of-a-kind rarity. When he noticed the stuff that spilled out, he realized it could shut down the Demon King's heart, so he scooped up a massive amount and used it right away. He says that by juggling the opposite forces, he managed to smother every flaw in the Demon King's heart without stealing a single one of its strengths. Though he admits he can only blunt the bad parts, and to keep the wild tentacles under control while equipping them, he had to fire off a bunch of tiny spells. He leans in and boasts that he finally crushed the appetite that made the artifact steal the owner's life energy. Then he yanks out the finished artifact and declares it's the Demon King's heart, even better than Gale's, but upgraded again and again. Standing by the stove, the boy grins like he just won the world, bursting with real pride in what he's cooked up. Then he declares it's the newest, greatest creation he's ever made. The man slid a letter over to the guy at the table, and he studied it so closely it was like it burned. Then he snapped, furious, demanding to know what it was and whether it was truly a letter from Listenette. The letter read that she was quitting for personal reasons, and the man snapped, jumping out of his chair and blasting, "What happened to the Demon King's heart I gave you?" Then he slammed his eyes back on the paper and realized something was off. The letter declared she'd pocketed 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance pay, and the man crumpled to the floor, stunned, begging himself to understand what kind of severance would even come with that. The man insists that once Prince Belial read Liznette's letter, color drained from his face, so badly that he looked worse than any undead in the whole area. The night girl and the princess stare at the tied-up culprits right in front of them, furious and livid, and the culprits hang their heads in shame, refusing to meet their eyes. The princess steps up to the C-rank crew, Wolffang, and admits she's been watching them the whole time, because those happy faces still don't match what she knows they haven't figured out yet. The girl smirks and flat-out admits she knows every single thing that went down, then snaps back. "Who do you think you are, tearing up my personal store just to scoop up all the guards?" The girl speaks up, and the knight snaps back, furious, insisting it was an official order, then blaming their farm fiasco on the kingdom's incompetence. The girl tells them she already cleared every mess on the farm side, declares it officially resolved, and hands over the info. Then the guys stare at her, stunned. She snaps that she doesn't have time to worry about their feelings. She won't let a disgrace stain the glorious history of their kingdom. The boys explode with indignation, insisting they did nothing wrong, because all they tried to do was smash the cursed objects sitting in the store like worthless junk. The girl stares at them, stunned. She plants her hands over her face, drowning in pity for Gale's brilliant creations, and pleads with him to hang on. Then she whips around, eyes blazing, and warns that if they're going to use that kind of logic, she's left wondering what kind of punishment they'd even deserve. They freaked out at what they heard, so one guy, trembling with worry, asked if they'd been pardoned, hoping they'd get set free. Before he could even finish, the night girl strode up in silence, waved a stack of papers, and wham, slapped him hard. The girl blurts that they set up an account under Princess Carla's name and just kept buying from the shops. Then the princess snaps back after tallying every cost, every payment to the farm, and declares they owe 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. She says all the expenses cover their hotel stay, meals, and fancy restaurant dinners, plus the bill for all the items and equipment. But then she snaps, "Wait, what happened to the equipment we bought?" The girl straight up admits they drained every last bit of the state treasury to cover it all, but she insists they'll pay it back in full. Then she smirks and says she already knows they can't, because they've blown through everything and have zero savings. The man just shrugs and fires back that it was all an expense. The woman's fury ignites. She screams at the top of her lungs, demanding where it says on that paper that they'll cover the expenses, because this was investigative cooperation. The girl snaps back, They're going to drag them away. And the guy instantly bristles, shouting, drag them where? She shoots back that if they can't fork over the money, they'll grind through the debt with their own hands, doing unpaid labor until every last bit of their extravagance is paid back. The woman warns that it's a brutal world. But when you think about what they've done, they're lucky they even found a place that'll take them. And the man stares in shock as he realizes they're about to get forced into unpaid work. Fuming through clenched teeth, the guy jumps up and demands how much they have to pay for everything. Then the girl, eyes ice cold, says they'll need about a decade. The boys freeze at the verdict, staring at it like it's a life sentence ready to lock them away. The guards rip them away on the spot, and the girl can only stare as it all unfolds. Then out of nowhere, a man steps in and tells her, starting today, this job is yours too. The man bristles and snaps. What kind of job is this? Then leans in, curious what work they'll even be doing. The girl just grins and says, relax, at first I'll give you some peace and quiet before the work starts. You've got nothing to worry about. The boys freak out at the girl's twisted face and creepy behavior, but she snaps back that they shouldn't waste a second on her kindness. Then the guards drag the culprits away. Right then, the princess slips out from behind the door, asks the girl if it's safe, and the knight nods. Then the princess whips her head around and lets out a sharp, annoyed sigh. She drops into the chair by the window, and I whip my head toward the girl, telling her straight up these guys did unforgivable things. The princess shuts her eyes, grins, and admits they really came in handy, so she spares their lives. Then the girl opens her eyes and stares out the window. She lifts her palm toward the horizon, nodding like, yep, she's got it. Gail Hamilton is hiding in that farm corner. The girl snaps, I've finally found you, and clenches her fist because the truth is he's already in her arms. The princess flashes a smile and says she was just wondering where to go on her next expedition. Then the girl swivels toward Vivian and blurts that she needs to contact her father, only for Vivian to stare back in shock, clearly not buying it. The girl swivels toward her, grinning wide, then taps her own chest and says it's finally time to start taking agriculture seriously. Gail's on the farm, locked in his workshop, hammering away at whatever he's building like there's no time to breathe. Suddenly, the guy snaps into action. He lifts his glasses, worry crawling up his face. Then he whips his gaze to the door and shouts for Lisnette. She peeks out from the next room, asking, what happened? He blurts an apology. He got so buried in his work that he didn't even realize it was time for her to change. Then he thanks her for what she's doing, and she shoots back, don't, this is better. If I don't step in, your work on the artifacts goes smoother. The guy wipes the sweat off his brow, and he can't help but beam. He's thanking the girl because when she's working at the store, she helps him non-stop. The guy realizes she only gets to meet clients when he's got no choice, then just grins and admits that somehow, during all that chaos, he even pulled off making a turtle laugh. He stares at the skull, an eerie inside piece carved from a lich's skull, then smiles at the guests with this creepy grin, and the guy whips around to the girl, asking her straight up if anything's wrong. He steals a glance at his stunning new girlfriend in her uniform and admits, straight up, that it's way better when the guests are greeted by a real person. Flustered and panicking, she finally blurts out that this uniform came from the bar where she used to work part-time. She snaps that the moment they ripped money out of her already too small paycheck, rage hit. Then they added a uniform she'd never need again. Until the end, when she was forced to buy it anyway, and she admits she was furious about the labor law violation because who in their right mind thinks they won't still need the uniform? The girl beams at him and declares she'll take the offer and go first. Then Lisnette waves goodbye to her friend, promising they'll meet up tomorrow. Gale shot up from his seat, exhaling like he'd finally been freed from a trap, then threw his hands up and yelled that the artifact was finished at last, and it looked absolutely incredible. He claims he's boosting every ability now, with 0 debuffs, and the tentacles that used to wreck the human body are redirected to hit the right stimulation points instead. He snuggles up to his work, staring at it like it's priceless, and he admits the real reason it matters most, the killer design, because the tentacle idea is pure genius. He leans in close to the artifact, and yeah, he's certain it's cursed, because this one comes with a musical solo, and sometimes he even murmurs to the owner in a low, quiet voice. The guy dances like a skeleton and admits that, even alone, loneliness never gets boring. Then he's shocked that his disability is just 1/6 of the whole thing, and he realizes the world is so huge there have to be way more exciting adventures waiting out there. He leans toward the window, grin blazing, and suddenly realizes, wow, there are tons of incredible artifacts out there that he still hasn't even discovered. He hunkered down and decided, all right, time to hunt for fresh materials. Then he stared at the monster's head, realizing the moment the upgrades were done, he had to forge the next big thing out of it. This young man, totally lost in his own head, studies every ingredient like it's sacred, sorting them out with shaking focus, while he wrestles with one burning question. How does he refine the Demon King's mysterious, irresistible heart? And once that thought hits, he realizes he can't stop there. He still needs more materials for what he's about to do next. The boy figures out that if someone's itching to buy it, he should seriously think about selling it. So for now, he puts it on display. Then he can't help wondering if the Demon King would have wanted to upgrade something like this, because stuff this dangerous usually gets smashed or locked away. He pauses, asks himself why he's even guessing that, and shrugs it off like, I'm just following my hobby. Suddenly, as the man gets lost in his thoughts, he feels something behind him. He whips around, frozen when he finds a girl right in front of him, staring off like she's got something big on her mind, and the whole moment snaps tight with shock and suspense. They lock eyes and just stare, drinking in what's happening, frozen with fear, like the whole world hit pause and all that's left is their racing thoughts and raw feelings. The moment the man snaps back to his senses, the girl's sudden, unexpected appearance hits him like a scare. He's thrown into panic, while she flashes a sly smile, locks eyes with him, and cheerfully greets him like they've met before. The guy, shaking with nerves, leaned back and blurted to her, "Why did you pop in here so suddenly?" And she shot back, "Would it have hurt to ask when I started standing right next to you?" Then she started firing off every word he'd said earlier, and the guy, mortified, clapped both hands over his face, stunned that she truly caught everything. The girl gives a small, knowing smile and says, "Yeah, I heard your talk." And then she clocks that someone else is here, so she pauses, eyes flicking, waiting for the perfect moment to speak. The man's embarrassment explodes all over again, as he admits her words sounded awful to him. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses, shot up, and demanded to know how she even ended up there. Because every door was locked tight, and he couldn't help worrying that Lisnette might have forgotten to shut it. But deep down, he knew that could never be the truth. With a bright laugh and a teasing sparkle in her eyes, the girl hands the artifact back to him and blurts out that she came here without permission and even tried to steal the Demon King's heart. Then, cheeks burning, he takes it back, grinning like he finally gets the whole joke. The elf girl shuts her beautiful eyes and smirks, and the guy fires back that she shouldn't smile so wide, because he knows this whole scene is nothing but an illegal trespass on someone else's property. Gale, half stunned, asks Skimly why she's here, and if she'd even be interested in snagging one of his artifacts, since she couldn't show up earlier because she's busy as a guildmaster. Then he narrows his eyes at her sly grin and demands to know exactly what she came for. The girl's cheeks burn as she admits she doesn't need those artifacts at all. She only needs him, Gale himself. The guy snaps his head toward her, stunned, asking what she means, and then he realizes she actually bowed to him. The man stares at the girl, completely thrown off, like he can't figure out what she's trying to say, while she just shuts her mouth, keeps her eyes on the ground, and searches for the words. Gimli, speaking to the boy with respect, praises his insane talent as the ultimate artifact maker. Then the girl barrels in with no hesitation and demands he listen. The boy just stares at her, confused and stunned, like, "Wait, what does she want from me now?" The girl practically begs him to listen to her people's plea, and the dark elf girl, barely mustering the nerve, steps up to him and asks, straight up, if he'll really deny such a vital request. He stood there, baffled, trying to wrap his head around how she, usually so full of herself, dropped her pride for once and spoke with real sincerity, and those words hit him right in the chest. The girls stumbled out of the bar, laughing and drunk. One of them swayed right up to Gale. Then her friend yanked her by the shoulder and told her, "His shop is still way, way far." With a tiny, knowing smile, she says she bumped into Mora by pure chance in a tavern, and that they never once celebrated the grand opening of his shop. So she hums, grinning, and insists, "Then we've got to grab a drink with Mora right at his amazing artifact shop." She tells Lisnette with total confidence that Mora's modest heart won't let her show up, because she's convinced the stupid artifact creator is the one who caused all of this. Her friend wastes no time, shuts her down with a hard yes, then cracks a grin. Once alcohol's on her breath, she's not scared of anything and she's ready to gamble on any risky move. The girls march up to Gale's shop door, knock like they mean it, then ask for someone to open up, until one of them shoves it and the door swings barely open on its own because it's not locked at all. The friends freeze, then burst into dumb giggles, totally stunned they got lucky. Mara is still laughing as she boldly declares she's going in for sure, then she throws her voice out. "Are you home?" Cracks a grin, asks if they can grab a drink and talk life, and the friend in the background jumps right in, cheering proudly right along with her. Frozen by what the girls just did, Gale bursts onto the scene, standing there as he hugs Gimli tight, pulling him close like nothing else matters. Still clueless about what's going on, the guy blurts out in total bewilderment. "So what's really happening?" And Gimli just smirks, shoots a sly look toward the girls who just walked into the room, while Mora freezes, shocked and mortified, not knowing whether to laugh, yell, or vanish. Mora shot the guy a shocked look, confused about what was even happening, and a knot of anxiety tightened in her chest. So she demanded answers, and the man, clearly rattled, admitted he didn't know either. The boys piled into the room, slid into their seats, and dug into dinner like they meant business, plotting every big, thrilling thing that was about to happen, while the air itself felt heavy, tight as a drawn bow. Then Gimli steadied himself, scanned the room, and finally started talking, right to the boys. She says the dark elves are trapped under a 1,000-year curse laid down by the Demon King. Then the girl cuts in like, "Wait, that wine we bought for the celebration could taste awful because of this." Still, she won't let things stall. She shoves her to keep going, and the girl launches right back into her story. She claims that the creature the brave heroes cut down 1,000 years ago was almost immortal, and terrifyingly, brutally strong. The girl steadies her breath and admits, "In the last battle, we couldn't finish him off, so the ancient heroes split his body and forged it into artifacts, scattered across the world, and now nobody has a clue where any of them really are." What? Mora gets the whole story and blurts out, "So the Demon Queen's heart isn't just a name, it's the real heart of a demon." The guy freezes, shock ripping across his face, then he just can't hide his amazement, while Mora beams, warm and totally confident, and nods, confirming it's exactly that. She explains this. The Demon King is trying to be reborn, slowly rebuilding his power back to his old self. Yet he can only do it by hunting down the scattered pieces of his body, plus stolen parts of the Demon King, piece by piece over years of brutal struggle. And those fragments are sitting out there now as twisted artifacts. The girl steadied her breathing and admitted it. This terrifying mission left him no choice, so he turned to the Dark Elves, the ones who'd once been tight with the demon race. She tells them the seal can't shut down their magic. Every ounce of it is still coming straight from the Demon King, and he's giving them a brutal choice. Team up, cooperate, or get wiped out. The moment the girl finishes, the guys around the table stare in shock. Gimli slumps with his head in his hands and confesses that this is exactly why they couldn't back out. When the Demon King's parts are finally gathered, there's a real shot he'll be reborn again, just like in the old days. The boy finally cracks and admits this is a real crisis, then asks if it wouldn't be smarter to go begging the heroes like they did 1,000 years back, while the girl shoots that idea down, saying a huge chunk of the artifacts is already sitting in the Dark Elves' village. And that's exactly why the place is being hit by a brutal curse crawling out of that area. She locks eyes with him, convinced that's the whole reason. While they hunted for the parts, they were also hunting for someone strong enough to break this deadly curse and save them. The girl keeps going, and then, boom, Gail Hamilton shows up, the master of cursed items who can lift the Demon King's heart curse, and suddenly hope floods the room. The guy just leans in and listens like he can't afford to miss a word. The girls stared at the guy, stunned by what they'd just heard, while the man mulled it over, eyes dropping to the sad Jima Lai, then tried to figure out the next move and asked them what they should do. She noticed Gale had been staring into space ever since they met, and she couldn't help but spiral, was telling him this huge information the right move. Or did she just waste everything? The girl can't shake the fear. Everyone avoids it, and even the Empire treated the Demon King's heart like a weapon meant to ruin everything. So she starts to wonder, was that choice reckless, insane? And when she realizes no one's going to answer that plea, her hope collapses, leaving her convinced there's nothing left. Out of nowhere, the guy snaps, bursting with emotion. He shouts at Gimli, asking if the Dark Elves' village holds artifacts the rumors claim are every bit as powerful as the Demon King's heart. The girl nods and backs him up. Every last artifact from the Demon King's parts that's been hauled into their village is on par with the heart, absolutely monstrous in power. Then the guy rockets out of his seat, grinning so hard he can barely contain himself, and blurts that he's got to try using them, no question. He clenches his fists and blurts out that these artifacts will let him forge something incredible. Then he snaps upright and launches into action, shouting that inspiration just hit him like a tidal wave. The girls swing the door open and gasp. This is unreal for him. The artifacts' power is so massive it even crushes the horror of the Demon King, and Gale blurts out that for the hero, this trip might not be some ordinary outing at all. The girl points out that the Dark Elves never bowed to the demons' greatness, because once upon a time, they'd fought alongside both humans and demons in the war against that very power. To them, it was just another ugly clash between groups back then. And now, after the defeat, they finally live without drowning in hatred. The girl insists that humans burn out so fast they wipe their own memories clean, so most of them don't even hold grudges against dark elves anymore, and plenty have forgotten their descendants of a demon race. So tell me, what kind of rock does Gale come to girls? Mora tells them that the Demon King's very existence has turned into a fairy tale for non-humans, and her partner nods along. Then the elf says her kin will be thrilled to welcome him. When out of nowhere, a cheerful guy slides in, agreeing with her. Suddenly the girl snaps, "Wait, just a minute," and stands up in a flash, rage blazing as she tells them she hates this story. The guys stare at her, completely shocked. She fixes Gimli with a sharp glare and snaps that she doesn't trust these elves. Then the girl just grins slyly like she knows something she's not saying, and Sharina admits they've been in each other's lives for ages. She snaps, asking why she's been so quiet all this time. Because if she hadn't accidentally slipped in here with her friend tonight, she'd never learn the truth right now. The girl bares her teeth as the other girl keeps talking, spilling her story to her straight to her face. She tells Gale that the Demon King's parts are top secret beyond the village, and anyone who dares threaten it is flat out forbidden. So before she spills everything, she puts his skills through a ruthless test. Sharina's anger spikes again. She bares her teeth like she's ready to snap. Then the guy beside them suddenly freezes, swearing he felt this exact moment before. Sharina couldn't help it. She took a sip, leaned in, and asked the guy how he was doing and whether he liked farmage. But the man just blinked, clueless, and wondered what kind of random questions those were. She says she only meant how amazing life feels here, so has he finally settled in? The guy grins and says, "Yeah, it's a great town, the food's awesome, there are plenty of dungeons, and the undead materials never run out." Like that's the whole point. And the girls stare at him in shock. He basically says, "If only my shop's stuff sold better, then everything would be amazing." And Sharina shoots back that even with the shop's sales still rolling in, thanks to Gale, this city's whole infrastructure has gotten way more exciting. She drops the bombshell that she's handled tons of masters over the years, and she's got zero doubts about his work. So the guy's totally thrown off and blurts, "Wait, is that really true?" She nods and says she's teamed up with him for a while, but here's the shock. He's the first cursed item master she's ever had to face. Gale shrugs and says this job usually gets ignored, because once the talented people hit a certain skill level, they jump to something else fast. He even admits there's no trade so worth perfecting, and the girl, staring right at him, nods like, "Yeah, I get it." She snaps back that she's not useless. Every job matters, and every person deserves respect. And Mora just adds, "Maybe she's saying that once you see her out there with the adventurers, you finally understand how brutal that life really is." He finally gets it and snaps that the whole cursed item job is basically useless, because the cursed item master is only support, not someone who can fight solo. Then the girl argues that he fights in battle, and the guy drops his gaze and admits the money, and everyone else kept telling him that. Gale remembers the guy bragging that he can't fight at all. He's just a craftsman, nothing more. And the only thing he's got is tossing knives from behind without any debuffs. The guy explains he was warned not to press forward and not to play advisor, and Mora fires back that when they said that, she could only quietly slam stat buffs into their gear. Then the guy snaps that he shouldn't have left in the first place, not until they kicked him out. Gale started sinking into sadness, grumbling that he'd withdrawn so much his world felt painfully small. Then Shirna slid in from behind, patted his head, and urged him on like, "Don't you dare believe those idiots." She shrugs and tells him it's no surprise. When your self-esteem gets shattered, putting it back together isn't easy, and now that he's a resident of Farm Edge, he should stay here for good. Then she grins wide and says, "If you want, I'll take care of you." The boy is totally thrown off by the girl's words. Then Gimli blurts that she swears Sharina can see Gale's potential too, right when the girl suddenly tells them to go back to their conversation, and then adds the real reason. The boy isn't just needed by Gimli, she doesn't want him leaving either. The girl asks, "Shouldn't we just turn to the church in moments like this?" And he snaps back that it's not that simple, because even regular priests couldn't handle it either. They tried praying to churches for help, all while carrying the same crushing shame. She confesses they kidnapped and dragged famous priests in to break the curse, but no matter what they did, it was useless. Then Mora presses, "Isn't this a crime?" And the guy answers with a chilling question of his own. Did they really let that man walk out alive? The girl demands to know why they have to drag Gale all the way to the Dark Elves' village, and Gimli snaps back that there's no other choice. Sharina warns that he's a top-tier specialist, so they can't just throw him into danger. She turns to Mora and asks if that means there will be strict conditions, and the girl nods, agreeing. Mora and Sharina hang back behind the guy, and Mora boldly says she's jumping into the mission too as support. Then Sharina catches the vibe and flashes a confident grin, declaring she'll be a vanguard fighter. The boy blinks at the girl's words, whips around and demands what she means, and Gimli just smirks softly, asking if they really want to team up as four to lift the Demon King's curse. The man lets out a heavy sigh, shuts his eyes, and admits it still makes him happy. Then Sharina steels herself and bravely asks if she can reintroduce their brand new group. The girl rattles off the group names: Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale. Then Sharina lifts her glass and declares, "Here, to your success in this new adventure." That brand new crew raises their glasses and clinks them like a promise, cheering for fresh starts and what's coming next, while the guys grin ear to ear, knowing they've become each other's closest people. All night long, the guys keep the party rolling at the table, stuffing themselves with food, knocking back one drink after another, and just living it up. Watching those happy girls laugh, he can't help but think back. Back when he was in the squad with Kashi and the others, he almost never got invited to drink like this at all. Mora suddenly slips up from behind, dazzled eyes on him, and asks if he's had too much to drink. She's worried and wants to know how he feels, but the guy only lets out a small sigh and mutters that she's fine. It felt like forever to him, even though it really hadn't been that long, so he thought about turning to the girls and telling them what needed to be handled on this trip, what was left behind in Raqqa, and that they had to craft new cursed items, while Mora shot back, "I'm counting on you." Gimli stumbles back home way past midnight, climbs the stairs to her room, flops onto her bed just to finally shut her eyes. Then, out of nowhere, she feels it, like someone is talking to her. The girl blurts out an apology, swears she's wiped out, and begs him to take it with her. So the neighbor whips around, eyes locked on the chest, convinced it's packed with a fortune, but the moment it comes into view, a nasty, ominous aura hangs over it, like the wealth itself is cursed and will doom anyone who dares to grab it. The girl stares at the woman sprawled on the bed and demands, "Are you really sure?" Gimli nods and admits he heard she'd pushed herself hard to pull it off, only for Gimli to snap back that every last effort of hers ended up completely pointless. The girl says Gale, the cursed item's master, is a total weirdo, and if she wants those treasures, then things will go smoothly no matter what. She tells her to get ready for the meeting, sends her to deliver the usual reports to the desk, and shoves a thick stack of papers into her hands. Gimli snatches the papers, reads them, and the second she does, she realizes the monsters are finally stirring, and in her gut, she knows this is somehow all her fault. The moment the girl finished the letter, a rush of blue memories hit her like lightning, and Gimli swore she'd remember everything, so she could breathe easy. Then the cockatrice attack slammed into gear, the behemoth snapped into a berserk rage, and even death stepped in because the worst of the Demon King was coming and it wanted a sequel. The girl replays every early memory in her head, and it all clicks into place, like it was connected from the start. She's certain, because the king couldn't possibly stay silent for 1,000 years, and now she knows something big is driving all of this. Gimli snaps to attention. She has to piece together the best play using the guild network and dark elf intelligence, because Gale is a cursed item master with abilities maxed out, but one wrong move and he turns unpredictable on a dime. The girl writes that his fighting skills are basically zero, but his curses can obliterate even the deadliest monsters, because he's both weak and insanely strong at the same time. So when she finishes, Gimli snaps his pen in rage. The girl, trembling with anger, blurts that this is a contradiction, because she knows she can't possibly escort Gale by herself without getting him hurt, so she's relieved she managed to bring Sharina and Mora along with her. She realizes their whole journey is basically this: ride the roads first, then ride the river, then smash across the inland seas by ship, and after that, they'll have to push through a dense, pitch-dark forest where the horror and danger are real. The girl knows if they rush there unprepared, they'll die on the road, right before that 1,000-year curse even gets to them, and it won't feel weird at all. Gimli snaps his gaze to his mistress, Minerva, and vows that he'll deliver Gale to her no matter what. Gale strides up to Lisette and tells her it's time. He has to leave. She snaps back that if her wound had healed, she'd have gone with him for sure. He presses the point. The Demon King's curse won't vanish from her body in an instant, it'll take time, so she needs to focus on getting better. Lisette looks him in the eye and thanks him genuinely. He stares at his artifact, bragging that he upgraded the Demon King's heart Liz used to wear, so it won't randomly lunge at its owner anymore. But he admits, under his breath, that he still hasn't figured out every secret of it yet. He tells them an average person only has to brush his skin. Then the curse tears through and destroys their soul and body, and Gale can't help but realize this is a nightmare curse. Gale locks eyes with Lysette and swears the store is his soul, more precious than his own life. And he'll finally rest as long as she's there, but his only fear is that everything might vanish before he comes back. The man whips around and tells her, then just take pre-orders from customers, tell them you'll crank out extra batches later. The girl nods along, but in her head she's like, yeah, right, ever since I started here, sales have tanked hard, this won't happen. Then she watches the guy leave, waving him goodbye. She knows, yeah, even with those terrifying curses waiting for him, he's still got that unstoppable spark, so she can't help but admit it. Gale Hamilton really is an unusual guy. And when she meets his eyes with a genuine smile, she's basically wishing that luck never leaves him. A guy cuts through the busy city when suddenly the girls spot him. Then Mora yells his name, and the guy grins back at his girlfriend as she waves at him, warm and bright. Shelina blurts that everyone's finally here, and the guy immediately fires off, asking if she's really the Blacksmith Guild master. No way she can run that department for this long, right? Shelina smirks and says the guild won't crumble just because one of them steps away for a bit. Then she snaps her head and spots Gimli striding toward them. The girl reminds him, don't you dare forget our deal, I only got the Belgians to say yes on this exact condition. Then she flips her hair back and says, see, I remember. The guy frowns, totally lost, and asks what they're even talking about. Then Gimli finally explains. She decided to ship ore from her village straight to Shelina's forge. She explains that the export is usually banned, and the guys are completely blown away. Then Shelina's fuse lights fast, and she snaps that the girl could be lying too, so she insists on checking it herself. Mora leans in and asks if this ore is so crazy valuable that even Shelina couldn't resist going. Then the guy chips in too, demanding to know what kind of ore it is. Gimli smirks and says, since we're all heading there anyway, we'll tell you. But when she flashes that sly grin, the guys are left completely clueless about what's coming. She shrugs with a grin and goes, it's orichalcum. Gale presses again, yeah, but what kind? And Mora pauses just long enough to sound deadly as she leans in and asks, menacingly, are you sure it's real orichalcum? The man reels from the girl's reaction, blurts out, why are you so shocked? And she fires back, why are you so calm? Then it clicks for her, Gale knows absolutely nothing about rare materials that can't be turned into magical gear, and Nora stares at him, fascinated, about to finally tell him what orichalcum is. She's basically saying, this legendary ore can forge a sword, it's so valuable it could build a whole castle. And if you wear armor made from it, no battle scares you, because the ore's hardness is basically unbeatable. The guy instantly clocks it's meant for Gimli. He's getting a priceless magical item, while Shelina gets the valuable ore. Gale says it'd be awesome if Mora could grab something valuable too, and after hearing him out, the girl flashes a smile, turns away, and promises she'll go after something for herself, then tells him not to worry. Gale stared at the girl, shocked by how fearless she was, then Shelina snapped, telling everyone it was time to leave. The guys piled into the cart, and Mora blurted that she hadn't ridden in one in ages. As they rolled out, the guy glanced at the girl and realized, for him, she was worth more than orichalcum. The boys piled into the carriage, and Mora kept her eyes locked on Gale. She knew it was finally time to hit the road with him. Wheels Creek cuts along the road from Farm Edge, and a caravan of wagons barrels northwest toward a giant city far beyond the kingdom, straight to the trading hub of Eblance near the Empire. Gale and Mora trudge down the road, bored out of their minds, when the girl asks why that steady shaking keeps lulling her into sleep, only for Mora to shrug and say the drink always tastes better, and somehow, she's not even surprised by the way her friend acts. The guy shrugs and says it's fine since they've already claimed the whole cart, but Shelina snaps back that half of it is packed with cargo, so no, this isn't exactly comfortable. He stares at her and asks if she really doesn't get the norm, because the trip is still long, and she just answers with a glare. That's why she's drinking, because there's nothing else to do. Gale can't help herself and presses the girl to tell her where her village is, and the girl reveals it sits in a dark forest. Just the sheer size makes it hit Gale that it's miles away, so even if they sprint, it'll still take them several days. She slams the brakes and blurts out, is this the dark forest? Gimli nods, but he's confused. He has no idea which forest she's talking about, yet she insists she only knows one with that name, so it has to be it. Mora yanks her hands to the top of her head and leans over, and the boy's face tightens as he asks if she even knows what kind of forest this is. The girl snaps, demanding if this isn't the legendary forest where the kingdom's army died, and Gimli fires back. Yeah, it really happened. Then she spits that it's not a bedtime tale. It's history, and presses even harder, asking if this is still the very same forest where the ancient dragon sleeps. Gimli snaps back that she's dead wrong. Those aren't dormant at all. They're busy building nests right now. The girl hears it and erupts in curses, demanding if this is the same forest where anyone who steps in never walks out alive, then pushes the question. So you really want to drag them to the forest of death? Gimli tells her the realm's army got swallowed up by ancient dragons, and admits she watched them stalk humans, snatching prey for their young, right before her eyes. Mora goes pale and fires back. Did you really see it all with your own eyes? She hesitates, then blurts, so, what difficulty are we talking for adventurers? Sean Lee says adventurer ranks can read the danger level, and Gimli shoots back that this is at least a C-rank quest, maybe even worse. The girls sensed it. This felt like the end for them. Gimli fired back, saying they wouldn't take the path where the ancient dragons nested, so they had nothing to fear because to her, this was the safest way straight to the Dark Eld's village. Still, the girl stared at her like she didn't buy a single word. The girls snap with anger and storm off to bed, but then the guy snaps back to his senses and begs them to wait. Shenlina fires off. Did you remember something? Gale warns that taking that road means they'll run straight into a swarm of undead from that dead army. And Shelina's rage starts bubbling up fast. But Mora steps in, telling her to calm down and that the guy can meet them in a dream. After a while, the boys finally crashed into sleep, and Gimli grinned, saying, "Don't worry, I'll guide you the whole way. I know the safest route." She knows that mostly safe still isn't fully safe, so she tells everyone to stay sharp. Because this warning isn't just for some people, it's for all of them. And with that, the first stage of their journey finally comes to an end. Gimli grins with pure joy, rouses the boys, and yells, "Wake up, this is where we'll swap seats." The boys tumble off the cart, and bam! A massive ship looms in front of them. The girl smiles, explains she set up everything for the trip, and warns, "When the cargo's finally stacked, you sit down like you're still riding in a cart." The guy can't help but wonder if she booked the ship ahead of time, and she beams, happily confirming it. Because unlike that cramped carriage, the ship is going to be way more comfortable, and Mora and Gale trade thrilled little grins. Gimli promises they'll push even farther down the Cactus River, a huge waterway that runs near the farming cities. And when the boys spot the ship, they practically burst with excitement, yelling that new adventures are about to start. Gimli shouted that they were finally boarding the ship, quickly. Shelina begged everyone not to shove her because she wouldn't bolt. Then Gale stepped onto his very first voyage, and Mora followed right behind. As the young man climbed onto the ship, he said, "Wow, it's rocking like crazy." The dark elf shrugged and laughed. "Yeah, it's like this at first, but the second you settle into your seats, you won't feel it anymore." The sails snapped tight in the wind, and the ship slid out from the shore like it was finally breaking free. The ship roared to life as it slipped away from the pier and launched into a massive, long voyage. Mora swore sailing felt way better than frying under the scorching sun, and the master was convinced that the steady hush of the waves had this magic, calming pull, so you could finally chill, drop your worries, and breathe. Jim Lee said it felt like they were about to hit their destination any second. The whole team huddled around the map, zeroing in on every last corner like it might reveal the next move. They couldn't help but wonder if the guild even made that map, and the girls shot back. "It's not meant to be shown at all, but you lot got a rare exception." The mage couldn't help but wonder if getting that kind of intel from the guild would cost a fortune. Then Gale spotted all kinds of weird markings on the map, and Gimli leaned in and said they were drawn by hand. He was honestly blown away when the map revealed detailed underground passages and priceless artifacts, and before he could even catch his breath, his wild guesses got confirmed right away. He stared in shock as the top-secret details were casually handed to everyone else, and the crafter girl snapped that it was classified for a reason. Only offered if you paid a separate fee, with her own breathless awe at the chance to finally get her hands on that rare, one-of-a-kind knowledge. She stood there like it mattered, declared this map held nearly every scrap the guild knew about the nearby regions, and then some. Shelina blinked at the map and realized it was ancient, and somehow it listed lands she'd never even stepped foot in, and her companion beside her snapped their eyebrows up in shock, because it turned out even an expert researcher like that still didn't know everything. Jinli kicked off her explanation, tossing out the same words she'd already shared in the wagon. There wasn't just one way to reach the Dark Elf village, but a few, and she pushed the group to choose the safer route, even if it meant a much longer trip. Shelina leaned in and asked the girl which route she'd take if she had to go alone, and the girl shot back that she'd just head straight, leaving everyone around her stunned. There, the girl admitted she was planning to slip past the border fortresses without anyone noticing. Then it hit the team all at once. That stunt was way beyond what they could pull off. Mora jabbed at the map with her finger and declared their plan: ride the river all the way to its mouth, swap to a new ship, cross the bay, then drop anchor at the port, and after that they'd plunge straight into the dark forest. Shelina warned that the route ahead is rough as hell, so they'd have to swing around it, and then slip into the Dark Elves' village through the back door. For the mage, the path they chose turned into a brutal trial, and Gimli just calmly said, "Yep, it's exactly going to be like this." Mora kept going, saying once they stepped into the dark forest, the boys couldn't ride anymore. The carts and ships would be left behind, and they'd just have to trek for a bit, because most of the way hugs the water and the roads. The girl added that they were gliding along the exact route the dark elf had mapped out ahead of time, and she swore the path was spot on. Because of it, the whole trip felt smooth, easy, and way more pleasant than they expected. Gimli snapped to the realization that this expedition was their one shot to break an ancient curse that had crushed families for generations, and her crew backed her instantly, because they all knew how historic this mission really was. She stared at Gale and immediately decided he was the one who had to break that ancient curse, so there was no way he could show up anything less than absolutely ready. The boys started clocking the castle symbol painted near her village, and then they spotted something weird hiding right in the middle of the forest. The dark elf shot back that this was the Demon King's castle, and instantly a crushing silence swallowed the ship. Everyone stared around, eyes wide with panic, and you could feel the truth hit them. This wasn't some easy mission anymore. Gimli rushed in to steady everyone, shouting that the castle was gone, nothing but shattered ruins left, and that the builders had scavenged the old materials to build brand new buildings. The boys stared in disbelief, calling it unbelievably brave. Mora pointed out that the Dark Elf village sat right at the base of the Demon King's old castle, and with how tightly the Demon King and the Dark Elves were bound together, this wasn't the least bit shocking. Gale stared at the map and realized the sea is absolutely massive, and the magician nodded like it was the oldest truth on Earth, so big that even a kid couldn't argue with it. They spotted the map's very center, right where a colossal squid was inked in. Shelina's eyes widened when she realized squid actually lived out there, and she practically begged to go squid fishing, because they could cook up the catch, then savor it with a proper drink. The young man figured a sharp knife could save the day in everyday life, so he took it along with him, trusting his own sharp instincts. The girls were genuinely thrilled, because they knew he'd whipped up mouth-watering meals with real skill, turning simple ingredients into culinary masterpieces that could satisfy even the pickiest appetite. Gimli shot back that, yeah, a knife could come in handy, but with a squid this huge, it's not exactly a quick snack kind of situation. So the others leaned in, eyes wide, and demanded she explain exactly what she meant. She claimed it was the Kraken's calling. Everyone feared this sea demon enough to believe it could slam whole ships to the bottom. Shalira leaned in and asked if she'd built a file on every sea monster. The Kraken, a massive squid, doesn't just hunt, it destroys, and anyone who dares to stand in its way is basically marked for death. The boy leaned in, anxious and sharp, and asked what they should do the second they had to face that monster up close, and if any shelter at all even existed that could save them from what felt like certain death, while the girls shook with terror the moment they pictured it. The magician yelled at the top of her lungs that she refused to die, then demanded they turn back right now. Gimli pushed everyone to breathe and not panic, while the two kept blurting, "How are we even going to dodge the Kraken? And did we really plan this well before we set out?" The dark elf explained that this route was a well-worn highway, packed with ships so often that nothing usually goes wrong. She just hoped their ship could slip through the cracks. Gale knew it was really a desperate wish to run from reality, a dream of coming home, until the dark elf snapped back that you can't simply jump off the ship, and the others shouted that she'd already accounted for every single possible situation. Gimli already feared the Kraken would smash their chances of escape, but the truth hit hard. There was no other path to the Dark Elves' village, only the sea. And yeah, there's also a curse master who wields stunning luck asterisk. So if you can't beat him, the smartest move is straight up avoiding him altogether. She pinned her biggest hopes on the Master of Curses, convinced his power would be the key to their expedition's success, while the guy who owned magical powers. He was sprawled in total bliss, soaking in the warm springs and acting like the upcoming dangers didn't exist. The girls shot Gale a warning. Don't you dare try spying on them in the women's bathhouse. He just shrugged and said like it was nothing, that even if he wanted to, those towering walls would shut the whole plan down instantly. He called it pure bliss, and he had no clue he'd stumble on a hotel with hot springs right on his way. The men chimed in, saying it was obvious the young guy loved this place because you can soak in the baths and sip alcohol at the same time. They kept insisting that wherever people crowd together, money and supplies pile up. And that's exactly why boatmen usually stop there, loading goods and hauling them along the river. On the Cactus River, the routes stretch for miles, ending everywhere people need them. They stopped him and demanded his name, and Gale shot back that he came from the farming town of Farm Edge. The men swore they were traveling merchants, roaming from city to city selling all kinds of goods, and the young man shot back that he just opened his own store under his name, because trading might look simple, but it's not. His shop puts rare, nearly impossible to find treasures on display, but right now the luck's sour. Sales are crawling, and one of the people he's talking to snaps that even the best goods don't always manage to find the right buyer. He also made it crystal clear. Having great products and the power to make them isn't the whole win. The real magic of trade is nailing the pitch, announcing your product the right way, and pulling in buyers. Gale snapped that the advice hit home and swore he'd use it in his work. Then he added flat out that the store was being handled right now by a girl battling health issues. It's almost a relief she isn't slammed with work, but the rumors are messy. People claim the guy ditched his wife for trade, painting some ugly strain in the family. Then he insists he just went after goods, yet this woman. She's not his wife. He shot back a thank you for their advice, then asked for their names, only for the men to shrug and insist they were nobody special, and he didn't need to know any of it. The young man shot out a confident claim, "We're free to do whatever we want." And the moment the others heard it, they buzzed into excited whispers, trading praise like they'd just discovered something amazing. They marched off with purpose to check out the stock in the young salesman's shop on Farm Edge. Gale still didn't realize that right then he'd run into brothers, slick robbers who slipped into every town pretending to be merchants, then turned around and robbed people blind. Those guys decided to build the next trap around the shop Listenit was keeping an eye on. Shelina straight up confessed she's got serious doubts about whether Gale and Mora's relationship is the real deal. And that's exactly what set her companion off. She fired back that late-night hotel room talk always turns into the kind of romantic story women's conversation is famous for. Even back then, the moment that girl saw them together, her heart leapt. She swore it looked like a secret love story, a couple who'd slipped out of the capital under everyone's noses, until she was told, straight-faced, that it was all just a coincidence. Mora broke it down for him. Gale didn't quit at all. His old team was so awful he bylayed and chased something better. And somehow, through sheer luck, they ended up in the very same carriage and rolled into Farm Edge by accident. A friend threw up their hands and said these moments were just too many suspicious coincidences stacked together. And she swore it looked like they'd truly fled together. But Mag wouldn't have it, insisting that the guy turned out decent and kept rushing in to help her again and again. Gimli said that they'd clawed their way through mortal danger side by side, and that something real and deep had sparked between them, even if they didn't expect it. Mora snapped with fury at the assumptions, insisting her friend was totally talking nonsense. She kept insisting that if anyone demanded every gritty detail about their bond, the truth was simple. They were only loyal comrades. The magician burst out of the water and blared, shouting that they were just comrades. But her friends stared at her like something was off, and you could feel the whole vibe shift. Gimli pointed out that the other girls weren't out of the race either, and Shelina snapped that Gale's got real talent, maybe even the makings of the next great guild successor. Mora's jaw dropped at the words because she knew exactly what it meant. Being chosen as the successor of the Blacksmiths Guild was basically adoption. Realizing the full weight of it, she snapped her gaze to the final person in the room and asked, straight up, if she was ready to be this guy's mother. Shelina blurted out that not a single person here was truly a mother, and the mage snapped back that elves and dwarves simply live far longer than ordinary folks. So Shelina could already feel the huge age gap worrying at her chest, until the first rude guy cut her off, told her to shut up, and then leaned over to Gimli with the wilderment, asking why she looked so thrilled. She kept going, saying this young man was so good-looking even the oldest among them couldn't deny it, especially the night they raided his shop, when she remembered him preparing to take his next big steps. Gimli told her straight up that she found Gale a real looker, but if the other girls came right out and made their intentions clear, she wouldn't stand in their way. So yeah, she'd spent forever learning how to wait for her happiness, but can that really compare to the crushing weight of a curse that lasted 1,000 years? Mora shot down the rumor fast, insisting she and Gale were nothing more than friends. Then the girl leaned in and pushed the idea. Use the hot springtime to unwind and sip on some drinks. Just don't get carried away and keep it moderate while you're bathing. The mage sat there with a glass of sake, mulling over her own words from earlier, the ones where she insisted she and that young man were nothing but comrades. And she stayed convinced of that, until he finally showed up himself, taking interest in her, and everything shifted. During that brutal stretch of travel, not one soul ever stepped into Lisnet's shop, an empty silence that lasted the whole way. The girl couldn't even feel her own boredom, it just sat there heavy. Everything around her felt hollow, like the whole place was holding its breath. The shop stood wide open, but the customers were just gone. A brutal, sudden blast tore through the air, and Lisnet snapped instantly into a full-blown panic. The skull burst into wild laughter, then snapped free and plunged downward in a terrifying free fall. For the girl, everything that was happening looked insanely wrong. She couldn't figure out why that figurine toppled by itself, and on top of that, it was already wrecked. Her gut screamed that everything was going downhill, and that something nasty was about to crash into her life. She couldn't stop worrying that something awful would hit Gale, or worse, would come for her too. Or maybe disaster is headed straight for them both. On that ship, the crew was out there, hauling in fish and working non-stop at sea. After 3 brutal days on the sea, Shelina snapped that the young man couldn't land a single fish. Then he snapped that the misfortune hit all of them, but nobody got bitten even once, 0. Gimli immediately calmed them down, insisting there was nothing to fear. The real win. They never ran into the Kraken, so fate was definitely on their side. Krakenra finished it off by saying the food supply was more than enough. A dark elf leaned in and asked Shaylin why she wasn't hungry at all. Then she flashed a proud grin and said there's no better thrill than catching a fish with your own hands, slicing it open, cooking it yourself, and devouring every bite like you earned it. Gale confessed he'd been dreaming of putting that new knife to work, if only he could hook just one fish, and the whole team instantly went still, staring at the blade with eyes bulging in pure shock. Shelina said it was nothing to swing even a giant fish with a blade like that, then threw out a rhetorical question. Was it some kind of artifact? Mora answered with a sharp rush of déjà vu, like she'd seen the exact thing before, and Shelina doubled down, insisting the huge fish blade felt just as familiar. Everyone nearby stared, torn over whether this wild new thing truly came from the legendary scythe of death, until the young man just calmly said, "Nah," explaining he transformed it into a simple farm tool and reshaped the rest into a practical little knife. Gimli was honestly relieved nobody snagged a fish, because with a weapon that strong, one slip could have sliced straight through the ship's hull. Shelina scoffed at how unreal this adventure felt, then squinted and spotted something looming in the distance. She couldn't stop wondering when that little stream finally exploded into a full-on, raging river. Mora peered around and realized the shoreline was barely there, and Gale shot back that the whole world now looked like a real sea. Then Gimli nodded, saying you could actually feel that salty breeze and hear the soft, steady hush of the waves. The team got hit with a breathtaking sight, an endless ocean of water stretching all the way past the horizon. Shelina soaked in the soft kiss of the sea breeze, while Mora lit up and swore the real sea's element was right there for them, close enough to taste. Because that light, breezy scent filled the air and turned everything into pure freedom and adventure. But before the good vibes could settle, a foul stench of rotting flesh burst from the box where that mysterious thing was kept. Gale figured that stench had to be leaking from the tainted gear from the undead he'd just dropped off. And before he could even breathe it in, they snapped at him to slam the lid shut and shut his mouth, like it was wine, not bait for stupid lies. A ship's bell chimed from out of nowhere, sweet and loud, and it practically shouted, "We're leaving!" While the city buzzed around it, and you could still hear the sea waves kneading their way up the shore, slow and steady, like they had a countdown of their own. Fishermen hawking brand new fish shrieked over the chaotic, rough shouts of sailors who'd been out strolling the day before. Gimli leaned in for a closer look at the massive river harbor. Rows of ships sat quietly at anchor, just waiting to load up goods and passengers. Their river port, right at the end of the road, was already right around the corner. The boys stared at the massive ocean liners gliding by, grinning in pure disbelief at how giant those ships were, while Gimli, laughing, jerked their attention to their own faces, catching their real surprise and shock right on the spot. She told the boys to wait up for a bit, then deftly leapt off and promised she'd hunt down a proper merchant ship to move everyone over, while she ordered her friends to stay close by the pier, and the boys hated being left alone in this strange place. Nonan Port is a salty breath of clean sea air, packed with screaming seagulls, right where that massive inland bay reaches out to other countries, turning the whole place into a non-stop trading hub. Gimli burst back to her friends grinning, saying she'd lucked into a merchant ship that was about to sail, and that the stars were finally tipping their way. And get this, she dropped some sweet info her friends basically begged her to spill. There were rumors of a fresh Kraken strike on a warship belonging to one of the countries. Shelina stared at it, trying to figure out what on earth anyone could call a good outcome from all that chaos. Gimli said the merchant captain swore the Kraken almost never strikes, except that time it wiped out one ship, then vanished from sight for a while. So Mora laughed that maybe it was just unloading stress after a long rest, and Gimli agreed, sympathizing hard with everyone who'd been its victims. The dark elf made it clear. Because of this exact situation, one ship was going to hold tight until the perfect moment today, and then burst out into open sea. With a sharp flick of her finger, she pointed at a ship right beside them. The ship looked wrecked to the core, beaten down by years of time and punishment. Crewmen scrambled to cram the ship full of heavy bales and stacked boxes. Like every single weight they set down was deciding the fate of the voyage to come. Captain Nick lounged there with a cigar in his mouth, and a cheeky grin turned dialed-up smug, and the whole crew instantly bristled with irritation and open hostility. Morris said it plain as day. The captain was lining his own pockets off desperate passengers, grabbing the perfect window to cross the sea before the Kraken showed up, and Shelina chimed in that every crisis is your moment to prove yourself and come out better. Gale burst into the conversation and volunteered to load everything onto the merchant ship first, then pitch in to haul the luggage herself. Shelina snapped that the bickering was going nowhere and urged everyone to cut it out and finally lock in on what to do next. Even after everything fell apart, the sea route stayed the only option, and as a guildmaster, she had a killer plan for how to organize transportation. Mora admitted, straight up, that she still couldn't see the whole picture of what was going on, and Shelina immediately decided she'd have to run through the recent discussion all over again. She said nobody with a sound mind would have crossed that border unless Gimli shoved them into it. Sure, they could have filed the paperwork, but approval was a long shot, especially since the destination was tagged as the Dark Forest. The kingdom's army has suddenly swelled bigger than ever, and now everyone's whispering that the soldiers aren't acting right, because they're gearing up for major military operations. Mora blurted out, voice trembling, what the fallout would be from all that tension. Then her friend cut in fast, trying to soothe her, saying it was all just shaky whispers for now, with zero real proof. The guild master dropped a chilling bombshell. There were rumors of multiple assassination attempts that totally failed against key figures in the capital. And now it looks like a brutal political war is really heating up between the Empire and the kingdom. Shelina wrapped up her tale by saying that right at the heart of all this political poison sits a terrifying artifact, so powerful it could topple the very foundations of the state. And honestly, it's hard to believe something like that could really exist, yet it keeps pulling the strings. Mora practically burst with excitement, begging her friend to say it simpler and straight up. Because yes, that never-seen-before artifact was now getting passed to other people. Then she snapped, "Shut up." Shelina said the kingdom, and the Empire had already swung into a brutal fight. Then Gimli pointed at the sunken warships as the smoking gun, while Mora fretted that this was so dangerous the Navy had stepped in. The Dark Elf clocked it instantly. Both sides were doing everything they could to bury every single scrap of information. The girls laid it out, so that's why they beefed up security at the border. They showed us the exact measures they're using, and now the fleet's job is simple. Stop any chance of valuable artifacts slipping through. Morris snapped that this isn't some rumor. The land routes at the border are now shut down completely. So this merchant ship is the perfect lifeline for the trip ahead. Shelina broke it all down, then made it crystal clear. Right now, the only shot they have is to go by sea. She also warned me that heading toward the Dark Forest means crossing the borders of several countries, and she insisted ordinary people should have a clear, smooth passage. Because if barriers pop up, the trade between those nations will grind to a halt. Mora, eyes locked on her thoughts, blurted out where she stood. And yeah, it sounded wildly off, because everyone knew the kingdom and the Empire had stayed locked in a stable truce, right up until just recently. Gimli nodded, because her friend's arguments hit hard. What if those states really were running shadow political games, hiding their real plans from their own people? From the outside, it could look exactly like they were trying to keep the balance of power from tipping. She kept pushing the point. Once that balance snaps, rare artifacts suddenly flood the market, and the military power of both sides, which used to be dead even, can now tip either way, flipping the whole strategic game overnight. Now it's crystal clear. Two terrifying powerhouses are battling for control of the world, and only one can rise to the top. And one of the key players snaps into becoming the Demon King. hungry to claw back his lost power and seize full control over every nation and territory. And then there's another major player, this mysterious figure, silently moving through the world, handing out powerful artifacts to people everywhere. Shelina couldn't figure out who the mysterious player was or what he wanted, while Mora flat-out refused to get tangled in a state-to-state mess, and Gimli calmly insisted that all three were really eyeing just one target, the terrifying Demon King. Even the three who'd felt Gale's magical items firsthand still couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could anyone like that grab power? They flat-out refused to compare a looming, world-ending threat to a magic caster everyone knew for his pathetic track record and constant failure. Turns out the hero those girls were talking about wasn't some mystery at all. It was Gale. Gimli snapped to it, time to pack, while Shelina insisted it was wrong to keep that boy running around, and Moria threw in that everything had to be loaded before the ship set sail, so they should wait just a little. They just stared, mouths hanging open, as the young man rolled in loaded down with an insane pile of massive bags. The two companions stared in disbelief at how that guy managed to haul luggage for 4 people at once, and somehow keep standing under that crushing weight. Mora told him the young man had strapped on a homemade bracelet artifact built to make carrying the weight way easier. She kept going, and you could tell Gale was slipping away from being just a human ride, turning into a walking, literal storage bin, because every single new flight loaded on more and more luggage, and it just kept snowballing bigger and bigger. Shelina realized the trip just kept dragging from early morning to late evening, and the jokes she'd been making about the young man were finally wearing her out. The boy seethed as his friends roared with laughter, and then Gimli's eyes lit up, because even the plainest trinkets looked incredible in his view. She figured out the funny weirdo. Everybody laughed it wasn't just a joke. He was the one who could flip the entire world upside down with cursed objects. Gale blurted out, all worried, asking what on earth happened, and the girl looked totally lost, even doubting her own thoughts, because she instantly decided her imagination must have gone off the rails and tried to shove those terrifying ideas out of her mind as fast as she could. Gimli shot off a quick apology, admitting she'd drifted off into her thoughts, then swore she was already heading back after him. The soldiers were fuming, because they swore they'd already gone too far the day before. And standing guard at that post under the blazing sun turned into a brutal test. Before the shift even left, the warriors demanded the crew tear into the baggage one more time, and Gimli grumbled through clenched teeth that she'd have to face yet another inspection, even though that was the last thing she wanted. Shelina pushed the soldiers to start their inspection with her, and the warrior, smiling with respect, praised her blacksmith craft and thanked her for her understanding. Then they moved to the young man for the check. Gale blindsided them, hurling them into a warehouse stacked with corpses. The soldiers couldn't decide if Gale was a curse wizard or a bloodthirsty serial killer, but their panic finally fizzled when his strange artifacts were locked safely aboard the ship. From now on, the whole crew's survival hinged on the mysterious, deadly artifacts Gale forged with his own hands. While the rest of the team fumed and begged him to ditch those threats, Gale took their request as an insult and snapped, furious that anyone dared question him. Gimli flashed a polite smile at her, then pointed out they'd never really gotten the chance to talk before. The stranger leaned in and claimed he was the boat's own caretaker, on this very vessel right here. The bosun leaned in and told us that the merchant ship wasn't just old. It was a battle-tested veteran that had fought its way across countless sea routes. Even with sails worn to the bone, they still whipped toward a tailwind. And with the crew fine-tuning the tension, they sliced through crosswinds like it's nothing. And don't forget the massive cargo room. Loading it in even makes the ship steady as a rock, surviving rough storms like it was built for them. The young man flashed the girl an impressive crossbow, praying that their trip wouldn't force them to ever use it. He was yanked away urgently, threw out an excuse and bolted, and Gimli couldn't help thinking, this ship looked way better than it ever had at first glance. Mora and Shelina started getting hit with seasickness, and the girls groaned that these waves were way rougher than the steady river back home, because they desperately missed the calm rocking of their own riverboat. Right there in the middle of the sea, his girlfriend shot him a worried look and asked if he was really okay. Gale leaned in and told me he was wearing a special choker that used magic to stop seasickness cold. The decorations looked like bony little female fingers, thin, tense, and reaching, like they were trying to clamp an invisible hand around her throat. He swore that the accessory was crafted from the wife of a sailor's hand bones, of a man who rose into legend. Then claimed that every single day she stood on the Cape's shore no matter how brutal the weather got, praying with everything in her heart that her husband would come home safe. Mora snapped to it in an instant. The decoration was stitched from the remains of the worshippers themselves. He said his girlfriend was right all along, and yep, the tale had a sequel. This sailor was burning every coin he earned in port after port, stacking up monstrous debts, and the girl could only think. He didn't set sail for the sea, he sailed just to gamble again. Gale kept the tale going, saying the sailor, somehow, was obsessed with sparking romances in every port, and people swore he'd lived several official lives, too. Shelina just laughed because this guy loved to drink, gamble, and chase a good time all at once. Even when mistresses started swarming her home and creditors started hounding her for every debt, she finally uncovered the full truth. Then her husband came back, and she clamped down on his neck with everything she had. Tara shot Tim a warning fast and begged him not to say another word about it. Shelina made it crystal clear. This isn't some plain accessory. It's a choker soaked in a grief-stricken woman's raw anger and despair, and Gimli swore that no matter how intense the buried emotions are, the stabilization it delivers during sea rolling still locks in perfectly. He threw an apology at the girls for having only one of that kind of item and panicked that he might have left his team behind. But his girlfriends just laughed it off, because they didn't want to try the crazy feeling that comes from wearing it and would rather stomach the motion sickness than risk it. Gale kept asking out loud why nobody praised the miracle cure for seasickness he'd invented. Then an awful noise slammed into his thoughts, and chaos erupted across the deck. Sailors bolted across the deck in full panic, barking frantic, half-understood orders at each other while scrambling to make sense of what was going on. Shelina demanded to know if they'd finally reached their destination, and Gimli shot back that it was impossible. They still had at least 3 more days of sailing ahead, while the first one in the group quietly pointed out, "Hold up, I think I just spotted something suspicious." Suddenly, a tiny mound shot up from the water like it had been hiding underneath. Gimli blinked, totally lost, and muttered that they couldn't see a thing yet, only for Mora to grin and say it made sense because this was a trade route and ships always ended up crossing here. Gale grinned and said it was probably a pirate ship, just a cheeky play on words, and one of the girls burst out laughing, saying chances of running into real pirates were basically 0. Suddenly, a blaring alarm siren screamed across the ship, and Shelina snapped that they had to shut it off, because the noise was pounding her head into a severe, throbbing headache. A sailor blared the alarm. That huge, suspicious thing is right there. And without hesitation, he shouted for everyone to rush into combat positions immediately. The second trouble hit. Everyone on board bolted for weapons, gripped by pure, scorching panic. Shelina blurted out that something about that sailor felt seriously wrong, and Mora fired back asking if a giant kraken had swallowed a warship so pirates could be lurking nearby. And Gale snapped, insisting they stop joking like that, because they'd absolutely be in over their heads if pirates showed up. Gimli's whole body froze in total disbelief, and the darker suspicions creeping in only made it worse. She remembered the shocking news. Monsters were acting way more feral and restless than they ever had before. That news hit her like a punch to the gut, because stuff like this almost never ends well when it shows up. A sailor with binoculars locked onto something weird up ahead and couldn't stop staring. When he stared closer, his blood ran cold. This wasn't just any monster, it was the legendary giant kraken. The second doubts vanished, massive tentacles burst up from the deep, crushing every fear. Because it wasn't some rumor anymore, it was the kraken. The sailor kept shrieking at the top of his lungs, warning the crew that a nightmare kraken, fresh off wiping out an entire warship, was barreling straight for them. Gale knew this attack didn't belong to the plan, while Mora yelled that everything was falling apart. Shelina, meanwhile, kept her eyes locked on the oncoming monster, realizing it was charging at an insane speed. The whole team went rigid with terror, staring in awe as that colossal monster smashed into the sea surface and ripped it apart with one brutal, unstoppable move. The crew froze in terror as the colossal kraken tore open the water, and each thunderous lash of its tentacles slammed the ship's hull like it was nothing. The whole crew erupted in screams, because that kraken wasn't just enormous, it was nearly the same size as their own ship. People swear the returning Demon King's power isn't just bending land creatures. It's reaching the deep sea too, and the sailor snaps into command, ordering everyone to huddle together right now. Then the young man barked an order to haul up the sails and blast out of the danger zone as fast as they could. Captain Nick let out a nervous scream, voice shaking as painful questions clawed at his mind. Why the monster's strikes had suddenly gotten so much more frequent, and why the kraken had started hunting ships again. Gimli snapped that this wasn't the moment to plant berries. Survival mattered right now, in the middle of a deadly crisis. She made it brutally clear. Pointless debates waste time, and that time could get every single crew member killed. What they needed was an action plan to bring that deadly monster down. The sailor faced the captain with unshakable certainty, shouting that sprinting was the only way to survive, because salvation wouldn't come any other way, and the captain nodded, then roared back, ordering them to charge forward at full speed. The ship punched the throttle, surging away as the terrifying monster loomed behind it. The Kraken shot back down into the sea's dark abyss, vanishing in the black depths like it never existed. The Kraken barreled straight for the ship, and the sailor's scream tore through the air as he realized the beast didn't just catch up. It slid right around them, and the captain's horror hit when he saw it was moving far too fast. Gimli snapped herself back to reality. Octopuses were some of the fastest swimmers out there. This creature can freeze perfectly still in the water with powerful, finely tuned fins, then snap instantly into a razor-sharp burst, blasting off and changing direction hard at will. Right in front of the merchant ship, a colossal kraken burst out of the dark sea, and panic exploded across the crew and passengers. Staring at its nightmare size and brutal presence, they felt utterly trapped and drowning in despair. From the crushing depths below, the monster hauled up its massive tentacles and shot them toward the ship like a deadly warning. It felt like this non-stop chaos of bending limbs had zero end in sight. The monster lashed out with brutal tentacle strikes, smashing the ship to pieces, and Gimli's rage boiled over into pure indignation. First, the Kraken slammed the main mast into splinters and ripped the sails to shreds, stripping the ship of any chance to steer or keep moving. The sailor screamed in total despair that hope was gone. Then the captain snapped, demanding someone come help right away. Shelina screamed that the captain had to keep his duties no matter what, and Mora snapped back that the crew was armed to shove back any threat. So they had to throw themselves into the fight and drive the enemy out. The sailor snapped back, all fired up, saying the idea was insane, because this ship's gear is built only to shield it from tiny predators like sharks, not to stand a chance against some massive nightmare like the Kraken. Gale shot a wary look at the others and warned them. Someone was charging straight into the rough sea, head first, with zero fear. Shelina frantically grabbed at the man, yelling that he'd freeze to death in the icy water. But Jinli sadly confessed he'd been driven insane by terror, so shaken he couldn't even judge reality anymore. Turns out the poor guy chose death over the Kraken's cruelty, and now his friends had to fight their way through using only their own strength. The entire team locked arms and fought tooth and nail, going all in against that monster. Gimli declared she'd climb to the mast's highest point and send live intel about the Kraken's moves. Shelina backed her friend's plan, then shot off the signal and told the monster to get ready, because an attack was about to explode. The monster's crushing stare locked onto her, and her heart detonated with pure, unshakable terror. The girl shrieked like she'd seen the end of the world, frozen by the monster's massive, terrifying eyes, and pure panic hit her like a tidal wave. Then Gimli snapped that the thing was poised to attack from the flank, and Moria instantly slammed a special strengthening skill into gear, pouring her energy straight into her companion. The Guildmaster unleashed a rare double activation skill, and the whole party burst into real admiration and total shock. Mora suddenly realized the special quest had handed her the evolutionary enhancement magic, and the moment she used it, the boost hit twice as hard, flooding her friend with insane power while draining her own energy like crazy. So she threw her entire soul into backing him up and prayed the whole operation would work. Shelina snapped toward her friend and sparked her memory of that glorious win over the cockatrice. Then, relying on pure instinct, she powered up her weapon's boost and unleashed the combat move, Scorching Heat. The girl declared it like a war chant. Together, they'd torched that hated octopus from the sea, smashing it with her blazing hammer and blasting it with fire. She yelled, triumphant, that the Kraken was messing up big time by underestimating just how strong they really were. Shelina kicked things off by setting one mission for herself: smash the annoying tentacles that were slowing her down. But the attempt crumpled on contact, because the skin was ridiculously strong, and the girl staggered in total disbelief, crushed with disappointment. Everyone else in the battle just froze in shock, because that brutal, powerful strike hit the enemy and did absolutely nothing. Gimli snapped to the truth. This monster's slimy shell soaked up every hit like armor, dulling the blows before they could land, and the shock on her face said it all. Against something like that, her attacks might as well bounce off. Shelina blew off steam at the monster, shouting scathing, rage-filled words at it. Right away, the Kraken lunged and snapped a tentacle around the girl's hammer, yanking her high off the ground in an instant. Gimli snapped at her with real worry, begging her to drop the weapon, because if she didn't, the next tentacle would snatch the hammer's owner before she could even react. She added that the kraken doesn't just slam and claw at you. Rumor says it can gobble its prey whole, like you never stood a chance. Shelina tried to play it off with a cheerful jab at herself, too muscular, too tasteless, and begged the kraken to stop trying to snack on her. Seeing how unstoppable it all was, she clenched her resolve, let go of the hammer handle, and dropped into open air like fate finally gave her the green light to soar. She finally clocked how trapped she was, and her comrades' screams hit the air as they watched her plunge downward at breakneck speed. Shelina almost crashed, but a sailor and a captain rocketed into action and caught her before she hit the ground, and she realized it was an old, battered safety rope that finally saved her. The young man let out a shaky breath of relief, grateful that even something this small could actually make a difference. Gimli had to admit it. Sure, she'd heard tales about sea monsters acting like this, but this was the first time she'd ever watched a full-on showdown with her own eyes. The dark elf finally clocked the real threat: the kraken's long, stretchy limbs, weaving in like living hooks to snag its victim and crush them into ruin and death. The monster's tentacles lash out at lightning speed, and before the victim can even react, they're instantly crushed. Then the victim crumbles into glittering dust, bursts into the air, and vanishes, riding the seafoam like it was always meant to be part of the ocean. She realized that when you get pulled into a monster's arms, the end is already written. So she fought through the panic and yelled for her friends to back off and steer clear of those tentacles. Mora's legs jittered with a shaky tremor, barely keeping her body upright while panic gripped her heart. She knew, plain as day, that the foe ahead was way bigger and far deadlier than the giant cockatrice they'd wiped out earlier. Shelina's hammer, the one that crushed the adult cockatrice, still couldn't stand up to this monster's brutal, overwhelming power, the kind that could reduce any opponent to a cloud of dust. And since they're out on the open sea, the monster roams wherever it wants, moves with total freedom, and how are they even supposed to win? Feeling hits hard because beating it looks almost impossible. The kraken fixed the girl in its huge, saucer-like eyes, and she went stone still, terror locking her body in place. Gimli realized this wasn't just about their wild physical gifts. Squids were insanely smart, and they could learn new things in a way that freaked everyone out. She realized the mast and sails didn't get wrecked by chance. Those monsters were too smart for that, and this was a calculated strike. And since this was their very first meeting, Kraken had already clocked it. Mora was the glue holding those guys together. A dark elf screamed in alarm, snapping, "Be careful, use every bit of caution right now." The Kraken's tentacles snapped shut around the girl's fragile body in a flash. Shelina knew her trusty hammer was gone from her hands, so she had to crank her own ingenuity to survive. She knew that if she attacked with nothing but her bare hands, she'd get one fate: captured, wrapped up, and dragged down by those stubborn tentacles. The girl panicked, racing her thoughts, desperately trying to figure out her next move. Right then, Gale burst into view nearby, commanding the monster to let the captive girl go, right now. Gimli caught the knife's flash and realized the cunning Kraken's plan had still fallen apart, because it never accounted for the one member of their squad who couldn't be predicted. Gale snapped his sword through the tentacles with razor-sharp precision, cutting her free the moment the monster's deadly grip loosened. Mora's eyes went wide. Tiny chunks of Kraken's flesh drifted around her like a cursed carousel, turning the air into a nightmare waltz, and her heartbeat slammed so hard she could barely breathe. She was alive, but now she had to fight to stay that way. He locked eyes with her, then realized this blade he'd forged with his own hands for himself. That thing sliced like a dream, even when it had to take on a monster that huge. The Kraken, used to ruling from the dark depths with every tentacle it owned, suddenly got hit with the brutal agony of losing one, like the sea itself betrayed it. And for the first time in its life, resistance tore at its pride, making it feel weak and threatening its dominance. The young man shot up to her in a blur, stared straight into her face, and blurted out, "Are you okay? Did the attack mess you up?" She beamed at her savior, pouring out heartfelt thanks for his nerve and lightning-fast move. Because of him, she stayed completely unharmed. Mora couldn't believe she'd lost her head mid-battle. Then that monster yanked her up with a brutal tentacle, and adrenaline slammed through her, snapping her thoughts back into focus. Right in that make-or-break moment, she suddenly found the enemy's weak spot, and it just might be the key that unlocks victory. She swore that this knife is the blade of the world's deadliest reaper, and when the fight starts, it doesn't just slice, it carves through absolutely everything. Even the Kraken's colossal tentacle, untouchable and immune to every attack before, got snipped clean off in an instant by one smooth, graceful slash from the magic blade, proving the legendary weapon was the real deal. But there was a brutal catch. To land the attack, the owner had to rush right into the enemy's face, right in range of the giant creature's counterstrike. The mage snapped at Gimli to keep her eyes on that massive kraken at all times, shouting that if its position shifted even an inch, she'd have to warn them immediately. And she ordered Shailene to lock in on the monster's remaining active tentacles, pouring all her focus there. The girl snapped that if he could keep those other tentacles pinned, Gale would finally have the opening to surge in and unleash an attack on the kraken. She said she'd throw support magic right back on Shailene and the young man, boosting their fighting power and giving their attack way better odds of landing. The mage grinned and told them she could cast on 2 people at once, because she'd just hit a whole new level of mastery, letting her pull off that crazy complex technique. First, she cut off the waters rocking from hitting the boys, then fired off a spell that made them adapt to everything around them at the very same time. Mora then supercharged every fighter's power, boosting their defenses and sharpening their reaction speed, while she kept yelling at the team to swap between striking and retreating fast, until they started boxing the monster in and slowly grinding down its defenses. Gale figured if they chopped off the last 9 tentacles, the kraken would lose its chance to attack, and Shalina swore that would also wipe out their squid-cooking headaches. The kraken snapped back into full control, muscles firing as it lunged into action to defend itself, right as it geared up to smash back the next wave of attacks from the heroes. Gimli screamed in terror, shouting a warning as the monster's last tentacles lunged from both sides, and her team scrambled to regroup fast and fight back before they got overwhelmed. That young man finally clocked how dangerous it really was. Everything had blown up fast, and one wrong move could wipe out his entire team. Shalina figured it out fast. The missing tentacle only pissed the kraken off even more, so it unleashed a full-on rage storm, tore into the fight like a hurricane, and sped up, got meaner, and left the guys struggling just to keep up. The guildmaster called forth the blacksmith's kicking technique, and Gimli's jaw dropped when her friends snapped into action, smoothly deflecting the kraken's whip-like tentacles like they'd trained for it. Morrow knew a single truth. If he cast multiple spells at once, the magical energy would get ripped away in seconds. The question that wouldn't let her breathe was terrifying. Would the heroes finally tip the scales against the monster? Or would she be the first to buckle, drained to nothing as her magical power got burned out too fast? Shalina flashed a sly grin and shouted at the kraken like it was no big deal, mocking it as she said it only lost 1 tentacle, then beckoned with a taunting hand, daring the beast to come back and snatch that edge right in front of her. The moment the monster lunged closer, the girl snapped into action, pounding it with attack after attack, while the wounded thing moved like it was barely dragging itself. As the young man panted for breath, Jinli snapped his head up. Turns out the magical boost hadn't faded yet, still propping up his form and powering him through the brutal fight. She realized Shalina was keeping the monster's eyes locked on her, while her partner, freshly out of fatigue, charged back into the fight, burning with all that saved strength for the one decisive hit. In her eyes, the young man was scrambling to get Mora's help, but you could still see his fear creeping into every move. Gimli decided that if the enemy wasn't one of the undead, the boy's specialty, then this outcome was bound to happen, and he knew right away that tossing a rearguard fighter into the vanguard was pure disaster. Then the dark elf threw herself into the fight, bolting forward and blasting the monster with a roaring wave of fire, hatred blazing across her face as she stared into the kraken's grotesque, bulging eyes, disgust twisting in her chest, while all she wanted was to tear this nightmare apart and end it fast. Those huge, bulging eyes were basically begging to be hit, so Gimli struck fast, aiming to blind the enemy and cripple their vision right when it mattered most. Even after the hit didn't work, she already knew the monster wouldn't take much damage. His body was way tougher than it ever looked at first. She even predicted the moment and slammed a special smoke grenade on impact, blasting a wall of smoke that gave them instant cover and the perfect chance to reposition. Gale surged forward, charging straight into the attack. Gimli blasted out a thunderous shout, sure this was the perfect second to smash in the decisive blow. He unleashed a special skill, flipped into grinding mode, and started landing vicious cutting blows that could literally slice the monster's flesh into pieces. The dark elf clocked it instantly. If that young man wanted his strike to land, he had to choke the battlefield in a brutal, thick smokescreen and blind the enemy completely, or the kraken would snap to attention and torch his perfect timing. Gale was a walking paradox, fragile enough to be hunted, yet skilled with weapons so lethal that one strike could flip the whole fight. Massive chunks of shredded tentacle flesh tore loose from above and splattered down everywhere, choking the air with the stench of blood and guts, turning the whole scene into a brutal, terrifying free-for-all. Shelina burst out in pure joy, thrilled that Gale had landed every strike on target, and Mora just watched, comparing his talent to a veteran chef, deadly with a blade, slicing through the fight with flawless control. Gimli counted what was left and grinned. This monster was down half its limbs already. Only 5 brutal tentacles remained, and that suddenly made the detachment's next move way easier. As the smoke finally started to thin, the Kraken snapped back into view. And just like that, it became a full-on nightmare threatening the whole team again. The Dark Elf snapped at the young man to back off right now, far beyond the tentacles' reach, so the monster couldn't spring a nasty surprise attack. He bolted forward and kept sprinting, whipping his head back to scan danger and picking the safest route to slip away. But then a monstrous Kraken exploded forward, slamming straight after the running hero. Its sheer size and close, unstoppable charge stunning Gale so hard he lost the last shred of courage and control. Gimli, flooded with panic, bellowed the boy's name at the top of his lungs, desperate to snap him out of it and shout a warning before the danger hit. The Kraken tore loose a monstrous burst of black ink, and the water turned pitch dark instantly. The monster's ink exploded into a roaring wave, slammed onto the ship's deck, and yanked everything out of the way. Then the whole vessel dropped into pitch-black darkness. The wave slammed him so hard the sword tore free from his grip, spinning wildly through the rushing water before clattering onto the deck. The girls shrieked when they saw Gale drop straight into the crushing wave. He coughed in violent spasms, clawing at thick, choking ink that had slammed into his throat and lungs, and with every gasp his head swam. He could barely breathe. The boy realized the ink had burrowed deep into his eyes, scorching his mucus lining and stealing his sight for the moment, turning an already deadly situation into pure, unpredictable chaos. Gimli remembered how the Kraken, like some giant squid, could blast out streams of ink, using them as a dirty shield to blind and scramble the enemy. The boy's sight got slammed shut, blind as a bat, and he had no choice but to rely on others until that annoying liquid finally stopped messing with his senses. The sailor froze, staring at the blade, until a savage wave of ink hurled it back at him. Feeling the moment crackle, he lunged to grab that mysterious blade and turn it loose on the Kraken, until his partner slammed the brakes and warned him. The thing was leaking a sickening dark aura, like it was chained to some ancient curse. Gimli warned that the owner had modernized the blade, sure, but underneath it was still the same brutal scythe of death, so if anyone else grabs that knife, you can't possibly predict what carnage will follow. She said that blade could slice through everyone here, no mercy for friends, no care for foes, and if it had to, it could even cut off its own head. The bosun stared at the scene with a grim, sober face and realized the artifact was the deadliest kind of power, capable of saving lives or wrecking everything beyond repair. Shelina grabbed her friend's attention and wouldn't let go. She swore the Kraken was already changing in weird, undeniable ways, and they had to act right now. His massive body started to tremble, like something inside it was spasming awake, an early warning that the fight was about to shift into something bigger, maybe even something insane. Right when the hero thought it was over, the monster stitched itself back together, sprouting its ripped-off limbs again and roaring back with a whole new set of deadly tentacles, turning the next fight into a nightmare. Every fighter in that battle just froze, totally stunned, hearts hammering with pure alarm. They realized their fight against the monster had slipped to zero. Gimli said the Kraken did regrow its tentacles, but its strength was clearly drained, its power and vitality sagging fast. The team finally locked in their battle plan, baited the Kraken into the perfect spot, and pinned him in place, forcing him to square up against multiple attackers all at once. Shelina's voice trembled as she warned that Gale was in a total nightmare, his eyes wiped out by ink, and nobody else could swing the blade right, either. Mora nodded hard, saying the team had just lost their last real weapon to weaken the monster. The Kraken's wrath hit its boiling point, zeroing in on that young hero. His stubborn grit and real talent had battered the monster with pain and humiliation all the way to the brink. The young man kept clawing at his eyes, and slowly, his sight started coming back, still hazy and smeared, but that blurry spark was enough to boost his odds of surviving the fight. With his vision finally coming back, the guy blinked hard, cracked his eyes open, and shot a worried question. What the heck happened while he was out, and how he was supposed to help from here? Just as he started to talk, one of the Kraken's long tentacles shot out and cinched itself around the young man, crushing him tight so he couldn't break free even if he tried. The Curse Master was yanked up in the sky, crushed in the sea monster's tight tentacles, thrashing desperately as he poured out every last scrap of magic and strength to claw his way free. Gimli snapped to attention, because the Kraken had just unleashed a deadly special power, and every thrash of those tentacles turned the whole area into a live-or-die zone for anyone foolish enough to step in. Mora's stomach dropped when she realized Gale was about to suffer the exact same fate as that hammer. Shelina, choked with rage and panic, fought to scream over the chaos, begging the monster to let go of her friend, because he was seconds from dying. The Kraken slammed a free tentacle toward the girl, yanked her out of the way with brutal force, and left Mora drowning in pure, terrifying dread over what might have happened to her friend. Gimli was drowning in guilt and regret, spiraling in doubt as she stared at the road ahead. Why did she ever drag her beloved friend into this nightmare of unknown threats, where one mistake could mean losing someone she loved forever? Her soul kept getting shredded by the past, because it was her who pulled a stranger young man into the Dark Elf clan's secret mess, yanking him straight into a deadly conflict where one wrong move could get him killed. Her soul got shredded by crushing thoughts, and if she hadn't pushed him to join, that young man would have dodged the fatal meeting waiting for them, looming over every heartbeat in this desperate last duel. I'd keep my life steady and quiet, hiding out in my little cozy shop, doing what I love, soaking up the simple joys of being human, nowhere near bloody battles and the constant fear of dying. Gimli leaned close and whispered forgiveness, begging to atone for the guilt that gnawed at her. She blamed herself for the fate of the young man, for the horror unfolding right before her eyes. Mora, drowning in unspoken love and furious fate, couldn't take it anymore. She erupted into hysterical screams, yelling her loved one's name, as if sheer noise could halt the inevitable ending bearing down on her. The Kraken unleashed its deadliest move, deadly destruction, blasting streams of pure destruction so powerful they could turn any living creature to ash. The girls froze on the spot, horror locking their bodies in place as their ship became a disaster in real time. And with every second they were helpless, staring at fate slam into them right in front of their eyes. Suddenly, Gale snapped his reverse death destruction into motion, blasting destructive shockwaves right back at the Kraken, tearing it apart from the inside and shattering its defenses to pieces. The girls stared in awe, totally lost about what was happening, stunned by this wild turn of events. And it all started because their companion stepped up with grit and brains. Gimli's jaw dropped when she realized it worked backward too. She watched the energy blast flip directions and shove that destructive power right back onto the wielder, something she had never once believed could happen. Moro stared in shock as the Kraken instantly crumbled into a million pieces, while Shelina blinked, baffled by what power did it, and what dangers were about to slam into their group next. The two hit turns like a warning aimed straight at the young man. He slowly spun around, locking eyes with the girls as their curiosity sparkled, and flashed a calm, confident smile like he already knew he'd win. Gale leaned in and told them it all traced back to that cursed artifact still hanging from his neck. He carefully peeled the jewelry away and cradled it in his palm like it mattered more than anything. The second he finished that sentence, the necklace blasted into shards with a deafening crash, raining across the ship's deck. Mora jolted back, because the broken relic wasn't just any item. It was the legendary cursed necklace everyone feared. Gale explained that when you get smashed by a crushing hit, the damage doubles, and then snaps right back onto the person who threw it, triggering the wife's revenge that supercharges the first blow and multiplies its impact again and again. Shelina held up the strange amulet and swore it was justice and revenge, wrapped in one, promising to smash back every aggressor 100 times for every ounce of evil they unleashed. He kept talking, saying the Kraken first knitted back its ripped-off limbs, draining its own strength to the bone, then grabbed its deadly technique again, only now it came back doubled in power, and that's exactly why it got wiped out on the spot. No matter how many ships the sea predator had sunk and how legendary it was, fate still slammed the door. One day it died and small fish devoured it, a brutal reminder that life can flip in a heartbeat and nature doesn't care. Shelina leaned in and asked the young man if he ever thought things would turn out like this. He shook his head hard, and she made it clear that in a fight, success is pure chaos, luck, and sheer chance. Gale made it clear. His whole focus was on pulling his comrades out alive and driving the mission toward the shared goal, and he never once expected the conflict to turn into something this wild. At the same time, he hammered home this truth. If the Kraken had gone with a straight strike, or just yanked the victim in, then the artifact would have done nothing special, and the whole fight would have flipped in a completely different direction. Mora couldn't stop grinning. Joy and relief hit her at once, because she finally believed her friends were alive and safe, and that the danger was gone for good, like a bright future was within reach. She closed the distance and wrapped him in a tender hug, pouring out her love and pure joy for how well he passed the test. right through both her words and her touch. The young man leaned in and reminded her. If she wasn't careful, that ink he left on him would stain her too. But for Mora, none of that mattered. Being close to the one she loved filled her up so completely that every little inconvenience got swept aside. She confessed to Gale, shaking with nerves, that those awful tentacle grips had made her feel sick and on edge. So she chose warm, comforting embraces instead, and suddenly she felt calm, safe, and sure of herself. When the girl tapped the man's shoulder, her partner froze in total shock, mortified that his tenderness showed so openly, especially with strangers watching. The young man moved with careful tenderness, sliding his fingers through Mora's hair to soothe her, silently showing how much he worried and how deeply he sympathized. Jinli grinned and said the leader's downfall finally cleared the trade route of the rest of that species' threat. Looks like Gale's luck, and those one-of-a-kind skills, are about to decide whether future travel stays safe on this route, dodging tons of dangers and keeping trade moving steady. One crew member blurted out, totally baffled, "Why did the Kraken even explode?" But the rest of the crew fired back in unison. Victory was all that mattered, and nobody cared about the details. The crew thrust their hands up in triumph, shouting that the ship was saved and the main threat wiped out, because this win would keep everyone safe and the whole crew thriving. Gimli knew that no matter how heroic they'd been or how big their wins were, the authorities wouldn't so much as notice their steps or pay a single coin, because this world always lets the real heroes slip through the cracks. Captain Nick blurted out, stunned, whether the Kraken was showing any flicker of life, and that question instantly sent the girls into a wild mix of panic and adrenaline, so they leaned over the ship's deck and scrutinized the sea with their eyes wide open. The sailors practically begged the captain to turn back and climb aboard with them. The captain kept hounding them, demanding they send boats to pull everyone off that scene and bring them to safety. They were told, once the ship was finally patched up and fully repaired, the mission would be officially declared over for good. The bosun sprinted over to fix it, bowed his head, apologized, and warned everyone he had an awful surprise coming. The blade that had sliced the Kraken was still gone, so the crew had no choice but to leave it on the deck, because using a cursed weapon could unleash consequences they couldn't afford. In that brutal blast, it got hurled so far down into the sea that it probably never surfaced again. The disappointed sailor leaned in and said, even that monstrous, broken mast vanished without a trace, like it had melted straight into the ocean, making the disaster feel massive and the losses feel unbearable. The man swallowed his guilt and admitted the damage to his property couldn't even match what those lives cost him. But he still chose to accept it, sure that survival and staying healthy was all that truly mattered, and the other guy nodded along. Gale leaned in and reassured the bosun, cutting through his worry. No apology needed, because the stuff to forge a matching blade was easy to get, and once he was back home, he'd crank out a new weapon that was every bit as good, if not better, than the last one. Even better, almost all the nasty side effects, around 99% of them, got wiped out, so you could use the item without worrying about any bad consequences. The boy was so busy scrubbing sticky ink off his eyes that he ignored the whole conversation, completely missing the important details. The girls froze in total disbelief when the guy claimed he could get rare components to forge a brand new blade, and even nearly wipe out the curse tied to those materials, so they couldn't trust their own ears and swore it had to be some kind of prank. Shelina yanked the guy toward her and snapped, begging him to stop messing around because his nerves were already fraying, and the young man swore he wasn't joking. He was telling the truth. While Gimli watched, she realized this guy could actually shock her with the craziest possibilities and jaw-dropping discoveries. She slumps on the ship's railing, worn out but lost in thought, replaying everything from yesterday and feeling her heart twist over the young master who somehow stole it. She was counting down the seconds till she could head home, because she couldn't wait to introduce this guy to Madame Minerva. So this is how Gimli pictured Gale Hamilton's one-of-a-kind gift, because he couldn't wait to proudly introduce him to her loved ones and let everyone see just how ridiculously talented and inventive he really was. She dropped onto a huge gray stone nearby, let the warm sun hit her face, and soaked in the quiet hush of the forest. It was Minerva, the wise, majestic ruler of the Dark Elf clan, who saw the future and knew the coming events before they even arrived. And yeah, troubles don't show up one at a time. Even someone as seasoned and sharp as Gimli couldn't possibly picture the brutal trials waiting for her and the whole team ahead. Something dangerous was brewing out on the open sea, and it wasn't like anything before. A brand new threat was charging straight for the ship the heroes were riding, closing in fast, So fast they'd soon collide with the crew and make those young warriors prove they've got courage and grit. Staring at the shattered pieces of the object in front of him, Gale's heart sank as he remembered that once beautiful artifact, his loyal companion, his wellspring of inspiration, now broken beyond repair and gone for good. The girls fired him up, telling him the mission was already done: defeat the Kraken, claim the artifact's purpose, because it had saved the whole team's lives. He gave in politely, but then he snapped into clarity, because for a craftsman and collector like him, losing one-of-a-kind pieces hits like a special kind of grief, the same ache you feel when a close friend is gone. What crushed Gale the most was that nobody even noticed the genius packed into the artifact's design, and they dismissed the originality and beauty of the whole creation like it meant nothing. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He'd cracked the perfect, simple solution, the kind that could fix everything and bring justice roaring back. So many artists pour out their hearts in ways the world can't even understand at first. And then, years later, people finally get it, sometimes only after the creator is gone. The only girl who truly clocked how sharp that young man's taste was, choosing cursed artifacts like they were treasures, was the same girl who lived for forbidden science right alongside him. So Gale couldn't help but light up with a warm rush of excitement as he pictured his next meeting with that girl, desperate to hear every new adventure and the stories she'd lived. Vivian marched up to Princess Carla and declared she'd be right there on her inspection of Pharma Edge. Then when the princess asked if the job could be handled without her, Vivian shut it down with a flat, absolute no. Bright, colorful birds ripped through the sky, gliding over the sea in total freedom, then burst into brilliant flashes with every beat of their wings, lighting up everything beneath them. Shelina gripped the controls and dove into repairing the ship, laser-focused on getting it back in the air. Every now and then, the sailor would blurt out heartfelt apologies, trying to melt the tension that still lingered after their past fights. Even though he told her she was just a passenger, she cut him off, saying she didn't know professional ship repair. But as an experienced blacksmith, she'd still do everything in her power to help the team finish the job on time and with real efficiency. Through sheer teamwork, the travelers stopped disaster cold, sealing the hulls and reforging the ship's frame so it wouldn't sink. The sailor swallowed hard and admitted the truth. Our central mast was wrecked by the Kraken's tentacles. It sank straight to the bottom, and there's no way to bring it back with the tools and supplies we've got. Gimli snapped that without a repaired mast, steering that ship would be brutal at best, maybe flat-out impossible, and they needed fresh options right now if they wanted to reach their destination. So yeah, everything was stacked against them. The crew was trapped on a broken ship, stuck out in the middle of nowhere on an endless ocean, and they desperately needed help and supplies just to keep moving. Gale said their ship now looked more like a massive vessel than a sailboat, and Mora shot back that, after everything they'd survived lately, they had to celebrate, because it was still floating, not swallowed by the deep. Gimli, still in good spirits, quickly nodded along and agreed with his friend's point of view. She started feeling cut off from everyone, and it didn't stop there. It swallowed the whole crew too, stranded on a never-ending ocean as panic churned inside them, all wondering what to do next and if rescue was even real. Soon this feeling will crank up like a dial, and the hunger will roar louder too, because the food supply is shrinking fast and the end is getting close. With everyone stranded in brutal isolation and running out of supplies, passengers and crew can snap at any moment, until the fight for the last bit of food and medicine ignites chaos, conflict, and full-blown unrest. Gimli was on his knees, praying hard to the gods long before the first clash, begging for things to turn around, because once hunger hit, the passengers started taking desperate measures just to survive. Captain Nick burst onto the scene with a bright, confident speech, saying the early checks showed their ship was probably safe from sinking, because the crew had worked miracles and there were no big leaks to blame. And now it was time to prove the skills of a captain who adored the sea with his whole heart and got the water element's love right back. Mora shot back with doubts, asking if steering the ship like this was even possible. But the man just grinned and swore that right now, everyone would see real control in action and finally believe his choices were the right ones. Turns out the captain's big move was nothing but puffing out plain signal smoke. The man said they'd only get saved if some random ship just happened to sail by, and it all came down to luck. Mora snapped that they shouldn't light signal fires for attention, and Shelina couldn't stop thinking, what are the odds a perfect vessel shows up right now, out here in the middle of this endless ocean? Gimli said the only comfort was that the sea was calm, at least for now. But with the sails wrecked and no way to set them properly, if a storm hit, the crew would have to grit their teeth, stay hopeful, and ride out whatever came. Shalina snapped that patching the hull was just a bandage. Nothing would truly hold the ship together. If a violent storm slammed in, the cracks could explode wider, and no one could guess where the next flood would burst from, turning the whole voyage into a deadly countdown to sinking. Mora narrowed her eyes at the horizon, sensing the clouds suddenly turn a harsher shade and the wind swing, like the sky was warning her that bad weather, and things getting worse fast, were about to hit. Gale spotted something weird happening just a stone's throw away. Before long, it was crystal clear. The thing they were staring at was a ship. The observer verified that the ship was barreling straight for the accident site, and Mora's whole body lit up with relief and joy. Shalina flashed a grin and teased the captain that the ship showed up faster than anyone expected, proving once again why everyone calls him the Sea Element's favorite. The heroes shouted for help at the top of their lungs, and the crew of the oncoming ship immediately turned their heads, ready to lend a hand and hear every grim detail of what just happened. Mora's color vanished in an instant. She stared into the distance and whispered that the ship coming in didn't look right, like it was abandoned. Shalina straight up confirmed what her friend feared. This ship looked so sketchy, it made their own vessel seem almost trustworthy. Gimli's stomach dropped when he realized the old ship was charging straight at them with a power that felt supernatural, like something from another world was tugging the laws of physics out of the way. She blurted with pure terror that the ship was haunted, like a ghost itself. They say if you ever spot a mysterious ship still sailing even after its hull is torn to pieces, you're staring straight into bad luck, because that sight screams trouble is coming and misfortune might be right around the corner. Gale's words ripped a cold wave of fear through the girls. Their hearts started hammering, and the young man, too caught up in the details, never noticed the horror and tension swelling all around him. With sheer panic blazing in his chest, the bosun started slamming the ship's bell like his life depended on it. Panic erupted across the crew, men and women shouting over one another until their cries blended into one terrifying chorus, warning that after their win against the Kraken, a ghost ship was stalking them, hiding an invisible menace that was about to drag them into fresh suffering and misery. Gimli's eyes snapped to the ship's mast. There it was, the Empire's familiar emblem blazing like a warning, the Imperial Army's official standard, and it hit him all at once, sparking a storm of mixed feelings. Piecing together her past chats, she finally clicked. This wasn't some rumor. The Kraken had sunk an Imperial Army flotilla warship, and now she was staring at a real ghost ship, dead crew and all, still rising as a phantom long after everyone should have been gone. Captain Nick kept his eyes locked on everything and spotted the strange ship angling right at them, praying the mooring ropes would hold firm so the crew and their ship could link up without a single scare. The bosun broke it down like this. A ramming attack is when a ship charges at full speed and slams the enemy with its horn-like prow, and in the same breath he rattled off the classics, shooting, ballistas, and catapults firing, and then going straight to boarding. Captain Nick warned them that if that thing slammed into them, it would tear a massive hole straight through their ship's hull, right as Gimli's stomach dropped, because he finally clocked it. The ghost ship wasn't here to drift. It was coming in to ram their merchant ship, and he remembered that brutal saying about getting hit from every side with zero time to breathe. She realized the truth in a punch to the gut. Their battered ship couldn't outrun anyone anymore. After the Kraken fight, they had zero strength left to defend, so the only shot at survival was to crawl to the attackers and bargain until they decided to stop. The Dark Elf claimed the ghost ship was stuffed with the Kraken's drowned souls, already paid in full, so no new attack should be needed. The captain snapped back, telling her to stop talking nonsense, because you can't exactly hold a conversation with ghosts. He urged her to stare closer at the figures on the ghost ship's deck, insisting they had to confirm what they were really seeing and figure out what kind of enemies they were truly up against. The captain flat out told them that the terror they'd lived through had erased their people's consciousness completely. These things feed on grief, sorrow, and crushing failure, because they aren't really alive at all. Their death made flesh, twisted spirits from drowned souls, trapped in nothing but one goal: tear everyone else's life apart and spread chaos. He never once thought he'd be standing face to face with the undead in the middle of the ocean. One day, of all days. The bosun swore that the seconds before the collision were God's final gift, then rushed to write to his wife and daughter still sitting in port, sealed the note inside a bottle, hurled it into the sea, and begged for it to reach them safe. Panic and stress crushed him so hard his hand shook, and his pen scratched out wobbling lines you could barely read, until Shalina just stared at his despair and said, deadpan, that if there was no escape, then they were having one last drink. Gimli shot Lady Minerva a mental complaint about how hopeless it all felt, And when Mora nodded along, she realized the drowned weren't chasing them for anything noble. They surged forward out of pure envy, then wanted to punish the living just for still existing. And then it hit her, an epiphany, right out of nowhere. The girl claimed she had someone who could talk to the undead, and Gale nearly choked on her shock, because nobody in their right mind expected to run into the undead out in the middle of the sea. A dark elf let out a dramatic sigh, acting like everyone was parroting the same tired words, until just one person stared at the problem from a completely different angle. Shelina blinked in shock, wheeling around to ask the young man if it was really true he could hold a conversation even with the dead. Rain hammered down like the sky was furious, and the girl snapped her voice at the guy in the black raincoat, her face tight with worry as if the storm couldn't even touch her. The girl pushes the boy to march onto the ghost ship and talk to the crew, because if everyone there is already undead, they're the key to breaking the curse, and she remembers he's pulled off something like this before. She clenched her lips and stared at his face like it could spill the truth, then fumed as she waited for his reply, until Gale blurted, "It's a good idea," and he looked way too thrilled for what was going on. She said with a sharp, thoughtful edge that fighting on the open sea against tons of enemies would feel nothing like a dungeon fight at all. They asked Gale if he had a plan. Then the kid blurted out that he did, and good thing, he still had enough time to slap the magical artifacts into place. With razor focus, the young man strapped down 3 strange amulets across the ship, each one like an upside-down slingshot, carved with a skull. Once the job was done, Gale flashed a small smirk and strode straight to the ship's captain, who stood on the deck, pale with horror as an ominous ghost ship bore down on them. The man in the hat clocked how bad this was and snapped that once a ramming attack starts, it doesn't just smash the target ship. The attacker gets slammed hard too, and that kind of damage can spiral into disaster fast. Worst case, he admitted, their own ship could go under right alongside the enemy, an absolute nightmare that would slam the whole crew with it. His eyes locked in, pupils tightening like a trigger. Then he explained that this blunt way of fighting had slowly died out because ships cost a fortune. The ghost ship barreled straight toward them and didn't care about any of that. Its sails hung torn and fluttering as it sliced through the waves with fearless speed. Gale hurried to steady the captain, but his mind was still locked on that ramming attack. So Gale snapped that he had to stay close, ready the moment the ship hit. Right here, this is the exact moment the young man finally unleashes the strongest magic power hidden in the artifacts. Right after he finished, the girl shot him a look and asked, "Are you really going to do your usual undead routine, but with a whole ship this time?" With a grin he couldn't hold back, Gale swore this was exactly how he'd break the curse, saving the whole ship and every single crew member. That long-eared girl didn't buy it right away, so she pressed the young man again. "Are you sure this could really work?" He told her, "In theory, yeah, but we won't know for real until we try it for ourselves." Lost in her own thoughts, the elf snapped her gaze up at the endless sky, and panic cracked through her voice as she warned, "If our daring plan doesn't work, this place will swallow us forever. A nameless grave nobody will ever mourn or remember." So yeah, they hit a brutal fork in the road. Either death was waiting for every single one of them, or they had a shot at breaking the curse that clung to them like a nightmare shadow, because the shits were closing in fast, tightening every second toward the same unstoppable end. The whole team huddled in a tight circle, chanting that terrifying phrase again and again, locked in like one heartbeat. Then the girl with the glasses perched on her head leaned in, stared the spellcaster down, and told him straight up that their fate hinged on his power, so he was the one they had to trust. The long-haired girl, burning with urgency, snapped, "Gale," and waved him over with both hands pressed to her chest, like she was about to unleash something huge, her eyes blazing with the will to help him right when it mattered most. A second later, the girl snapped the spell into place, adapting to the environment. Then a blazing magic circle roared to life right between them, and the guy just stared in shock. Mora promised that once the ghost ship closed in, no matter how hard their merchant vessel slammed and swayed on the waves, she'd steady the boy's balance. And when Gale heard that, he thanked her with a warm, easy grin. The girl blurted out, buzzing with confidence, that she was betting on the curse lifting, not on death, and her hopeful words rippled across the whole ship. Moore felt like she still hadn't gotten enough time with Gale, but she kept that worry locked inside her chest. The guy nodded along anyway, then strode toward the ghost ship with total confidence. The hero snapped his head up as the ship bore down on them, ancient and battered, with warped, splintered planks and most of the hull worn nearly to nothing, while the weapons hung there rusted and dead like they'd given up long ago. From the ship, a whole crew of dead men stared down at the boy, faces ruined, eyes missing, skin rotting, Yet every single one of them was still dressed in full uniform. As any imperial ship would, it towered over a merchant vessel, massive, brutal, and loud. While the crew whispered to each other that if they got hit, it was over, and that trying to talk to them was apparently as impossible as communicating with a giant squid. With the ship screaming toward disaster, the captain clung to a beam and shouted, "Brace for impact. This is a collision." Every soul snapped to action, grabbed hold of anything that could keep them alive, and braced right up to the shuddering crash. The magic caster threw his arms wide, stared down the ship with total seriousness, and unleashed a look packed with unstoppable confidence. Gale hurled the great curse removal spell, and giant magic circles burst under both ships, flooding the sea with bright, magic-lit light. The young man pushed himself to the limit, muscles shaking as he fought for every ounce of strength, exhaustion and fear crashing over him, knowing he held countless lives in his hands. With wide eyes, Mora stared at Gale and silently begged him to save not just the people on their ship, but also the souls trapped on that ghost ship. Everything blazed bright, like the world had gone hollow, only tiny flickers swarmed through the air. Gale stood face to face with the captain of the ghost ship, and behind him, dozens of sailors lined up tight in a single row. The corpse and the captain's hat fixed their dead, empty gaze on the young man like they were drilling into his soul, so still it felt terrifying. And when the boy realized this wasn't some normal encounter, he snapped his eyes right back, stunned, like he couldn't figure out what the hell was happening. Then the magic caster flashed a warm smile, nodded like he'd just nailed some crucial truth, and met the dead man's eyes without a shred of fear or contempt. Honestly, it was weirdly gentle. That massive ship, seconds from smashing into the tiny merchant vessel, swerved and started to turn at the last possible moment. The girls gripped the side of their vessel for dear life, staring at what unfolded before them, utterly stunned. Then one of them snapped out, voice blasting, "What is all this?" Two ships sat side by side so close it looked like you could hop from one to the other with nothing but a breath. No safety net, no extra precautions, and the tension between them felt razor-sharp. That merchant vessel was only half the size of the majestic ghost ship, yet it looked way better. Sunbeams danced off its sails, and its hull had patchwork scars without any visible holes, too. The wind vanished, the waves smoothed out, and a weird, unsettling calm settled over this strange place. The dark-haired elf swore the ship cut the moment it kissed their transport, and the captain nodded like, "Yeah, it's like she pulled up and moored perfectly, side by side." They stared at each other, totally stunned, then started talking at the exact same time, trying to say what it meant. The whole crew erupted in joy because they barely dodged that ram attack at the last second and escaped. Then the sailors started crying, pure happy tears. And when Mora gazed up at the sky, she knew this wasn't the only thing going on. That wild squall wind finally lost its grip, roaring less and less until it became this light, weightless breeze, while the ship's flag, once blazing with pride, now just swayed softly, like it was welcoming the world around it. The girl with her glasses perched on her head leaned over the water, stared hard, and then froze in shock as the wild storm waves that were roaring a moment ago had suddenly calmed into plain little ripples. So fast she blurted out what she'd just seen. She lifted her eyes to the high sky and in a steady voice told them the dark, gloomy clouds were finally peeling back, like the weather itself had decided to give them a little light and clarity. While the striped-shirt man hunched over by the table and knelt inside one of the cabins, the whole world suddenly went still, like the chaos had finally taken a breath. So he lifted his head, listened hard, and searched for the last traces of the storm outside. Still, he shoved aside his doubts, made up his mind to leave the cabin, and gingerly cracked the door open, then stepped onto the ship's deck and scanned the whole place. His gaze ripped across the empty space, landing on that towering ship. Then it hit him, clear as day, and he realized their wild journey had set all this in motion. From the ghost ship, the captain and his crew stared down at the people below, blank, lifeless faces, waiting on the edge of the next command. Locking eyes with the dead man in the captain's hat, Gale snapped his focus into the air and made the whole crew of the merchant ship stare at him. Still perched on the wooden beam, he tipped a salute and slapped his hand to his head, then barked for every one of his men to copy him, only to watch them stare at each other, totally unsure. Then in the next heartbeat, the whole little ship snapped to attention, echoed that guy's move, and saluted the ghost ship and its crew, right as the dead souls broke loose and melted into the sky. Above his fallen body, the dead captain's ghost flashed into view, glowing with light as it saluted the young man with every one of his motions, then smiled softly, eyes shut, as if blessing the moment. The magic caster returned the grin, feeling that same silent bond snap into place between them. With terrifying realism, the spirit slipped its sword free in one smooth, majestic motion. So light, and certain that it felt like it had a real blade in its grip, even though what it wore was only the ghost of an old memory. With respect and real gratitude burning in his chest, the captain drew a symbol in the air and gave the young man a small, sincere bow, like he was thanking him from the bottom of his heart for everything he'd done. Gale held his breath as the liberated soul's silhouette faded away, turning to nothing and vanishing into the endless sky, while the sun's rays broke through the clouds and bathed the space like the first heartbeat of a brand new beginning. A long-eared girl with dark skin leaned in and asked if it was really an incredible sight. Then Mora flashed a smile, still stunned that her own eyes were seeing it. Gale got asked if it was really true these were the souls of every undead from that ghost ship, and the boy shut his eyes tight and shook his head. No. The girls snapped up, shoulder to shoulder with their backs touching, scanning the dark with shaking fear when they asked the caster if there were any more dead people left, while the guy stayed back at a distance, wearing a calm face that still looked worn out. He rubbed the back of his head like he was apologizing, then insisted the urge was so brutal that even the lost souls at the bottom of the sea got set free, and both girls stared like, "No way, that kind of power is way too much." A dark-skinned elf stepped onto the ship, eyes wide, thinking hard about what they'd do next. She said the undead were finally gone, but this merchant ship still refused to budge. So yeah, she called it a dead end. And the girl stared up at the sky, thinking hard. Mora burst into a small, bittersweet laugh at the seagull perched on the ship, then admitted she really envied how birds could just take to the sky. When Gale clocked the crew's mood, he refused to let hope die, then grinned wide and right on the spot pitched a solution. Just hop over to another ship. The moment the girls heard his proposal, worry clenched their hearts, and they pressed him again, demanding to know what exactly he meant by that weird, wild idea. Mora was totally lost, not getting what kind of transport this guy meant at all, and when the elf finally caught on and realized he was talking about a ghost ship, she first tried to shut the idea down, until the gravity of it hit, and she admitted there was truly no other way out. Gale beamed and jabbed a finger at the ghost ship, even though it had nearly swallowed their vessel moments ago, his eyes practically sparkling with pure excitement. The girls stared at the guy's proposal like it was poison, clearly disgusted, and they couldn't wrap their heads around how anyone would seriously even think about risking their lives on that insane idea. With a grin that spread even wider, the young man practically beamed and promised, "If we switch to the ghost ship, we can keep sailing." The old ship groaned like it was dying, with half-rotten boards and torn sails that screamed, "This will collapse any second." Yet the sorcerer pushed hard for them to move anyway. Right before the crew climbed aboard their brand-new transport, Gale grabbed their attention and spilled everything the dead men had told him. How the ship's old crew was so thankful for smashing the Kraken that they handed over their precious ship as a gift, and the girls nearly dropped the whole world from their shocked faces. The sailors weren't convinced this was the right move, and they huddled together, panicking, like, "Are we really stuck transferring onto that awful ship?" The girl with glasses perched on her head whispered to herself, trying to make the ghosts vanish. Then Gale suddenly blurted her name. Shelina snapped that even with the repairs, the merchant ship was wrecked beyond saving. It was only a matter of time before it sank for good, and the man got it instantly. One of the sailors snapped that there was no choice, then ordered everyone to reload everything right now. At the same time, the merchant captain sprawled on the deck, trying to cling to his ship like it was a best friend, his irritation boiling over into raw tears because he was about to lose the one thing he cherished. The giant ship's torn sails, once proud in the wind, snapped alive again, filled with fierce gusts that made them billow majestically, screaming out how unstoppable this vessel really was. The next day, the whole team hauled everything they needed and finally got the go-ahead. Now they were ready to roll out. The girls stared at the merchant ship drifting away, their hearts sinking after it carried them all those miles. The ship was slowly slipping under the waves like it was quietly admitting, "My job here is done." With a warm grin, the good-natured sailor explained that the cargo had gotten heavier, which pushed the ship's draft deeper and kept it steady when the waters turned savage. Then Mora blurted out a loud, grateful thanks for every bit of help and support the ship had given them through this brutal time. The girls stole one last look at their previous ride, tiny smiles tugging at their faces, as they savored those final, glorious moments before it was gone. The next moment, their brand-new ship roared back to life, and the joy drained from their faces into dread and raw anxiety as they finally saw every danger waiting just ahead. They both leaned over the side of the ship and stared as mossy seaweed and weird mollusks, grown up to tree size, covered everything, and the girls couldn't help but grin that their new ship was straight-up ghostly. Mora swore it felt like the sea voyage nightmares were finally over, and the elf only had words for Gale, because he smashed two problems in one go, even while the ghost ship was crashing down on their trapped vessel. That dark-skinned girl kept insisting that even seasoned heroes stood no chance. Only someone who truly mastered the cursed weapon could pull it off. Then Shelina stepped up right then, grinning as she announced she'd found plenty of good stuff. With a blindingly cute, beaming grin, the girl toted a military crossbow and an imperial battle axe like they were treasures, then clutched both in her arms, hugging them like her favorite toys. Almost humming, Shelina told the girls, "We were in seawater, yeah, but if we get cleaned, we'll keep going for ages." And when Gale stepped up, she was shocked by just how much stuff was still scattered all over the ship. He came in hauling 2 bags of fresh materials stolen from the undead, and sure, the young man was grime-caked head to toe, but he just kept smiling like nothing could touch him. The girls backed away from him and snapped at him, and Mora demanded, "How's that fresh when it's undead? Everything's rotten, and it smells absolutely awful." The captain herded everyone in, then shouted that Gale and the crew had finally cracked the way back to their old course, and the whole group erupted into applause for their lifesavers. Scratching his head again, the magic caster stumbled out an awkward admission. He'd spent the whole night slapping enhancement magic onto the ghost ship while the others hauled the cargo. So now, thanks to him, they could blaze to any destination faster than every other ship out there, and the girls all stared at him with sharp, disapproving eyes. They huddled up, hid their faces, and whispered that finding a ghost ship was already wild enough, turning it into a magical artifact. No one had ever done that before. Besides that creepy ghost ship, they also got a pile of ownerless gold bars. And when the crew stared at that treasure, one sailor couldn't resist, so he decided to test whether they could actually steal it all. The long-eared, dark-skinned girl said it was true, then demanded the ship would have to stop at the ports the sailor named in the exact priority order, and the smiling man just nodded, grinning like it was nothing, as long as they could thank the heroes this way. The captain said he'd already told everyone who made it possible for them to get this ship, and who helped them crush the Kraken, so there wasn't a single soul on board who would dare object to the Savior's request. Gale cleared his throat like he was about to launch into a speech, then leaned in and said, seriously, that as the creator, he'd finally reveal what makes this magical artifact, forged from a wild ghost ship, tick. Pride and joy surged through him as he shot his hands up and roared so everyone could brace themselves to hear just how insanely capable he was. The whole crew stared at the guy like he'd just lost his mind, begging him to explain what he meant, but not a single word made sense to them. The girls wore awkward faces as they listened to the young man, then huddled together and whispered about how it all started up again. Because after all, just yesterday he'd pulled off an incredible feat, so this time it didn't look like anything truly terrible. The caster kicked things off with the artifacts past, how it started as a massive imperial ship, then slowly, piece by piece, became the undead thing it is today. Now this ship hits with insane power, pure speed on top of rock-solid, never-sinkable durability. Everyone on board stared in awe at these transport feats, and one crew member blurted out that it felt like every sailor's wildest dream come true. Gale puffed up and pointed at his next creation, bragging that the judge would stay safe even if anything attacked. Then a brutal catapult slammed into view for the team, its frame plastered with fangs and bones. With curiosity blazing in his eyes, the young man snatched one of the skulls off the deck, grinned, and said they were basically projectiles. The sailors' eyes flared with delight at the strange sight, convinced it could be a killer defense against pirates who kept coming for them, while the elf just stared, uncomfortable and quiet, and muttered that they'd rather shut their eyes than tolerate that awful taste. The boy hustled toward the upper deck, eager to get the crew's attention. He'd built a brand-new invention himself, a control improvement that would make their sailing way safer and far more efficient. Climbing the stairs, he boomed out a majestic line, and the sailors' eyes lit up even more. Gale spoke with iron confidence, promising they were about to witness something beyond reason, beyond any normal map or navigation anyone's ever heard of. He strode up to the steering wheel spinning on its own like it had a pulse, and with a smug grin he announced, "Don't worry, control is in automatic mode now." Every soul on deck froze in disbelief, staring in awe as this bizarre spectacle unfolded right before their eyes. Mora leaned in hard at the helm, eyes narrowing like she'd caught something, then blurted out a confused question, trying to figure out what the heck was happening. At the helm sat a spirit steering the ship, invisible at first glance, but the girl clocked the trick almost instantly. She started chewing out the caster, insisting it wasn't autopilot at all. It was a ghost pilot, and Gale blushed and shot back that, honestly, there wasn't much difference. Just point the way, tell the ghost ship where to go, and it would steer itself right there. With a grin stuck halfway between joy and awkwardness, the captain blurted that it was simply unbelievable. Then he leaned in, waiting on the caster's crew to decide where the ship should go, and the elf answered right away, wearing a small, smug smile. She shot her right hand toward the far horizon, confidence blazing, and declared that it was time to steer northeast to hit their next target. Mora, Shelina, and Gale locked eyes, nodded at her with clear approval, and burst into smiles, because they all felt it. Their next big adventure was right around the corner. Just like that, on the same breath, the boys all snapped that their trail now led straight into the mysterious dark forest, calling them in with secrets only it could reveal. The wind slammed into the torn sails, and the moment that ghost ship woke up, it surged forward like it had a heartbeat, right on course, crushing every doubt in its wake. The captain shot wide-eyed when the ship finally lurched forward on its own, and joy burst out of him. Meanwhile, the guy behind it, eager to finish the tour of his creation and wrap up every point he'd already made, moved in to deliver the last, crucial thing about this bizarre ship. Then the girls' faces flipped instantly, displeasure blazing across them, and they clocked his meaning at once. Whatever he was trying to say, it reeked of a nasty secret. The captain and the sailors just froze there, utterly stunned. No cheer, no rage, nothing. Only faces twisted with deep, burning confusion at what was happening. Still grinning and lifting his index finger, Gale leaned in and happily swore that, yeah, this ship was definitely cursed. The three girls heaved out heavy breaths because they could feel it. Something was off, some hidden catch. And that guy was so hooked, so obsessed with this stuff, that they just knew the drama was coming. Still reeling, the crew on their brand new beauty of a transport scrambled to decode what kind of curse they'd just been warned about. With a grin, the guy flung his arms wide and blurted, "Once I'm on this ship, I'll never be able to get off." And everyone nearby went completely stunned. The captain clutched his head and burst into loud sobs, finally understanding how messed up this was, while the long-eared girl, one hand over part of her face, asked what they were supposed to do when they got to their destination, since they wouldn't be able to get off the ship anyway. Gale beamed and said, "Easy, just lift the curse." And Mora snapped that only the young man could do it, while one of the sailors, same as the captain, clutched his bandage and broke down in sobs. The girl snapped that the guy was arrogant, like he'd pick cakes over bread for starving people. And yup, his own words reeked of the same swagger. Right then, the young man yanked out a handful of curse-removing talismans and shoved them into the captain's and the sailors' hands. Gale also told them, "If you ever need more amulets, just swing by my magic item shop in Farm Edge." And the caster flat out said the catapult skulls aren't reusable. They get used up. The crew grabbed the talismans, then instantly snapped that they'd need them. Like the moment they realized they'd been played, confusion hit them hard. And the girl with the glasses perched on her head leaned in and told the guy he was finally starting to get how the trade worked. The elf dropped her gaze and a quiet sadness flashed in her eyes. Then the words magic item shop hit, yanking her straight into deep, spiraling thoughts. She yanked her comrades together, Gale, Mora, and Shelina, and when they heard her call, all three snapped their eyes to her like, "Say it, what's next?" In a shaky, timid voice, Gimli finally confessed that she'd never found the courage to say what had been haunting her for so long. And now, she begged her friends for forgiveness with her whole heart. When the guy heard that, he couldn't help but stare, stunned by how fast and how serious her plea was. She snapped back to everything that just happened, the Kraken attack, the wild chase after the ghost ship, and a sick dread settled in her gut as she realized, once again, they were getting pushed to the edge of death. Worse, she finally understood the truth. She put not only herself in danger, but all her friends too. Gimli blamed herself for every disaster, convinced that none of it would have happened if she hadn't dragged her comrades straight into the dark elf clan's nightmare. Then she tried to apologize again, but her words got snatched away mid-sentence. Mora and Gale grabbed hold of her, shaking like it was urgent, telling her to breathe. Because the crisis was already handled, nothing else needed to be said, and they were all still alive. Everyone here was totally on the same page. They'd back the elf all the way for her next wild adventure. And honestly, piloting a ghost ship, you couldn't do that from solid ground without getting hit by feelings you've never felt before. The boy wrapped up his thought by nodding that, yeah, this journey was brutal, but he couldn't help smiling, because they were diving into the unknown and pushing through it side by side. Shelina scratched her head, eyes narrowing as she jumped into the talk, convinced that if the demon lord gets fully reborn, it won't just spell trouble for the dark elf clan. It'll be a nightmare for everyone. She burst out laughing on the spot and told him she wasn't about to walk into a mess where she couldn't even sip her drink in peace. Then Gimli stared at her, totally awkward. Gale, Mora, and Shalina grinned at the elf, and she grinned back, then wiped the tears from her eyes with her hand, insisting the salty wind was the thing stinging her. As the heroes strolled on without a care, a long-eared elf with dark skin suddenly called out to Mora like a memory had just snapped into place. She fired back, asking whether the girl had talked to Gale at all, and whether she'd forgotten the promise she swore to keep. The long-haired girl turned beet red, stammered, and tried to dodge the question. Mora snapped that she hadn't had a single good moment to say a word to that insensitive jerk, and the elf shot back, full of distrust, asking if the girl would keep staying silent. A sly grin lit up her face, and the blonde snapped that Mora had just fooled everyone, and then joked that she should retrain as a swindler. The girl shot back a cute, but clearly unimpressed look, demanding they not make fun of her. She blurted out her defense, that he kept scavenging supplies from the undead, then stayed up all night forging artifacts, like a total raging case of mania. Mora kept insisting the young man would never be the first to shout, "I love," or "I hate," because his only real obsession was chasing curses. Then the elf snorted that dodging love was the girl's specialty, and once again Mora snapped at everyone not to mock her. With her long hair falling forward, she pressed her head into her hands, shut her eyes, and finally seemed to accept the mess she was in, deciding she'd stop making excuses for what she'd done and how she felt, and that choice stunned her friend as she stared in pure shock. Mora finally whispered the truth. She wasn't brave at all, she just feared being rejected. The long-eared elf fixed their gaze on her, hanging on every word as she spoke. No interruptions, no hesitation. Mora told him that ever since Gale walked into her life, just being near him makes her feel happier than she's ever felt. And if she digs for a bigger slice of happiness and hits a wall, nothing changes. Fear claws at her because she can't stand the thought of losing what she has right now. And meanwhile, she watches that guy as he's right there, talking materials and pushing what they could do, like it all matters in this exact moment. Mora pushed her confession further, warning that things could get so painfully awkward later on that she might not be able to stay on the same team with him anymore. And that hit her like a total tragedy. The elf stared at her friend with a grave look, suddenly feeling the full weight of those words. Then she leaned in and said, "Everyone thinks their own way because we all see the world through the lens of what we feel and what we fear." She added that while Mora kept thinking like that, some other woman could swoop in and steal Gale's heart. And with that, the long-haired girl puffed up her cheeks, tears threatening to spill over. The elf flashed that cute, goofy face again and jabbed a finger at herself, bragging, "I'm one of those women." Mora blurted, "All you do is tease her." As Gale's cruise voyage finally hit its final hours, trouble was already brewing on land too. Two masked men in cloaks sprinted into the agricultural town of Farm Edge, their faces hidden below the mask as they closed in. One of them squinted at the sign in the artifact shop, "Master of Cursed Items, Gale." And when he yelled it out, he admitted they hadn't heard a thing about it, then turned to his brother and demanded what they should do next. The second man shot back that they'd already come this far, so now they had to act, no backing out. The brothers filed into the shop back to back, and right by the doorway a cheerful maid greeted them. Yet the men didn't even lift their eyes. Her face snapped into a new look in an instant. Her eyes turned cold with disdain as she said, dry as dust, that these two were obviously no clients. The men started talking fast the moment they realized she'd spotted their equipment, because they knew they had only one move left. With no witnesses around, one of them smirked and promised they'd quietly inspect the goods once they got rid of the girl. Then, the moment the words left his mouth, the man snapped his arm back and hurled a dagger straight toward the maid. She snapped aside and breathed hard. Then, out of nowhere, she locked eyes on a storm of throwing knives coming straight for her. Without missing a beat, she snapped up the stand behind her and slammed it in front of her to stop the sudden hit. They stared, shocked, as she turned the countertop into a shield to fend off their brotherly combo. She snatched their names with a sneer, calling them dirty robbers, and swore she'd laid traps just for moments like this, then stared at them sideways like their whole threat was a joke. She slammed the tabletop back into place, and the brothers erupted in praise, saying no normal person would have survived it, not even close. The maid's smile turned sinister as her face lit up, and she told him point-blank that she wasn't some ordinary nobody. The dark-haired girl claimed she was born from the darkness. Those words hit the men like a nightmare, and you could see terror tighten on their faces. The maid sneered that they were pathetic, and if she'd been in fighting shape, she would have snatched at least one knife midair and hurled it back to end their lives. One of the guys snapped that she shouldn't get cocky since there were two of them and she was alone, but the girl cracked her knuckles and said, "Fine, bring it on." The brother snapped that she had zero chance in that kind of agony, then charged straight for the girl, lunging in to grab her before she could breathe. She smiled right back and told him, loud and clear, that close-quarters combat was her turf. Lisnette hurled herself past the attackers, landed a flurry of strikes, and then spun on one leg like a dancer out of danger. She drove her shoulder into one of the men with everything she had, snapping it over in the blink of an eye. She yanked the other man by the head and stared at him like he was nothing but trash. Right after that, the maid sprang up and drove a flying knee into the attacker, knocking the wind out of him and making crimson leak from his mouth through his mask. As the second man lunged to reach her, she sprang again, then twisted midair and snapped back into attack mode, ready to strike the moment he blinked. The fighter's spinning elbow snapped into the man's face, and his body nearly folded into unconsciousness. During the fight, the girl snapped that knees and elbows are built-in powerhouses, natural weapons in every living body, no matter your shape or size. So yeah, charging a martial artist with nothing but bare hands is straight-up ridiculous. The moment the two brothers dropped onto the floor, the maid leaned in, laughing at them, and demanded, "So what happened? No more weapons?" Then she smirked and clarified she meant those throwing knives with their puny range. She kept insisting that no matter how many times they hurled their attacks, none of it would ever even graze the girl, until one attacker's gaze snapped to a strangely shaped sword hanging on the wall. He snatched the blade and burst into laughter because there it was, his weapon sitting in his hands at last, while the second man steadied him. Suddenly, one brother shot a glance at the other and realized he was standing there with no weapon at all. The sword darkened to a deadly black, and you could almost see souls swirling on its blade like they were trapped there. The unarmed man snapped at his brother to stop, blurted that the sword could be cursed. But the moment those words left his mouth, it was already too late. Cursed and snapping under its control, the man struck his comrade in the blink of an eye, before the second could even react, getting a brutal cut to the arm. He couldn't believe what just happened, then horror slammed into his eyes. Slumped on the floor, back to the wall, he tried to reason with his brother, telling him he'd raised his weapon against the wrong person, and demanding, "What are you doing?" The attacker lunged with his other hand to choke off the cursed blade, but his own body betrayed him. He couldn't even toss the sword aside. The maid watched it all unfold. Her smile twisted back into something sinister, and she stared at the two of them like it was the best kind of entertainment, savoring them with contempt. Facing the attackers, she snapped that once a person loses control, he starts making mistakes no sane mind would ever dare under normal times. For example, she snatches the cursed object before her brain can even fire up. Then rational thoughts vanish, and the men stare at her in pure horror. Lisnette bragged that she kept needling them non-stop, just to knock them off balance and steal the mental upper hand. She finally clicks. This is why, standing there stunned before that horde of undead, Gale just stayed ice calm and crushed her. With the sword still in her grip, the maid spun back to the brother and told him he'd made the right choice. Then he snatched up the bloody blade in his hands. A thick red drop slid down the blade, and Lisnette kept going. This artifact's vampirism turns every hit you land straight into the owner's restored health, a killer masterpiece that lets you strike and heal yourself at the same time. As she sank into her memories, the girl kept replaying the caster's words in her head, explaining exactly how vampirism worked. She didn't hesitate. When Gale asked, she shot back that this power lets you heal yourself, but it pays for that healing by taking the damage you inflict. The guy nodded, completely satisfied. As he kept staring at the blade, the young man grinned and bragged that this sword had vampirism with the absolute highest coefficient. Lisnette tapped her chin and said, with a bright little smile, that even 20% would be absolutely impressive. She spun toward the spellcaster and demanded, "So you're saying it's 50%? He squinted for the number again, and then slammed the answer down with zero doubt. Not even close. The girl shut her eyes tight, and you could hear the disappointment in her voice as she said she'd figured it out. Then Gale snapped back that the sword was 100% for real, and that hit the maid like a truck. She clamped her hands on the guy's shoulders and snapped that it couldn't be. Stuff like that just doesn't happen. Then the spellcaster grinned and said it all came down to the material. That's the real curse of cursed artifacts. Lisnette stared at him like she couldn't believe what she was seeing, her mistrust burning hot in her eyes. This is a blood-soaked holy sword. Its blade ripples like it's alive, and a little skull grips the handle. In one country, a man snapped, murdering his own brothers with his bare hands over a stolen inheritance, and they whisper it was this sword that drank their lives. Now that weapon, locked up in the artifact shop, hanging on the wall like it's waiting for its next hero. Listenit warned that the sword wasn't just sharp, it carried a dark past, and if Gale, the first-rate cursed item master, ever took hold of it, even the craziest enchantments could turn real. The boy nodded along. With a sharp flick of his index finger, he added one more thing. That sword didn't just slice. It plowed through anyone nearby, even if the owner didn't want it to. The maid snapped, "So how are we using it?" And the guy shot back instantly, like when you're grinding solo quests. The girl nodded, thinking it through, and said, "Then we won't have to worry about it swinging at our allies at all." She also said that solo quests can hit you with loneliness, but once you're in the middle of battle, that same feeling flips into pure morale fuel. Gale rubbed his chin, eyes sharp, and kept listing ideas, like how to plan a mutiny step by step, and said this sword would steady anyone's nerves so the job got done without hesitation. The girl explained that even among contract killers, a trembling hand can spell a miss. One shake and the whole operation collapses. No matter how scared or doubtful the owner gets, this sword will still pull through. Those words hit her like a promise, and she couldn't stop thinking about them. This ability is so rare that even the best artifacts can't touch it, because these are the exact traits that mark cursed objects as tools of the darkness. They look simple at first, but trust me, there's way more hiding underneath. Liznit stared straight at the young man. She figured it made total sense. Gale Hamilton was obsessed with cursed objects for a reason. She snapped back to reality and said the sword somehow craves sibling blood more than anything. Once it's equipped, it can't be taken off. And even when the strength runs out, it still drags the owner back into the fight, leaving these two guys absolutely terrified right now. The maid kept spinning her tail, eyes sharp like she was trying to scare every naughty kid into behaving, and she swore that the owner would wield that sword right up until his dying breath. Tears streaked down their faces as the brothers shrieked in terror, shaking like little kids. She could have just stared at the chaos, but Lisnette snapped that wiping the blood off the floor was just too much, and at that exact moment she flicked her gaze from the killer's face to the maid's, while the brothers scrambled to tear their eyes away. The girl flicked a scrap of paper covered in symbols onto the swordsman's forehead, and a magic circle snapped open above him, just like that. Then the maid promised him, as a first-visit bonus, an amulet that would erase the curse, and at last the sword slipped free from his bandaged hand and fell. Lisnit scratched her head and said, "If we rush the treatment, maybe he'll pull through and survive." The next second, her eyes turned murderous again, and she snapped, ordering them to get lost. Cursing under their breath and begging for forgiveness, the brothers bolted out of the artifact shop at full speed. Lisnit stood in the shop, smug and alone, watching those men flee in panic. She let out a smug chuckle and promised she wouldn't blink at those pathetic robbers, because she'd survived brutal battles for years, and her heart had turned to steel long ago. And get this, the Demon King's power is coursing through her veins right now, and she presses her palm to her chest like she's feeling it ignite from the inside. The maid stares down at the cursed sword sitting there, like it's waiting to strike. She said that even if he wasn't here, Gale Hamilton could still wipe out the bad guys, because he was just unreal. The girl drifted in slow, tender circles, hugging herself tight as she whispered that the spellcaster guards his home, even from far away. With Gale in her mind, Lisnette swore to herself she'd guard his shop with her life, until the boy came back. Meanwhile, the young man's team rowed toward their finish line, ditching the ship and crashing into a smaller boat to press on. In dead silence, the boat glided ahead. One of Gale's summoned ghosts drove the oars in perfect, eerie rhythm. The girls nodded along, saying automatic control is super convenient, but yeah, it still feels a little terrifying. With her ears dipping just a little, the elf was the first to spot it, the forest stretching out on the horizon. She warned the crew, telling them, "We're almost at the finish line, don't let up." The spellcaster demanded his driving force to stop, and the moment he started talking like that to a ghost, every girl went right back to thinking he was creepy. The boat finally lurched to a slow, grinding halt. A cheerful, dark-skinned girl marched into the water first, declaring, "I'm going," and the rest piled out of the boat right after her. The heroes finally made it to that creepy, pitch-dark forest, and once they stepped inside, everything would feel like a whole new world. So they turned from the shore and raced straight toward the trees. The team pushed deeper and deeper into a thick forest, and the towering canopies choked out the sunlight, so the ground only got light in rare, scattered spots. While the heroes pushed through the tall grass, Gale warned them that the forest was packed with thickets no matter where they turned, and Mora insisted the goal wasn't far. Still, getting there through this untouched wilderness was going to be brutal. The girl with the glasses perched on her head snapped into action and promised to clear a path. Then she whipped out her brand-new axe, the one she'd been bragging about, told Gale and Mora to stay right on her heels and urged Ghibli to take the lead. They surged ahead at a speed they hadn't used before, and with the axe in hand, they chopped through most of the pesky grass blocking the way. Shelina kept hearing eerie sounds popping out from the grass, and they seemed to come from every direction at once. The girls shot them a warning, and Mora answered right away. "Don't you dare let your guard down." Shelina let out a long breath, shut her eyes tight, and drawled that it was a blessing she'd snagged a first-class battle axe from the ghost ship. She jolted awake, eyes snapping wide at the sudden noise, then she whipped her gaze upward. Dragon-like beasts swooped over the forest, beating their wings in sharp bursts as they sliced through the sky. The girls snapped their heads up. Shelina asked if they were wyverns. Then boom, the ground shook with giant footsteps. Gale tilted his head and stared, shocked by how huge the thing was, then snapped, "What is that creature?" And the guy loudly guessed it might be a troll. A dark-skinned elf snatched her friends and in a blink flung them into the grass, then hissed at them to stay silent. The troll snapped toward the noise, but where the heroes had just stood, there was nobody. Gimli hissed to her teammates, "Quiet, don't draw them in." Luckily, the creatures ignored people like ordinary folks, so as long as they kept their heads down, those hands wouldn't come for them. That troll hovered here for just a couple more heartbeats, then slipped away, continuing on the exact route he'd been following. Terrified, Mora blurts out that the sea offers no escape at all, but the forest feels safer. At least, that's what she's telling herself. Still sprawled on the grass, the elf snapped a warning, "Don't ever drop your guard." She started explaining how traveling in a straight line through the forest, or up, the mountains looked so ridiculously simple at first. But people don't even notice it. Your body quietly picks the easiest path, because the shift in your center of gravity tugs the first step, and your own habits steer the rest. Before you know it, you're spinning in circles without even realizing it, thinking you're racing straight to the goal, when you're really just wandering the same patch of ground, over and over again, and the elf's words hit Mora like a fresh wave of fear. After she wrapped up her story, she flashed a sweet smile, lifted one finger, and told me, "That phenomenon, it's called ring wandering." The long-haired girl cowered on the ground, terrified out of her mind, and couldn't bring herself to move. Mora froze for a beat, then snapped that she never should have been careless in this forest. But Gimli stepped in fast, reassuring her, because hey, everyone screws up sometimes. She yanked out an old map, laid it flat before her, and even the elf admitted, "I do this too." Shelina leaned in and demanded what that dark-skinned girl was really trying to say, and Gimli flashed her a grin as he looked at her. After a brief, tense pause, the girl finally confessed she was lost. Then panic ripped through the group, and the girls pressed, asking again if they'd really heard the elf right. Gimli clamped their mouths shut in an instant, terrified the monsters would hear and come crashing toward them. Shelina and Mora insisted the elf had to know these spots since she lived here, local as they come, while Gimli cut in, saying she hadn't been around for ages. The glasses-wearing girl clutched her hair and blurted, "What do we do now?" Because the forest was already swallowing itself in full darkness. The dark elf snapped back that the forest had been swallowing daylight long before, and she urged them to pitch camp right there in the deepening dark. With the wind whipping through the grass, the heroes stood there on edge, unsure if they were about to find safety or get hurt. Shelina hurried up to Gimli, voice shaking, and asked if the forest was really okay because she hated how it felt. Gimli's elf face puckered in a dramatic pout, then shot back, "Do you trust me?" Gale stepped into the conversation and demanded they end the fight right now, because they had to lock in camp ASAP, and everyone agreed on the spot. The boy planted his first step, crunching through the long forest grass, while the spellcaster promised he'd lead the way, telling the girls to stay close and follow him. Shelina teased him, asking if he knew the way, and he shot back that he didn't, but shrugged that he was used to the dark. Then he shoved forward with purpose, pushing through the tall sedge like he belonged there. The girls trailed after the boy and marveled that the thick brush and lumpy ground didn't even slow Gale down. Shelina figured he must be used to terrain like this, since they could barely keep pace. Mora snapped that her friend was right. Gale is the kind of expert who hunts through ruins, cemeteries, and every dead place crawling with undead. Gimli chimed in that the constant darkness and the same bleak landscape are totally normal for him. And in spots like that, bones are scattered everywhere. To the girls, it felt like the spellcaster was treating the dark forest like it was just another run-of-the-mill adventure he'd done 100 times. The group tiptoed across a fallen giant tree, step by step, like every inch could bite back. Then they finally stumbled upon those stunning, dark-glowing fruits hanging from the plant, lighting up the night like they were alive. Finally, Gale waved the girls over, convinced there had to be water up ahead. Shelina pushed Gimli for answers, but the elf just shrugged. He had no clue where she was supposed to be around there. They snapped into another argument, until Mora ripped between them and killed the tension on the spot. She told the long-eared girl she couldn't possibly know the whole dark forest from start to finish. Gimli swore that if they'd headed somewhere she recognized, she would have clocked instantly where the boys were. An awkward silence hit like a wall, and the only thing that dared to break it was the hush of the forest. Shelina wore a sour face and snapped, sarcastically, that they only got lost because they couldn't find the place she was talking about. Then Gimli slumped and apologized, looking genuinely heartbroken. He overheard his teammates talking when something clicked, so he waved them over and told them to listen up. The girls snapped to attention as he spoke. He said there were tons of fruiting plants around, so he figured water had to be close by. Right when the talking died down and everyone finally focused, they suddenly heard a drip splashing onto a nearby leaf. Then the noise sharpens bit by bit until it's crystal clear. Water is right there nearby. Mora gasped that she could hear the water running, and Shelina clapped for Gale's flawless handiwork. Gimli stepped a little farther off, scanning the area, and the moment she spotted a tiny stream that vanished underground in spots and reappeared as hidden water paths, she spun it to her friends right away. He peeked from behind the next bush, and this time, boom, he spotted a pond, and the grin hit his face so hard his eyes practically lit up again. A hidden little beach burst into view between the trees, and the water shimmered with glittering reflections like the whole place was glowing just for them. The guy, loaded down with a huge hiking backpack, grinned and scanned the whole area like he was ready for whatever came next. Here, towering trees and smaller ones crowded the area, perfect cover to throw up a camp anywhere. The girls burst into happy squeals, and the place looked unbelievably beautiful, like it didn't belong in the real world. Above the water, the treetops split apart, pouring sunlight onto the land below, and the clear water lapped the shore like an open invitation, with mushrooms sprouting right on the nearby branches. Gale turned to his companions and asked if they liked the place, and one by one they agreed. This spot was perfect for a camp. The guy leaned in and asked, "So it's unanimous, huh?" And there it was, his trademark grin lighting up his face. He thrust his right fist into the air and shouted that they were setting up camp right here, and the girls all nodded in sync. Everyone followed the plan like clockwork. Then Shelina flashed her signal, and everyone dropped everything on the spot. Gimli started scanning the area for landmarks he recognized, but he kept it close so he wouldn't get lost. The new axe's owner was out there hustling, snatching up firewood like it was his next big move. Meanwhile, Mora and Gale swept the area for food, because the girl insisted it was life or death. She had no idea how long they'd be stuck here. He stared at the pond as the fish churned the surface, and he muttered that this place was packed with life. Clean water meant good news, so the young man grabbed what he needed from his backpack and pitched a simple fishing rod. Then Laura leaned in and asked, "How are you gonna build it?" Gale began insisting the forest was crawling with insects perfect for bait, and the girl nodded right along. And to make the hook work, the guy tried using a bone. Morris cut him off fast, saying only he walks around with bones in his pocket. He told the girl to watch him for real, and the guy snatched a bone up, snapped it clean over his knee with one slick move. He grabbed one of the fragments and said that if you shove a dried, thick bone marrow inside, it turns fibrous. Then when you pull it out, it's so tough and razor-sharp it could snap right into a fishhook. Gale flashed his skills, tied the line to the bait, and hid the bent hook, then leaned in and told Mora exactly what he was doing so she wouldn't miss a thing. Then the guy tossed his fishing line into the calm lake, praying he'd hook something for dinner. The bait hit the water with a sharp splash, and the guy and girl locked eyes on the line. Then, a few heartbeats later, the tug finally came. The young man yanked the rod up hard, and right as the iridescent scales flashed above the surface, the whole fish came free. Gale leaned in and asked the girl how his bait worked. Mora couldn't believe it even hooked, since only a few seconds had passed between dropping the lure and getting a bite. The boy kicked off his story, saying that deep in the forest the fish were monsters compared to anything in the sea or river, and the girl just kept staring, blown away by how the boy managed to survive, until Mora was convinced Gale had truly pushed past every human limit. After another throw of bait, the line snapped again, and just like that they hauled in a second fish. The girl burst into amazed shock, then cheered like she couldn't believe her luck. She stared at what he was doing so intently that he caught her fire-filled, ambitious look, sparks flying with desire. Gale suggested they go fishing, and to his shock Mora blushed hard and quickly asked if they could just try something else just in case. He handed her a fishing rod and she fired back, "How do I even use this?" So the young man showed her, drop the worm, cast it out, and if you feel a bite, don't yank right away. Wait a second because that hook is delicate, and you want the fish to swallow it so it'll come out right. Mora flicked the bait into place and leaned in, ready to pounce. Right away, something slammed into the hook, and Gale snapped, "Hold up, wait a sec," before ordering, "Now pull it out." The girl shrieked and yanked the bait straight out of the water. At the edge of the line, a broken hook dangled, and Mora's fury kicked off the moment she started to shake with sheer indignation. She was absolutely furious, even though, for once, this time the result was actually good. Tears shimmered in the girl's eyes, and Gale quickly passed her the fresh bait he'd already prepared. The girl blurted, "Can I really keep going? I'm just in the way." And the guy shot back, steadying her with, "Don't worry, just keep going." The bait hit the water with a fresh splash, and the young man leaned in, yelling, "Try pulling the fish out again." With a little extra effort this time, I finally landed that gorgeous fish. Her first catch lit up her eyes with pure, unstoppable joy. Gale's eyes went wide with surprise. Then he blurted out how proud he was that Mora could land a fish that huge, but the girl suddenly started mumbling something under her breath. Clutching the fish in his arms and refusing to let it slip, the guy glanced at his girlfriend like he had a question burning on his tongue. The girl lunged in and wrapped Gale up tight, yelling that she'd actually caught it, while Gale nearly dropped the fish. When Shelina heard that brutal scream, her heart dropped. Then she sprinted straight toward the chaos. She spotted Gale and Mora locked in a tight embrace, bodies pressed close like nothing else mattered. Turns out these two weren't on some mission at all. They were just out on a normal fishing trip, so the girl flashed a sly grin and hurried off before the couple even noticed. Once they finally had a roaring fire going, the heroes fired up the grill and cooked their fresh catch. The fried fish hit the air with a mouth-watering smell, and Mora clocked it instantly. Then the guy pushed, "All right, let's start eating." A loud smack rang out, snapping everyone's attention to it. Gimli and Shelina dug in with big smiles, praising how a simple baked fish could taste that amazing, and the guy laughed and said there's still plenty of meat left, so the girls could eat to their heart's content with zero embarrassment. Mora quizzed the elf about how the spying went, and the girl just stared like it was obvious, then admitted she didn't even have a clue. The general direction was obvious, but nailing the exact spot in the dark was a nightmare, so the girl tilted her eyes up toward the night. Gale gave a small, knowing smile and shrugged it off. Once they finished eating, she said they'd handle the whole camp. First, they split up the ships, so nobody had to keep watch all night alone. Gimli clocked it instantly. Sure, they'd stuffed themselves, but the long journey had everyone wiped out, and she was so full and at ease it felt like the road finally caught up. Gale leaned in and asked if setting traps could spare them from standing watch, and the girls stared at him, totally baffled. Gale's instant traps are pure nightmare fuel, paralyzing magic pulled straight from the ghost ship effect, paired with a freezing spell powered by the brutally cold seabed. Right after the installation, the guy puffed out his chest and proudly scratched his nose. Skeletons swarmed the camp, all wearing battered hats and hooded cloaks, each one bristling with spells that had already been cast. The girls gaped at what they saw, mouths hanging open in total disbelief. He explained that the moment those traps sense a hostile monster drawing near, they snap to life and freeze it in place with instant paralysis. The young man finally confessed, yeah, he'd thrown the enchantment down in a hurry, so the traps would only hold them for one single night. Thanks to Gale, they managed to survive the night without a single monster attack. But with those creepy stuffed skulls staring back at them, the hours crawled by in the most unsettling way. At night, the camp sat under a ring of creepy scarecrows with glowing eyes, all posted like silent guards, watching the darkness so not a single monster could sneak through to the heroes. After a brutal day of adventuring, every last one of them crashed into sleep, because nobody had to stand watch tonight. Right then, Mora sprawled inside the tent and drifted off into a vivid dream. Gimli dropped to one knee while the rest stared ahead, totally baffled. Then a dark-skinned elf with long hair tied into a gorgeous ponytail stepped up on the rocks in front of the heroes. She flashed a warm smile and welcomed the guests. Then, at last, they finally rolled into the village of the Dark Elves. Mora felt like the words were meant for her, even though she couldn't understand a single one, and then she caught it. This elf had the same skin tone and the same sharp ear shape as Gimli. The elf met her guests with a warm, gentle smile that made everything feel safe. The second morning hit, the boys spilled their dreams one by one, and when Mora described a wild, unexpected meeting, everyone realized they'd all seen the exact same scene. Gimli, reading the question in the air, shot back that this man was their leader, and her name was Lady Minerva, and the sea instantly seemed to get exactly where that kind of grace was born. That strange place that showed up in their dream is the Hill of Promise, and when the travelers stumble into the dark forest, they get greeted and handed a dream of their own. Shelina blinked in surprise, then said it out loud. Turns out, when you rise into leadership, even stuff like this falls under control. Gimli nodded hard and added that they're right near Lady Minerva. While she kept grilling them with more questions, the girl with glasses perched on her head leaned in and asked, "Is our leader amazing, and is she super attentive too?" The boys argued that once they climbed this hill, they'd meet her for real. So she had to slip into their dream, and right then Gimli slumped a bit, eyes distant, like her mind was somewhere else, hiding something she couldn't say out loud. She took a sip of her steaming mug and said, in plain truth, the whole group was right. The adventurers pushed deeper into the thick, living forest. Gimli fought to keep her bearings, while Gale herded the other girls forward. Mora felt the food dwindling day by day, and the exhaustion only kept piling on. No matter how convenient the campsite looked, she knew it was time to move, even if they still had no clue whether they were headed the right way. After tossing the stick-strewn leftovers into one heap, the heroes tore through the last bites and wrapped up their meal. Shelina groaned that they'd been stuck eating the same thing for 3 days straight. Gimli steadied the girl and told her, "I can't eat this grilled fish anymore." The girl with her glasses perched on her head snapped, "Yeah, I'm sick of the fish too." But then she leaned in, and what came next was way scarier. Shelina burst into loud cries and screamed that their sake was completely gone, and right in front of the boys sat 2 empty bottles of alcohol. Mara stepped in to hush the girl, telling her she understood the rage in her chest. But she couldn't keep screaming like that. Then Gale cut in and said they should figure out the whole mess. Ever since they pitched camp, they've been scrambling to figure out the way, again and again and again. Gimli swore he had no clue where they were, and each time the heroes looped back to their start, like the path was mocking them. Then the elf, ears drooping in a painful little apology, lowered them too. Mora backed the guy's point. There was nothing wrong with the camp, yet the heroes refused to budge a single step forward, and Shelina, still crying, raged that this was pure madness in the forest. Gimli pored over the map like it was a lifeline, then said they tried a shortcut once, and it failed hard with nothing to show for it. Gale tried to soothe the elf, insisting nobody was blaming her, but Shelina was still seething. How could anyone get lost in her own forest? Gimli then scrambled to defend herself, saying she simply hadn't realized how huge the dark forest really was. He glanced back at the lake and said, "We've got enough water," but then his face tightened, because food was the real problem. The stream's got a limit of fish, so you can't keep grabbing them forever. The guy cut his thoughts short and said, "We've got to move on," and Shelina nodded hard, telling him she couldn't keep resting forever. He told her the girl runs the blacksmith's guild, and he refused to keep shoving all the work onto Liz. By now, Liznette had already fallen asleep right inside the store, because for what felt like forever, not a single customer ever showed up. The whole team finally threw their gear together and decided it was time to hit the road and move on. The girls cheered at the idea of finding a guide to lead them, but then they had to ask, where on earth would they even find one out here in the wild? Right then, the caster's eyes snapped. Something was lurking out there between the trees. He halted and scanned the darkness, checking that a silhouette was lurking behind one of those massive tree trunks. He leaned in and told the girls about his discovery, and Mora snapped, "That dark sight guy's skill will save us, because even in daylight it's still dim, and the clouds keep the sky gray and shadowed." The girls were buzzing with excitement, sprinting toward the figure like they couldn't wait another second. But the guy lunged in front of them, warning that running was just burning energy for nothing. Gimli, Mara, and Shelina burst out of the bushes like they'd been waiting for the perfect moment. They spotted a bunch of cloaked shadows and tried to yank their attention by stepping right into the spotlight. After dropping down over the gnarly roots, the heroes edged closer. Then Gimli, hiding behind that cloaked shadow, snapped that they were completely lost. Mora spotted the legs of the thing coming their way, and her stomach dropped when she saw a bone with rotten flesh still clinging to it. The girl opened her mouth to scream for her friend, but the dead man already spun back around and glared at Gimli with seething anger. The hood ripped away from his head, and when it dropped, a bare skull stared back from underneath. She shrieked in pure terror, because the thing in front of her was alive, it was undead. From the uniforms those skeletons wore, it was clear. They were the royal detachment that got disbanded. Shelina snapped, saying if that was true, then everything changed. And they had to pull back right now, but one of the dead men was already draped over her in that very moment. The girl shrieked in pure terror and stunned shock. Gimli, Mora, and Shelina realized it way too late. The evil spirits had already closed in, and now they were surrounded. Dozens of sinister scarlet skeletons clawed their way out of the ground, and more kept pouring in like the earth itself was summoning them. Hooves started thundering somewhere right behind them. In the blink of an eye, a spear-wielding rider dropped out of the sky on a dead horse, locked eyes with Gimli, and swung to strike her straight on. Right at the last second, Gale barreled up to the elf, slammed the Dispel Curse's spell into the air, and wrapped the girl in a tight hug. Then a huge, blinding magic circle erupted between them, lighting up the dead man. Gimli's legs buckled, and she crashed onto the ground. Right away, the boy blurted out if she was okay, and she insisted, "I'm fine." Shelina came rushing over at full speed. An elf stared at the young man, and suddenly she remembered that smile as he wrapped his arms around her. Her heart slammed against her ribs, and heat rushed to her cheeks. She couldn't believe she'd been hiding her feelings for him. Gale snapped his focus onto the cursed skeletons the moment he met them, because spotting them is almost unheard of. The undead surged straight at him, and with a grin blazing on his face, he was ready to smash right into them. Gimli stared up as the purified soul's Gale set free lifted into the heavens, blazing like a radiant beam. Mora told them she'd seen it a bunch of times before, and still, it blew her mind every single time, while Shelina clocked that the caster was unnervingly calm. It felt like he was waltzing through a battlefield. So graceful were his moves that it looked like enemies couldn't even touch him. After he crushed the attackers, the young man paused, scanning the whole area with sharp, careful eyes. Turning to the girls, he told them the creepy truth. The undead usually crash and sleep through the day. But deep in that thick, damp forest, soaked in magic under a sky that hung like fog, this moment didn't follow the rules. Mora, the girl with glasses perched on her head, stared at the guy like she'd been drained of sleep, then snapped that he looked way too pleased about it. While Gale, clutching whatever he had, demanded what she thought would happen, and Mora, eyeing what he'd found, pressed him to say what it was. The spellcaster leaned in and said the cursed skeleton doesn't just vanish. It leaves an undead core behind, a concentrated curse form so rare it's almost impossible to get. Shelina fired a question at Gimli. Had she ever heard of anything like this? Gimli shook her head hard and said, "No way, this is the first time I've ever seen something like it. Honestly, stuff tied to the undead just doesn't get much love around here. Unless alchemy is chewing on them, the guild scoops these things up, because out in the market they're way cheaper than materials you'd get from run-of-the-mill monsters." But this elf had never even heard of that core before, and now curiosity burned in their chest, driving them to learn everything about it. Gale gripped the lute in his hand and told them it was meant to enchant all kinds of stuff, like gear and even scrolls. You can even bury the core inside normal weapons or armor, and boom, its power kicks in, forging that gear into a real magical artifact. Sure, it looks like plain material, but with it, the guy can level up the girl's gear. Mora still stared at it and asked the big question, is the core cursed? She was already convinced it was, but she needed to hear herself ask. The boy's words started to stammer, and then she lit up. Yes, while confidently flexing that she could control the curse. The girls shot him nasty looks, pure disapproval written all over their faces. The boy shot up his index finger and swore he could grab the curse on himself, but warned that if he pushed too far, it would snap right back the moment it hit its limit. Shelina's eyes widened, shocked that curses could even come back around. She eyed the guy with clear dread and warned he could forge terrifying, dangerous things, and Mora, calm but focused, realized this was just how he upgraded the gear, boosting the cash and everyone else's equipment. She figured that was the real reason they were totally clueless, like they never once sensed the curse latched onto her. Gimli flashed a small, bittersweet smile and said that this was apparently the best they could snag. But for the kid, these cores were insanely rare. Gale cut the elf off mid-thought and blurted, "No way, another rare item just dropped." He asked the girls if they remembered what the guy said about the undead. And right then, they showed up, born from unfinished desires that never got a chance to die. Staring at the skeletons lined up like trophies, he spat out how they'd tried to break free from the dark forest again and again, only to die in pure despair and end up trapped as prisoners of this place. It dragged on for ages, maybe even hundreds of years. The guy began to talk about a brutal long trek through the forest. Then he cut himself off and demanded an elf's map. He jabbed his finger at where their group was standing right now, and the girls watched him like he might explode any second. With a grin on his face, the young man tightened his grip in his right fist and burst out that this could be the breakthrough that finally points them the right way. A tiny pendant swung from his palm on a cold metal chain, the watch's pendulum, packed with the royal party's tears, frozen like fate as they wandered the dark forest. Gale swore it would lead them to a dark elf village, then clutched the pendant right over the map. Right after a few seconds, it started sliding into motion. Everyone stared at the artifacts Gale hauled in, and Shelina caught it. Beneath the muffled sobbing, that pendulum started to swing. The pendant went still, then pointed straight toward something ahead. The boy thrust his finger toward where the artifact was swinging, shouting that the Dark Elves' village was right there, and the girls burst out, amazed. Now they could finally escape the forest. Yet their eyes stayed locked on that artifact, desperate to get a closer look. The young man clocked the two war horses too, and there by the tree the undead were standing. Mora and Shelina were happy they could finally save their strength, but Jinli let out a huge sigh of relief, because now they'd reached the village with zero trouble. As she closed in on the horse skeletons, uneasy doubts crawled into her mind, and the confidence she used to have started to slip away. Mora swung up on her horse and urged them onward, then dropped this weird thing she'd heard, horse bones, and straight up wondered what in the world a bone horse even meant. While the forest buzzed with a quiet, creepy hum, the girl shot the guy a serious look and told him to grab on even tighter. Then both of them snapped their heads toward the trees, tracking the sound like it's calling their names. Right then the earth buckled under their feet, and the boys had zero warning for how violently it shook, no way to brace in time. After the shaking finally died down, the crew wasted no time and pushed forward. The heroes huddled up, asking how the royal army wound up in that dead-end remote spot. Turns out, once the demon seal shattered, the kingdom panicked and marched troops into the forest of darkness to seize control. Then an ancient dragon swooped in and turned them into prey. Gimli snapped, reminding everyone they'd already covered this back in the carriage. The very next second, the worst idea she'd been trying to warn her about somehow hit Shelina straight in the head. She froze the elf, eyes wide, and blurted out that they were literally standing in the spot where the royal army's leftovers had turned into undead. Gimli's expression twisted, fear slammed into him, and realization hit like a punch. The ground slammed again, and the horses shot upright, rearing in panic. A thunderous roar ripped through the air, and the long-eared girl snapped, shaking with tension. I let my guard down, I felt safe. Out of nowhere, a giant, clawed paw slammed into the trees. Then Gale's team charged straight into the ancient dragon's territory, and pure fear hit them like a truck. As the horses sprinted at full speed, the dragon shot out his long tongue, bared his roaring mouth, and went after the disturbers of his peace with everything he had. The spellcaster blared a warning, shouting that the dragon had already clocked them. The ancient giant's throat erupted in a searing blue flame. The heroes snapped their heads around the second. They sensed the monster about to exhale. Because dragon's breath is a brutal skill that turns everything in its path into scorching ash. Gimli shrieked at the top of her lungs, screaming for everyone to run. Right by the dragon's throat, the air turned scorching, and glowing magic particles burst into view nearby, like fireflies exploding in the dark. A split second later, a blazing column of blue fire blasted straight from the huge creature's mouth. The heroes hurled themselves out of the magic stream, but the warhorses still turned to cinders, and that loss of speed crushed the boys' momentum. The girls cheered because that blast of fire barely missed them, yet the wreckage around them was still absolutely massive. Flames erupted all around the heroes, roaring like the world was about to ignite. The whole team got boxed in by roaring flames, and suddenly they were stuck in a seriously awful situation. Like no joke. Shelina screamed that they wouldn't die here, and Mora backed her up, yelling for everyone to get their weapons ready right now. Gimli realized the dragon wasn't truly terrifying just because that deadly breath could incinerate everything in an instant. The real danger was that the beast ruled this forest like a master. His real power is the thick, scaly armor that clamps over his entire body like a living fortress. Mora bellowed for everyone to land one solid hit, right now, because they'd need every ounce of power they had to bring that dragon down. She slammed out a spell, and a glowing magic circle snapped into place beneath the other girls. Then Mora surged their power, pushing every single ability to its absolute peak. Shelina tore into battle first, her heart screaming to smash the dragon with everything she had, and she leapt into the air. The girl snapped a lightning-fast punch straight into the creature's skull. The dragon took not a single scratch. He snapped his head, hurled the girl away like she weighed nothing, and the warrior was left staring, convinced this couldn't possibly be real. The elf realized the truth fast. Imperial weapons might hurt, but regular attacks won't touch him. Gimli lifted her black, cut with the calcum dagger, crafted by the Dark Elves, to her face and lunged, ready to strike. With the grace and lightning speed of a wild beast, Gimli charged straight toward the giant dragon. She prayed her plan would land, and that the blade would at least scratch this creature's hide. With every step, she raised her orichalcom weapon and got ready to unleash it. The moment the girl closed in on the monster, she drove her blade straight into its tough scales without hesitation. The elf lit up as the blade finally sank into the ancient dragon's skin, just like the finest material promised. But then she froze because the weapon was far too short. The monster lunged for a counterattack, but the girl snapped into motion and dodged it just in time with lightning-fast instincts. Gimli barely dodged the worst of it. She still knew this wasn't a fatal wound yet, because all she'd managed was a shallow scratch. Mora knelt down, pressed her weight onto her staff, and settled in like she was ready for anything. She'd burned through every ounce of strength and magical energy, and it hit her too late. She'd totally misjudged how much magic would be required to pull off so many positive effects. Gale watched the elf glide out of harm's way, but the boy was helpless. There was nothing he could do to turn the tide in that fight. Gimli yelled at the young man, telling him she was fine, and to make sure the other two girls were safe. The spellcaster surged up to Shelina and Mora and hauled them to their feet, but the girls could barely stay standing. A dragon loomed over the adventurers, who dared to crash his perfect peace. He stared them down with a terrifying glare, and a dark elf blade was jutting straight through his body. Rage surged through him as he snarled, then let out a thunderous roar that rattled everything around. Gimli warned that those ancient dragons were brutally proud, and they would never, ever allow anyone to invade their territory. That's why the royal squad got wiped out. The guy straight up grabbed the back of his scales and felt every single one. The elf barked, "Lock in," no one gives the monster a single target, and everyone scattered in a dozen directions. Even an ancient dragon can't lock onto 4 targets at once, so we've got to turn that crack in their defense into our opening and steal the upper hand. Gimli saw the flames around him and realized this whole move was just a stopgap, nothing more. Shelina snapped at the boys and pointed them toward those specific trees. The flames on the ground had just started to fade, and the heroes finally got their shot to flee down that road and rip themselves out of the monster's grip. Gale and Mora lit up at once and pushed to sprint in that exact direction. Gimli figured she'd caught a break too, because she watched her 3 friends march off that way. But for some reason, the elf's gut screamed danger, and she couldn't figure out why. The girl knew that this ancient dragon wasn't just hot-headed. He was icy to the bone too, and she couldn't believe he somehow didn't see it staring right at him. Right then, the girl froze in place, her legs trembling like they could give out at any second. She spun around, horror slamming into her face, and stared at the smug dragon like, "You did this!" Then it finally hit her. He'd been orchestrating the whole thing. It looked like a dead, dried-up fishing trap, ready to snap shut the moment something got caught. Only forget the net. This time it's fire and the fish are them. Gimli shrieked at the top of her lungs, desperate to halt her friends before it was too late. She yelled at the giant monster, meant to wipe them all out in one blast of dragon fire, right there while they sprinted in a straight line. The monster's throat flared blue again, and Gale threw himself in front of Mora and Shelina, while Gimli lunged toward her friends. In that exact moment, it felt like their end was already locked in. From the dark forest, a hooded stranger slipped into view, and right away the heroes heard a desperate cry screaming for the princess. A projectile screamed toward the dragon and detonated straight on his head, blasting sparks into the air. That was all it took to throw the massive monster off its game, at least for a little while. The heroes spun in confusion, staring all around, desperately trying to figure out what just happened. They couldn't wrap their heads around why they got saved, and then Gale spotted it, something explosive bursting out from the dragon's side. Next thing you know, brand new figures in cloaks materialized on the battlefield right beside Gale's team, and the girls were left staring, totally clueless about who they were and what was coming. Surrounded by hostile strangers clutching weapons, the group fights to shield each other from the ancient dragon looming in the dark. The cloaked man told him straight up, that self-firing crossbow full of incendiary bombs couldn't really hurt this creature, unless the monster snapped and twitched on reflex, dodged the blast, got thrown off for a heartbeat, and lost its breath attack. About a dozen robed strangers ringed the team, all staring like they were waiting to see what the dragon would do next.